What were the dreams of young cadets as they entered the academy? Well, depending on what your aptitudes and abilities are, those dreams would be dedicated accordingly. For pilots, those dreams often aligned themselves with piloting top-of-the-line, brand-new Raptor fighters, often imagining flying into battle to claim honor and glory as the tides of battle turned thanks to their valiant, heroic efforts. The more ambitious dreamed of rising through the ranks so they could command grand ships, showering themselves in everything such a position entailed, and of course ultimately command battleships or entire strike groups, or one of the 10 fleets in some glorious battle in the principality's name. Such dreams were reserved only for cadets coming from the nobility, distant but attainable one way or the other. For commoners, though, such dreams were less than fantasies. They were complete impossibilities. Getting to pilot a fighter of any design, let alone a Raptor or a bomber, was perhaps the greatest achievement they could aspire to. For more sensible commoners, though, perhaps throwing their lot to the local defense forces and pilot gunships was the more sensible option. So, it wasn't all that surprising that in the backwater the lingering systems were. Luxuries like drones were placed for more useful roles, while lowly commoners would serve as the pilots of garbage and compost haulers. Typically, such positions would be filled by merchant or house-affiliated pilots, but the Royal Navy sent pilots where they were needed, even though many knew the pilots sent to fill said roles were either being punished or were particularly lacking in skill. Wyatt Staples didn't care that much. He knew he was a better pilot than most nobles, but the further he could be from them, the better. And the job itself wasn't all too bad. All he had to do was follow orders, pick up a haul at the designated coordinates, jump to where it was needed, drop the bio-waste off, mark the delivery, and return to the station for new orders. Rinse and repeat. Simple, straightforward, and it put him away from any potential conflict. As a bonus, he never had to interact with the compost itself. There was no smell or need to get his hands dirty, and he could most of the time leave navigation to the ship's archaic AI. He had been stuck in this routine for a little over 2 years, but that was fine. He wasn't an ambitious man. He'd leave that to fools and nobles. It was then, just as he was finishing checking that he was still in the correct vector and making sure that his heap of a hauler was working properly, that an alarm shook away his drowsiness away. "Warning! Warning! War signatures detected," warned the monotone voice of the ship's AI. "Incoming warp signatures near this jump point?" Wyatt asked himself, frowning. "Computer, are there any arrivals expected from the Royal Navy or something?" "Negative," the AI replied. "That's odd. Every other hauler must enter the system through the Mumdal jump point, not this one," he reasoned, as his mind conjured the possibility of a pirate attack, but immediately discarded it. Pirates were dangerous, but hardly stupid. The Astorian Principality was a backwater compared to other human nations. The lingering systems were a backwater of that backwater. In over 10 years, not a single pirate had entered anywhere near the lingering systems, because they were so utterly worthless that not even pirates would be stupid enough to waste fuel, time, and effort for nothing in return. "Computer, get me a visual of the vessel," Wyatt ordered. The AI didn't reply with words. Instead, his screen lit up with what the external cameras could see. He smiled when he saw the beauty of space, a small indulgence he got to use every now and again. Quickly, the AI found a grainy, small, but familiar outline. "Magnify," he ordered, and the AI complied. The outline took a clearer form, enough for him to identify the ship. "That's the royal yacht!" he exclaimed, confused and surprised in equal measure. Then he frowned. "Why is the royal yacht doing in this backwater?" he asked out loud before he saw a couple of explosions appear just a few kilometers away from the royal yacht. "Its PD systems are online, so someone is attacking it." "Computer, how many warp signatures were you able to detect?" "2 signatures confirmed," the AI replied. "Then where's the other ship?" Wyatt asked himself, but the AI interpreted it as a command. "Unknown. No heat readings detected," the AI answered. "Warning, missiles detected." "That should be impossible. Computer, calculate the vector trail of the missiles back to their source," Wyatt ordered, and the AI complied. For several seconds, the ancient computer ran its calculations until, on his screen, another almost invisible outline against the backdrop of space appeared. In fact, the only way he could see it was due to the short-lived light trails left by the missiles reflecting on its hull. That must be a Corvette-class warship, at least. How's it able to keep up with the royal yacht? he pondered to himself as he watched more explosions illuminating the darkness of space. As the chase continued, Wyatt could see the mysterious ship's hull was nearly pitch black. He could also vaguely make the outline of an arrowhead-shaped ship, sleek, beautiful, and deadly. They were faint, but plumes of light were behind it, likely its engines. Why is it attacking the royal yacht? What the hell is that ship? He asked himself, knowing full well that a ship capable of keeping pace with the royal yacht, the fastest ship on the Principality, then the mysterious black ship in its pursuit, was more advanced than any other ship across the Royal Navy. "Computer, contact home station," he ordered. "Unable to comply," the AI replied. "Great. Just great. So it also has scramblers or jammers," Wyatt sighed exasperatedly. "What am I supposed to do now?" It was a simple question with no easy answer. He knew there was virtually anything he could do to help the royal yacht. His hauler was a glorified cockpit with a small cargo bay equipped with basic quarters attached to large engines, the smallest warp drive it could fit, and a reactor that could power it all. The sole purpose of a hauler was to maglock large containers that didn't require the use of a freighter to carry them around. It wasn't elegant. It didn't need to be, but it was cheap in the long run. As for armaments, it only had a measly standard PD turret. That was it. He didn't even have the cheapest military-grade armor for protection. There was nothing he could do. "There has to be something I can do," he protested in a murmur, his mind desperately trying to come up with a solution. In his heart, there was no love for nobles. Sure, he didn't hate all of them, and he knew not every blue blood was a selfish, arrogant, petulant idiot. But that didn't mean he wished the worst upon them either. More so than that, a royal was likely in danger. A member of House Astor, possibly multiple ones alongside the crew of the royal yacht. Despite his personal grievances, the mere thought of not doing something, anything, to aid the ruling house that founded the Principality and ruled it to this day left a foul taste in his mind. He wasn't a traitor. "Think, Wyatt. Think!" Wyatt half-shouted as he strapped himself to his seat, desperately trying to see a way to help the royal yacht without ensuring his destruction in the process. But all he had was a single PD turret. As explosions came closer and closer to the royal yacht, he knew there wasn't much time before the black ship overwhelmed its defenses. His only advantage was that he had been close enough to the jump point that distance wasn't that much of a factor between them, especially as their current trajectory put them closer and closer to him. "Computer, track the black ship," Wyatt ordered. Unable to comply, the AI replied. "Then track the royal yacht. Get us closer to it! Full power to engines!" He barked, and he felt the hauler tremble as the engines roared to their full power. The piss-poor dampeners were strained to their maximum as he felt the pressure set against his entire body. But he could endure it, and hoped the rusty hunk of scrap that was his hauler could keep up. Wyatt quickly armed the PD turret, readying to fire as the distance between himself and the royal yacht. If he couldn't track or lock the black ship, then he'd use its prey to find it. Firing a few times, Wyatt was able to intercept 2 missiles, giving whatever aid he could and marking himself as an ally. Unfortunately, that also meant the black ship now saw him as an enemy. The pursuer fired 6 missiles at him, his crappy sensors barely registering them in time for the PD turret to strike them down one by one once they entered effective range. The last missile exploded dangerously close, enough to blind one of his cameras for a moment. It was evidently clear that the black ship didn't see him as a threat, and only as a mere inconvenience, a non-factor given the ship he was flying. He couldn't blame the captain of that ship for thinking that, no matter how tightly he clenched his teeth. "I only bought them some time," Wyatt said with frustration. Suddenly he felt his ship shake violently. The AI spoke up before he could ask what had happened. "Alert! Alert!" The cargo container was struck. Venting detected. "Advice: disengage for emergency repairs to avoid losing cargo." "Who cares about the worthless compost right now?" Wyatt argued angrily, quickly checking through an external camera that a nasty tear was visible on the right side of the large container. His rage passed quickly when he saw it. "Thank goodness I got hit by debris. The container could have exploded in me with it," he said, relieved. Then he stopped and blinked twice, still staring at the gash. Compost. He was hauling compost. Organic waste. "Methane," Wyatt muttered to himself. "I'm hauling more than compost," he said with more energy, and a nervous smile spread across his face. With a plan in hand, he moved to execute it. It wouldn't be elegant, but it was the best thing he could do. I only have one shot at this. Either this works or we're all dead. Computer, lock target on the cargo container. Do not fire until I say so. Error. Cannot comply. Willful destruction of property is illegal. Disengage automatic defense protocols. Changing to manual, Wyatt said as he slowly moved to disengage. The black ship hadn't bothered with firing more missiles at him after the first volley, and he was about to make them regret that decision, if his plan worked. He watched the arrowhead-shaped ship, close enough that he could now see it more clearly. It was beautiful, deadly, and something he'd never seen before in his life, be it in data archives, his lessons in the academy, books, or even in movies. After some tense seconds, Wyatt groaned as a violent turn made him grit his teeth and sink into his seat. But he deactivated the container's mag lock and kept his disengaging facade. The royal yacht was focused on running away and making any distance between it and its pursuer, and equally so, the black ship kept firing missiles at the royal yacht, not bothering to deviate from its path since its prey was toothless and the pitiful hauler offered no threat. Wyatt smiled as he saw on his screen the container hurling through the emptiness of space in a direct collision course with the black ship. He didn't know if they were able to detect the container, but if they did, they made no attempts to evade it or shoot it down. Likely their sensors simply didn't detect it as a threat, or mistook it for a small asteroid that wouldn't do much damage to its shields in the case of impact. Then, Wyatt fired a volley of shots at empty space. They traveled for only 2 seconds before several of those shots intercepted the container, hitting and piercing it. Instantly, the container exploded as the arrowhead-shaped vessel flew past it. Wyatt saw with satisfaction that the shields flared violently, unable to absorb the full force of a makeshift tactical mine. Shrapnel and debris followed suit, piercing through the ship's hull and hitting the interior. Wyatt's smile widened when a mere moment later he saw a not insignificant hole on the ship's side, venting atmosphere. It was a much better result than he initially thought, but nowhere near enough to destroy the ship. He had also failed to hit the ship's engines or damage them in such a way that it would give the royal yacht the time it needed to escape. However, to his surprise, the black ship broke away from its original pursuit. It then turned, fleeing in an almost desperate fashion. Wyatt sank deeper into his chair as he slowly turned around to decelerate. Soon enough, the pressure began to lessen, and at the same time, he saw the black ship limp away for several minutes until the ship made an emergency point near the same point of entry. Once the black ship was gone, he noticed the royal yacht was nearby. It was basically going in circles, much like a fighter pilot would do in an active combat zone, but with no targets detected within its sensors. A few moments later, he received a communication request from it. The scrambling effect removed with the departure of the enigmatic black ship. When Wyatt accepted the transmission, he was greeted by a tall, older, stern, but still good-looking man with dark gray hair and the dull gray irises of cybernetic eyes on his screen. The man was evidently a noble with a stoic, serious expression. "This is Commander Redford Kalin, acting captain of the Royal Starship Royal Favor." "Pilot, you will identify yourself now," the man demanded. Wyatt bowed his head instinctively as a show of respect and then saluted. "Sir, I'm Wyatt Staples, Warrant Officer, 3rd Fleet, 2nd Frontier Corps." "Warrant Officer?" "A commoner," Redford declared with a deep hum as he analyzed him with those gray eyes of his. "Don't act so surprised. Yes, I'm a commoner. Do you think a noble, no matter how lowly, would ever be put to serve hauling compost? Oh, and you're welcome for saving your and your crew's lives." Damn blue blood, Wyatt thought with disdain, while his expression never portrayed any of his true feelings. In truth, Wyatt didn't resent the so-called commander much. Nobles didn't have a high opinion of commoners in the best of days. But being a warrant officer at least proved he wasn't that incompetent or devoid of usefulness. He didn't know much about the other divisions and branches of the military force, but in the Royal Navy, the highest rank a commoner pilot could achieve was that of a warrant officer. It brought with it some minor perks, better salary, better retirement benefits, and the begrudging recognition from some nobles and officers. Not enough to not stick me out here hauling rotting compost, he thought with some humor. "Warrant officer, my sensors indicate that you're flying a hauler. Tell me, how did you manage to drive off our pursuer? Your only armament is a standard PD turret and most certainly no explosive munitions," Redford asked, intrigued. Wyatt was surprised by the sudden diplomatic tone of the man and something else in his voice. Commander, I threw my compost container at them. You what? Redford asked in disbelief and confusion. It only lasted a second before he continued. You threw garbage at them? Compost, Wyatt corrected before clearing his throat. Bio-waste, in essence. They produce a lot of methane. It got damaged during the engagement, and it occurred to me that I could use it as a bomb of sorts. So I threw it at them and detonated it right in their path, he explained as simply as he could. Commander Redford blinked several times in confusion and surprise. Then his gaze hardened and raised an eyebrow. That's quite the trick, Warrant Officer. Resourceful and ingenious. Not bad for a commoner, eh, Blue Blood? Wyatt thought, smiling internally. He wasn't one to brag, but proving that a commoner could be better than a noble in some aspects felt good. Thank you, sir, he replied, saluting once more. Shall I contact the home station? Redford shook his head. We're in Caiston territory, Warrant Officer. I assume the one in charge of it is a Caiston. My commanding officer is Lieutenant Commander Thomas Caiston, sir, Wyatt replied as a dark, horrible gut feeling began to brew in his stomach. He didn't know why, but he felt that something was awfully wrong, as if the royal yacht getting attacked with the clear intention of destroying it wasn't a terrible indication of it already. I suppose I owe you this much, Warrant Officer Wyatt Staples, Redford began, eyes narrowing slightly. As direct subordinates and vassals of House Draymore, House Caiston has raised their weapons against us. Don't bother trying to return to your home station. That pitiful creature will likely have you executed. Sir? Wyatt asked, the sinking feeling in his stomach now a ravine. Oh, please, no. Not a civil war, he begged as his hands slowly moved to his controls, ready to flee back to Volantis if that was the case. There's been a coup attempt, Warrant Officer. Duke Cornelius Draymore of Camrim has broken his oaths and has turned against his nephew, the prince, seeking to claim the throne for himself. He has captured the royal palace, imprisoned the Council of Nobles, and seeks to capture His Majesty the Prince, or eliminate him at all costs so he may be recognized as Lord Regent, Redford explained, then let out a heavy sigh. Fortunately for the Principality, the Prince is waiting elsewhere for our arrival, and thanks to your prompt aid, we will be able to reunite with other loyalist forces. Wyatt felt the void in his stomach clench as relief washed over him. A succession dispute, he uttered without thinking. Commander Redford nodded. Precisely. Again, thanks to you, our VIP may reunite with His Majesty. Warrant Officer Wyatt Staples, I invite you to join us and fight against these traitors in the name of the Prince. We could use your creative problem-solving methods in the future. Wyatt felt his mind reeling for a moment. Now that he could think about it, what other option did he have? Desertion? Death? Betrayal? None but the first sounded appealing, and only slightly. But as long as the feud between noble blue bloods remained between them, then he saw no reason to run back to Volantis. And if the conflict escalated into a civil war, then there would be nothing he could do about it. But as long as I can fight, then I'll help His Majesty the Prince. I'm not a traitor, he thought with determination, even as the full extent of understanding of the political maelstrom he was diving headfirst into escaped his comprehension. It didn't matter. Besides, Commander Redford was right. He had defended the royal yacht. If he tried to return, Lieutenant Commander Thomas Caiston would have him face a firing squad if he felt particularly merciful. Looks like my compost and garbage-hauling days are over, Wyatt thought with a mixture of relief and sadness. I accept, Commander Redford. I will serve and fulfill my duty to the Principality and the Prince. What are your orders? Wyatt asked, saluting again for good measure. The gray-haired man nodded approvingly. Follow us. Close formation. We'll jump to another system as soon as possible. Take heart, Warrant Officer, you've made the correct decision. With that, the transmission ended. Wyatt scoffed. Not that I had other options, but you're right, he said, plotting a course following the royal favor. As the two ships made their way to a stable jump point, Wyatt couldn't shake the feeling that his life had been changed forever. Chapter 2. In the safety of FTL travel, Commander Redford briefed Wyatt on the political landscape. Being a commoner, he lacked the proper education and know-how to comprehend the complex internal dealings and conflicts that the nobility dealt with on a daily basis. Luckily for him, he was no moron, part of the reason he achieved the rank of warrant officer in the first place. He understood enough to see the bigger picture, and it was not a pretty one. In short, The Duke's betrayal was deep, and his reach was far. To just stand against Duke Dramore's forces, the prince would need to gather every ally he could muster if he wished to thwart the Duke's ambitions. The journey in itself was a blur, and when they dropped out of FTL, they were greeted by a small contingent of loyalist ships. Only 21 ships, but almost all of them were armed and ready to fight. It wasn't quite a fleet suitable for actual battle, but it was well defended. The most impressive ship, however, was at the center of the protective bubble the rest of the ships formed around it. A large cruiser armed across its entire outer hull but retaining a visually appealing vista. That must be the flagship of this fleet, Wyatt thought to himself as he approached the ship next to the royal yacht. The hangar of the flagship was big and wide enough to allow both ships easy access with room to spare, and soon Wyatt found himself surrounded by more luxury and technological marvels than all his prior years of training and service combined. The personnel didn't pay him any mind as he exited his flying trash hauler, but when Commander Redford stepped out of the yacht, everyone saluted him. Seeing him on video was one thing, seeing him in person was another altogether. The older gray-haired man was easily a head taller than him, Wyatt noticed, and his uniform looked like it could cost the same as a line shuttle, if not more. "Warrant Officer Wyatt Staples, I thank you once more for your aid and loyalty. Come with me," Redford said loud enough to be heard and in a commanding tone that didn't leave room for debate that it was an order. Wyatt nodded and followed the man through the corridors of the ship in silence while he admired the beauty of the ship. Old, fevered dreams of an innocent child came to him, imagining himself serving on such a ship. He was a commoner, and unlike most of his dream-chasing classmates back in the academy, he knew his place and knew that piloting or commanding such a vessel was impossible. But serving as a regular crewman? That was more feasible and realistic. Regardless, a dream it was, and it would remain that way. I wonder if even the lesser nobles and any bastard offspring stationed here know how lucky they are, he asked himself, already knowing the answer and not allowing his resentment and distaste for the nobility to show on his face. He was a commoner, and like most commoners, he both envied and disliked the nobles, but he was careful and never allowed it to show, always careful to present himself with submission and apparent loyalty. Well, that wasn't entirely true. He was loyal to the principality, and while he had no love for the stuck-up nobles that ruled it, he wasn't a rebel nor a petty bastard who would love to see a noble grovel at his feet or die in battle if he could help it. Besides, he could make any snarky remarks in his head and won't get in trouble for it. Finally arriving at the bridge, Wyatt saw a few officers and crewmen manning their posts, but the figure wearing a blue suit with golden trims stood out above the rest. He was wearing a cape with the crest of the royal family on it. When he turned, Wyatt saw the face of the blonde prince in person for the first time in his life. His features were refined, and he was more handsome than the propaganda videos and the news could portray. He was tall, just a few inches smaller than Redford, and his build was not quite bulky but not lean either. His eyes were violet, a departure from the usual dullness of cybernetic eyes, and spoke of either genetic alteration or higher-grade cybernetics, the kind that cost the same as his old station 10 times over. But more than that, his expression was soft yet stoic, eyes burning with the intensity of a man ready to claim his birthright. His gaze made Wyatt stiffen at attention. "Report, Commander Redford," the prince spoke. Wyatt stood in silence as Redford quickly and eloquently recounted the assault he had suffered, the unexpected intervention, and their eventual departure. When he was done, the prince allowed himself a brief sigh before turning his attention to Wyatt. "Warrant Officer Wyatt Staples," he spoke in a deliberate, cordial, but powerful tone, causing Wyatt to stiffen more despite the shock of being addressed directly by the prince of all people. "Your actions today have saved the lives of many loyal subjects, and more importantly, the life of my family. I, personally, am in your debt." Am I dreaming? Is this even real? Did I actually get hit by that ship's missiles and I'm just experiencing a fever dream before I die? Wyatt asked himself, too perplexed by the prince's words. But the fire in his eyes and his thumping heart revealed that this was reality and that it was happening. Still feeling overwhelmed, he cleared his throat before replying. "Your Highness, I only did what I thought was the right thing to do. "A commoner such as I cannot be in your debt for doing what is expected of me," he replied as seriously as he could without letting his voice crack due to his nervousness. The prince surprised him again when he offered a faint smirk. "Warrant Officer Wyatt Staples, your actions represent the very essence of duty the principality was founded on. Do not lower your actions before me. Commoner or not, you are responsible for the safety of those close to me," he replied, his eyes shining with determination and the brightness of a leader's resolve. "Loyalty is its own reward, and those that perform their duty with exemplary actions shall be recognized. Warrant Officer Wyatt Staples, as of this moment, you are officially promoted to the rank of lieutenant." Wyatt took a step back, and even Commander Redford seemed surprised by the prince's proclamation. My prince, I am honored, but I'm a commoner." "I know. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't do this. Our laws, both written and in spirit, would not approve of your increase in rank, for you are indeed a commoner. However, before I am a prince, I am a brother. I am a man, and these are times of turmoil and, one could say, desperation. My gratitude cannot and will not be limited by a mere monetary compensation. Loyalty and duty are to be rewarded for your service. Your bravery reflects what the Duke Draymore, my uncle, lacks in his men. And I fear yours is but the first of many acts of valor we shall need in these trying days that lay before us." It wasn't until that moment that Wyatt finally began to realize the gravity of the situation he was really in. "But I'm only a pilot, not even a true combat pilot at that. I'm a refuse ship pilot. And now I'm caught in a web that's about to change the future and history of the Principality." The truth was as clear as the light of a star. His home, the Principality, was going to descend into a civil war at worst and a succession war at best. The weight of the realization hit him harder than his ship going at FTL. "Commander Redford, take Lieutenant Wyatt to his quarters so he may rest and suit up properly. Make sure to register him into the memorandum of our ship's logs and personnel," the prince ordered, and turned around. "Welcome aboard, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples." Wyatt didn't really hear the prince and only mumbled something incoherent before Redford gently nudged him over and turned to follow the taller man. When they were far away from the bridge and entered the section of the cruiser that housed the officer quarters, Redford spoke up. "Do not dwell too deeply on such thoughts, Wyatt," he said seriously, his face stoic. Wyatt snapped out of his mind's maelstrom and looked at the gray-haired man, puzzled. "Huh? I know you're scared. You're a commoner. You lack the advantages people such as I possess. And yet, I must urge you to not think too deeply about the coming conflicts," he replied, knowing what was going through the newly minted lieutenant's mind. "Easy for you to say that. You're only worried about your wealth and position," he thought bitterly. "There's going to be a war, isn't there?" To his credit, Redford nodded. "It's already brewing and spreading. Soon enough, the houses, both great and minor, will start picking sides and conflict will arise. My liege is trying to avoid an outright civil war from sparking, but he shall not relinquish that which belongs to him by birthright. Only he can lead the Principality." He paused for a moment and placed a hand on Wyatt's shoulder, squeezing it gently. "You've already picked a side, the correct side, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples. Be proud of your bravery, loyalty, and dutiful actions, but most importantly, know that had you not aided me when you did, regardless of the outcome, you would still be dragged into this conflict, most likely against your will." He's right on that at least, he thought, surprised that it actually helped to ease his nerves and racing heart. "We commoners don't have much room for choice as it is. I guess I will not be dying for my old commander's ambitions, so that's a bonus." Redford's lips curled upward to form a small smile. "A fortunate one indeed." Coming to a halt a few seconds later, he turned to leave. "This shall be your quarters, Wyatt. You are now logged in the ship's records and manifest. Rest. You've earned it." "Thank you, Commander Redford. Take care," he said, and the commander offered a single nod before departing. Standing in front of his door, Wyatt touched the panel at the side of it, and the door slid open to the side, revealing a small cabin. There was a desk, a small fridge, an empty bookshelf above the desk, a lamp, a nightstand, and a bed. Entering his new quarters, he saw a small cubicle that housed the toilet and a shower, most likely. To a noble, it wasn't impressive, But for Wyatt, who had only known the comfort of his ship, communal showers, and a far too small bunk, it was the height of luxury. He laid on his bed, his mind reeling about everything that was happening around him. Then, only moments later, darkness took him, and soon he was asleep, the toll finally catching up to him. Chapter 3. After a refreshing shower and getting to put on his new uniform, all that really changed about it was that it was new. It felt great to wear it, and the badges and insignia showcasing his new rank, two realizations struck him. The first was that, besides Commander Redford, he had no idea who else he had saved from that dreadful black ship. The sincere words of the prince were clear enough, though. He had saved a member of the royal family, but who? The prince had 4 younger brothers and 3 younger sisters, if he remembered correctly. Had he saved one of them? 2? All? And who's to say that he had saved any of his siblings? Duke Draymore wasn't the only duke or duchess after all, and the prince had many cousins and other family members. He really didn't care, but he did owe his new position in life to said royal blue blood, so the least he could do was say thank you. The second realization, though, was much more impactful and important. Namely speaking, he had no idea how to be a lieutenant. His officer training was limited, obviously enough, and while he knew the chain of command and more or less what it entailed, he didn't know anything about commanding anything that wasn't his ship's outdated AI. "I don't even know who am I supposed to report to or when," he muttered softly. Redford's parting words rang in his mind and fear gripped his heart. Just what was he getting himself into? Willing or not, by choice or by chance, at that moment he longed for the dullness, repetitiveness, and security his old post offered. "Now I'm going to fight and likely die for another noble with bluer blood than the insufferable Thomas Cayston," he said to himself, but almost immediately comforted himself with the knowledge that, unlike his previous commander, the prince was a leader at heart, and his presence inspired confidence. A sudden voice sparked in his cabin, and the monotone tone of an AI called out. "Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, report to the bridge," it said, and the connection died. "Guess I better go perform my new duties," he said, and stood up from his bed. Fortunately, the trip to the bridge proved simple enough, and only 2 crew members had spotted him and, much to his surprise, saluted him. Or rather, his rank. It felt odd regardless. When he arrived at the bridge, it was buzzing with activity as staff and crew members moved about performing their jobs. He then spotted Commander Redford and several other men and women of high rank near the prince. Following protocol, he saluted and announced his presence. "Lieutenant Wyatt Staples reporting, my liege." Several eyes turned to him, and instantly he felt like a piece of meat been grated by hungry customers. Disdain, surprise, contempt, and flickering gratitude flashed before the cybernetic and gene-altered eyes of the officers present as they inspected him. Yeah, I'm a commoner. I'm not an animal you can gawk at, you damn blue bloods," he thought with equal disdain toward them. But unlike the nobles, he knew better than to show it. "So it is true, a commoner has been granted a rank far above his station." A red-haired man with a burned scar on his left cheek broke the tension. "My prince, are you certain of your decision? The implications could be bothersome to less open-minded individuals?" Or, in other words, I should be kicked out, Wyatt thought, mentally glaring at the red-headed noble. "Are you implying that I should not show my gratitude to the man who saved my beloved sister?" the prince said in an even tone. The red-haired man laughed, much to Wyatt's surprise. "Of course not, your majesty, but now that a commoner has been granted a rank that only those of noble blood should achieve, many others may seek the same elevation for doing piss-poor actions in the near future." Commander William Hempstroke, a blue-haired with equally stunning blue eyes, stepped in, humor in her voice. "Is the rescue of a royal princess not enough merit to overlook this one incident? After all, many houses have their origins in the valiant actions of a commoner performing beyond their duty. And even if the prince had not rewarded this young man, I would have made sure to grant him a place within my house for saving the life of my little sister." Suddenly, her eyes narrowed, and much like a hawk, she eyed the rest of her fellow officers. "Or does anyone object?" An older man with gray hair and wearing an almost entirely white uniform with red trims and more medals than Wyatt had ever seen anyone wear before spoke up next. "Enough prattle, everyone. We have more important matters to attend to. My liege, we are ready to depart at your command." The prince nodded once. "Then let us go. We cannot stay in this system much longer. Admiral Damien, proceed at your discretion." "My liege," the admiral replied. "Commanders, report to your ships and stations. You have your orders. Dismissed." At once, every commander present saluted and left, with the exception of Redford. The admiral, for his part, moved to a chair at the far end of the bridge, sat on it, and linked with its systems directly. The only indication that they started to move was a low rumble that was felt rather than heard, and Wyatt wondered where they were headed next. Now left with relative privacy, the prince turned his attention back to him and gestured him to step closer, and so he did. "Lieutenant Wyatt, there is someone who wishes to meet you, her savior," the prince said, and then turned to the right. With another motion of his hand, two figures stepped from concealed shadows. Wyatt's eyes grew wide as the flickering effect around the duo died out alongside the stealth field around them. The first figure was a beautiful blonde woman with purple eyes as striking as that of the prince. She was wearing a green dress with golden and white trims. Behind her stood a taller woman with blue hair and blue eyes that had a striking similarity to the woman who had stood up for him moments before. She was also quite beautiful, but her expression was stoic. Unlike the princess, she wore a red armored suit with the crest of her house on her chest. "Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, let me introduce you to the VIP that you saved yesterday. My sister, the second princess, Clara Astor. Behind her stands her bodyguard and a close friend of mine, Cynthia Winfield of House Winfield. You've already met her older sister, Commander Juliana Winfield," the prince introduced. It was subtle and he barely noticed it, but Wyatt could notice the pride in the prince's voice alongside his relief when he introduced the two women. Princess Clara was the picture of regal royalty, feminine grace, and superb intelligence behind her fiery gaze. A gaze, he noticed, that matched her brother's. When she spoke, her voice of sing-song clarity carried the intensity of her fiery spirit without losing her elegance. "Lieutenant Staples, I was told that it was through your actions that my life and that of my friend and subjects were saved. I requested my brother to see and speak to you in person so I may see and judge the man I owe my life to," she said, offering a kind smile. Wyatt felt his cheeks blushing. His social skills were poor at best, and being under the direct attention of such a beautiful woman was something he was not used to. Still, he managed to stand firm and give her a cordial salute. "Your Majesty, I am honored to receive your recognition. To know that your life and that of those accompanying you are safe and sound is reward enough," he replied carefully and respectfully. Clara let out a giggle. "Please, Lieutenant Staples, you need not be so nervous in my presence. Your gallantry is already enough for me to accept you for the valiant man that you are. Commoner or not, you are my savior. I am pleased that my brother dearest had rewarded you accordingly, even if I myself would give more, but alas, I cannot. Therefore, I can only offer my gratitude and a request to speak my name without those bothersome honorifics. Call me Clara. All my friends do so." Wyatt couldn't help but smile widely and sincerely at that. They were rare, but nobles that were actually worth their salt and weren't up their own asses existed, and he was glad that the princess was one of them. He felt his nervousness ease up and his posture relaxed. "In that case, Clara, please, call me Wyatt. Pleased to meet you," he said, offering his hand. A second later, he retracted it. "Oh, right, sorry." To his surprise, the prince's laughter caught his attention. "You're quite blunt, aren't you, Lieutenant Wyatt?" Wyatt pointed a finger at himself. "Commoner upbringing, my liege." The prince let out a single humorous chuckle before clearing his throat. "As enjoyable as this is, I'm afraid we have other matters to attend to. Lieutenant Wyatt, I summoned you not only to meet my sister, but because I need your input." A second later, a holographic display appeared from the large tactical table at the center of the bridge. Wyatt took a couple of steps forward when he saw the visual representation of the entire principality and how the map was divided into several colors, with red, green, golden, and blue being the most prominent colors and countless sigils and emblems scattered across the systems that made up his home. The sheer enormity of the principality was awe-striking and terrifying at the same time. Duke Draymore's coup was an act of treachery unparalleled, the prince began, his stoic, firm, fiery tone returned. I don't know for how long he's been planning it, but we've suspected treachery for at least 2 standard years. Nothing concrete was found until he made his opening move. The royal guard was compromised, the royal palace was besieged, and within scant hours he named himself regent. Thankfully, I was able to escape as well as other members of the Council of Nobles and some of my siblings. Regretfully, however, Duke Draymore was able to capture our 2 remaining sisters, Megan and Ruby, and 2 of our brothers, Leon and Caldro, and is keeping them hostage and as bargaining chips. My 2 remaining brothers, Alexander and Giovanni, were also able to escape, and alongside Clara, they served as distractions to allow my safe passage out of the system and find refuge among friends and loyal subjects. As it stands, Duke Draymore is gaining power slowly but surely, the prince explained, pointing at the red area on the map. In red are the houses that have sided with my uncle so far and represent their territory. In golden are loyalist houses that have pledged themselves to me and the royal family. In blue are those undecided, and in green are those that have declared themselves as neutral, the prince said, and suddenly the map zoomed in. Wyatt soon recognized the map was projecting the small cluster of systems and worlds that made up the backwater he served under, better known simply as the lingering systems. Technically speaking, the 7 star systems and the small collection of worlds in them that made up the lingering systems were under the control of House Caiston. But in reality, they were almost outpost systems with little to offer except for whatever scant resources and manufacturing goods that could be gained there. In fact, the greatest produce made was the very reason he was a garbage hauler: compost. The richer and fertile surrounding territories needed compost for agricultural purposes and were the sole reason why the lingering systems were populated at all and why they were blessed with the leadership of a Caiston noble. However, everyone knew that such a position was either a punishment or a means to gain safe experience for any incompetent, petulant, self-righteous blue blood. Hell, they were such a backwater and so poor that pirates were a rarity, an ideal place to elude pursuers. Though it seems Duke Draymore thought of that possibility as well, hence why that strange black ship attacked the royal yacht. We will be traveling to the Keone system next. Our planned route takes us near Faldo, the only inhabited world in the system. According to our intelligence, pirate presence is minimal, and there is no direct Caiston presence there since Faldo is home to a mere 10 million populace. I understand the gravity of the situation, my prince. But how am I to aid you? What further input can I provide? Wyatt asked cautiously. There is a problem that my commanders are not able to settle, the prince replied, and the map zoomed further in to showcase the Keone system and 3 systems that led directly to Caiston territory. Since the coup, we cannot trust the information we had before, and we cannot trust just anyone with information. However, fortunately for us, a loyal son of the principality is with us and can provide us with a viewpoint that only a commoner can have. I ask you, Lieutenant Wyatt, what path do you think is the most viable for us to take and quickly move onto House Finnegan territory? Wyatt didn't even ponder the question and pointed to the system on the far left called Gintrax. Going through Gintrax is the only solution, my liege. Gintrax, but there's a strong Caiston military presence alongside several monitoring stations, Commander Redford interjected. Wyatt shrugged. Only officially, but they are always understaffed. The ships stationed there are little more than outdated, cheap gunships and corvettes at best, and they take forever to answer to any emergency. Besides that, there's Woodshaft. Woodshaft? Clara asked, tilting her head in confusion. It's a smuggler den. Every commoner pilot and serviceman in the lingering systems knows about it and uses it. I've been there only twice, but it offers a path away from Caiston sensors, and if you pay the toll, you can leave the system undetected, Wyatt explained and internally chuckled. Caiston blue bloods don't care where the money comes. Grabby, greedy paws, he thought with mirth. Smuggling is illegal, the surprisingly melodic voice of the blue-haired woman, Cynthia Winfield, declared. Maybe, Wyatt replied softly, but it happens. Woodshaft doesn't deal in slavery or narcotics, though. They're smugglers, not pirates, he clarified. After we arrive at Faldo, I'll send out a scout ship ahead to observe Jintrax's activity. If the information correlates, we shall advance as you suggested, Lieutenant Wyatt. Time is a luxury we can't afford much as we stand now, the prince said, crossing his arms. For now, you shall follow Commander Redford's orders and be under his charge. Dismissed. I guess this is really happening, Wyatt thought as he stared intently at the vanishing map. Chapter 4. As it turned out, the arrival at Faldo took 3 days as the fleet had to use sublight speed in order to travel within the powerful gravitational influence of the local star. The scout ship the prince deployed upon their entry into the Kyone system departed from the rest of the fleet and went to Jintrax while the rest moved to resupply at the only inhabited rock in the system. In the meantime, Commander Redford Kalon had taken him under his wing just as the prince had ordered and taught him everything he needed to know about his new duties, responsibilities, and what was expected of him. In short, he was now supposed to lead small groups of Marines and a squadron of fighters, or serve as a division officer in charge of keeping order and solving logistical issues within his division. 3 things he had absolutely no idea how to do. But even if that wasn't the case, being a commoner further limited what he could do. Thus, Commander Redford had simply taken him as his personal aide. Not an inglorious position for a mere commoner, to be sure, but that had just proven that his newly attained rank was just for show. Wyatt waited patiently next to the simulation training chamber his direct officer was making use of while other officers murmured just below his hearing range, but their eyes were on him all the time. I wish I could punch some of these blue bloods right in the face and show them they'll bleed just as well as I, he thought bitterly, as he caught a snide glare from a female officer before she entered an empty training chamber. The chime of the training chamber rang, and the door opened on the oval-shaped room. The older gray-haired man stepped out with a disapproving gruff, and Wyatt could see why. On the screen he was monitoring, the result was marked as a failure of whatever GVK 990 simulation was. This was Redford's 7th attempt and his 7th failure. Do you require anything, Commander Redford? Wyatt asked respectfully, noticing that the glares and murmuring suddenly stopped the second Redford exited the chamber. A meal will do, the older man replied. Come, Lieutenant Wyatt, I'm certain you must be famished. Sir, he replied, bowing his head and walking next to his commanding officer. As they walked, Wyatt spoke up. Commander, may I ask you something regarding your training? The older man exhaled loudly, but only half in frustration. Is it about the simulation? Indeed so, Commander. I must confess I hardly ever got a chance to train in a chamber. Most of my training was conventional, as per the Academy's traditions and requirements, of course, so I am unfamiliar with the training available to the nobility, he replied sincerely. Why would you allow commoners to get even a glimpse of a chance at showing you up, right? Redford actually slowed his pace as he turned to look at Wyatt. How many times have you trained in the chambers? Wyatt blinked, confused. A dozen times, maybe 2 or 3 times more. I do not recall the exact number, Commander, and I was only allowed to run the basic piloting exercises needed for my practical exams. That shouldn't be the case. More so for a warrant officer. You should have over 1,000 hours of registered simulated training at least to have achieved that rank, Redford asked, surprised and intrigued. I suppose, Wyatt replied with a shrug, but I always aced my practical exams and, let's just say some of my teachers and instructors hated my guts, he replied, embarrassed. Not enough to want me expelled, but enough to try and sabotage me every now and again. Nothing serious, I assure you. Missing items, tarnished uniforms, misconduct reports, regulation restrictions, that sort of thing. Redford frowned slightly. Even if you're a commoner, such actions couldn't be allowed in the Academy, no matter the branch or location. Did you not report this misconduct, Wyatt? He nodded. Several times, but since the ones doing the sabotaging were not students, it was swept under the rug every time. So I stopped trying to get justice and decided to just finish my training, achieve the rank of warrant officer, and get a posting where I could serve the principality. Being a garbage hauler was not what I expected, and certainly not in the lingering systems, he said, hiding his resentment. Now that I recall, you mentioned you were part of the 3rd Fleet's 2nd Frontier Corps. As lackluster as the Third Fleet is, sending a warrant officer as a garbage hauler seems to me less like a grave oversight on the part of the commanding officers and more like a humiliating tactic meant to punish someone for a grave offense. His furrowed eyes softened. What did you do, Wyatt Staples? I showed them I was a better pilot than they could ever be. That's what I did. I didn't gloat. I didn't rub it on their faces more than once or twice. Even so, my grades and actions spoke for themselves, and they hated me for it. I kicked the ass of every instructor set against me, and I put to shame everything my teachers think they knew about combat. My classmates, both commoners and nobles, knew I was better than them, but they only pushed me aside. Unlike the pricks that wanted to tear me down, he thought angrily, but didn't allow it to show. I only did what was asked of me. Every test they set, I passed. I may or may not have made an unsavory comment about their lackluster performance in comparison to mine, given they were my instructors, but nothing worse than that. I believe my records should be on the Third Fleet's data center, he chuckled darkly, although they must now either flag me as a deserter, KIA, or as a traitor. The Third Fleet sided with Duke Draymore, after all. Redford's eyes went wide with surprise. How do you know that? He asked hurriedly. No one outside the top chain of command knows that yet? Wyatt shrugged. The Third Fleet has always been referred to as a joke, even in the Academy. The Dead Man's Fleet, they call it. A leftover fleet without a single battleship in their ranks, and with more outdated ships than actual experience, commendations, and achievements in their history. So either a mutiny happened or the admiral in charge sided with Duke Draymore's faction. Malcontent and a chance to be on the right side of history pushed them to that decision, I think. I didn't know about the coup or any political problems between nobles since I was stuck at my posting until I was lucky enough to lend aid to you, Commander. Even so, the Third Fleet is scattered, and I'm sure there will be many deserters, mostly commoners in postings similar to mine, once the news of the coup spread to the public, he replied, not mouthing his last train of thought. Any disgruntled noble would take such a chance to better the standing of their houses, uncaring of how many lives they have to sacrifice. Redford was momentarily stunned, then sighed. You are correct, Lieutenant Wyatt. Admiral Cornelius Tigan sided with Duke Draymore. Luckily for us, the bulk of their forces were out of position and busy patrolling their core territories. Being understaffed, undermanned, and flying outdated ships played in our favor. The fact that you could deduce that on your own with little input means that many more already know, or at least suspect this, and none have been forward to speak out. Most likely, sir, Wyatt replied, still feeling uneasy about receiving direct praise, washed out as it may be. It seems we sidetracked from your original question, but you have given much to think about, Wyatt, Redford sighed. To answer your question, the simulation I attempted is one of the infamous unwinnable scenarios. They are not meant to be won, but to last as long as possible and achieve an honorable end. A commanding officer must always be ready to make the maximum sacrifice. But how to achieve the greatest result is something that eludes many. GVK 990 in particular is a puzzling one. I've been trying to pass it for 2 years now and failed in every attempt. It must be one hell of a difficult simulation if even a commander is struggling with it so much, Wyatt thought with some pity for his commanding officer. I don't know what to say, Commander. It is the first time I've ever heard of such types of simulations. Indeed, Redford replied, eyeing the black-haired commoner-turned-lieutenant. Tell me, Wyatt, have you received your implants yet? My what? Wyatt replied, flabbergasted. Implants? What implants? I'm a commoner. Anything besides my ID implants would be wasted on the likes of me. That is most strange. I was certain I had flagged your appointment this morning, Redford said, and his dull gray eyes flashed for a moment with barely noticeable blue light. You were rescheduled without my notice. It seems I will have to deal with this matter personally. Sir! Wyatt came to a halt outside the mess hall, turning in full to face his commanding officer. I'm just a commoner. I wasn't aware I would be receiving implants of any sort. Surely they can be put to better use on worthier people, he said carefully. You are a lieutenant now, Wyatt Staples. Commoner or not, your rank cannot be ignored and must be respected for nothing else other than that alone. You shall receive your implants after we have our meals, he said seriously. and then offered a small but sincere smile. "Now, I believe the door must be opened?" Wyatt blinked, blushed in embarrassment, and quickly turned to open the door for Commander Redford. Following the imposing man, he felt a tinge of respect blossom within him. The mess hall was full and divided into 3 segments. The largest one was for the regular commoners who served as pilots, general staff, servicemen, and general enlisted personnel. The second section was for officers and their aides, as well as other lieutenants, squadron leaders, ensigns, and the only place a commoner could ever enter if he achieved the rank of warrant officer, the lowest rank allowed in such a section. The third section was meant for senior and commanding officers and was, of course, a closed-off section filled with their own private chefs and rations. As a lieutenant, he couldn't enter that section and followed Redford until a pair of security guards opened the doors for him. With a single nod from him, Wyatt saluted and went on to take his place on the small line formed before the buffet. Like usual, none talked to him, and they all set their silent, judging eyes upon him. "At least they leave me alone," he thought as he served himself a piece of steak, various vegetables, and a helping of mashed potatoes. "If there's one thing I can say I am glad it improved, that's the food. No more gruel, tasteless pills, and awful ration bars for a little while. Now, where will I—" Oh, spoke too soon. This was going to happen sooner or later, he thought as he turned around, searching for a table and seeing a trio of well-uniformed men, also lieutenants, walking up to him. Their gray eyes revealed their implants, and their smug expressions gave away that they were nobles. In any other place, I would assume they were bastard children or the last in line, but in here, I'm not sure. When the trio stopped just a meter in front of him, he spoke in a practiced tone that conveyed veiled submission and respect. "How may I be of service?" "You can start by telling us what really happened, commoner." The red-haired leader of the trio, the tallest and bulkiest, spat with eyes that showed nothing but contempt. "How many lies did you tell to trick His Majesty that you could be anything worthwhile?" "None." "Technically untrue, but also technically true," Wyatt replied without losing his tone. "I was merely able to provide assistance to Commander Redford's vessels at a dire time. I expected no reward, but I was rewarded nonetheless." It seems this commoner speaks with some sense," the shorter, fatter of the trio said, while the last member, a lanky but nimble-looking man, glared at him. "But now he thinks he can share our space." "Disgraceful," the lanky man said, his glare intensifying. "Even if I wasn't rewarded," he replied, careful not to say promoted, despite how much he wanted to shove it in their faces. "I was a warrant officer, and, according to regulations, warrant officers are allowed to dine in this section. If my presence offend you, lords, I shall leave." The red-haired man smirked. "At least you know your place. Very well, commoner scum. I shall forgive your transgressions if you do one simple task for me." His smirk widened. "Bark, like the lowly dog you are." "Is this blue-blood idiot for real?" Wyatt thought, bemused. "Oh, he is serious. How far is he up his own ass?" "No matter," he thought before clearing his throat. "Bark! Bark! Bark!" Wyatt barked as best he could without a shred of shame in doing so. The 3 nobles were stunned, along with the rest of the mess hall watching the confrontation proceeding. He noticed some were stunned cold, others groaned, disappointed that there would be no blood involved, and the rest simply didn't care enough to spare more than a few seconds of their attention. The 3 nobles, though, began to laugh. They laughed for several moments until Wyatt spoke up. "Will that be all, lords?" Leave our sight, mongrel," the red-haired one ordered. A moment later, the trio left without another word directed at him, but were now celebrating the humiliation they dished out. "Fools," he whispered to himself in a tone so low he barely heard it, while a triumphant smirk adorned his lips. Searching for an empty table, he sat and began to enjoy his meal, unaware that other eyes had been set on him since the moment he entered the mess hall. Chapter 5. Wyatt came to a quick conclusion after receiving his 3 scheduled implants. The process was puzzlingly quick, but the pain was something he was not willing to deal with voluntarily in the future. Due to the limitations of the medical wing and the current state, he wouldn't be receiving his cybernetic eyes, which suited him just fine, and he was in no hurry to replace his perfectly functioning natural eyes. nor would he receive a direct uplink to the main net frame. But he didn't care about that one, since that particular implant needed either the cybernetic eyes or go through the gene-enhancing program that was available only to the highest echelons of society in the Principality. The implants he did receive were impactful, and he wobbled with every step he took. The first was a series of nano-injectors that now laced his vertebrae and would, over a few hours, make their way to his brain. The injectors would then be ready to dull pain, enhance his reaction time, and combat neurotoxins should that be needed. The second implant was the one he was currently hating the most. At the back of his skull now sat a small biomechanical chip that would allow Commander Redford, or whoever the commanding officer at the time was, to deliver him orders and instructions. He could feel the chip wriggling into position, slowly growing to prevent rejection, and was now messing with his ears, dulling his sense of stability and cutting his hearing range by a significant amount as it latched itself in order to provide its benefits. In short, it was a sort of long-range, one-way radio. He could receive orders but couldn't reply in turn since he wasn't connected to the network. As long as the distance didn't exceed more than 100 kilometers from the nearest network access point, that is. The third implant, though, was the main reason why he would not ever take any further implantations if he could help it. Sure, the first two hurt in their own unique ways. His back was killing him, and the nasty headache he was going through did him no favors. But the last one was in a league of its own. Similarly to the nano-injectors on his back, the third implant followed that same process. But instead of connecting with his brain and limiting itself to his column, the rest of his body was the objective. Well, not his whole body, just his bones. A subdermal implant was inserted in his chest, as close as possible to his aorta. Thanks to the local anesthesia and the quick, precise motions of the robotic unit performing the seconds-long surgery, he didn't feel a thing, and his wound was closed a moment later with biofoam. The scar would be gone in just a few days at most. The pain, though, made itself known half an hour later. It began like an itch he couldn't quite scratch, but all over his body and underneath his skin. Then it increased until every step was agony as it rippled across his whole body. It felt like getting pricked by a needle, but unlike a single stab that was barely painful, annoying, and quick to pass, he was enduring hundreds of them at the same time with every movement he made. "Even breathing is a struggle," he muttered as he continued to wobble his way around the hangar, only occasionally hearing the snickering of technicians, mechanics, and the odd pilot that made their way there. "I understand that the ship doesn't have the facilities to do this in private, but their staring is not helping my mood one bit," he thought with annoyance as a fresh wave of pain coursed through his body. He couldn't even hate or blame the medic in charge for anything. She had warned him of what he was to expect and what he needed to do for the implants to take full root. That was the main reason he couldn't sit down or lay on his bed, trying to be still as a corpse in an attempt to lessen the pain. And why he couldn't take painkillers either. He had to endure the process fully awake and on constant move, which, as he was reminded again as he nearly tumbled to the ground for the 7th time since his arrival, his hatred for the second implant increased. The pain of having his bones suffer microfractures every second only to be sealed and put back together almost instantly, he could handle. It wasn't enough to make him scream, but it was a ticking, maddening constant that he couldn't help but wince, groan, and clench his teeth in response to it. But the sensation of impending vertigo and his impaired balance, making it impossible to keep a steady posture or any semblance of rhythm? Yes, he hated the second implant with a passion. As he finished another round, he noticed a vaguely familiar figure enter the hangar. Her red armor and blue hair gave her away as she approached in his direction. The few staring crew members made themselves scarce at her sight, opting to admire her from a safer distance. Damn, what was her name again? Juliana? No, that's her sister, right? Ugh, come on, think! Damn this headache! Her name started with a C, I think? Cecilia? Celestine? Cynthia! Yes, her name was Cynthia Winfield. He mentally patted himself on the back for remembering just in time before the blue-haired woman said something he couldn't quite catch. Her voice was still pleasant to hear, but distorted thanks to the implant. "Not to be disrespectful," he began, voice entirely too loudly, and stopped for a moment to face her. Grave mistake. As the moment he stopped moving, he felt as if the ground was about to become the ceiling, the ceiling the wall, and his feet his arms. With a mighty groan, he pushed himself to the side, catching himself before he fell and continued walking. Pain rocked his senses, and he gritted his teeth hard in protest, but he succeeded. The sensation of vertigo lessened, and now he could wobble in peace again. After a few seconds, he spoke up as he noticed the blue-haired woman looking at him with a hint of pity and understanding in her sapphire blue eyes. "Sorry about that. The implants won't allow me to follow protocol for now," he apologized. How may I?" A pained groan cut him off. "Be of service? Breathe deeply and don't fight the pain. You're straining yourself that way. Calm, deep breaths. Let your lungs do the heavy lifting, Lieutenant Staples," Cynthia replied, as she walked beside him and spoke louder than usual so he could hear her voice. Wyatt did as instructed, though it was difficult, and the first attempt made his entire ribcage protest in anger. But he didn't give up and continued. It took the better part of 5 minutes until breathing no longer hurt, and much to his joy, the pain lessened considerably. Another 5 minutes later, his vertigo also diminished, most of his hearing returned, and the headache was not as prevalent as before. During that time, Cynthia walked silently at his side as a regal pillar of unshakable duty, and her advice was greatly welcomed by Wyatt, now that he reaped the benefits of it. Thank you, Lady Cynthia. I feel much better now. I suspect that given the condition I found you, you were not told the proper physical steps to aid you in the implant adjustment period," she stated as a matter of fact. Wyatt nodded lightly. "I wasn't aware there were any to begin with, Lady Cynthia. I was merely told that I needed to keep moving and that I shouldn't take painkillers. Again, I thank you for your aid." To his surprise, he saw her stoic face turn into a displeased one, frown and all. "I will report this immediately. Such gross oversight cannot go unnoticed." She closed her eyes for 2 seconds, then opened them again, her expression returning to the picture of professional neutrality. "It has been done." Did she actually do it, or is she just pulling my leg? He asked himself, but put it to the side in favor of her previous aid. "I thank you, Lady Cynthia, but won't you get in trouble for it? I may not be a part of the military structure as I hold no official rank, but as Princess Clara's bodyguard, my position stands above many in terms of importance and weight. Protocol must be followed for order to exist, and its structure must be respected in due turn. You are a Lieutenant Wyatt Staples before you're a commoner, and your rank was insulted by the denial of proper medical insight and exercises, and thus you suffered more pain and discomfort than necessary. I can assure you I will not be punished for exposing such gross incompetence," she replied with a stern, serious tone. "Oh, shit. Color me pleasantly surprised. Another noble worth her title, though she's a stickler for rules, too. Now I understand why she protested about Woodshaft's smuggling operations. I wonder if Princess Clara has any influence in her attitude and views," he wondered before giving her a faint nod. "In that case, I thank you for your aid, Lady Cynthia. You may call me by my name, Lieutenant Wyatt. My princess has bestowed the courtesy of extending you her hand in friendship, and the use of her name without honorifics. You saved my life as well, so I offer the same courtesy," she revealed with a hint of humility. Despite everything, Wyatt couldn't stop a smile from spreading on his lips. Without so much pain clouding his mind and being able to think more or less properly again without the headache, his awkwardness returned as well as a clear reminder of his position. "In that case, Cynthia, you may call me by my name, too." "Very well," she replied, and suddenly turned on her heel in a swift, clean motion that would have put a ballerina to shame with how smooth it was despite her bulky armor. "Follow me. My princess wishes to speak to you in private. Commander Redford has been informed, and you have been granted leave until my princess says otherwise." "I obey," he replied in the common answer expected to give to a noble issuing an order outside the military branches. And here I thought I would never speak to her again. I wonder what she wants from me. Wyatt followed Cynthia at an even pace, never stopping his controlled, steady breathing. The trip took no more than a few minutes until they made it to one of the commander's quarters, which served as the temporary room for the princess. Outside the door stood 2 black, meter-tall cylinders. He watched as the bodyguard put her hand on the scanner and then introduced a long, complicated code. When she was done, the cylinders turned white and the doors opened. Wyatt advanced as Cynthia stepped aside to give him access to the room. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Enter, Wyatt," Cynthia ordered. "You're not coming in?" he asked, just to make sure his assumptions were not mistaken. "Clara wishes to speak with you in private," she replied, and said nothing more. Wyatt nodded, and a ball of iron suddenly manifested itself in his stomach. He'd heard stories and other gossip that when a commoner was invited to a noble's room in private, it was for one of three things: murder, sexual reasons, or simple amusement. He wasn't one to believe such hearsay, but now he wasn't so sure about it. Still, he stepped into the lavishly ample room with just some trepidation seeping through his otherwise practiced mask. 3 steps into the room, the door behind him closed with a rasp of metal and a hiss, sealing it behind him. The ball of iron turned into a veritable pit, and he began to sweat nervously. The room was quite ample, he had to admit. There was a large bed on the other end, a large private bathroom to his right, and expensive pieces of furniture set about the place. But his focus was on the blonde woman sitting on a chair in front with a small circular desk set before her, holding a few confectionery treats and a violet liquid he wasn't sure what it was. "Ah, Wyatt, please come sit. I wish to discuss a few things with you," Clara said, offering him a sincere, friendly smile. The pit shrank in since, but didn't leave him. "Okay, Wyatt, play it cool and try not to get murdered. Don't say anything stupid or offensive and you may walk out of this in one piece. A noble is already dangerous. Royalty? Doubly so," he thought as he obeyed and sat on the available chair. Immediately after, small electrical shocks erupted all across his back, arms, and legs, but they were not unpleasant. If anything, the pain was further reduced and was now only mildly annoying. Seeing his puzzled expression, Clara giggled. "I am aware of your current condition, Wyatt. The Dulaxis, Ontoro, and Kinator implants are some of the worst there are. Necessary, but bothersome to deal with. That chair is specially designed to allow your body to work on its own while you are seated. It doesn't replace physical activity, but it makes it far more tolerable for some time." Wyatt bowed his head. "I thank you for your benevolence, Clara. How may I be of service?" "I wish to know more about you, Wyatt. Without access to your records, I'm afraid I know nothing more than what you can tell and show," she said before sipping from her drink. "Do help yourself to some desserts. They are delectable, I can assure you." "Don't mind if I do," he thought, as he reached for a small, round thing covered in white fudge and topped with some sort of red fruit. He ate it, and his eyes widened as the explosion of flavor overwhelmed his taste buds, and only by sheer will of restraint, he stopped himself from scarfing down the entire plate of good stuffs. He munched on the offered treat slowly, savoring the exquisite sweet thing in his mouth. When he swallowed, a satisfied sigh escaped his lips. "What are these?" he asked, enamored with the sweet things. "Cake, a small version of them. There are also cookies, scones, and chocolate bits. The glass is filled with grape juice," she replied gently. "Go on. You can eat as much as you desire." "I might just do that. What in the blazes is grape juice, cake, and chocolate?" he asked himself before taking 2 of each treat with as much humility as he could muster. As much as he wanted to abuse the princess's goodwill in this particular subject, he knew better. "I'm an open book, Clara. What do you wish to know of me, though I assure you I am not remotely interesting in any way?" "I shall be the judge of that, Wyatt," Clara replied before eating a small piece of chocolate. "Tell me, where are you from?" "I'm from Volantis, Your Majesty, a little colony of no importance in the territory belonging to House Gimor under the supervision of Baron Carlos Arante, bordering Caiston territory, actually. To be specific, I was born and raised in Volantis's capital city, Fire. My family is of little note. My father is an electrical engineer and my mother is a social worker. I have 2 younger brothers, one of whom followed our father's footsteps and the other became a Clixal hunter," he replied honestly. Clara tilted her head slightly. "What is a Clixal?" "It is an avian-like creature, 3 meters tall, fierce, durable, and quick creatures, but stupid. They are a constant problem to the agricultural areas of the planet as they breed extremely fast and eat all sorts of livestock while destroying crops in the process," he replied, before eating a cookie and taking a sip of grape juice. "Is this what royalty eats regularly? I wouldn't mind groveling at her feet if it means I get to eat these things every now and again. And the juice? It is the best drink I've ever tasted, he thought giddily, his nervousness all but eradicated and the pit in his stomach replaced by a longing for more of those tasty, sweet treats. It was as if he hadn't eaten at all in the mess hall. Clara sipped on her juice, nodding twice. I see. How old are you and how were you raised? I'm 21 years old, and I guess I was raised as best as my parents could afford, he said, unsure. We rarely went hungry, and only when the taxes were raised for short periods of time. I received the standard education available to all commoners, and once I was 14, I enlisted in the Royal Navy as a pilot. I spent the following years at the academy preparing to be a pilot, and I was good enough to achieve the rank of warrant officer. When I graduated, I was dispatched to the 3rd Fleet, 2nd Frontier Corps, and stationed on the lingering systems as a garbage hauler, he explained simply and politely before eating another cake. How was your time in the academy? Was it enjoyable? Were you mistreated? She asked, her friendly smile dropping slightly. Wyatt felt the instant shift in the atmosphere and straightened involuntarily. The purple eyes of the princess were fixed on him, and he suddenly felt like he was being studied. I do not know what to reply to that, Clara, he replied. What the hell? Why would she care about something like that? I thought she was going to ask about my records or anything besides that. What is she playing at? He thought, setting aside his treats for the time being. I enlisted because I had always wished to become a pilot and see the stars while serving the principality. My time at the academy was irrelevant to me. I mean, I wasn't treated like most other commoners, so I can't complain too much, I guess. I also can't say that I was mistreated. Sure, there were incidents that required a report, but they went unsolved, and I ignored anything after that, he replied. But inside, he spat with disdain at the memory of the many incidents that tarnished his otherwise exemplary record. Clara kept quiet for several seconds, sipping more of her juice and eating 2 cookies in the process. When she spoke again, she did so in an even, serious tone. Then I assume being ordered to bark like a dog in the middle of a mess hall is considered something to be ignored? For the first time in many years, Wyatt felt his measured and perfectly crafted mask of indifferent servitude falter slightly, and he answered with a frown. Compared to what other nobles usually do? Yes, he replied, and then relaxed. Princess Clara, I'm a commoner. It is the duty of every commoner to obey the orders of a noble, and can only reject them under orders of another of higher standing or from another house or lineage. If you were to order me to, say, drop on all fours and act as an animal for your entertainment, I will do so without hesitation. Clara nodded. Indeed, I could order you to do that, and more shameful things, Wyatt. Be safe to know that I shan't. Unlike those nobles that stand below the garbage you used to haul, I have learned respect towards others, she explained, and her friendly demeanor returned. Though I must say, while it was quite amusing to see you thoroughly humiliate them, I would have preferred it had been done through other means and not see you risk your dignity. Surprised by her words, Wyatt swallowed as he offered a small smile. One must do as one can, Clara. Clara rolled her eyes and waved a hand in dismissal. Please, Wyatt, I want to know the real you, not this proper and cordial veneer you portray. Speak your mind freely and without restriction. Think of me as nothing more than a friend, as I will do the same. None can hear us. This conversation shall not be known to anyone but us. I promise you, you will not be punished or held accountable for anything you say. If this is a test, then I can't see where it bends, he thought, smiling more. Who would have thought that a princess freaking royalty would be so approachable? The respect he had for Clara upon their meeting increased, and he allowed himself to relax once more, careful to retain his breathing rhythm. In that case, Clara, I shall be sincere. I was not afraid to risk my dignity because I have none. Or rather, I care not for it as well as I care not about pride or shame. If I can win by sacrificing something that is worthless to me, then I will happily do so. Clara nodded, sipping from her drink again. Unlike the fools who thought they humiliated you and proudly preened their feathers as if they had achieved something, you showed their incompetence and stupidity. Rest assured they will be punished for their conduct, but not directly. No surprises there, he thought as he drank more of his juice. Noble immunity and their capacity to bend the rules in their favor were nothing new to him. That being said, "I am surprised that you have not expressed worry for the well-being of your family," said the princess. "When His Majesty, the prince, showed me the map, I managed to glimpse that House Guimore chose to remain neutral in this conflict. Guimores have a reputation for being opportunistic. I'm sure they will declare themselves for a side once a clear upper hand is held by one side," he replied calmly, not allowing the bit of worry in his heart to show. Clara tilted her head slightly and pushed a finger up against her chin. "You don't seem terribly bothered about the coup, Wyatt." Wyatt chuckled darkly, his eyes drifting to the cup in his hand. "What other choice do I have? The last great conflict in the Principality was more than 400 years ago. Another coup, unsuccessful but bloody. Trust me, Clara, I am terrified. I will do anything and everything the prince orders me in order to prevent another civil war. But at the end of the day, I'm just a commoner with no power, say, or means to do anything by myself. Not that it matters if I was a noble or even royalty. We are in this conflict together, and the sooner Duke Draymore is put down, the better," he replied sincerely, but internally, he was fuming. Nobles die trying to keep their riches or increase their status and reach. If they can't win, they'll flee. But they always use the lives of the people they are supposed to be in charge of protecting for their own means, and don't care if we have to die in droves as long as it means they win something out of it. Clara's expression fell, and her smile was replaced by a sad one. "That is a grim and unfortunate view on things, Wyatt?" Wyatt shrugged. "Maybe. But it is also true and the only view a commoner can have. At least I am in the Navy and can fight back. Most won't have a chance to do anything at all." "It is sad that what you say is true, Wyatt. The Principality has changed since its founding and not always in the ways that mattered, it hurts me to say. Prince Julius Astor would be ashamed of what has become of it if he were to see it today, doubly so in the case of his progeny." Clara let out a mournful sigh. "Thank you for humoring me, Wyatt. You may now leave, and please, take every treat with you. I have more so they won't be missed." Wyatt stood up slowly, bowed his head, and obeyed with gusto the order given to him, gathering all the sweet, sweet treats on his pocket handkerchief. "I obey," he said, and a second later the doors opened. Cynthia stood by the entrance waiting for him to exit. They exchanged a curt salute and he left. A moment later, Cynthia entered the room and the doors closed again. Cynthia let out a tired sigh and her expression relaxed. "Well?" "He is unlike what I expected, which is a good thing. He tries to portray himself as someone cordial and straightforward, but he is quite selective about what he says and how to express his thoughts." "A cunning man," Clara replied, lips curling up into a smile. "He is as valiant as I thought, though, and has a good heart. His loyalty, however, is questionable." "Do you believe he may be a potential traitor, turncoat, or spy in disguise, Clara?" Cynthia asked. Clara shook her head gently. "He is no spy, nor do I believe he could be at any point. He's too honest. A turncoat or traitor? Unlikely. I also doubt he'll run away when a chance presents itself to him. His heart beams with the light of a true knight. His actions that culminated in our salvation are proof of it." "I'll keep an eye on him," Cynthia replied. "What about the trash?" "Redford has been informed. Those 3 idiots did it in front of everyone. He shall punish them accordingly, I am certain." Another sip of juice was soon followed by a pleased sigh escaping her lips. "However, I am interested in what he can do as a pilot." Cynthia nodded. "His unorthodox tactic drove that black ship away. As Redford stated, a man of his talent was wasted in such a posting. He has already prepared a series of simulations to gauge Lieutenant Wyatt's capabilities. Inform Redford that I wish to see Wyatt in action. The fleet shall travel to Gintrax once we are in range to do so. Resupply should be done within 4 hours, and we shall have 3 days of travel until we can leave. Plenty of time to see if his tactic was a fluke, or if there is true talent beneath his actions," Clara replied. Cynthia sighed tiredly, and her judging eyes fell upon her friend. "You just want an excuse to watch dogfights, don't you?" Clara blushed. "Shush, you." Chapter 6. To say that Wyatt was nervous would be an understatement. After his talk with Princess Clara, he enjoyed a few hours of mostly restful respite while enjoying delicious sweets and snacks that filled his heart with delight. Slowly but surely, the pain started to diminish, and his senses returned to normal scant hours after the resupply was completed, just in time for him to enjoy a restful sleep. Right after coming out of the shower, a voice coming from nowhere startled him. It was Commander Redford speaking directly to him through the Ontoro implant, as the princess called the second implant he received, now fully integrated into his cranium and ears. Lieutenant Wyatt, it seems the procedure was a success according to my readings. We shall perform a short test. Indicate to the ship's AI that you copied my message. Wyatt did so, and a few seconds later he heard Redford reply. Splendid. Report within an hour to the training area. That was all Redford said to him, a direct order with no room for debate or misinterpretation. What he didn't understand was why his commander would want to visit the chambers so early. He usually tends to his duties, sensor sweeps, and files some reports, and then exercises. I thought for sure Commander Redford was a man who stuck to a given schedule. Guess I was wrong, he muttered, while making his way to the large room dedicated to simulated training. When he arrived, he saw that all the chambers were empty but ready to be used. Also, 20 large monitors were now hanging from the ceiling. The monitors themselves displayed 20 spots that listed 20 names, his being among them. He turned to his commanding officer with a look of utter bemusement, even as nervousness ate away at his senses. Commander Redford, why am I listed up there? He asked dumbly. Redford turned his head Wyatt's way before answering. Are you not familiar with the training scores? Wyatt nodded. I am, Commander. It's just that back at the Academy, that competition was reserved for prominent nobles depending on their paths and specializations. Right. I forgot how the Academy tends to operate. Most fleets and Royal Command like to be more pragmatic in that approach. As commander of the fighter division, it is my duty and responsibility to oversee the capabilities of those I judge to be my best pilots and pit them against each other in a friendly competition. Ideally, 15 nobles and 5 commoners fill the 20 available spots. This time, though, only 3 commoners with sufficient promise are available to me. You are one of them, Mr. Staples. He finished with a barely perceptible grin. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Couldn't you have asked me first or something? Wyatt shouted in his mind, nervousness making his innards shift with discomfort. The Academy was one thing, but he was likely going to face experienced fighter pilots, most of them damnable blue bloods, and get thoroughly humiliated in turn. I wish I was still hauling compost right about now, he thought dejectedly. You do not seem eager to partake in this competition, Wyatt, Redford said after Wyatt failed to say anything for several seconds. Shit, he thought in a panic before clearing his throat. I am merely surprised by the honor of letting me compete, Commander. My skills shall be lackluster in comparison, but I hope they will be enough to please you. As long as you perform exemplary, I shall not find you wanting, Wyatt, Redford replied. His eyes flickered for a moment, and then the AI's voice filled the room. Pilots, the competition shall begin in a minute. Form up and enter your designated training chamber. You shall be instructed what to do inside it. All of you shall face the same 6 trials. Your results, scores, and video performance shall be streamed live to one of the monitors above you. May the best pilot win. Immediately after, people began to move around, clearing the area and taking up seats on the steps that emerged from the walls and the ground at various points in the room. Go now, Wyatt. Show me your skills. Don't hold back anything, Redford said, patted his shoulder, and then left. Wyatt followed the older man with his gaze until he was several meters away. Sighing, he straightened up and walked up to his training chamber. Lined up next to him were the other participants, most of them showing nothing but seriousness and conviction. A few were visibly as nervous as he was feeling. He waited for what felt like ages, each second stretching time much like the event horizon of a black hole would do. Then he stiffened even more when he saw 3 familiar figures enter the room. The first was Cynthia Winfield, who then stepped aside to give entry to Princess Clara and her brother, the prince. Instantly, everyone stood up and saluted in reverence to the 2 royals. The prince made a gesture, and everyone sat down as silence filled the room. He watched as the trio made their way to where Redford was sitting, and then sat next to him in what was a private booth. Perfect. Just what I needed. Now I'm not only going to embarrass Commander Redford, but the prince, too. I'll be lucky if he only takes away my rank and sends me to the brig, Wyatt thought, wincing internally. Pilots, the AI said, startling him. Your chambers shall open in 3, 2, 1. Please enter, the AI ordered, and left without any other choice, Wyatt entered. As the chamber closed behind him, his eyes widened in surprise, and he was unable to keep his mouth shut at what he saw. The training chambers at the academy were little more than a VR unit, but what he was looking at was a full neural dive module. It had a pristine, white and comfortable-looking chair, a set of wires at the top, and the usual console and equipment that a line fighter possessed. He sat on the chair and sank into it with gusto. The wires came to life and quickly latched to his head, wriggling and moving as they created a direct neural interface with his brain. He grasped the handles at the end of his armrests and fiddled with the various buttons on it, admiring the graph displays and keyboards in front of him. He grinned widely, his nervousness vanishing. This ain't the real thing, but it sure feels like it. Damn, I've missed this feeling, he muttered to himself before chuckling. So what if I'm going against experienced pilots? I'll just do my best and be done with it. Whatever happens next happens, he said, and then waited for the system to start. He didn't have to wait long, as 10 seconds later he felt his brain throb for a split second, then everything around him went black for a moment, only to be replaced by a surprisingly realistic depiction of being in space, a debris field of sorts. The voice of an AI spoke to him as if he was in a cockpit. The first trial shall be the trial of survival. There are 3 Drazen fighters in the area hunting for survivors. Avoid them until the timer runs out. Then, in front of his display monitor, he saw a 3-minute timer appear. A second later, it began to run. Without wasting a moment to be confused or surprised by the sudden start of the ordeal, Wyatt brought his engines to full max and began to dance and wedge around the debris of gutted ships. He wasn't hugely into history, but he learned his lessons well. He knew where he was. The result of an infamous battle over 1,000 years ago called the Holthan Massacre. The Drazen Collective, a warlike species of plant-based organisms that were mostly carnivorous, attacked the Principality alongside the Arabian Commonwealth, an independent human nation not part of the Pax Humanitas. The two allies only avoided an outright invasion to prevent other, stronger human nations, such as the Imperium and the Albion Federation, from assisting the Principality. Their raids were anything but, though their refusal to enter a full-scale war was the sole reason the Principality eventually managed to force a truce with them after this particular battle. While the Principality won a Pyrrhic victory, the Drazen, ever hateful of other species and desiring to take trophies and feed for themselves, hunted down every stranded fighter, shuttle, and life pod in the system after the battle was over. And now he was tasked with surviving that outcome. Far too easy, Wyatt barked out a laugh when he saw the Drazen fighters appear at the edge of his radar and were slowly but surely closing in on him. Checking the graphs and panels quickly, he discovered that he had 2 Hawk missiles available. No flares, no mines, and his twin-linker coil guns were at 20% ammo capacity. He smirked. Alert! Alert! Enemy fighters are within firing range and are engaging. Shields at 98%, the AI warned. Excellent, Wyatt replied, and spared a moment to ponder about something. This chamber is amazing. It even simulates standard G-forces, but I'm hardly feeling anything. So that's what the Kinetor implant is for. I guess the pain was worth it in the end, he exclaims excitedly before yanking to the side as much as the ship could handle, triggering his reverse thrusters at the same time, and finally unleashing his 2 Hawk missiles at the leader of the 3 Drazen fighters. The fighters were also burning at max speed, but they were too close to Wyatt's ship to dodge the missiles in time. The 2 missiles impacted the lead fighter, triggering an explosion that destroyed it wholesale. Wyatt didn't celebrate his kill. Instead, he immediately fell upon the second fighter, showering it with a deadly barrage of focused fire. He saw the fighter's shield glow, then pop after 2 seconds of sustained fire, only to then watch how the cockpit was turned into scrap, sending the fighter veering off to the side, lost forever as another piece of debris. The third fighter reacted accordingly, turning to fire upon Wyatt. Warning! Shields at 45%! The AI warned. Wyatt ignored it and began to wedge in seemingly random directions as he dodged debris and ire from the third Drazen fighter. He didn't have the ammo left to take down the third fighter like he had done the second, but he had an even better idea. As he moved gracefully at impossible speeds, purposefully taking the most hazardous paths he could find, he noticed that the Drazen fighter, being bulkier and slightly faster than his own, wasn't able to dodge all the debris, and soon he saw its shield pop, and a wing of the fighter was nearly torn completely off in the process. That's when he turned, ignoring a collision that nearly zapped his remaining shields, and fired in an arc. Most of his shots missed, but a stream of them landed on target, crippling the ship. Then he saw with satisfaction how the ship tumbled, colliding with a large chunk of what had been a cruiser, and exploded. He looked at the remaining time and saw he still had 50 seconds to spare as the countdown had stopped. Everything around him went dark, and then the view was replaced by a new vision of space, this time around a marvelous battleship as he flew in formation with other fighters. Checking his monitors again, he saw that his weapons were fully loaded. "Prepare to engage! Prepare to engage! Delta Squadron, keep formation and follow my lead," an unknown but commanding voice ordered. Instantly, Wyatt obeyed and wondered what was going to happen next. Then he saw it. A group of frigates and freighters that could only belong to the Ikanti hierarchy came into view. Unlike the Drazen, the Ikanti were an avian alien species that had once been defeated by the Principality, and then, centuries later, the Principality was humiliated by them due to sheer incompetence on the Principality's side. But he didn't recognize what was going on. The situation he was in didn't seem familiar to any battle he was aware of. "So this is either a raid or a kill-and-destroy action," he muttered to himself, frowning. He didn't approve of such actions. That was one of the reasons he detested pirates. But raiding alien supplies or disrupting their trade lanes? Well, he also didn't like it unless they were the Drazen. He hated them with a passion and wouldn't spare a second thought if that was the case. But he knew a few Ikantis, and he liked the smaller, chirpy aliens. "But orders are orders in this case," he said, divorcing himself from his personal feelings as the AI chimed again. "This is the second trial, the trial of obedience. Do not deviate from the orders given and fulfill them with optimal capacity." And thus, Wyatt went through the motions, no matter how much he disliked it. "He fought off the Drazen fighters," said Cynthia Winfield with apparent surprise. "It was most commendable," Clara added, her eyes glued to the screens as she admired one assault after the other. "Indeed it was," agreed Redford, stroking his chin. "Few pilots make the conscious choice to fight instead of trying to flee or hide. Fewer still pass the simulation that way. And yet," his gaze fixed itself on the timer and narrowed his eyes slightly, "Lieutenant Wyatt nearly broke the record on his first try." "Surely you jest, Commander Redford," Cynthia countered. "Have you seen the ease of his maneuvering? Almost as soon as the simulation started, he engaged his engines, announcing his presence to the enemy. He must have practiced this or similar trials extensively before, most likely in the academy." "You have yet to read my report," Redford countered while watching Wyatt obeying the orders given by the squadron leader with exemplary accuracy and without doubt. Wyatt has stated that he did not receive more than a dozen trial runs in the training chambers, and then only for the basics when he was allowed. He garnered his experience through practical means and, most likely, patrol deployments. "Preposterous," Cynthia replied, her stoic facade faltering as shock crossed her features. "That is remarkable," Clara exclaimed, unable to hide her excitement. "It seems I was correct. I have won this bet, brother dearest," she said, turning to face her silent brother. "Do not count victory just yet, Clara. 4 simulations remain. Redford, I trust you made the competition substantially difficult, yes?" The prince countered, impassive. "I have done my best, my liege, but already I can conclude that Wyatt Staples is a man of immense talent. Once the implants fully integrate with him and with more experience, we could very well have in our hands an ace or more than that," Redford replied. "Do you think he'd be capable of command at some point?" Cynthia asked, watching as the freighter exploded and the simulation ended. Above, Wyatt's score went up again, putting him among the top 5. "He does not have the training, the capabilities and calling for it? Who is to tell? I shall do my best to groom him into an exceptional commander if he is to gain another rank given the chance, Redford answered, but frowned. I carefully devised the sequence of the simulations to test various aspects of a pilot's personality, drive, and obedience. Some test the pilot's ability for creative and rapid thinking. Others test patience, morality, and loyalty. So far, he has excelled in both fields. "Then we must watch!" Clara exclaimed, wincing when she saw a competitor's fighter get destroyed for disobeying a command for the sake of personal glory. Cynthia would have rolled her eyes at her friend's love for space engagements. But she, too, was fixated on the competition, especially on a particular pilot. "Another pile of scrap!" Wyatt declared with a playful, mocking laughter as he destroyed a fourth drone. After the second simulation ended, the third started. The objective was easy. Destroy the automated drones before one of them can escape and report back to the enemy of his position. Pretty standard mission were it not for the fact that there were 20 drones, and they were sophisticated enough to divide their forces into those that stood behind to fight and those that moved at max speed, escaping the battlefield. At first, he went for the escaping drones, but the moment he destroyed one, another ran away in an entirely different direction. Now he was weaving back between kinetic rounds and laser strikes that tickled his shields, but they were bug bites that would eventually deplete them and destroy them if he wasn't careful. The drones weren't as fast as his fighter and didn't have shields, but were agile and small enough to cause even the fighter's targeting systems trouble. Not to mention that they all had short-range jammers, further complicating the situation. He smirked. But drones are drones. And drones are stupid and predictable, he thought, as he spared a glance at his screen, seeing a dozen drones clumped together behind him. He had spent a minute dodging their attacks and violently shifting directions. In truth, he was herding the drones together. "Computer, lock targets! Fire missiles! Release the mine!" he ordered, and the AI obeyed. He felt his fighter shudder as his 4 Hawk missiles and the mine's lock disengaged. 3 seconds later, the proximity mine exploded when he pressed the manual detonator, destroying the drones pursuing him in a single explosion. Then he watched with satisfaction as one by one the 4 remaining drones were destroyed when the missiles reached them. With that, the trial of extermination ended. Everything around him darkened again, and he took the moment to calm himself, readying himself for the next trial. When the view returned, he was now staring at a heavily damaged Principality frigate, and his communicator instantly detected a rescue beacon signal. "Welcome to the 4th trial. This is the trial of morality. A Principality frigate has been heavily damaged after an engagement with pirates. Render aid to them." Wyatt frowned. "Computer, perform a full sweep of the vessel and the surroundings." "Performing," the AI replied and remained silent for several seconds. "Complete. The vessel is heavily damaged and is venting atmosphere. Engines are offline. The reactor is still active and providing life support. 177 life signals were detected on board. No other gravitic, radiation, or heat signatures have been detected within sensor range." "Render aid to them," Wyatt replied, crossing his arms and thinking through his possibilities. He couldn't take anyone with him. His fighter was a one-manned vessel. At the rate the frigate was venting atmosphere, he knew he wouldn't even make it half the system away before space claimed the survivors, and there were no other ships or signatures nearby. "Wait, they were attacked by pirates. Where are the pirates?" "Computer, full power to sensors. Search for any large stationary and moving bodies." "Performing. 2 bodies detected at sensor range limit and moving away. Signatures unknown," the AI informed. "So it's not an ambush." Closing his eyes, he uttered the next words quietly. "Computer, target the ship's reactor and fire missiles." "Cannot comply. Friendly fire is prohibited," the AI retorted. "Of course," Wyatt chittered. He moved his fighter around until he got a clear shot at the ship's reactor. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger, sending hundreds of kinetic rounds directly at the crippled frigate. 10 seconds of sustained fire were enough to puncture the already damaged reactor, and with an explosion that briefly created a small star, it was gone. "This is just a simulation, damn it," he said, and all darkened again. The scene changed again, showing a pitched battle between Drazan and Principality fleets in the distance, but close enough that he could see it on the display screens. "This is the 5th trial. The trial of bravery. Your squadron has been disrupted and you're on your own. Fight on for the Principality." "For the Principality," Wyatt replied, eyes narrowing before moving in to join the battle. "I'm surprised he took the time to assess the situation like that. Most others just destroyed the ship without a second thought," Cynthia pointed out. "It seems that I have many bloodthirsty pilots under my command," Redford commented. "Given the circumstances, they shall be useful. But I concur with your assessment, Lady Cynthia. I was not expecting him to ensure that it wasn't a trap. I must confess I thought he would try to save anyone at all. A sad reality we must face in times of peril. Not everyone can be saved. Sometimes taking the humane option is all the aid anyone can expect to receive and deliver," the prince said, nodding once in approval. That being said, his skill in combat against those drones was exceptional. Even veterans have difficulty clearing that simulation successfully. Clara didn't say anything as she was too fixated on the ongoing battles across the screens. They all started roughly at the same time, though Wyatt maintained a 10-second advantage over the rest, thanks to his quick victory in the first simulation. But his advantage dwindled as he took a more cautious, measured approach with the following ones. Out of the 20 participants, 5 had already been destroyed after 2 minutes of feverish battle. They performed well as they were veterans and great pilots, but that just wasn't enough to grant them victory. Another participant fell seconds later, followed by another, and yet one more in quick succession. Only when only 3 remained did she feel a hand touch her shoulder. She didn't bother to look at Cynthia as she pulled her back. Who cared about being unsightly when she was seeing something that she loved? She couldn't be a pilot thanks to her status, but she had always loved watching fighter squadrons fly through space and the atmosphere. She had a huge collection of recordings depicting dogfights, and she never missed any of the racing and fighting tournaments. Her love for it was open and on full display, and as she watched Wyatt and the 2 remaining participants do their best in their simulations, she couldn't help but smile when the scripted destruction of the Drazen flagship signaled the end of the simulation. She relaxed in her seat, sighing contently as she watched Wyatt's name go from 4th place to 3rd. "Commander Redford, why is Wyatt in 3rd place? His performance so far, in my not insignificant opinion, has been most excellent and above the rest of the participants. He should be at the lead." "Clara," Cynthia sighed. "Your Majesty, Wyatt is a commoner," Redford answered, saying nothing more. Dejected, the princess frowned slightly. Yes, of course. How forgetful of me. I was so enthralled by the performance that Redford, no. Whatever she was going to say died in her throat when she noticed that every screen was black and all at once came to life to show the same scenario. "You didn't, Redford." The prince gave out a dignified chuckle. "Clara, calm yourself. It wouldn't be a competition without a true test now, would it?" Through her time of service and more years being Clara's closest friend, Cynthia came to know several things about her friend's tastes, hobbies, duties, and more. While she didn't share the burning love Clara had for fighter races, shows, tournaments, and dogfights, she knew enough to recognize the 6th and final simulation Redford had prepared for the 20 pilots. "ZTK 990, one of the unwinnable scenarios," she muttered. Redford nodded, his face stoic and serious. "Better known as honor in death. This is the 6th and final trial, the trial of glory. Die with honor," the AI said. For his part, Wyatt couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was a lone Principality cruiser. There were no stations, no asteroids, no planets, moons, or anything else he could use as cover. Just pure, open, cold space between the cruiser and his lone fighter. "Die with honor?" he muttered. Then he gritted his teeth. "Die with honor?" he shouted, hitting his armrests at the same time. "A cruiser set against a single fighter? How am I to die with honor? Honor, honor, it says. What the fuck is even honor worth if I'm dead?" He spat angrily. Die with honor. What a joke. Only a petulant blue blood could come up with something so stupid. Die with honor, my ass. "If I have to die, then I'll welcome it, but not like this. Not when I can still do something. Die with honor? Screw that," he chanted, his veins pumping hot iron instead of blood at that precise moment. Then he analyzed his situation. "My missiles won't do anything to the cruiser, At best, the mine could weaken its shields first somewhat. My guns are useless. My only advantage is my size and speed, but that cruiser has enough missiles to swarm me. If I get too close, then the PD turrets will shred me to pieces. What can I even do? As he pondered his situation, he noticed that the cruiser wasn't doing anything. It was waiting for him to make the first move. An eternity passed, or maybe it was just a minute, perhaps more, perhaps less. Time lost meaning as Wyatt tried to come up with any solution whatsoever. Eventually, he smirked. Die with honor? I rather live in shame, he said, and his fighter began to move. There goes another one, Cynthia exclaimed, as the 15th participant's ship exploded. At least this one opened communications first. 9 surrendered their ship and were destroyed for cowardice. 3 more tried to negotiate and were destroyed for insubordination. 2 attempted to fight back and were destroyed for treason, Redford listed. Make that 10 surrender attempts now, he said as the 16th ship exploded. Clara said nothing as she stared at the screens, and the large, bold word now appearing on 16 of them. Defeat. She knew this scenario well, but how to beat it was a closely guarded secret that, even for her, took several bribes and favors to get the answer to that puzzling simulation. In short, you had to commit suicide, but not just any sort of suicide. To pass, you had to contact the cruiser and proclaim your loyalty toward the principality and, more pointedly, to the noble houses that ruled it. You then had to admit to the crimes you were accused of, and then, only after being judged worthy enough to do so, you were permitted to die with honor. You were allowed to commit suicide via self-destruction or by spacing yourself. Supposedly, only those truly honorable and loyal to the principality could figure out what needed to be done. It was as unfair and one-sided as it could get. Another fighter exploded, choosing correctly to commit suicide, but without the proper steps first. Thus, another defeat was in full display. The rest of the watchers were murmuring amongst each other, doing their best to not disturb royalty and, more so, the prince himself. But she could make out faint bets being claimed, jests, and other unsavory comments here and there. When the 18th ship exploded and was shortly followed by the 19th, her sole focus remained on Wyatt's screen. He had not moved in over 3 minutes now, she noticed. What is he waiting for? Cynthia questioned. Surely even he must realize there is no winning this. No matter how talented of a pilot he is, victory is impossible in those circumstances. Redford was about to comment something when all of a sudden Wyatt's ship surged forth, quickly reaching maximum speed. What is he doing? He asked, astonished. Something unorthodox, I presume, the prince said, lips curling into a barely perceptible smirk. Clara watched intently as Wyatt's fighter launched all 4 Hawk missiles, but they didn't surge forth right away. Instead, they formed up below his fighter only for the mine to be released along with its clamp. The magnetic clamp latched itself to one of the missiles, and then they ventured forth quickly. The cruiser then launched its counter-assault in the form of a dozen missiles and a series of kinetic projectiles. Its 2 railguns were just warming up and wouldn't be able to intercept the fighter for a few seconds yet. The fighter weaved and moved gracefully yet violently to avoid the incoming fire, deploying all of its flares to further confuse the cruiser's targeting system. Then, the fighter activated its emergency afterburner and suddenly tripled in speed. "Is he insane?" Redford declared, not believing what he was seeing. In truth, no one watching could believe what they were seeing. The fighter was now going too fast, and thanks to the scrambled and confused targeting system of the cruiser, it failed to take it down as it left a plume of white-hot light behind it. Seconds seemed to stretch for hours until the small fighter, traveling at impossible speeds, enough to liquefy the bones of its pilot, slammed against the shields of the cruiser with the strength equivalent of a nuclear warhead. It was more than enough to knock the shields down, but caused no more than a few cosmetic scratches on the outer hull. Wyatt's suicidal ditch effort had, it seemed, failed. That is, of course, until the missiles arrived 5 seconds after the initial impact. The cruiser and everyone watching had been so focused on the insanity of the fighter ramming attempt that they had completely ignored the missiles. Even the cruiser's missiles had flown into dark space, their original objective lost. The missiles impacted at the same time in the exact spot the fighter had been aiming for, the bridge deck. Alone, the missiles wouldn't have caused enough damage to do more than serious exterior damage. But the mine was another monster altogether. The mine exploded along with the missiles, and their combined explosive force was more than enough to destroy the entire bridge deck, crippling the ship at least for some time, and forcing it to either retreat to safety from the auxiliary command consoles or wait to be rescued. As if that wasn't enough, the display shifted quickly away from the cruiser and focused on a small, oval-shaped cockpit that had been ejected from the fighter at some point during the encounter. Most likely when the flares were deployed and the rest had been programmed automatically. Then the screen went black and a new word appeared on it, something that caused everyone, even the prince himself, to stand up in shock. Victory! Clara couldn't hide her wide, pearly white smile. That was the best performance I've ever seen, she thought gleefully. When Wyatt's chamber opened, he was instantly greeted by flabbergasted Redford. "Commander? How?" he asked without thinking. "How did that you even thought of doing something like that? And the program? Counted that as a victory? How?" His voice was calm and collected, but it couldn't hide just how amazed he was. "I must admit, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, that I'm most impressed too. Never have I seen such a creative take on that particular scenario," the prince said, approaching regally. "Tell us, what drove you to reach such a conclusion?" "Yeah, I'm not about to tell him that I pretty much thought the goal was stupid now, am I?" Wyatt cleared his throat. "The goal was to die with honor, so I thought, what if there's another way?" He paused as he saw Cynthia and Clara approach, and behind them several spectators also got closer, but keeping a respectful distance from the royals to avoid crowding them. "And well, that happened, my liege." "But how? A single fighter crippling a cruiser, that is beyond ridiculous," Cynthia exclaimed. "What the hell is going on? They're acting as if I did something extraordinary. Ugh! I'm probably going to get court-martialed for not following that asinine objective. Seriously, die with honor? Who came up with that absurdity?" Wyatt raised both hands in defense. "I'm not sure that can work in an actual fight. It was just a simulation, after all. I knew I lacked the fighter power to do anything significant. But then I realized that while I didn't have the power, I had the mass, so I used it to let my guns be effective. And I doubt I'd survive on an ejected cockpit for long, but it doubles as a lifeboat in an emergency." He then saluted and turned to Redford. "Commander, I hope that my abilities were suitable enough to be of your approval?" "Suitable enough?" Redford shook his head. "Wyatt, look up behind you." Wyatt blinked twice, turned, and stared up to see his display screen showing the word victory. Then after a second or two, every screen displayed the score and the rank of the competitors. He saw his name sitting at the top. First place, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples. Final score, 95,690 points. 50,000 points more than the second place, Wyatt thought. Then he fainted. Chapter 7. The question we all should be asking is why the ZTK-990 simulation counted Lieutenant Wyatt Staples' actions as a victory. Does anyone at all have an inkling that that was even an option? Commander Lukacs Ishtal asked, but found no answer as he eyed his fellow commanders. Sitting around a table, the 8 available head commanders remained silent while the video recording of Wyatt's performance replayed on their personal monitor displays for the 8th time. Juliana Winfield smirked when the impossible message of victory appeared on her screen and relaxed on her comfortable seat. She eyed the rest of the commanders present. To her left, and going in a clockwise pattern, was Redford Kalen, a good friend and her mentor. He was silent, but she knew he was beyond perplexed. Then came the hoity-toity and smug red-haired William Hempstroke. His expression was, for once, unreadable, and it caused her no small amount of amusement. Then came the robust, strong, black-haired Hannah Tallereau. Lukacs Ishtal was next, while the remaining 3 commanders, the old, seasoned, and insufferable George Lintar, the brown-haired and scarred Frederick Anderson, and the stick-up-her-ass, bald Vivian Teravis. "That should be flagged as treason," George Lintar said, frowning. "For a commoner pilot to even think of attacking his superiors? How do we know he won't betray us at some point for convenience?" "And yet, the simulation counted it as a victory," Juliana replied. "We all know the unwinnable scenarios, no matter the branch of the military, are a large mystery even to us. We should be praising Wyatt Staples for his outside-the-box thinking." I am aware that that's the reason you managed to escape the Black Ship's assault in the first place, Redford. Indeed it is, Redford replied, impassive and stoic. He tossed a compost container at the ship as a mine of sorts. A trash container turned into ordnance. Never would have believed it before that day. I'm certain that the ship's crew was as baffled as I was when I first heard of what he did. But to achieve this, I am confused. It took me over 50 attempts to figure out how to beat that simulation when I was just a lieutenant commander. We all know that the K990 simulations and how to beat them are a closely guarded secret and that we cannot share how to obtain victory. Many have more than one possible solution. And yet, Vivian Taravis hummed deeply, frowning, arms crossed. Who would have thought that ZTK 990 would have another way to be solved? And many have seen it. Keeping it a secret will be difficult. Knowing Princess Clara, she'll try to not only keep a recording of it for herself, something I'm certain she's already acquired, but spread it at some point or another. The prince himself will have to talk to her, Juliana replied, and all commanders agreed with a nod or a soft grumble. Speaking of that, Redford, how are the other pilots taking it? Hannah Talaro asked as she turned her attention to Redford. It is a mixed response. In these past 2 days, Wyatt has received as much admiration as scorn, Redford replied. Frederick rolled his eyes. Let me guess. The nobles scorn him while his fellow commoner rabble praises his deeds. Are they seeing him as a figure to emulate? Like I said, it is a mixed response, Redford replied once more. Sensing that his fellow commanders wouldn't drop the subject unless he fessed up, he sighed. Both sides scorn him and praise him for different reasons. Some commoners outright detest him. Apparently, they believe he is lording himself over them due to His Majesty's direct praise and acknowledgement in the form of his new rank. The nobles that wish to bring ridicule on him are those he directly defeated in the tournament, except for one, and those that see him as an upstart. In both groups, however, are those who judge him for his ability and show limited support. And Wyatt Staples himself? How is he behaving after his victory? Lukacs asked, curiously. Redford smirked. After he fainted, he was brought to medical and woke up an hour later. At first, he believed it was all a dream, but when he saw his score and the recording, he went silent. The impression of actually winning overpowered him. He is not a man used to being praised, nor do I believe he thinks too highly of himself. He is humble, yet he knows he's an outstanding pilot. Do you think he could become an ace? William asked, intrigued. After his display in the simulations, I do not know. Redford leaned forth. His attitude is paradoxical to me. He is eager and confident enough to enter combat, yet seeks no personal glory. He is more than capable of following protocol, order, and maneuvers, yet he is ingenious, inventive, and thinks outside the box. He is a loyal pilot and soldier, yet will do anything in his hands to win and survive. Truth be told, I think we may have the makings of a new lone wolf within our ranks. You must surely be joking, Redford, George proclaimed, while William and Frederick nodded in agreement. A commoner cannot be a lone wolf. He lacks the training and the connections necessary to be one. Commoners serve, and nobles lead. That has always been the fundamental cornerstone of the principality. And yet, there have been exceptional commoners who have risen to a noble status, minor or grand, inconsequential or impactful. It has happened, Vivian replied, eyes wandering to Redford. House Kalen is one such an example, and no one doubts it's more than 1,000 years of noble bloodline, correct? True, but the sheer thought that a garbage hauler and a lowly pilot could achieve such a status. Preposterous, George countered. I won't object to the decision of the prince, but Wyatt Staples is a wild card that we know little about. Until we know where his loyalty lies, we should take measures to ensure he won't outshine those of purer blood again, or remove him if he becomes a threat. I agree, but only after a thorough investigation we will decide what we shall do, Juliana remarked. Redford, I trust that you, as commander of the fighter division, will know how to best use Wyatt's abilities? I do, and it is another point of difficulty for me. He doesn't have any sort of training in commanding roles at all. He can lead a squadron of fighters easily, but anything beyond that is out of his current capabilities. I'm certain he will learn. The fourth simulation proved he can make measured, level-headed decisions. Losing a pilot with his innate talent would be wasteful. Crossing his arms, he leaned back. As to ZTK 990's dilemma, I believe I have a theory. Wyatt's actions, I insist, should be flagged for potential treason at the very least. There was no honor in his actions, George began, but was cut off by Vivian. And yet, he uncovered a second path to victory none of us knew about. Even the prince was surprised. What is your theory, Redford? She asked, glaring at the oldest commander in the room. Each unwinnable scenario has a nickname. For example, GVK 990 is known as Beyond Fury, BPK 990 is the infamous Murder House, and ZTK 990 is Honor in Death. Think about that nickname, Honor in Death. What does honor imply? Is it even the point of the simulation? The only command given is to die with honor, but how to achieve it? A mere suicide doesn't cut it. Fighting back is pointless, or so we thought, and proving your loyalty beyond doubt was the only viable solution. You're dancing around the subject, Redford. What is it that you're trying to say? Lukacs asked impatiently. Juliana processed what her old mentor had said, and as she stared at the still screen, a realization dawned on her. Well, I'll be. That was an option all along. All eyes turned to her, Redford's dull gray irises beaming with pride. The objective is to die with honor, right? You can either accept your death and be granted that honor, or fight against overwhelming odds and still win somehow, keeping your honor intact. If that were to happen in real life, Wyatt would die in his ejected cockpit in a few hours, but he'd die on his terms with a smile on his face, knowing he stuck it up fate's ass. Barbaric, Frederick muttered with disgust. This is precisely why I rolled out of the Navy. Uncultured brutes such as Wyatt are such a detriment, a blemish that shouldn't be allowed to pollute the honorable ranks of the military in any way. The Army knows about true diligence and honor. Juliana wanted to roll her eyes at Frederick's response. Being the highest-ranked noble in the room, his entitlement was more than palpable. Suddenly, they all received the same message directly into their brains. Arrival at Gintrax successful. All personnel, report to your stations. It seems our reunion will have to be concluded earlier than expected, Redford said as all 8 commanders stood up at the same time. Juliana, a word if you will? Juliana gave her mentor a curt nod and waited until the rest left the room. Once their privacy was ensured, she asked with a raised eyebrow, What is it, Redford? I've received reports that state Cynthia has been training with Wyatt. Have you authorized this? He asked gently. Juliana was momentarily stunned, then chuckled full of mirth. No, I didn't. I'm sure Clara has something to do with it. What sort of training is my sister giving your new star pilot, Redford? Hand-to-hand combat, marksman practice, and endurance training so he can get used to the kinetor implant. He paused, frowning. What they did to him is unacceptable. I must thank Cynthia for filing a complaint herself. Juliana nodded. And you took a gamble by vouching for him to get those implants, Redford. It seems it paid off. Another chuckle escaped her lips. How is my sister treating the budding lieutenant? Don't tell me he is also a prodigy in those fields. Redford laughed. If defeat is a learning experience, then Wyatt has been receiving an intense data stream upload these past 2 days. Cynthia shows him no mercy. Juliana smirked widely. As it should be. Again, Cynthia ordered as she stood over the panting man that was Wyatt Staples. Give me a moment, please, Wyatt begged and was not ashamed to do so. His lungs burned, his muscles were sore, and he was sure he'd sprained muscles he didn't know he had before. 2 days. 2 days of this torture. Training. This isn't training. This is agony, Wyatt thought as his chest heaved with exertion. After his surprising victory and everything that brought with it, he found himself being metaphorically dragged by the blue-haired woman to the gym area. There, she proceeded to teach him several warm-up routines that he found satisfying despite not focusing on his physical training all that much. Then, the terror began. She was a predatory bird watching him obey her commands, push-ups, sit-ups, weightlifting, treadmill running, focused breathing, and more just to test his endurance. It was the amount and the speed at which she wanted her orders fulfilled that were a torment to meet, and worst of all, every mistake was met by a thwack of her rod that hurt like hell, but left no bruises behind. After the endurance training, she wanted to test his hand-to-hand skills, of which He had none. He was never good at fighting with his fists. Martial arts were puzzling at best, and anything more elaborate than throwing a punch, kicking something, or headbutting was beyond his capabilities. As a result, Cynthia handed him his ass every time. Their first duel ended before he knew what had happened. It wasn't particularly fair either, as she never took off her armor, and he was forced to do everything in training shorts, a tank top, and sports shoes. My only saving grace is my skill with the rifle, he thought as he struggled to stand up, knowing he'd be back down before long. He wasn't a particularly good shot, but he wasn't terrible either. He was no marksman or sniper, but he knew how to shoot a gun. Shaking his head, he stood up to shaky feet. He then brought his arms up, his hands curled into fists, taking a defensive stance. Cynthia sighed. Your posture is horrible. Part your feet more, lower your back, and take a firmer stance. Did you learn nothing about combat in the academy? Obeying her commands as best he could, he replied, I was never fond of using my fists to fight. Using something like a plasma cutter, a sword, axe, or any sort of melee weapon only endangers me and those around me. I can still throw grenades and use firearms as you've seen, Cynthia, he replied. Why does this matter anyway? What if you're challenged to a duel, Wyatt, or you don't have a gun in the middle of a fight? You may be a fighter pilot first and foremost, but you are still a pilot, and you may be required to fly other vessels. You need to be prepared, she said, relaxing her posture, and so far I'm not impressed. Now come at me. Challenge to a duel? Why would I ever accept that? I'm not a noble, and even if I was, I would never accept a duel. I'd just shoot the guy and be done with it. And if I don't have a gun, I'll run away or hide, he thought tiredly. He was grateful to Cynthia for teaching him how to endure the pain and discomfort the implants put him through. More than that, she was a noble that he could respect. But she was still a noble, and, like a noble, honor, pride, and ego were great concerns to her. With a deep breath and a slow exhale, he lunged forth, throwing a punch at her face that she easily dodged. Moving quickly, he stepped to the side and delivered a second punch to the side. He'd been beaten over 100 times in 2 days, and he'd learned some of her moves. Not that it did any good, and she simply blocked his fist, grabbed his wrist, and the next second he was on the air before hitting the mat with his back again. "Gah!" he cried out and gasped for air. You lasted half a second longer this time, Wyatt. Get up, again, Cynthia commanded. Wyatt wasn't sure if she'd praised him or insulted him, but that didn't matter. He stood up, ready to kiss the floor again. Suddenly, all activity in the room ceased, and the two of them froze as they received a message through the ship's AI. Enemy ships detected. All personnel report to battle stations. This is not a simulacrum. All personnel report to battle stations. Then, before he could do anything about it, Wyatt got a second message coming from Redford. Lieutenant Wyatt, report to the launch bay immediately. Gear up and be ready for deployment. Nothing else followed. Wyatt and Cynthia exchanged a look and nodded. They ran in different directions to fulfill their duties. Chapter 8. The prince stared at the tactical display as the fleet moved in unison in a direction that best eluded the 12 opposing ships, trying to remain as far away from their weapons' effective range as possible. While they had the numerical and strength advantage, he wasn't willing to take his chances so brazenly. The Principality's usual tactic to engage head-on when possessing an overwhelming advantage had gained it many victories and dozens of humiliating defeats in its history. The information the ship I sent as a scout and what Lieutenant Wyatt told us about Gintrax correlates. Except for this ship, he said, pointing at the largest dot in the map. A battlecruiser. Princess Clara stood next to her brother while Cynthia silently watched over her from a few feet behind her. The princess narrowed her eyes and turned to her brother. They knew we were coming this way? There were no intercepted transmissions originating from Faldo, so they were not warned of our coming. That battlecruiser must have been dispatched here just in case we took this route. The other ships are corvettes and a few gunships, outdated and in dire need of being refitted. Wyatt's information was correct, the prince said, eyes narrowing. They must know they can't win, and yet they are shadowing our movements, Clara pointed out. Are there any other vessels in the system? Dozens upon dozens. All of them are civilian grade. Freighters, haulers, shuttles, and defense gunships. the prince answered, pointing with a finger at the map and the several dozen dots moving to a large station partially masked by a moon. That must be Woodshaft. My liege, Cynthia spoke up. Should we conscript the civilian ships for this fight? The prince shook his head gently. I will not allow this conflict to evolve into a civil war, Cynthia. The fact that the enemy fleet has not issued demands or orders to the civilian ships means they are following similar protocols. He clenched his fists bitterly. Duke Draymore wishes to eliminate or capture me as swiftly as possible to end this succession dispute in his favor. Wise of him. I still don't understand why our uncle is doing this. He never showed any real interest in the throne, nor was he outspoken against our father, his brother. What changed? What of our cousins? Have they sided with our uncle? Or do they see his coup for the madness it is? She closed her eyes for a moment, then snapped them back open with determination. I don't want to harm Gabriel or Veronica, brother. Neither do I, Clara. But for whatever reason our uncle has come to this move. We can't allow him to succeed. He has committed treason. 2 years, Clara. He had been preparing for 2 years, possibly much longer than that, and we never suspected a thing until discrepancies in his financial and material reports were uncovered. He is a traitor, Clara, and like a traitor, he shall be severely punished alongside his conspirators. What about Duchess Emerald of Trinar and Duke Ionati of Vault? Clara asked, hopeful. You rarely keep me updated with the ongoing political turmoil, brother dearest. The information we receive is scattered and fragmented. The whole principality is in chaos and disruptions are commonplace. Almost the entire principality is now aware of the coup attempt. Duke Draymore has lost the element of surprise and will be forced to act more directly. However, I can at least confirm that House Ionati and House Emerald have declared neutrality in this conflict. I expected this from Uncle Oscar, but Aunt Sylvia, I was sure she would side with us. There is turmoil, intrigue, and deals that I am blind to. Our father held many secrets, and he shared precious few with me. As I stand now, I can't do anything. It is frustrating. We shall stand victorious, brother dearest. Uncle Cornelius will be defeated and we'll get our answers, Clara reassured her brother, the prince, before silence fell between them for several long, cold moments. Only the idle noises of the bridge crew members working at their stations echoed in the room, all orders and reports passing through the ship's network. She could access it, but there was nothing she could do to contribute. She had no military training, her strategic and tactical skills were lackluster, and her abilities in diplomacy were useless, as long as the enemy fleet refused to open any communications with them. I've given orders to deploy fighter squadrons. We shall deal with the battlecruiser while the fighters hunt down their ships to cripple them rather than destroy them, if at all possible, the prince suddenly announced. Admiral Damien, I leave my fleet under your command. Understood, my liege. May I ask, do you wish that vessel captured, crippled, or destroyed? The older man asked with respect. Has the vessel been identified yet? The prince asked in turn. Not yet, my liege. Signatures indicate that it is part of the Third Fleet, but nothing else is... Please ignore my previous statement, my prince. I have just received confirmation that the battlecruiser in question is the rightful path of House Caiston. It is most certainly commanded by a main bloodline of the Caiston family, perhaps by Andrew Caiston, the heir of the house. In that case, cripple the vessel and then order a boarding assault, the prince commanded. If we capture the heir of House Caiston, we may learn some of their secrets. It shall be done, your majesty, the admiral replied, before focusing his full attention on the coming battle. On the tactical display, Clara and Cynthia watched as 24 tiny orbs formed around their fleet, each one representing a squadron of fighters. Like raindrops, they spread in several directions, all heading to the same objective. All they could do now was wait and see the battle play out. How I've missed this feeling. The training chambers are good, but nothing beats flying an actual ship. And I'm flying a Line Raptor fighter. Wham and Weskull won't believe it when I tell them. His cheery mood dropped as the faces of his brothers flashed before his eyes. That is, if I ever see them again. When was the last time I spoke to them? To Mom and Dad? Hell, when was the last time I sent them a message or got one in return? 2, 3 years? I wonder how they're doing. He pondered for a few moments, then shook his head violently. No, don't think about them. They're safe and they're just middle-class commoners in an almost worthless dirtball. Focus on the now, Wyatt. he said to himself to rein in his wary thoughts and focus once more on the objective. "It's not just your life on the line now, Wyatt. You're now responsible for 4 more, he muttered, regaining his composure and watching the display monitor with 4 names on it following a coded tagline. The first was Epsilon 2, another Raptor fighter piloted by one Ensign Gregor Undaj. Epsilon 3 followed, piloted by Warrant Officer Leopold Dakar. Epsilon 4 was next, piloted by Sub-Lieutenant Abacus Reed. The 4th life under his charge was Epsilon 5, piloted by Ensign Noltar Olkara. Meanwhile, he was Epsilon 1, the leader of Epsilon Squadron. Commander Redford had thrust him into that position without much fanfare or warning, but for once he had some experience in that regard. Wyatt relaxed on his seat and rolled his shoulders, feeling the dampening suit that further allowed him to withstand high G-forces and movements that would render an inexperienced person unconscious. Or worse, within moments. It was tight but not distracting or obtrusive at all, but that was not the reason he rolled his shoulders. The reason was that he was no longer sore nor tired after enduring Cynthia's torture session barely an hour earlier. A chuckle escaped his throat. "The Dulaxis implant works marvels. No wonder the richest nobles back in the academy always look so damn crisp and full of energy all the time," he muttered to himself before checking his tactical display. He and his 3 partner squadrons were still far away from their objective, a rundown corvette on the outer shell of the enemy formation. He could already see the few fighters the beast of a battlecruiser had at its disposal deploying, but were not moving to intercept any fighter squadron so far. They would wait within the protective umbrella of the ship's PD cannons and turrets before engaging the stragglers. Simple, but effective. He frowned at the display, seeing the fleets slowly moving and the Prince's fleet peel a few ships, mainly frigates, 2 destroyers, and a light cruiser to start harassing the battlecruiser. Why are they even fighting? Are they just delaying us, or do they have suicidal orders? What's their game? His thoughts were interrupted when his radio chimed in. "Epsilon, Nu, and Omicron squadrons, this is Delta 1. Squadron leaders, report in." "Epsilon 1 reporting," he replied almost instantly, hearing the other 2 reply shortly after one another. "This is Nu 1 reporting. Omicron 1 here. Systems nominal. We have our orders. Cripple our objective and move in to assist where needed after that. This will be a cakewalk. Fly with honor and fight for the Prince and the Principality. Try not to get shot down," Delta 1 said. "For the Principality," Wyatt replied enthusiastically, feeling his blood pumping as the prospect of battle grew closer. In truth, he was afraid. Everything had shifted around his life so abruptly. Redford Kalen was the first noble that had ever given him the least modicum of respect. But not only that, he treated him fairly. Cynthia was in that same category, and he was sure that her training sessions, which would continue for as long as events permitted, were a result of his victory in the competition. Then there were the Prince himself and his younger sister, Princess Clara Astor, who treated him like a person, not a mere commoner. Maybe that was their way of showing gratitude, but he didn't ponder it. It had been just a little over a standard week since that eventful cross of fate that turned his world upside down. "There's no excuse for failure," he said to himself, muttering one of the military tenets he learned by heart. "Computer, time before we enter the Corvette's PD range?" 41 seconds and counting, the AI replied. Wyatt hummed deeply, thinking about which approach would be the most effective. He wasn't worried about the main weapons of the Corvette. The spinal-mounted railgun, heavy laser turrets, and the plasma cannons were meant to fight and destroy all sorts of enemies. Except for fighters, be they piloted or drones. Fighters lacked true firepower to stand alone against anything bigger than a poorly armored and armed freighter. The armor plating was there mainly to hold the ship itself together and protect from micro-impacts. The shields were enough to withstand a few shots, but were, as an instructor once put it, paper thin. And the weapons, while effective, couldn't do much damage on their own except for the tactical mine. But for each downside, there was an advantage, too. The size of a fighter made it next to impossible for any ship bigger than another fighter or a bomber to target it with anything besides missiles and PD weapons. Then there was the speed and maneuverability it possessed, making missiles almost equally useless since a fighter could outrun them, destroy them, or avoid their detonation with ease. It took a particularly green pilot or a heavily damaged fighter to get taken down that way. Finally, stealth. As long as the fighter killed its engine, radars would not detect it. Only scanners would be able to pick up the metal alloys and electrical components that made up the vessel. And that was the beauty of a fighter in Wyatt's humble opinion. Alone they represented no real danger, but in vast numbers they were deadly to anything but the most heavily armored and shielded vessels. This meant that in the Principality, being the backwater that it was, precious few ships could stand up against a swarm of fighter squadrons, or so many believed. He was of a different take regarding the effectiveness of a single fighter. While he agreed that swarm tactics reigned supreme and were deadly, there was nothing more devastating than a single fighter or single squadron of them. Making use of their advantages to the fullest of their potential could and had spelled the doom of heavyweight ships and stations in the past. Many fighters were a problem. A few or just one would be overlooked or ignored, and that was a deadly line of thought to have. 10 seconds for contact, the AI spoke. This is Epsilon 1. Engage standard formation. Lock your targets on the PD turrets, Wyatt ordered as he did the same. Locked! Acknowledged! Locked! Ready to fire! His squadron reported immediately. The second they crossed the effective range of the corvette's PD range, it began to spew fire in all directions. But 8 PD turrets were scant protection against 20 Raptor fighters. Volley! He ordered, and saw with satisfaction how his display was illuminated by 2 Hawk missiles being fired from each member of his squadron, joining the 30 other missiles of their fellow squadrons. The PD turrets changed targets, and counter-missiles were launched from their tubes in an effort to destroy the incoming barrage. Out of the 40 missiles fired, 17 were destroyed either by counter-detonations or successful hits from the turrets, but 13 hit their marks. Just like that, their shield flickered, 8 effective PD turrets became 5, their antenna was destroyed, and 2 small gaping holes were left on the hull of the corvette. Measuring 800 meters long, 200 in width, and 150 in height, the ugly box-like ship refused to give up. 2 fighters fell out of formation and were struck down by their turrets. Another was caught by a missile and was turned into slag, a fair trade-off by all measures so far. Epsilon Squadron, cripple their engines while Delta Squadron does its work, Wyatt ordered, moving with his wing behind the corvette. From his monitor, and thanks to the external cameras, the several hundred-kilometer distance between them and the ship was all but inconsequential, as they quickly moved into effective range of their coil guns. Another 3 PD turrets were destroyed by New Squadron, followed shortly by the last 2 and the collapse of the ship's shields by Omicron Squadron. Virtually defenseless now, Wyatt and his squadron pounced at the chance until they were less than 2 kilometers away from the corvette. There was no need to get any closer, as they could just pepper the engines at a safe distance. So close that if he had a window, he would be able to see the ship with his naked eye. Maintain distance and focus fire on their engines. Cripple it, he commanded and squeezed the trigger. The rattling of the coil guns made his fighter vibrate, and he watched with satisfaction how a deluge of white-hot pieces of accelerated metal slammed against the side of the corvette's engines, slowly chipping at it and ensuring an eventual tearing effect. Alert! Epsilon 4 is moving out of formation, the AI warned. Wyatt watched his tactical display and saw that indeed Epsilon 4 was moving in closer to the corvette. Epsilon 4, return to formation immediately. What do you think you're doing? I can't stand it anymore. Taking orders from you is humiliating. Why would Commander Redford put you in charge of the squadron? I won't let a filthy commoner take the glory for this victory, Abacus Reed replied. Wyatt gritted his teeth. Return to formation, Epsilon 4. That's a direct order. Epsilon 4, Abacus Reed, return to formation immediately. Epsilon 4 has deactivated his transmitter, the AI informed him. What is that stupid idiot thinking? Take all the glory? What glory? Commander Redford is the one who will be taking any credit whatsoever from this. I'm hardly calling the shots here. Arrogant, lousy, stupid piece of... Wyatt's train of thought was cut short when he saw what was Abacus's plan to take all the glory for himself. Idiot! He shouted in rage and disbelief. All fighters, retreat! Clear off! Now! He shouted in a desperate attempt to prevent any major losses. Luckily for him, almost every other fighter listened and quickly turned away at max speed. 3 seconds later, the explosion happened. Abacus Reed, in all his wisdom, had decided to take out the ship's engines in a single strike by using his tactical mine. The moment Wyatt saw that his mine was activated, he knew what was going to happen. The funny thing about the tactical mines was that they were pretty resistant to heat to prevent any accidental triggers, enough to withstand the heat emanated from the fighter's engines or the thrusters of missiles. They were nasty and effective pieces of work and packed quite a punch after they were armed. So what happened when a mine was armed and thrown at a ship's active, roaring, hot plume-spewing engines from less than 500 meters away? Fireworks. A huge explosion blinded the external cameras for a few seconds, but when it was over, the Corvette's engines were offline because half of them were missing. Alongside it, the signal from Epsilon 4 went red and silent. 2 unfortunate fighters from New Squadron were also caught in the blast, unable to veer off in time despite his warning. "Insufferable, glory-seeking, self-righteous blue bloods!" Wyatt half screamed in pure anger, unable to vent his fury any other way. Taking a moment to assess the situation, he managed to suppress his fury in order to fulfill his role as squadron leader. "Epsilon Squadron, damage report," he ordered, opening the channel. "Epsilon 5 reporting. No damage sustained, Lieutenant," came the shaky response from Nultar Olkara. "Epsilon 2 reporting. My computer indicates that my engines suffered minor damage due to shrapnel and will only operate at 80% efficiency," Gregor Undaj reported. "Epsilon 3 reporting. Systems ready and undamaged, Lieutenant," Leopold Dakar said, unable to hide the tremor in his voice. Wyatt sighed. "Understood. Epsilon 2, return to base. You're still able to fight, but I won't risk any unforeseen malfunctions on your vessel." "Understood, Lieutenant." "Disengaging," Gregor Undaj said, and soon Wyatt saw on his display that his fighter was peeling off and heading back to the Exalted Virtue, the Prince's cruiser and flagship of their fleet. "This is Delta 1. Hairwire mines detonation in 3, 2, 1. Wyatt heard him count, and a static haze washed over the cameras for a moment. The Corvette was dead in space, and the haywire mines ensured that they wouldn't be able to overload their reactor in an attempt to avoid boarding and capture. "The objective has been successfully crippled. Head to the following coordinates." "Understood. Epsilon Squadron shall move as—" Wyatt was cut off when the sudden chime and alarm of missiles locking onto his ship rang inside his cockpit. "Evasive maneuvers," he ordered before moving to do precisely that himself. "Computer, who launched those missiles?" "Unknown point of origin," the AI replied. A sudden tremor of dread filled his heart, and he snapped a growl. "Computer, calculate the vector trails of the missiles and draw approximate points of origin," he ordered as he weaved and turned, outrunning the 2 missiles chasing him. Thanks to his tactical display, he noticed that every fighter in his squadron and the other 3 had also been targeted and were doing their best to avoid the missiles. They moved and danced to an unheard tune, and one by one, the missiles were destroyed. A volley of shots rained past his fighter's side, and the 2 missiles were safely destroyed. Looking at his screen, he saw that Epsilon 5 had shot the missiles down. "Thank you, Epsilon 5. I owe you one." "No need, Lieutenant. Happy to help. Where did those missiles come from?" Nultar Olkara asked. "My computer is unable to find a point of origin." "Everyone, order your computers to trace the vector trails of the missiles. If I'm right, then there's one of those black ships prowling the battlefield, the same kind that was hunting down the royal yacht," Wyatt replied. "No need for that, Epsilon 1. I have a visual. Linking feed," New One said, and a moment later a small window on his video feed showed the inky black hull of the black ship that was only visible thanks to the barely noticeable plume of light behind it. "Got visual confirmation too," Omicron 3 chimed in, also sharing his video feed. "A third one is present," Leopold said, adding a third window depicting the prowling predatory ships. Wyatt narrowed his eyes. The ships were identical to the one he faced before, but smaller. Much smaller than the Corvette class he first encountered. It was smaller than a frigate, but if it shared more than mere design with its larger counterpart, then it was bound to be powerful and highly technologically advanced. Their firepower would be limited by their size, but could prove deadly if they acted recklessly. As luck would have it, he was familiar with their weaknesses somewhat. Listen, everyone, those damn ships will be fast and highly maneuverable, but their hull and shields must be weak. We have to focus fire on them and— Wyatt ordered. You're not the leader of this wedge, Commoner, Omicron 1 countered. We can discuss that later, Delta 1 interjected. He's the only one who's faced these ships before. He has veterancy, like it or not. Wyatt, what are your orders? Undeterred by the interruption, he answered. Screen those bastards! Pick your targets and stay on them. The closer we are to them, the weaker they'll be. Their strength comes from their stealth capabilities and surprise assaults. I was able to knock one much larger away using a compost container and blow it up on their faces. It caused enough damage for the crew to turn tail and run at the very least. Don't bother using the missiles. They won't lock onto their— Shit! They're firing again. Evasive maneuvers. After that, hunt those bastards down. Don't let them escape for the Principality. For the Principality. Wyatt then focused his attention on fulfilling his duty. Now, with more forewarning, he was able to dodge the missiles headed his way easier than before and intercept the pair heading for Leopold using one of his missiles in turn. Again, they avoided taking casualties and were now closing in to the black ships that, noticing they had been discovered, moved to try and make a run for it. But it was too late for them. If they were anything like the Corvette-class black ship, then these ships would also be capable of keeping up with the Royal Yacht in terms of speed, and seemed to be armed with plenty of missiles despite their relatively small size. Clocking at 200 meters set them between being a patrol gunship and a frigate, but still maneuverable enough to outpace every damn ship in the Principality and dance around them with ease. The outer hull, whatever material it was made of, was delicate, but it prevented the ship from being locked from afar. All things considered, he couldn't help but admire Duke Draymore for getting his hands on such ships. But where did he get them from? I've never heard of stealth ships like that before, Wyatt muttered to himself as he closed into the nearest black ship. They were fast, yes, but they were still no match for a fighter set on hunting an enemy down. Once he was close enough to the ship, his computer confirmed that it had no dedicated PD defenses except for 4 coil gun turrets that proved to be ineffective against the small, nimble fighters. He watched as the black ship targeted by Omicron 3 exploded after being peppered by a barrage of coil gun fire. The second black ship didn't fare much better, and mere minutes later it was dead in space, drifting aimlessly with its deck destroyed and venting atmosphere from multiple points. That only left the third and final black ship to deal with. Closing in on the objective, his 2 remaining teammates and he poured sustained fire on the ship's engines. It didn't take long for the plume to die out, followed by an explosion that all but tore the ship in half as the bullets punctured its reactor. Those can't be the only ones, Delta 1 said through the radio. Well done, Wyatt. Do you know how to detect them before they engage? No. I don't understand how their stealth systems work, but it is highly effective. How did Duke Draymore and his forces get a hold of vessels like that, and for what purpose? Wyatt questioned himself again, unable to come up with a logical answer, and trying to decipher what role, aside from pursuers and performing ambush tactics, those black ships could provide. Figures. An uneducated commoner can't be trusted with any leadership position, Omicron 1 replied. You can't even answer a trivial question decisively. I'd like to see you come up with an answer yourself, Tayo. New One joined the conversation. Isn't it obvious? That damnable traitor has no honor. Who else but a weakling and a backstabber would make use of shameful ships like these? Omicron 1 replied with not a single ounce of doubt in his statement. Wyatt felt like facepalming at the sheer absurdity of what he'd just heard. Victory cares not about honor, you high and mighty blue blood. Go ahead and fight with honor all you want, but you'll get dead before long and join that petulant idiot of a Bacchus sooner or later, he thought angrily. And at that moment lamented the loss of the 2 pilots that died due to Abacus's wounded pride. Be that as it may, the battle is still raging and we must move to our next objective. Delta 1 cut through before a fight could break out. Wait, I'm getting a report from Commander Redford. Oh no. Another 8 black ships were detected and engaged, including a cruiser-class one. The Pride of Axtal, Raging Absolution, and Justice Herald have been destroyed. Another 2 ships, the Front of Honor and the Peerless Glory, have been crippled. That damn cruiser-class ship wreaked havoc on our formation. 6 of the black ships were destroyed. The cruiser class and the surviving small one have managed to disengage and are running away. Goodness gracious, a cruiser shouldn't move that fast. Where did those come from? They were waiting for us. How could this happen? Wyatt was paying no attention to the discussion taking place as his mind connected the dots. The Caston's fleet movements now made sense. They were drawing their fleet into an ideal ambush where those black ships were waiting. Expanding his tactical map, he saw that the original Caston fleet, aside from the now heavily damaged battlecruiser, was either destroyed or crippled. Another dot vanished from his map. A destroyer had been struck down by the largest black ship as it retreated to safety. "Computer, calculate that ship's possible vector route and destination." "Calculating," the AI replied, and 3 seconds later it showed 4 possible routes, with the most likely being the one closest to his current location. "Everyone, head to the marked location, half thrust and with minimal output. They want to play hide and seek? Then so shall we, sharing possible paths and coordinates," he said, sending the results from his computer with the rest of his comrades. "Interesting. What do you have in mind, Epsilon 1? Delta 1 asked. "Epsilon, Nu, and Omicron squadrons still have our tactical mines. 8 tactical mines in total. We'll set a trap using the mines to block that vector, and we will lie in wait further out. If that cruiser-class ship heads to that vector, we should be able to cripple it or destroy it. We can't let that thing escape to hound us again if we can help it," Wyatt said, and for once none argued against him outright. A few seconds of silence later, a voice came through the speakers. "And if the mines fail to take it out?" Leopold asked. "Then we'll use our remaining missiles. We won't be able to lock onto the ship, but we can set them on a predetermined course. Even if the mines fail to take the ship down, they will cause severe damage. The missiles will then either finish the job or ensure that ship won't be a problem in the future. Hopefully," Wyatt said, admitting that his plan was far from perfect, but desperate times called for desperate measures. "And if the ship heads to another vector?" Omicron 1 countered as the marker for the black ship blinked out. They were now blind to its movements and could only guess. "Then our ambush will be for nothing and we return to base. The battle is already over and all we can do now is try and cripple that cruiser," Wyatt said. "I've forwarded your plan to Commander Redford. He's giving us the green light to proceed," Delta 1 said. "Using missiles as torpedoes? Setting up an ambush against a stealth cruiser using only fighters? You're insane, Wyatt." "I'll take that as a compliment," Wyatt replied, portraying a confidence he lacked within himself. As he and the other 12 fighters moved to position, only a single thought crossed his mind: that those black ships were ready and waiting, and that the Caston fleet, lackluster as it was except for that battlecruiser, was more than ready to sacrifice itself, was not a delaying action. It was meant to slow them down and inflict serious casualties. A third of their fleet was now gone, and the survivors were being rescued, as well as boarding actions were taken to gain as much information as possible from the high-ranking officers. Frowning, he pondered a dark thought. They were waiting for us. This wasn't just a preemptive measure. That battlecruiser and the number of black ships, there's no way Duke Draymore has that many ships at his disposal, so either he's capable of seeing the future, or there's a traitor in the fleet. Chapter 9. In Wyatt's opinion, the worst part about ambushes was the unsteady waiting. Every second felt like it could stretch into hours, while at the same time passing faster than the blink of an eye. The only thing around him was the cold silence, that maddening companion that could drive anyone into making a hasty, thoughtless action. After placing the mines on the vector trail, all fighters pulled back to create a bubble around the area, safely far away from the mine's possible blast radius and that of the black cruiser if they were lucky enough to destroy it outright. Each 20-meter-long fighter floated suspended in space several kilometers apart from each other, but within near instantaneous communication. Though at that moment it didn't matter. They were dead in space with only life support systems active. Unless the cruiser directly set its scanners in their direction, the sensors wouldn't detect them without any form of radio or heat signatures. A part of me wants to be wrong and return base. But if it comes this way, then we have to take it out or cripple it. This is my first real battle, and yet it feels no different than the odd patrol routes back in the academy. What did that one idiot instructor say? Ambush tactics may be useful, but they are dishonorable. A true pilot should never use them willingly. An open engagement is always the honorable thing to do, he thought silently, smiling at the pleasant memory of him beating said instructor by being stealthy and ambushing him over and over again until she finally conceded defeat. Heh, that got me a week's worth of cleaning duty, but seeing her enraged face was so worth it. I will never understand why most nobles believe that trickery, ambush, stealth, and deception are unworthy or dishonorable in combat, yet they happily use them everywhere else. You either win or you die in a battle. Simple as that. Pirates and the Drazen sure as hell don't care about being honorable. Wyatt sighed, checking his vitals and the life support system for the umpteenth time in what felt like 5 minutes. Dark scenarios played across his mind, picturing the black ship appearing suddenly only to destroy them all in a counter-ambush. The idea of his homeworld, Volantis, falling into infighting sent shivers down his spine. Whatever would happen to his brother, to his parents, what about his neighbors? The kind old lady that always fed the local galas, the grump old fart that was Mr. Warlow, always complaining about the nobility but ready to share some of his homemade meals with everyone. Would the local shelter have to close because of tax increases? Would conscription be enforced? Stop thinking about it, Wyatt. Stop it, he muttered to himself, hands shaking slightly. They'll do their part. They'll survive. Trust the prince. Duke Draymore will be defeated, and peace will come back to the principality. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. This isn't a civil war. Yet, he grumbled, clenching his teeth tightly. Why must you always be such a damn pessimist? He asked no one. Then he chuckled darkly. No, I'm a realist. I'll leave the doom and gloom thinking to someone else. Until things become clear, I'll do my best to aid the prince in achieving victory. But I do wonder, though, why did Duke Draymore stage a coup in the first place? Most nobles are power-hungry, glory-seeking, and self-righteous by nature, but Duke Draymore was always portrayed as a level-headed noble. He asked himself, then shrugged 10 seconds later. It doesn't matter now. All that matters is stopping him as soon as possible. His eyes wandered to his black tactical display, eyes narrowed. Pride of Axtell. I saw that name once or twice in Commander Redford's reports. A heavy destroyer, if I remember correctly. What were they trying to achieve? Humming deeply, he crossed his arms. I'm sure the prince is going to order boarding teams to capture any survivors and find out how and why there were so many ships waiting for the fleet's arrival. With any luck, he won't blame me for this debacle, and if he does, well, I just hope it ends quickly. Several more minutes passed in relative silence as he tried his best to remain focused and calm until the AI chimed. Alert! Proximity sensors have detected a faint heat signature approaching quickly. Wyatt felt his heart jump to his throat as he placed his hands on the controllers. Activate external cameras only. Focus on the heat signature, he ordered, and a few seconds later his display monitor showed the smooth black exterior of the black ship that faintly reflected the light of the distant star, masking it as a mere reflection to all but those who knew what they were looking for. He stared at the 3-kilometer-long ship with apprehension. Despite its size and mass, it was still relatively sleek, shaped in that now familiar arrowhead design. Even the powerful engines that propelled it forward were barely detected by his sensors. Silently, he reactivated his tactical display to show the ship's vector route, and he smiled when it was still heading in the same direction. It was now the time for the most dangerous part of any ambush, the execution. On his display, the ship moved steadily toward the waiting tactical mines. A scanning sweep would reveal the existence of the mines and the fighters at the distances they were currently at. But scanning something not only required a ship to remain as stationary as possible, it also consumed a lot of energy, computational power, and basically acted as a distress beacon that more or less revealed you were there. Come on, just a little closer, keep moving, Wyatt muttered, eyes glued to the display, refusing to blink. Then, all as one, the tactical mines activated and detonated all around the cruiser. The intense brightness of the explosions reflected on the ship's black hull until the ship flew past the lingering clouds of plasma and energy left behind by the mine's detonation. The ship was visibly heavily damaged, as several hull breaches could be seen across its structure. Atmosphere and internal fires were being sucked into the vacuum of space as it moved, and its engines were considerably weakened, but not disabled. All squadrons, engage! Delta One ordered as communications returned. With a single command, Wyatt brought his fighter to life in full and turned to pursue the ship. The mines didn't slow it down. Nothing would until something forced the ship to slow down or was captured in the gravitational pull of a stellar body. But now it would be unable to keep its acceleration up anymore. Even better, the explosions had forced it out of its original route, making its escape an even less likely scenario. Epsilon Squadron, prepare your missiles for a volley, Wyatt ordered as he ran quick calculations that would hit the damaged ship without the need to lock onto it. New One reporting, we're ready. Omicron 1 here, ready. This is Delta 1. On your word, Epsilon 1. Wyatt felt his throat dry all of a sudden as the idea of sinking the ship crossed his mind. He'd killed before, pirates mostly, and a few Drazan raiders, and he shed no tears for them, but this was different. How many people were on that ship? How many had died already because of his plan? How many more would die? Hundreds? Thousands? Epsilon 5 reporting, Lieutenant. Ready to fire, Noltar Olkara said. This is Epsilon 3. Ready. Leopold Dakar's voice came through a second later. Wyatt shook his head, dispelling his doubts. The nobles and commoners aboard were his enemies. They sided with Duke Draymore, and thus they were traitors to the principality and the prince. He wasn't stupid either. He knew that most commoners aboard the cruiser, and in every other enemy ship for that matter, were only following orders, unable or unwilling to go against their superiors, or, like himself, found themselves embroiled by forces beyond their control. But like them, he had a duty to uphold, vows to honor, and orders to follow. It wasn't personal nor vindictive. It was simply the nature of battle. One side wins, the other side loses. You either live or you die. Volley! He commanded, and the missiles were released. He watched from the tactical display as the volley of missiles lunged forth unimpeded and without changing direction. All the while, he and what remained of the wedge moved in random directions outside the range of any possible PD turrets and other countermeasures the cruiser was equipped with. A wise choice, for as soon as the missiles entered the effective range of the cruiser's theoretical defenses, Wyatt detected no less than 20 PD turrets coming to life across the undamaged hull's structure. A dozen counter-missiles were also launched, but explosions followed soon after from the launch tubes. The tactical mines had done their job and had vastly limited the capabilities of the cruiser. And yet what survived made his stomach clench in worry. I would not want to fight one of those things head-on, not by a long shot, he said as he noticed that the cruiser fired almost blindly at the incoming barrage. 26 Hawk missiles turned into 20 and then 16 before they reached their destination and impacted the damaged cruiser. 2 missiles missed entirely, veering off into space until they detonated once their fuel ran out. From his monitor display, the hull was lit again in the light of explosions that further wounded the ship. One explosion, though, outshone the rest, and a good chunk of the ship suddenly disappeared in a great ball of fire and superheated metal. One of the missiles had entered through one of the gaping holes on the cruiser and had struck an ammo storage unit. The cruiser's engines died, and the ship stumbled freely across the cosmos like a corpse. Delta 1, should we move in and finish the job? Wyatt asked, relieved and happy that his plan had worked as well as it did. No, I won't risk it. We don't have any missiles left, and we don't know if they are just playing dead, waiting for us to come in close. I'm trying to scan that monster, but my targeting and sensor arrays bounce off its hull even as damaged as it is now. Where did that treacherous bastard find these ships anyway? I've heard of stealth ships before, but nothing like this, Delta 1 replied. Then what are we to do, Delta 1? Omicron 1 asked. With that thing out of the way, I can contact Commander Redford, and then he'll decide what to do next. I'm sure he'll want to send a boarding party over and find out. Delta 1's words died in his throat when every display monitor was suddenly illuminated by a large explosion that gave Gintrax a second star for a few seconds. Cowards! Omicron 1 shouted. I can't blame their tactic. Standard procedure. Better to scuttle the ship than be captured, New One said, frustration evident in his voice. At least we achieved our objective. That ship won't trouble us in the future anymore, but who knows how many more are out there. Duke Draymore can't have that many stealth ships at his disposal. With any luck, we took down the strongest of those black ships. "This attack was meant to cripple our fleet as much as possible," Wyatt replied. "Your orders, Delta One?" "I'm forwarding the result of the ambush to Commander Redford and awaiting further instructions," Delta One replied. 2 minutes passed in relative silence until he spoke up again. "We are to return to base." The first thing Wyatt noticed when they were close enough to the fleet was the sorry state it was in. A third of it was gone, and another third showed damage that ranged from light to heavy. He allowed himself a sigh of relief when he noticed no damage whatsoever had been inflicted upon the exalted virtue. Moving to the hangar bay, one by one, the surviving fighters landed safely as mechanics and engineers moved it to repair any damage taken and run diagnostics. Unhooking his helmet and opening the cockpit, he received a message from Redford. "Wyatt, Captain Salazar Reed is heading to the hangar. Do not fall to any provocations. I am on my way." Wyatt suppressed a growl of annoyance but was thankful that Commander Redford had warned him. "I bet the captain will try to blame me for the actions of that idiot. Wouldn't be the first time I'm used as the scapegoat for some petulant noble's misdeeds. Let's get this over with." As he stepped out of his fighter and joined the rest of his squadron, lining in wait for the commanding officer to render a personal report, he saw a fuming, brown-haired man in his 50s, his dull gray eyes showing nothing but contempt and fury as he approached, flanked by a detachment of Marines behind him. His uniform gave away that he was with the Marines, and he was not happy at all. Sparing a quick glance at his comrades, Wyatt saw that they were not at all surprised to see the man heading their way. Ensign Gregor Undaj was the shortest of the group. His slightly grayish hair and his chubby physique made him look unthreatening, but his posture was firm and proud. Warrant Officer Leopold Dakar had short black hair, his eyes brown as he was a commoner like he was, and was pretty average in both appearance and build, though the nasty scar on his neck and left cheek was pretty notable. Finally, Ensign Nultar Okara, his hair was shoulder-length and with a greenish hue. He wasn't particularly handsome either, as his factions were sturdy and devoid of any grace, but the smirk on his lips and his posture were more relaxed than the rest. "Lieutenant Wyatt Staples," Captain Salazar Reed called a good 10 meters away, gaining some attention as he stepped forth with heavy, angry stomps. "Sir!" Wyatt saluted, followed by his companions. The 2 surviving pilots from New Squadron, the 3 from Omicron, and the 4 from Delta also saluted, but kept their mouths shut, watching in silence. "Explain to me why my younger brother is dead!" Salazar demanded, throwing any sort of protocol out the airlock. "Your idiotic and lackluster commanding skills have caused my noble house dearly. Explain yourself now, commoner filth!" "Sir," Wyatt replied, not bending nor backing away from the accusation. Inside, he was fuming, but it was a manageable anger. He'd dealt with stupid accusations before, though none involved a dead noble. "I regret to inform you that I did everything in my power to prevent the unauthorized and disruptive actions of Abacus Reed. Alas, the sub-lieutenant did not heed my orders and acted on his own accord, sir," said the lieutenant, putting extra emphasis on Abacus's faults. Salazar gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in rage. "Liar! My brother would never do something so stupid as to break formation. Surely you ordered him to perform a suicidal action? See? This is what happens when an unworthy commoner is given any sort of important leadership position. Abacus should have been the leader of your squadron after the death of the previous leader, but no, he was disgraced and shoved aside in favor of a commoner that got him killed. I shall not stand for this insolency. You shall be severely punished for the disgrace and dishonor you've brought upon the noble house Reed, Wyatt Staples." Even though he couldn't see them, he knew that the other pilots were likely biting down their tongues. Noble standing and military rank made for a convoluted mess of protocols, honorifics, rules, and exceptions that he couldn't be bothered to learn whatsoever. But he knew that no one was allowed to speak out against an officer of higher standing, much less so a noble, unless directly spoken to. "I tried to save your stupid brother, you arrogant blue blood, but I have to stall for time now." "What can I do?" Wyatt thought, and a second later an idea popped into his head. Falling to a knee, he bowed his head before the Salazar. "I dare not insult you or your noble house, Lord, but I must object to your decisions, Lord," he said, avoiding saying threats. Your brother, Sub-Lieutenant Abacus Reed, acted on his own accord and against my orders. His actions caused the deaths of 2 pilots from New Squadron, and all of us have both visual and audio recordings to prove that what I say is true, Lord. I once more lament the loss of a precious life of House Reed, but I am faultless in this regard, Lord. You won't get more than that from me, you damnable blue blood. Your stupid brother killed 2 other good pilots and nearly cost us more. You and that worthless pride and ego will have to accept reality, he thought, never allowing his feelings to show. Falsehood, surely, Salazar replied with a growl. Then again, what can anyone expect from a lowly commoner? You know nothing of the virtues of honor, glory, and respect. I shall have you flogged for daring to lie to me, you— He's not lying, Reed! The voice of Nulter Olkara suddenly cut through, and all eyes shifted to him. Your stupid brother couldn't handle being under the command of a commoner and got himself killed, taking another 2 with him for it. Olkara, you dare insult the memory of my brother in such a manner? Salazar countered, fuming and ready to throw a punch. What's more, you dare speak out of turn and to a superior officer? How am I to do otherwise when your claims are not only unjust but false? We have the evidence, we have recordings. Accept reality and swallow your pride for once, Reed, Nultar said, eyes narrowing. Then he smirked mockingly. Not that you much of it in the first place, now is it? Wyatt stared dumbly at the interaction of the 2 nobles. He'd seen a few confrontations before, but none had been so brazen as the one happening before his eyes. As soon as Salazar reached for his holstered pistol, though, his escort tensed, and Nultar's eyes focused on the offended noble. "Commander on deck," a voice announced. Like that, every shred of hostility was dispelled as Salazar had to turn around to salute Commander Redford, flanked by 2 Marines. "At ease," Redford commanded, and everyone obeyed. "Captain Salazar, may I inquire why you're hounding one of my pilots?" "Commander Redford," Salazar began, undeterred but showing respect to his superior. "Lieutenant Wyatt's actions resulted in the death of my brother. I claim retribution by right of honor." "Denied!" Redford's single utterance was heavy and left no room for debate. "My lord," Salazar insisted, "a commoner has caused the death of a noble. He must be punished, and I request to be the one carrying the sentence as the affected party. Captain Reed, I have already read the report and reviewed the footage sent, not by Lieutenant Wyatt's feed, but by the Wedge commander, Lieutenant Commander Siegfried Now. Your brother acted out of pride and a wounded ego, Captain Reed. It led to his demise and that of 2 more pilots. Wyatt's timely order to retreat before your brother's rushed and pig-headed actions went to fruition saved more lives. Henceforth, your requests are denied and barred. This conflict is over. Normally, such actions would receive a penalty to the House. However, given the circumstances, I am willing to forego disgracing your family's name as a reward for your loyal service." Salazar Reed closed his eyes, teeth gritted, and bowed his head once. "Understood, Commander Redford. I accept your verdict. House Reed nor I shall pursue this issue further." "Splendid." Redford Kalen placed a hand on the captain's shoulder and offered a friendly smile that was anything but. "Word of advice, Captain. If a similar incident were to ever happen again, remember your division and report any grievances to your commander. Avoid bringing shame to your family yourself." "I understand, Commander. Forgive me. I have duties to attend to," said the captain as a saving face measure, and then departed. Wyatt, though, was smiling internally. "Oh, that was beautiful. I've never seen a tongue lashing so satisfactory since I was in the academy. Best part was that I wasn't the target of said lashing. Ha ha! Take that, your high and mighty pain in my ass," he thought with gusto while maintaining a stoic expression, or as stoic as he could manage it. With that done, Wyatt stood up and gave his commanding officer a crisp salute. "At ease, Lieutenant Wyatt," Redford ordered. "I've reviewed the report given to me by Lieutenant Commander Siegfried Now, and I must congratulate you for your successful kill, Lieutenant Wyatt. That stealth cruiser destroyed 3 of our ships before we could react to its presence and ran away before we could counterattack. That ship won't be the last of our problems, but it is a victory nevertheless that it was destroyed. Commander Redford, everyone in our wedge contributed to its destruction. It was not my kill alone," Wyatt retorted seriously. Redford nodded once. "Indeed. But it was your plan that brought its demise. Everyone shall receive a skull as proof of your veterancy. However, you are to receive the most credit for it." He placed a hand on Wyatt's shoulder and patted him twice. "Be proud of your achievements, Wyatt. Now rest. All of you," he said, turning to face the rest of the pilots present. "I have other wedges to see, but be ready. Boarding teams are already on the surviving enemy ships, and it will be some time before they are done." "Sir," all the pilots present said in unison, and saluted again before Redford moved to another section of the hangar. Once he was gone, the small crowd that had formed dispersed and the pilots finally relaxed. "What were you thinking, Nultar? Do you want to get yourself killed or what?" Leopold asked, punching Nultar's shoulder. Gregor rolled his eyes. "It's not like I have much to live for as it is, Leo. Besides, Salazar got that coming. We all know Abacus let Tristan die just so he could take his place. I would have killed the bastard myself, but hey, he did us a favor. Shame about the other two guys," Nultar answered, arms crossed. "You still took a high risk, Nultar. Abacus surely deserved to pay for his crime, but you just don't talk to a superior like that," Gregor said, checking his suit and then pointing at Wyatt. "Even Wyatt here knows better than actively antagonize those of higher standing." "I merely spoke the truth," Wyatt remarked. "Huh, they are more relaxed than I thought they would be. At least now I have yet another reason to don't feel any pity for that idiot's death," he thought, sitting on a large crate, joining his comrades. "Excellent work out there, though. Shame I couldn't stick to the end. Sounds like hunting that black ship was a highlight of this battle," Gregor lamented. "You know, I had my doubts about you, Wyatt, but after today I think you'll make a good squadron leader." "Same," Leopold added, smiling. "Now I'm not the only commoner in the squad. Although that's not saying much since you're kinda like a pseudo-noble, Staples." Wyatt huffed. "Please, we both know that's hardly the case. But hey, the prince has more siblings in danger. Save one and you may get a promotion too," Wyatt replied, relaxing a bit more. Gregor and Leopold chuckled, while Nultar merely stared at him with curious eyes. "Thank you for trying to defend me, Ensign Nultar. I agree with your companions that your actions were reckless, but your sentiment is appreciated." Nultar nodded. "No need to thank me, Lieutenant. Any reason to see a Reed get what they deserve is enough to make me happy. Helping out was just a happy coincidence," he chuckled. "You may not recognize me, but I also participated in the competition. I can finally congratulate you on your victory." "Excellent performance," he said, offering a hand. Wyatt stared at his outstretched hand and then up to him again. "You're a noble, are you not?" Nultar rolled his eyes and brusquely took Wyatt's right hand and squeezed it, shaking it firmly. "Disgraced noble, technically speaking. I know commoners and nobles aren't supposed to shake hands, but hey, who cares if I do it? Pleased to meet you, Wyatt Staples." "The pleasure is mine, Nultar Olkara," Wyatt replied, surprised but pleasantly so. He then stretched a hand to Leopold once Nultar released it. The two shook hands in silence. Then he turned to Gregor, but was unsure if he would accept his gesture or not. Deciding for the latter, he nodded once. "Cautious," Gregor said, returning the nod. "I can respect that." "Just admit that you have your head up your ass already, Gregor," Leopold barked out a laugh. "We've been in the squad for over 2 years, and he's never once shook my hand. Not even after I saved his life back in Honduras 5. Nobles, am I right?" "Excuse me," Gregor said, offended. "Has your commoner brain finally rotted? I believe it was I who saved your worthless life in that battle." "In your dreams, perhaps, Undaj. Or did you get banged in the head good this time?" Leopold countered. Wyatt could only stare as the two pilots started to go back and forth, claiming feats and insulting each other at every turn. And yet, none of it sounded malicious or cruel. "Are they always like that?" he asked softly. "Better get used to it, Lieutenant. Once they start, very little can shut them up," Nultar answered. Wyatt nodded in response and waited for further orders, whatever those may be. "Don't get attached to them, Wyatt. You might die, or they might die in the coming conflicts. Better to keep them at arm's length." Chapter 10. The hot water of his shower hit his skin, shedding the tension and stress away from his body. Commander Redford had dismissed every fighter pilot after 3 long hours of waiting. The boarding parties had been successful in capturing several officers and securing a couple hundred commoner crewmen who had surrendered and even aided the boarders. Everyone else would be summarily executed for their treason once the salvage efforts were over. All of them would either be spaced or simply destroyed alongside their now useless ships. It was a harsh decision, but one that he could understand. The fact that the prince himself gave orders to spare those who surrendered reassured him that he was on the right side. But it made the loss of so many lives weigh no less in his mind. Before leaving for his quarters, he heard that the only two support and maintenance corvettes in the fleet were scouring the useful parts of the gutted ships. Hullbreaker teams were hard at work patching the wounds the damaged vessels of the fleet got, and medical wings were full of wounded, as well as performing funerary rites for those that were lost, both those whose bodies could be recovered and those that couldn't. Turning off the water, he grabbed a towel, dried himself off, and then allowed the drying routine to get everything else and cleanse his shower. Water was precious after all and needed to be recycled as much as possible in case harvesting was not an option. Stepping out of the shower, he quickly changed into a fresh uniform and sat on his bed, thinking about nothing and everything at the same time. After several minutes of silent contemplation, he glanced at the door. "I guess the prince doesn't believe I'm a traitor," he sighed tiredly. "I don't know what's worse. The chance that Duke Draymore has so much foresight despite the distances at play here, or that there may be one or multiple traitors hiding in the fleet's crew." The thought alone was disconcerting and opened so many dark possibilities that it made his head spin. And here I am, a mere lowly commoner that can't do anything except shoot things. His stomach chose that moment to rumble. I wish I still had some of those sweets Princess Clara gifted me, he muttered, barely able to stop his mouth from watering. After 2 more minutes of silence, he suddenly stood up and cracked his neck. "Since I was dismissed, that means I can do whatever I want. If that's the case, then I'll make the most out of it and go to the training chambers. Now that I can use them, there's no excuse to not sharpen up my skills, right?" His question went unanswered. His trip took only a few minutes, and when he arrived, he found the place busier than usual. Several judging eyes fell upon him, and murmurs became more prevalent. Mixed within those glares, there were also eyes of approval and even some mild admiration. It was an odd mix, but the latter was surpassed by the former. Still, he found an available chamber and opened it. He was about to enter it when a hand grabbed his shoulder and shoved him aside, almost making him tumble. Turning quickly, he saw that a tall, black-haired man had been the one responsible. His tank insignia put him as a lieutenant commander, a noble. "I'm terribly sorry, Lord. Did you want to use the chamber yourself?" Wyatt asked, saluting the noble in question, while his mask was strong, hiding his annoyance. The noble in question lost the smug smile he had after hearing his response and turned to face him. "So you are Wyatt Staples. You are lackluster, to say the least. I was expecting someone more statuesque, impressive, in words you can understand, for someone who has gained so much attention since your promotion. I believe I am at folly for expecting anything dignified from a mere commoner. I am not surprised in the least by your persona, Wyatt Staples. And you're not exactly a shining beacon of exemplar model either, Blue Blood," he thought, his mask never crumbling. "I aimed not to fill expectations, Lord. I am a simple pilot, nothing more, nothing less. Am I excused, or does your lordship require something of me? I have orders to complete a series of simulations, Lord." Technically a lie, but hey, he doesn't have to know that. Seemingly frustrated, the noble, who was a good head taller than him, leaned over, making use of his bulkier frame in an attempt to intimidate him. "Be aware of this, commoner. Many of us know what you're up to, but you will fail. Remember that. We are watching, and we do not like filthy, opportunistic upstarts. Now get out of my sight before I remove you myself, commoner." Wyatt bowed his head once, saluted again, and moved to another training chamber without uttering a single word, only to be rebuked a dozen more times by nobles of various ranks and divisions. Finally, he got into a training chamber after 10 minutes of searching and waiting. As he sat down and the neural link was created, his mask broke and his expression turned sour. "At least now I have more motivation to tear up things in the simulation," he whispered to himself, gripping his handles tightly. "Upstart? My plan? Are all nobles that insecure about their positions and the standing of their houses? Who am I kidding? Of course they are. So it's not just a wounded pride I'm dealing with, but they see me as a threat, and they farted up me as some kind of master manipulator in their heads?" he said, each word laced with disdain. "I don't know if I should laugh or find it flattering that they see me like that. Do you want to know what my plan is? Oh, high and mighty nobles," he said as he clicked on a random simulation. He was too annoyed to care at the moment. "My plan is to survive, aid the prince, restore order across the principality, and carry out my military career until I can retire. I don't care about whatever your imaginations scrounge up." Letting a final growl, the simulation started. As luck would have it, it was an open battle. "That is unfortunate to hear," the prince said, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. "Are you certain nothing more could be extracted?" Lukacs Ishtal, commander of the intelligence division, shook his head, sharing the frustration of the prince. "Regrettably, our assumption that the rightful path was commanded by a main bloodline Caiston, possibly the heir himself, was wrong. The rightful path was commanded by Baron Linaro Caiston, second bloodline but nowhere near high enough on their succession ladder," he scoffed. "That damnable Caiston knew next to nothing, and the systems within their ship were purged utterly. What little information we could extract from the other ships is useless. The only thing of worth that the captured prisoners revealed was that they didn't know about the black ships being in the system, except the cruiser that was destroyed. Their orders were to engage and harass us at maximum range. They were used as decoys to allow the black ships the chance to pounce on us. Which, I must admit, was more than successful," Admiral Damian Valto said in no uncertain terms. "Every ship targeted was a ship of the line. That leaves us with only 3 ships as the fighting backbone of our fleet, 2 destroyers and the Exalted Virtue itself. The rest are support, cargo, and transport vessels, defended, armed, and ready to provide light assistance, but nothing more. It is imperative that we travel to House Finnegan territory as soon as possible, my prince." "I concur with our esteemed admiral," Vivian Taravis, commander of the logistical division, said, gaining the attention of her fellow commander, the admiral, Princess Clara, and the prince. "The supplies we picked on Faldo are intact, and our transport shuttles suffered no significant damage. However, we lack ships. We need more, and we need any spare equipment we can salvage if we are to see Marchioness Amelia Finnegan. We don't know if another assault is being prepared by the traitors or if they have the capabilities to do so soon. We are almost blind and deaf thanks to the jamming outposts of House Caiston. Once we leave Gintrax, we will know more about the current situation across the Principality. For now, I suggest that we conscript the best and most capable civilian-grade ships in this woodshaft. Perhaps there will be mercenaries we can call to arms," Gregor Lintar, commander of the communications division, offered. "I believe we don't have an alternative in this case, as much as it pains me to admit it," Commander Redford said, looking at the prince. "We lack fighters, my prince. We have many pilots, and despite our recent losses, some of which are more regrettable than others, my fighters are ready to fight for you until the end. Nevertheless, we can't rely on them to bring us victory without proper support and numbers at our side." Juliana Winfield, commander of the Marines division, nodded in agreement. "My Marines are eager and ready. The boarding assaults only saw a few deaths among the commoner auxilia, and just 2 proper Marines fell in the process. For proper assaults against traitor stations and, Prince forbid, battleships, I will need more." The prince wore an unreadable expression before giving his answer. "I was afraid that was the case. This ambush cost us dearly. But between the black ships destroyed and the battlecruiser, we inflicted more damage to them than they did to us." "Redford, I take it your report was correct and was in no way motivated by favoritism?" he asked, though he already knew that wasn't the case. Redford nodded once and noted that George Lintar, William Hempstroke, commander of the mechanized division, and Frederick Anderson, commander of the infantry division, tensed slightly. His other fellow commanders, except for Juliana, remained stoic and focused on their respective duties. Even Hannah Talaro, commander of the Royal Orbital Strike Forces, or ROSF for short, only allowed herself a short chuckle. But while brief, he caught that botch Clara and Cynthia perked up, just enough to let his trained eye notice the minute changes in their expressions. They had read his report already, he was sure of it. My liege, I assure you that my report is as clear to the factual evidence as possible. To ensure veracity, only the perspective of Lieutenant Wyatt Staples was not taken into account. All relevant information was gathered through the footage, recording, and testimonies from the surviving members of the wedge he was part of. Level-headed and direct, yet cautious and decisive? You were not exaggerating when you described him as a paradox, Redford, Juliana commented. I am starting to regret not extending a formal invitation for him to join my house as a knight upon his arrival. Wyatt Staples certainly has talent. He is resourceful and a quick thinker. I shall grant him that much praise, said the bald commander with a tiny smirk across her lips. But is he loyal? How do we know he didn't lie to the prince and set us upon this ambush? George countered, hiding his disdain behind a curtain of suspicion. He was directly responsible for the destruction of that stealth cruiser, George. I don't trust the boy in any regard just yet, but even I can see that in such an accusation he is faultless, William replied, crossing his arms. You seem quite certain of that decision, William, Frederick countered. Oh, sure, a commoner warrant officer hauling compost is the perfect spy sent to infiltrate our fleet by saving Princess Clara from capture or worse. Faultless strategy. Exceptional foresight on the part of Duke Cornelius Draymore. Rely on a commoner who knew nothing of the coup in the first place. I can't see any flaws in such a stratagem, Hannah replied, her mocking tone thick and steady. Enough, the prince said tiredly. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples performed admirably during this battle, and, if nothing else, it confirms that his victory in the competition was not a fluke. Turning his gaze to Redford, he continued, If need be, take him under your direct care, Redford. Do not coddle him, but ensure that he remains strong and loyal. Not only has he earned a personal debt on my behalf, but his talents must not be wasted. We will need all the exceptional, loyal, and talented people we can gather regardless of status or origin. Loyalty is its own reward. Loyalty is its own reward, everyone muttered after the prince. With that cleared, let us discuss the next topic of interest, Woodshaft and our next actions. I will be blunt. We will need to conscript ships and, quite possibly, take with us many of their mechanics, engineers, menial staff, extra supplies, and local law enforcement equivalent to bolster our ranks. I will, however, forbid any hostile actions to be taken that are not in self-defense. His expression hardened, showing his burning determination. I will avoid butchering my people as much as possible. Our enemy is Duke Draymore and his conspirators. Remember that, everyone. Everyone was silent for several seconds until Clara spoke up. Brother dearest, she began, I believe I can help you in this regard. If you are to permit me to solve this problem within my capabilities, then I shall arrange a satisfactory, mutually beneficial exchange. The prince stared at his sister for several seconds, processing her request and offer. He glanced at Cynthia, who stood behind her. The blue-haired woman slowly blinked in response. The prince hummed deeply and straightened himself. Very well. You have free rein, Clara. Do what you must. Your orders shall be like my own. Clara bowed her head. Thank you, brother dearest. With a smile, she stood up. Apologies, but I must retire now. I have much to think about, much to plan and organize, and little time. Juliana and Redford exchanged a glance, confused. Wyatt Staples was immersed in the simulation, grinning madly as he took down his 20th Drazen fighter alongside a full wing. He wasn't the leader either, not even the leader of a squadron. He was a mere pilot doing his best to win the battle and avoid being taken down. Suddenly, just as he was about to add another tally to his score, the simulation paused and a familiar voice called within his mind. Wyatt, Princess Clara summons you. Met me in the hangar in 5 minutes. Do not be late, Cynthia ordered. Then, she added, do not forget about your training. I have not. It shall be resumed without fail. Is it too late to choose desertion? He muttered as the simulation resumed, only for him to be destroyed a few seconds later. Chapter 11. Of all the things Wyatt was expecting to see upon arriving at the hangar, seeing 30 Marines lining up before a shuttle was at the bottom of his list. Locating Cynthia proved to be an easy task. As he approached, he noticed that her posture was firmer than the previous times he'd seen her. Is she preparing to board a ship? He asked himself as the presence of the Marines left little room to think of anything else. I thought the boardings were already over. Do they need me to escort the shuttle? Cynthia turned to him as he entered her field of view, making him uneasy. He still wasn't used to her firm gaze, and her features clashed against her attitude fiercely. Still, he stopped a few steps in front of her and saluted. "Lieutenant Wyatt Staples reporting, Lady Cynthia." Cynthia nodded once. "Good. Captain Milcades, you may commence," she ordered, and the Marine at the head of the formation simply made a hand gesture. A moment later, the group of Marines began boarding the shuttle. "Congratulations are in order, Lieutenant Wyatt. Taking down a cruiser is no easy feat for a group of fighters, less so when dealing with ships and enemies that we know little about." "It was a team effort, Lady Cynthia. I thank you for your praise, nevertheless," Wyatt replied cordially before taking a moment to see the Marines. "May I ask which ship is to boarded, Lady Cynthia?" "None," came her dry, on-point reply. "None," Wyatt repeated, confused. "Am I not here to act as an escort for your shuttle?" he asked, sparing only a quick glance at the sidearm hanging from her waist and the sword strapped on her back. "You are here to fly the shuttle," Cynthia replied as the passenger door closed and sealed itself. "Come, we take the front." "I obey," said Wyatt, puzzled and surprised by her answer. With no other choice to make, he followed Cynthia to the front section of the shuttle. The two entered the cockpit, although he wasn't sure if calling it a cockpit was the right word for it. The shuttle was larger than his old hauler, since it was more of a troop carrier than anything else, but in design was similar if only more pleasing to look at, and more advanced. The cockpit was as large as his quarters, and he was certain it was larger by a good amount, and there were 8 available seats to take, 2 for the pilot and co-pilot if need be, and 6 for other important passengers. His mouth ran dry when he saw the beautiful blonde princess sitting in one of the passenger seats not wearing her elegant dress. Instead, she was wearing an armor set similar to the one Cynthia was wearing, but purple in color, matching her eyes. Unlike the blue-haired bodyguard, she carried no weapons, and a helmet laid peacefully on her lap. His cheeks blushed when she noticed their arrival and offered him a pleasant, friendly smile. Immediately after, he bowed his head. "My princess," he greeted and moved to the pilot seat, sitting on it without hesitation while the door closed and hissed, sealing them entirely. The next few minutes passed in silence while he ran diagnostics, checked the integrity of the outside cameras, and waited for the mechanics and technicians to give him the clear for takeoff. "Are you always so quiet, Wyatt?" Clara asked softly all of a sudden. "Only when performing routine diagnostics, Clara," Wyatt replied curtly. Several seconds of silence passed until Clara spoke up again. "Does my presence make you nervous, Wyatt?" "What do you expect me to answer?" "Yes, of course you're making me nervous. For starters, why are you here? Why am I here to fly this shuttle? Where are you going? What's with the Marines? Knowing what's going on usually helps, you know." He thought in a panic, but his face remained professional. "Never, Clara. I'm just surprised and confused as to how am I to serve you." Clara let out a dignified huff. "Please, Wyatt, you don't have to be so formal, remember? I'd like to believe that we can be friends, or at least be friendly to each other." "In that case," he swallowed nervously. "Clara, what's going on? I'm very confused." "Secrecy is always necessary in the world of royalty and nobility, Wyatt. Every action has to be taken to ensure a modicum of style, presence, and deniability all packaged into a single moment. It can be tiring and absurd, but, as I stated earlier, necessary," she revealed with her same friendly yet serious tone. "Cynthia, if you will." Cynthia approached and handed Wyatt a small tablet. "Follow these coordinates. Take us in at regular speed," she ordered. Wyatt took the tablet and immediately read through the information presented on it. It was a navigation path leading to Woodshaft that avoided a clear route from the fleet itself. It would mask their arrival as merely one more of the dozens of ships heading there or already docked at the station. She wants to go there? Why? Wyatt pondered as some questions were answered, but others formed. Bowing his head, he uttered, "I obey," and took his position on the pilot seat. Cynthia sat next to Clara and waited for the technicians to finish their jobs. Half a minute later, he was given the clear to depart, and so he brought the engine to life. 2 minutes later, the shuttle was far away from the exalted Virtue and the rest of the fleet itself. Silently, Wyatt punched in the coordinates for the first point and relaxed in his seat, keeping an eye over the sensor monitor just in case. "Now that we are away from unwanted ears and eyes," Clara began, her voice relaxed and holding a tone similar to the one she had during their private chat. "Wyatt, humor me if you will." "Ask and I shall answer, Clara," he replied, unable to stop himself from feeling relaxed in her presence for some reason. "Tell me, what do you think about the battle? What are your honest opinions about it?" she asked. Again, this uncertainty. Is she trying to test me, or is she just being friendly? Are all royals like her? I can't read her like I read other nobles. That's downright scary. Focus, Wyatt. Just answer her honestly, Wyatt thought before turning around and allowing the autopilot to take control of the shuttle. That's a difficult question to answer, Clara. But if I am allowed to be completely honest. Clara nodded while Cynthia eyed him closely. There's no way those ships were there by coincidence. It was a trap at worst and a desperate ambush at best. My brother believes the same. So do I, Clara replied. Be assured, Wyatt, that he does not blame you for this assault. The black ships and the battle cruiser were unaccounted factors, but your information was correct regarding everything else. Tell me, Wyatt, what do you believe is the cause for their presence in the first place? Wyatt felt a knot forming in his stomach as words poured out of his mouth. That either Duke Draymore has such immaculate foresight and a strategic genius so far beyond our own that fighting him will be pointless, or that there is a traitor in the fleet. Possibly more than one feeding his forces information, he replied, crossing his arms. I pray, and do forgive me for saying this, that we are dealing with the latter. For if it is the former, then we have no hope of success with our limited forces, Clara. An astute observation, Wyatt. It is a conclusion I share with you, but I have the benefit of knowing more of my uncle than you do. Duke Cornelius Draymore of Camrim is a great strategist, a veteran soldier and a superb administrator, but not even he can be everywhere nor account for every possibility. We would not be having this conversation otherwise, Clara replied, sighing tiredly, her eyes reflecting the pain of betrayal and uncertainty. I do not know why he has staged this coup. I doubt it is the thirst for power alone that motivates him and that strikes fear into my heart. Clara, Cynthia said, reaching to hold her friend's hand for a moment. Clara gave her friend a smile before continuing. Take this battle into account. My uncle couldn't order this assault. The distances are too great. We were on the run for nearly 3 weeks before you saved us, Wyatt. There were no communications detected from Faldo nor any other originating from the fleet itself, and yet we were ambushed. How so? She's right. The fleet has been under a strict communication lockdown ever since we arrived. Common protocol to elude detection for as long as possible. If that's the case, then how could a traitor communicate with others? Wyatt thought about her words long and hard for several moments before he spoke up. The only way a traitor could avoid detection and also give enough time to nearby forces to mobilize would be through the use of a quantum entanglement communicator. But those are ruinously expensive. Clara nodded once. I'm glad to see that you are as intelligent as you are cunning and brave, Wyatt. Yes, that is the only way a traitor could pass on information without our notice. The fleet's communication has been subjected to containment protocols and only ship-to-ship laser communication. Blushing at the praise he got, he continued. A communicator like that can't be easy to hide, and who could even afford one in the first place? Or who could be so deceptive or loyal to the Duke's side to have earned the trust to take one? Are we looking at a single traitor hidden among us, or at multiple ones working in conjunction? He fired question after question, and then he sighed. Just thinking about it makes my head spin. It is a dilemma that we're looking into, a dire one. We were expecting traitors within our ranks, but not in such a manner, Clara admitted, and certainly not to operate with such efficiency. Am I to aid the prince in such a task? He asked tactfully. Unless your direct intervention is needed, then no. Like it or not, Wyatt, you've become a prominent figure within the fleet. Any traitor would steer clear from trying to recruit you to the Duke's side and their cause. Your loyalty has already marked you as innocent in our eyes and a trusted individual we can rely upon. Hence why I requested you to be my pilot during this mission of mine. She finished with a knowing, playful smile. Wyatt bowed his head slightly and chuckled to himself softly. I am honored and humbled to hear that a princess entrusts her safety to a commoner such as I. Think nothing of it, Wyatt. Clara countered with a wave of her hand. Now that such a bothersome topic is out of the way, I shall inform you of the reason I am heading to Woodshaft. Simply put, I shall arrive incognito and arrange a meeting with whoever rules the station. I will then handle negotiations that should gain us as many capable ships, crews, and extra supplies as can be gathered and spared, as well as passage to House Finnegan territory. And you, she said, pointing a dainty armored finger at him, will be our guide. Wyatt nodded. Makes sense. I'm the only one in the fleet who even knows about Woodshaft. I shall do everything in my power to aid you, Clara. I am pleased to hear that, Wyatt. You can begin by telling us why the station is called Woodshaft in the first place, she asked, leaning in curiously. Next to her, Cynthia shook her head while a faint smile spread across her lips. It's not an exciting story, but I obey, replied the lieutenant. Over 1,000 years ago, there was a military station that was decommissioned but never dismantled. A group of pirates called the Woodshaft Plunderers took over the station and turned it into their base of operations. They thought that, since the station was there to oversee the common exit and entry FTL jump points between Caiston and Finnegan territories, then they could get a fortune by performing repeated raids on passing cargo freighters and other ships. They were right, but not in the usual way pirates tend to operate. I thought you said Woodshaft wasn't a pirate den, Cynthia remarked, crossing her arms. Don't jump to conclusions so easily, Cynthia. Let him finish. Go on, Wyatt, Clara interjected, eagerly waiting for him to continue. Nodding and smiling internally at Cynthia's impatient outburst, he continued. Turns out that the reason the military station was decommissioned was because the threat of Drazen raids had been all but neutralized, and more civilian ships could transit the system, more than any pirate group could ever hope to hit. So the leader at the time decided that instead of raiding ships, they would simply demand a toll for safe passage. It worked, a little too well, in fact. Within 2 years, the pirate group disbanded and instead became a criminal syndicate that focused on smuggling, trafficking, and information brokerage. The name Woodshaft stuck around, and as time went by, the syndicate transformed until it also disbanded as they stopped engaging in more criminal activities. Today, Woodshaft is just a smuggler's den. A big one, though. A smuggler den that sounds more like a regular commerce station. Am I to assume that the reason it remains illegal is due to certain products available and the means to acquire them? Clara asked, eyes beaming with curiosity. On that note, how is it possible for this station to be so big without official support from the Principality shipyards? You are correct on that assumption, Clara, and to answer your second question, it is rather simple. They use wrecks, scrap, and other junk to make repairs, keep expanding, and provide a crude anchorage for larger ships, Wyatt added. Cheap, effective, but dangerous, but it works, so there's that. Cynthia frowned. Why has House Caiston not done anything about this Woodshaft? Criminality is to be expunged regardless if they are traitors or not. Surely the Third Fleet, lackluster as it is, should be more than capable of ending such an operation. I wonder if she's asking out of a sense of justice and order or out of noble pride and ego, Wyatt asked himself before replying. Simply put, Cynthia, why should they? Why should... Explain. Cynthia's stoic expression broke to show confusion and interest. Woodshaft's overseer, whoever they may be at any given point in time, have a treaty with House Caiston. They get a share of the goods and profits, and in turn, they allow Woodshaft to operate freely. Woodshaft isn't defenseless either, but instead of wasting resources on removing a good source of income, illegal as it may be, the Caistons and other minor noble houses benefit from it, not to mention commoners and other organizations. He shrugged. They're smugglers and petty criminals, not pirates. Such minor offenses can be overlooked as long as they don't call upon the ire of the Caitons or other prominent houses. It is disgraceful regardless of any pittance the Caistons and those lowly nobles receive from such activities. To deal with criminals of any sort is an insult to the Principality as a whole, Cynthia remarked while Clara covered her mouth to hide a giggle. And now you're going to deal with those criminals to ensure a quick passage to Finnegan territory, Cynthia, Wyatt thought, allowing himself to enjoy that sweet irony. It has been over a year since my last visit, though. I do not know if Uriel Hoax is still in charge. If he is, then you can expect a fairly balanced deal with him. Splendid! Clara exclaimed, clapping her hands together. "Now, Wyatt, what can I expect to find in Woodshaft? What objects can be found there?" "All sorts of things. Engines, ship parts, commonplace appliances, weapons of all sorts, food, crops, repair services, electronic parts, information. If you look deep enough, you'll likely find what you're looking for. Not just human-made, too," Wyatt replied. A ping alerted him that the first navigation point was about to be reached. He glanced back at the monitor to ensure everything was in order before returning to the two passengers. "In regards to violence, Woodshaft is still a criminal den, so I'll advise against publicly stating that you're royalty. Less so given the circumstances," he smiled at Clara, giving her an approving nod. "Do these commoners not know the punishment for assaulting a noble?" Cynthia asked, though her tone showed concern rather than outrage. Wyatt scoffed before he could refrain from doing so. "Oh, they know all right. Most of them don't care. And not just the commoners. There are bastards, exiled, and disgraced nobles, too. Who is there to uphold the law that isn't the one applied within Woodshaft itself? There are no enforcers or guards there to defend any visiting noble. You're only safe if you already have an established base within Woodshaft, or you carry enough protection with you to deter any would-be assaulters." Cynthia groaned. "In other words, Woodshaft is just a step above from being a common den of scum and villainy?" Wyatt tilted his head slightly, unable to hide a, "You said it, not me." "We'll be fine as long as we're cautious," Clara added. "I wish to deal with this overseer regardless of anything, although you've opened my eyes to new perspectives, and now I can adjust my plans accordingly." "Thank you, Wyatt," she said before leaning back on her seat. "There's something I've been wondering about, Wyatt, and I wish for you to give me an answer. I ask you not as a princess, but rather as a friend. You are not forced to answer if you don't want to." "We both know that that's a lie, Clara. You're pleasant and amicable, and I can respect that much. But you can't expect me to believe those words," he thought as he bowed his head in return. "The last time we spoke, you mentioned that the reason you became a pilot was due to your desire to see the stars and serve the principality. Does that mean that you desire glory? Renown?" Clara asked softly but firmly while her purple eyes pierced his brown ones. Wyatt sighed tiredly and pointed a finger at himself. "Clara, I'm a commoner. Not even one of high standing. I do not need glory or renown outside of what I earn for myself. I do not seek it nor crave for it. And yet your actions so far have claimed much of it. Finding a new way to beat ZTK 990 and being the one responsible for destroying that stealth cruiser on top of saving my princess's life? I do not know if I should be reassured that you're an honorable man or worried that you seem to lack ambition," Cynthia pointed out. "Ambition? What a funny word," Wyatt retorted. "I won't deny that ambition, when it is measured and focused, is a good thing. It was what led humanity as a whole to the stars, and what eventually founded the principality. I know my place in the world, Cynthia. I do not lack ambition. I simply know what I want." "What is it that you want, Wyatt? What great ambitions do you desire fulfilled?" Clara asked pointedly. "Serve fully within the military until I can retire with honors and reap all the benefits that come with it. Marry, have kids, enjoy my life, and be content with what I was able to achieve," he replied honestly. But inside, he wanted to kick his own ass. Why? Why am I being so open with them? I've never felt so comfortable sharing this with anyone but my brothers before. I don't even know them that well yet, and one's a noble and the other a princess of the principality. But I can't help myself. Have I craved for someone to hear my sincere thoughts all this time?" Clara's expression dropped, and a faint sadness crossed her features. "Is that all you aspire to achieve, Wyatt?" He shrugged. "It may sound selfish or pointless to you, Princess, but to a commoner like myself, the prospect of having security in life is a most valued treasure. I could have entered a merchant piloting school or become a scavenger to see the stars. But serving the principality was by far the better option. I proved my worth, and despite my posting, I never complained. The benefits of an eventual retirement were too good to pass up." "You wished to serve the principality for your benefit?" Cynthia asked, perplexed, as if that was an option that had never occurred to her before. "What's not to like about that?" Wyatt replied. "The healthcare program alone is worth it. Add to that a stable pension, military service rights, protection, preferences, and the right to pass on my career to my offspring are some of the best things a middling commoner can ever hope to achieve. If all I have to do is serve my nation faithfully and to the best of my abilities in return, then I'll happily do it. His shoulders slumped and cracked his neck in frustration. Or rather, that was my plan until this coup began. Now I'm not sure. There's no guarantee that I'll survive long enough to see the end of this conflict. I shall stand by the prince's side. That much I can assure you, Clara. Clara blinked twice, then tilted her head to the side as she tapped her chin repeatedly. Wyatt, be honest with me. Do you hate the nobility and, by extension, the royalty? Clara, Cynthia exclaimed, flabbergasted. This is it? This is how I die? If I talk out of my ass, I'm dead. If I lie, I'm dead. If I tell the truth, I'm dead, he thought as a tiny smirk spread across his lips. Despite the dread pounding in his heart, he felt a wave of humor and relief wash over him. Steeling his heart, he made his decision. I obey, he began. I won't lie to you, Clara. I hold no love for the nobility. I certainly envy certain aspects of being a noble. What commoner doesn't? But I'm not a blind idiot either. I know the struggle of nobility, their role, and the dangers involved with it. Most nobles abuse their positions and love to put commoners down just to get a kick out of it. Regardless of every reason I have to dislike nobility, I do not hate anyone who does not deserve it. Same goes for respect. Royalty, however, is a different story. So far, I can only feel respect and admiration toward the prince and to you, my princess. Clara nodded, beaming with a sincere smile. Would you like to become a noble, Wyatt? Good heavens, no! Wyatt barked out a laugh. I know my place in the world. I'm a pilot, and that's all I'll ever be. You shouldn't put yourself down like that, Wyatt. You may lack the knowledge and education needed to be one, but with your current skills, you could become an exceptional knight, said the blue-haired woman. My sister is considering offering you a vacancy in our house. Knighthood? The unofficial and honorary noble title that a commoner can achieve either through merit or by buying the title, Wyatt thought, as if a long-lost dream had come to slap him across the face. If Lady Juliana offers me such an honor, I don't know if I could accept it. I've never aspired to be more than I am. Many would crave such an opportunity, but not you, Clara interjected, her expression shifting to one of understanding. Commoners, nobles, royals, we all have our roles to play and rules to abide by, limitations to endure, fates to fulfill. In that regard, I can't deny that she's right, he thought in agreement. Many commoners believe that nobles can do whatever they want. It is partially true when seen through a single perspective, but nobles also have to worry about more than their own lives or that of their family, he scoffed. But not having to worry about your next meal, the damn taxes rising, offending someone by breaking a petty rule, or not kissing someone's ass enough must be nice. Clara and Cynthia nodded, much to his surprise. Each of us lives within our prisons, Clara said. Gilged or ironed, it matters little. 2 minutes of cold silence passed between them until Wyatt spoke up again. How about we break some of those bars? He asked, smiling. Pardon? Clara asked, blinking twice in confusion. Cynthia said nothing but was equally stunned. Would you like to know what it feels like to pilot a ship, Clara? He asked sincerely. I'm likely dead anyway. After what I said, she'd think of me as a potential traitor for my lack of blind loyalty. Might as well see how far I can take this. Clara, blushing profusely, turned to Cynthia. Did you tell him? No, of course not, Clara, Cynthia replied, color draining from her face as she raised her hands before her. Now it was Wyatt's turn to be confused. What? Clara, still blushing, turned to face him again and stared into his eyes for several seconds until she looked away, fidgeting nervously as she did. How did you figure it out? Okay, what? Figure what out? Did I break some sort of protocol or something? Greed. Wyatt Staples, pilot and master idiot everyone, he thought, genuinely put off by her reaction. Clara, my princess, what are you talking about? He thought someone's face couldn't become redder, but Clara proved him wrong. Helpless and wanting an answer, he turned to Cynthia while Clara covered her face with both hands. Cynthia sighed, patting her friend's shoulder gently. Clara, I swear I didn't tell him anything. Clara whined, too ashamed to uncover her face. "And let's be perfectly honest, my princess. The love for your hobby isn't precisely well hidden," Cynthia added. Clara removed her hands to reveal a pouting expression. I know, but it's still embarrassing. I'm a princess." Hobby? Royalty? I can have hobbies? Wyatt asked himself, stunned at the unintentional revelation. He wasn't a close-minded man. He never saw nobles as anything less than human despite their advantages and how insufferably arrogant, prideful, and cruel they could be. He was well aware that any commoner was capable of those same faults. They were human, after all. But it had never occurred to him that those in such privileged positions of wealth and power could have hobbies like any other commoner. It was a humbling experience, and it changed his opinion of the two women in front of him. Then, the pieces came together in this mind. Clara's interest and fixation on his experience as a pilot, her presence during the competition, and her reaction to his offer led him to conclude one thing. "Clara," he began, and the two women slowly turned to him only to see his bemused smile. "Are you interested in piloting?" Clara's face, red as it was, turned dangerously close to looking like the surface of a red dwarf. I know it's unbecoming for a princess to like such things." Wyatt chuckled. "Clara, I am not judging you, and I am no one to do so. I am merely surprised to have discovered it. Piloting isn't something to be ashamed about." "That may be the case for you, Wyatt," Cynthia pressed on, supporting her friend as she slowly regained her composure. "But for royalty, to show interest in something that is considered to be beneath them, it can become a grave point of insult or exploitation by any rival. Of that, I do not know nothing about. But what I do know is that if it is a harmless diversion, then you shouldn't be ashamed of it." His cheeks flushed slightly, relaxing his posture. "Take me, for example. I have not done it in quite some time, but I like wood carving. I also like painting, and as silly as this sounds, knitting." "Knitting?" Clara's face suddenly brightened. "You know knitting?" "Mom always wanted a daughter, but she only had my brothers and me. She used me as a knitting partner in preparation for her future daughter. But she never came, and I ended up liking it. It's relaxing and peaceful," Wyatt replied. "It's only fair that I share my own embarrassing secret since I pretty much discovered hers on accident," he thought defeatedly. "It seems we have that in common," Cynthia said, joining the conversation with a mild blush present on her cheeks. "I, too, enjoy knitting, and not only because every lady needs to learn it for the sake of etiquette." "In that case," Wyatt clapped his hands and stood up, "to celebrate this embarrassing moment, why don't you take on my offer?" Clara looked apprehensive at first, but then slowly stood up and made her way to the pilot's seat. Wyatt stepped aside, giving her all the room she needed to sit down and sink into the seat. He froze for a moment when he saw the wide, vivid smile of the princess as she shakily put her hands on the controllers with a familiarity that was both fearful and longing. She knows how to hold them, but she's clearly a novice. What sort of piloting is she interested in? Going against his better judgment, he placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. She wouldn't feel it through the armor she was wearing, but the pressure was enough for her to turn at him with wide, worried, excited eyes. "Do you have any experience whatsoever, Clara?" he asked cautiously but firmly. She shook her head. "All my experience comes from watching videos of all sorts regarding fighter engagements, shows, tactics, and model rundowns. This is my first time touching the controllers of a real spacecraft," she confessed. "You're interested in fighters?" he asked, letting go of her shoulder and taking a seat on the co-pilot's seat. "Yes!" she let out excitedly. "Larger ships may be powerful and other vehicles better armored or more versatile. But the nimbleness of a fighter can't be matched. The speed, the grace, that wonderful sensation of freedom and the strain a pilot experiences when flying one in the vast expanse of the cosmos, it must be an exhilarating experience." Wyatt smiled sincerely. Clara Astor, second princess of the principality, had described the reason he loved being a pilot. "Even if it costs me my life now, I don't care. I'll let her experience some of that joy herself," he thought, unable to look away from the beaming princess. "It isn't like that all the time, Clara. Being a pilot is more than just enjoying the ride. You have to be aware of every detail and information available to you. A single mistake can cost you dearly. As the ancient saying goes, Before you run, you must learn to crawl. For a pilot, before you learn to fly, you first need to spread your wings, he said, and before Clara's expression could drop, he continued. Computer, disengage autopilot. Disabling, the computer replied. A second later, there was a shudder before Clara yelped in surprise, and all she learned through countless hours of watching all manner of videos and guides on the subject came to the forefront of her mind. With a firm hold, she stabilized the shuttle's path, and calm returned. How unfortunate, Cynthia called out from the back. It seems some debris hit us. Unfortunate, Wyatt repeated, quickly marking the incident as such. Now, take it easy and just follow the path. Take note of your sensors and be ready to take any course corrections if need be, Wyatt instructed the nervous but smiling princess. It may not be a fighter, but this is the best that I can do for you, Clara. Thank you, Wyatt. Sincerely, thank you, Clara replied softly, her sing-song voice showing nothing but gratitude. Tell me, is it that much different when you're engaged in battle? Wyatt nodded. Incredibly so. The world around you doesn't matter anymore. Just the now, your enemy, your allies, and the chance that you may die. It is always a possibility. The rush of combat is hard to describe, truth be told, but once you dominate it, you will become a great fighter pilot. During the competition, we noticed that you were eager to engage the enemy. Do you enjoy battle, Wyatt? Do you seek the glory of defeating your enemies? Cynthia asked. Wyatt went silent for a few seconds, his mind calm and focused and debating if he should tell them or not. Opting for the former, he let out a soft sigh. I do not seek glory, but I enjoy the thrill of battle against the scum that tried to harm me and my home. I've seen what the Drazen do to their prisoners. Pirates are only a step above and just as bad in most cases. I feel a sense of accomplishment and the vindication that I put down an enemy of the principality for good. He paused for a moment. And yet, I would be happy if I never engaged in battle again. That's why I didn't complain about my posting as a compost hauler, no matter how monotonous and boring it was. The satisfaction of a job well done is what I take pride in at the end of the day. Loyalty is its own reward, Clara muttered. But loyalty to who and to what? Wyatt thought as the travel continued. Much to Wyatt's surprise, he only intervened one time and spent the rest of the time teaching Clara how to sit properly, how to read through the display monitors quickly, and what information was relevant and which she could safely ignore. The fact that he was more or less instructing a princess how to fly a shuttle wasn't as mind-blowing as he thought it would be, but he enjoyed the experience. They switched places only when Woodshaft was mere minutes away. A ping signaled the station was trying to communicate with them. Wyatt opened the channel, and a feminine voice, gruff and throaty, came to life. Transport shuttle, the fuck are you? She asked. Woodshaft, transport shuttle D-22 requesting permission to land. I repeat, transport shuttle D-22 requesting permission to land, Wyatt spoke to the communicator. Cargo and business? An escort of Marines, and we seek diplomatic dealings with the overseer, he replied, internally wincing as he followed the orders given to him. You with the dim-witted Castons? Negative. Then welcome aboard, but no funny business. Land on hangar B-11. Someone will be waiting for you to take you to Uriel Hulks. With that, the connection ended. Such improper conduct! So crude! Cynthia exclaimed, outraged. Not a single show of respect for protocol at all. Disgraceful! Honestly, what did you expect from a criminal stronghold? Juice and sweets? He asked himself, finding the situation funny. Following the instruction previously given, he flew to the B-11 hangar and landed. After pressurization, he stood up and the shuttle's engines died out. As he turned around, he saw Clara and Cynthia putting on their helmets. He put on his and opened the door, allowing the two women to step into Woodshaft. He was mildly surprised when he saw a group of a dozen armed guards set around the only unarmed figure before them. The Marines disembarked and quickly formed up without drawing their weapons. Seriously? 30-odd Marines as an escort? The man asked through his speakers. At least that confirms you're not with the damn Castons. All right, who's going to meet with Uriel? That would be us, Cynthia stepped forth. You three, eh? Fine. Your escorts can follow, but you better keep your damn grubby paws where I can see 'em. People be having a twitching trigger finger ever since the Castons tried to Armstrong us. Dumb idiots got blown up real good. Saw the battle from the long-range sensors. If you want, you can visit the shops and kiosks after Uriel is done with you lot. You'll get a discount on the house. I appreciate your offer, but we won't stay long, if you please, Cynthia said, and the man shrugged, signaling his guards to lower their weapons and clear a path ahead. As they walked through the ugly, gray, poorly illuminated pathways and sections of woodshaft, the mismatched nature of its construction and expansion was exactly how Wyatt remembered it. Some parts once belonged to a ship, others to stations. Some were of Dratzan, Yikanti, and even Tilgor design. People gave them a wide margin once they entered the more populated areas, and he could see a few Yikanti among the humans looking at them with suspicion. He couldn't blame them. Their guide wasn't precisely subtle that the Kastans had tried to do something against Woodshaft, and it wasn't every day a significant force of Marines came to their doorstep. It seems the tour is canceled, he muttered to himself when noticing that security was tight. Shame, I wanted to stock on dried meats and toasted beans. Dried meats and toasted beans? Clara asked curiously through his implant, nearly startling him. Opening a private channel, he replied, Clara, how are you talking to me right now? That's a small secret I'll keep. But since I'm your commanding officer for now, I thought I might as well make some small talk. Trust me, the worst part about any diplomatic meeting is the build-up. She paused for a moment, looking around her surroundings. Such a shame, too. I would have liked to see more of this station, but it seems they are dealing with their own problems. Putting that aside, what were you talking about regarding foodstuffs, Wyatt? Wyatt stared at the princess from behind the safety of his helmet as intensely as he could. But try as he may, he was unable to see her curiosity as nothing else but sincere. What are you playing at, Clara? If you're playing anything at all? Or am I just paranoid? He asked himself before proceeding to reply to her question. Chapter 12. The prince stared at the monitors with unshakable stoicism, each of them displaying chart upon chart of reports significant enough to reach his attention. Casualty reports and number of injured, reports of possible deserters, estimated time until significant repairs could be completed, number of captured enemies, and, above all else, the empty monitor he awaited to flicker to life more than any other. Cynthia is with her, my prince. She will first die before allowing a single harm come Clara's way, Redford replied as he stood behind the prince in his private quarters. Ain't that the truth? She will turn to mincemeat anyone stupid enough to glare at Clara the wrong way, Juliana said, smirking. My prince, would it not be easier to receive the information directly to your brain? It would be, the prince replied, unmoving. But I prefer to read the information with my own eyes, if at all possible, he hummed deeply. Perhaps I should have not agreed with Clara's plan. Dealing with criminals is not the same as dealing with noble houses and corporations. True, dealing with criminals is generally safer and more straightforward than dealing with nobility, Juliana retorted, earning a single nod from the prince. If I may be so bold, my prince, Redford asked, and waited for the prince to give his approval. I believe that Clara's intentions are good, risky but good. She's calm, collected, and keen. She will do whatever is best for our cause and what may benefit you the most, my prince. I trust her explicitly. As do I. Of all my siblings, Clara is the only one I would entrust with negotiating in my stead. She may appear innocent and reserved, but she's a fierce political animal, a superb orator, and not ashamed to incur tactics that most others would deem disgraceful. And yet, I am her older brother. I worry about her as I care for my other siblings. More so thanks to this debacle. The prince rubbed his eyes and let out a long, tired sigh. Juliana. My prince. Have you found anything? He asked, turning around, his expression cold and regal. Nothing yet, my prince, Juliana replied with a frown. I have already ruled out the possibility that Gregor, Lukacs, and Vivian are the traitors in our midst. Gregor, insufferable as he is loyal, stubborn, stuck to his ways, and your usual commoner loathing noble, but loyal. Lukacs was the first target, but he too is loyal without a doubt. House Ishtal may have sided with Duke Draymore, but not all of them share his brother's decision. Trust me, he, above everyone else, is eager to bring the traitors to justice. And Vivian led an exhaustive investigation that ended not 10 minutes ago. She executed a dozen commoner crew members and 2 nobles for gross insubordination and confirmed sabotage attempts. I shall congratulate Vivian for her efforts personally once this situation is over, the prince said, nodding to himself. Is there a lingering ghost AI in our systems? A stealth beacon, perhaps? Redford shook his head. Thankfully, that is not the case. The system was checked thoroughly, and all of our AIs have found nothing. They searched through the code, the channels, and dismantled everything segment by segment, but they couldn't find garbage data, any errors in processing, unexplained energy consumption, or dents in their firewalls. In regards to cyber warfare, we are at top efficiency. The prince remained silent for half a minute before speaking once more. Any ship we have not detected? Redford shook his head again. Even if one of those black ships was following us outside our radar and sensor rangers, the time delay from them informing any possible ambushers to forming an actual response does not match up. Besides, they may be stealth ships, but no ship, no matter how advanced, can mask a warp signature, be it before or after a jump. I had hoped against hope that I was in the wrong, the prince replied. My uncle, he has proven to be more cunning than I realized. My greatest worry may be the risk of our nation entering into a civil war that will leave us fragmented and weaker than we already are. But my second concern is these black ships. Who made them? Is another human nation backing my uncle? Did he simply buy them? How many of these ships are at his disposal? I wish I could answer those questions, my prince, Redford replied. Such is the burden of the prince said weakly. Juliana, you may commence doing random inspections. Start from the bottom up as regulations dictate, but move quickly. Inform Lukacs to ease the process and find that damnable QEC. The sooner we find it, the better. What of the traitors? Juliana asked. Interrogate them. Then execute them. I will not tolerate traitors within my fleet, no matter who they are, the prince ordered with deadly seriousness. It shall be done, Juliana replied, smiling. In the meantime, Redford spoke up, I shall conduct a personal investigation, my prince. Regarding? The prince asked, raising an eyebrow. After Clara departed, a few technicians informed the staff master that they found hampering and signs of sabotage among a few fighters. The sabotage was so minor that it could have been explained as mere stress use. However, the number of damaged fighters was too great to be a simple coincidence. In addition, one vessel showed more signs of sabotage than the rest. Let me guess. Wyatt Staples' fighter? Juliana asked, her smile vanishing. Redford nodded. I think I will have a pleasant talk with Salazar Reed. Why do you assume it was him who caused it? Redford asked. After the stunt he pulled, you doubt it is not him? Juliana growled. I always advised him to control his idiot glory-seeking brother better, but he never listened. So his brother, a stupid death like the stupid fool he was, and he blames an innocent just to sate his ego and thirst for compensation. I do not doubt that he's responsible for that sabotage attempt. I do not believe he's behind it, Redford countered. Before Juliana could speak, he continued. After I dismissed him, he returned to his quarters, and after a 2-hour break, he went to the gym and was there venting his frustrations until half an hour ago. There were no messages delivered from his person to anyone else in that time frame. Juliana's smirk returned, and she crossed her arms. Do you make a habit of keeping an eye on officers from other divisions, Redford? Only on those that may cause a threat to my pilots, Redford replied with a passive expression. Whoever is responsible for these sabotages is likely linked to the traitors we are searching for and are now targeting Wyatt. I'm afraid that his recent exploits have marked him as a potential threat. The prince nodded in agreement. Why let a small nuisance today become a major threat tomorrow? Do you think these attempts will persist in the future, Redford? If left unchecked, I'm sure they'll escalate. Do I have permission to proceed, my prince? You do, the prince replied, turning to face the black screen once more. Our forces are limited. We are scattered, disorganized, and incommunicated. We can ill afford to lose talented individuals, less so to the one I owe a debt of gratitude. Ensure that his life is not at risk outside combat. I may not be able to show preference, but I will not stand watching and do nothing. My prince, the two commanders said at the same time. Wait here, the man leading the welcoming party said as he opened a door and closed it behind him. The guards on both sides stood silent. though the Marines proved to be the true professionals while the woodshaft guards shuffled every now and again. Wyatt stood next to Clara while Cynthia took the head of their little group, making it as if she was the most prominent noble present. Clara had asked him several questions regarding anything and everything she could think of asking. Why did he want to buy dried meats and toasted beans? What did they taste like? What did he usually eat? Did he miss his old job? What was it like hauling a garbage hauler? And many more trivial questions. He answered all of them, of course, and he was glad that he could ease her nerves even if just a little. But after their guide announced that they were nearing their destination, she politely ended their private conversation, and all that was left to do was the wait. He looked at the princess and noticed small details about her. She was constantly clenching and unclenching her hands. She bobbed her head up and down slowly, as if she were muttering something only she could hear, and her posture was rigid like a slab of rock. Cynthia, on the other hand, was staunch and firm, unshaken, unbreakable. And here I am, trying to prevent my heart from bursting out of my chest. Clara was right. The buildup is killing me. Is this what diplomats deal with all the time? I suddenly am less envious of their cozy posts, he thought to himself. 10 seconds later, the door opened and their guide returned. All right, you three may enter. The Marines must wait here. Uriel says you can keep your guns, but if you draw them, you'll be a goner, understood? Crystal, Cynthia replied. The guide then fully opened the door, allowing them entrance to the sealed room behind it. The blue-haired woman signaled her companions to enter after her, and they followed. Once inside, the guide closed the door, and a cleansing process began, followed by a pressurization period. Then, the door in front of them opened to reveal a large room. Stepping into the room, Wyatt immediately recognized it as a heavily retrofitted deck that once belonged to a cruiser. Several odd sculptures adorned the walls, along with paintings, a few strange plants, and most odd of all, a large fish tank with several fishes happily swimming inside it. Then in the middle of the spacious room, a desk stood in the middle as several screens dangled from the ceiling, all of them pointing at the lone figure sitting at the other side of the desk. The clanging of the door closing behind them made the lieutenant turn back, only to find that their guide was not to join them. Turning his attention forward again, he focused on Uriel Hoax. In truth, this was the first time he'd seen the man directly. He saw him once in a video recording, but that was it. All he knew about the black-haired man was that he was cunning and brutal, but reasonable and a surprisingly fair dealer, as long as you played by his tune. Seeing him in person further confirmed that. He was a towering man well past 2 meters tall, but he wasn't muscular, rather he was physically strong and lean. His long black hair flowed like a cascade from the back of his head. His facial features were smooth and polished but stern. His eyes were gray and dull, and his skin was slightly tanned, which was surprising given how far they were from any habitable world. "Take a seat," Uriel commanded, signaling to the 6 empty chairs before them. The trio walked down to the seat directly in front of Uriel and then turned to Clara, offering it to her. This caused Uriel to raise an eyebrow in surprise, and more so when the bodyguard and the pilot refused to sit down, preferring to remain standing behind the princess, flanking her and protecting her. "Looks like I'm dealing with a big shot," Uriel chuckled, leaning on his seat and picking a cigarette from a box resting on the desk. His left index finger suddenly split apart to reveal a small flame with which he lighted his cigarette. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled through his nose. "You must be a diplomat sent by the Royal House Astor, are you, girlie?" Wyatt almost choked when he heard the clenching of Cynthia's fists, but nothing worse happened. He spared a glance at Clara, and his eyes widened. Her posture was now relaxed, yet firm. There were no signs of her previous nervousness, and he could have sworn she looked bigger for a brief moment before he blinked. Where did this change come from? "I'm afraid you're not dealing with a mere diplomat or a speaker, my dear Uriel Hoax," Clara replied with a serious, icy, dignified tone. She reached for her helmet and slowly removed it. Uriel Hoax stared at the face of the princess for several seconds until he burst out laughing for nearly half a minute. Oh, ho, this is too good, too rich. An Astor, a real Astor has deemed it necessary to step into my home. Shit must be worse than I thought for a royal blue blood to come preen her feathers here." "He's not entirely wrong," Wyatt thought while glancing at Cynthia, who was struggling to keep her cool if her shaking fists were any indication. As it is, yes, you are correct. The situation across the principality is dire. However, my presence here is not a display of weakness, but rather a show of force and respect, Uriel Hoax, she said sternly, her face stoic, unmoving and firm. Seriously, where did this Clara come from? I thought she was too delicate for something like this. But here she is, standing her ground like I've never seen anyone do before. She's terrifying, Waite thought, but also did his best to maintain his composure. A show of strength? Uriel chuckled, and his laughter finally ended. I saw the battle play out from here, Princess. Yes, you gave the Caiston a pummeling, and I'm mighty happy that you did, but you also got your teeth kicked in. Where's this so-called show of strength coming from? It comes from the fact that I am here, ready to negotiate with you instead of conscripting every vessel, crew member, and living being aboard Woodshaft, Clara replied in that same unshakable tone. You must be aware that my brother, the prince, is waiting for my return at the heart of our fleet, and so you must know that I speak the truth. Woodshaft isn't defenseless, Princess, Uriel replied, taking a deep inhale from his cigarette. I am not defenseless either, Clara replied, her voice colder than before. Uriel stared at her for long moments until he began to exhale the smoke through his nostrils. Those Marines, I see. I've fallen right into a trap without realizing it. They're Royal Marines, aren't they? Royal Marines! Wyatt thought, and small bits and pieces of information connected in his brain. I knew there were a few Royal Marines on board to protect 2 royals, but over 30 of them? How many more are there? Now it all makes sense. The way they walked, how they never talked. Royal Marines. Woodshaft doesn't have anything that could stand up to 5 of them, let alone 30. Indeed they are, Clara confirmed, but worry not. They shan't take hostile actions unless I am harmed, or unless I give them the order to do so. Do you plan on giving me a reason? I am not a suicidal fool, Uriel replied, sinking into his seat, defeated. What do you want, Blue Blood? I wish to negotiate, Clara replied, her tone warming up. With 30 walking, thinking killing machines at your beck and call? I hardly call that terms to negotiate, Uriel countered, frowning. They are my insurance that you will not do something stupid, Uriel Hoax. Believe it or not, I do not intend to harm you or anyone else, nor do I seek unfavorable deals, Clara replied. Let's say I believe that you, he said, pointing his cigarette at her, aren't just going to take whatever you want from my station. Take away my people, my resources, and my ships, all to fuel your little war against Duke Draymore. You hardly have anything we could want or desire within your fleet. On the contrary, we have many things that you will find exceptionally interesting and worth your trouble, Clara remarked. Princess, do not take me for a fool. I know a bad deal when I see one. How do you think I was able to take control of Woodshaft in the first place? My father, damn be his name, wasted the wealth of our house on bad business practices until I made deals behind his back. I saved my house from bankruptcy. He repaid me by exiling me. I was just a bastard. I wanted to prove my worth, and when I did, he kicked me out. House Hoax is no more today, all thanks to him, and I only kept my name as a reminder of what happened. He inhaled from his cigarette again and exhaled quickly. You offer me nothing and can demand everything. Should I refuse, I'm certain that your lapdogs will pounce and kill me. His eyes landed on Cynthia and smirked. I'm certain that one is a Winfield, the most loyal dogs of the Astors. The other one? Not sure, but if he's with you, then he's just another glorified blue blood. He thinks I'm a noble? Why would he? Oh, right, my rank insignia, Wyatt realized, frowning. He was new to being hated or looked down on, but it was the first time he felt directly spat upon by someone thinking he was a blue blood. The irony that a deposed blue blood was the one doing it didn't escape him either. Must I repeat myself, Uriel Hoax? Said Clara, sighing and for the first time showing any real measure of emotion ever since taking off her helmet. I have much to offer, and yet my show of respect is met again and again with derision and vulgar mockery. You are fortunate that I am a patient woman. Uriel closed his eyes for a moment and set his cigarette down, ignoring it for the time being. You can demand without repercussion, and yet you don't. Perhaps you are speaking with more honesty than the damn Caistons, Princess. You may be criminals, but you are still part of the principality. It is within my right to enforce the laws of obedience upon all of you in these dire times. However, what would that gain me? Hatred, resentment, invalidation, and festering thoughts of treason. Instead, I offer you a peaceful transaction, unlike House Caiston apparently tried to do, she replied. So far, you've done far better than they have, that's for damn sure, said the black-haired older man. Fine, I'll bite. What do you want and what do you offer, princess? But before you say anything, keep in mind that this is my home, my station, and should you try to take it away from me by force, which I know you will succeed at, we won't go down without a fight. Or I could simply have you removed and place another more amicable and intelligent man aligned with my ambitions and goals, Clara threatened, smirking coldly. Uriel Hoax smirked, picking up his cigarette. In that case, let's play, princess. You may move first. Wyatt blinked in confusion, and doubly so when he noticed that Cynthia relaxed her posture and unclenched her fists. What just happened? Did I miss anything? He asked himself, bewildered, amazed, and scared all at the same time. Gladly. I'll be blunt, Uriel, we need ships. As many as you can provide that are capable of at least providing screening or escorting duty. We will also require at least 2 large freighters filled with as many electrical components, tools, repair material, spare scrap, replacement parts for engines, armor, controls, and prime resources that can be fitted within their compartments and cargo bays. She paused. Can you provide any of that? The sum will be hefty, but that can be arranged easily. Woodshaft always has an overabundance of such materials and more. Hell, I can probably fit a 3rd freighter if you can afford it, princess. But the fight-capable ships, those are another story. He paused to take a long puff at his cigarette. Woodshaft is largely protected by static defensive turrets and weapon emplacements. In space, several defensive satellites bolster our defenses. Most of our ships are lightly armed, and that's including civilian ships and merchant vessels. But we do have a small fleet at our disposal. 3 light destroyers, 10 corvettes, and over 30 frigates and gunships. Not much, but it works, Uriel answered, silently eyeing the princess. We will take you up on the offer of 3 freighters, and we wish to claim your destroyers, nothing more. Are there no mercenary groups in the station? She asked. Only 2 groups remained before this whole disaster broke out. The rest ran when the Caistons tried to force Woodshaft to pledge allegiance to Duke Draymore under the rights of patronage, he chuckled. Luckily for us, the Caistons were never our patrons. They only turned a blind eye to our operations for a cut of the gains. Greedy, shifty bastards. So I told them where they could shove it a few hours before you lot arrived. I see. That is indeed fortunate. And the mercenaries? Clara pressed on. No good. Greener than my plants over there. They're planet-siders, Uriel replied. Clara sighed. They'll serve a purpose, I suppose? Are there any individuals of renown? Princess, this is a smuggler den, not a recruitment center. Anyone worth a damn left when they could. Although, are you only looking for meat for the grinder? He asked tentatively. No, soldiers are most welcome, but anyone with talent will be highly sought after, no matter their role, rank, profession, or status, she answered. In that case, there is one such guy here. He's a technician, wacky, short-tempered, and a pain in the ass. But if it is broken, he can fix it. The only problem is that he's a Yikanti, Uriel said, smirking. If he agrees to come, or we can establish a labor contract, then I will happily welcome him on board. They are rare, but there are aliens serving within the Principality's military. I see not why a Yikanti should be an exception, she replied dryly. I'll contact him after we discuss the most important thing of this transaction. He took a final drag of his cigarette and took his sweet time exhaling the smoke slowly. Payment. Certainly, Clara agreed and brought up her left arm. A section of her armor beneath her forearm parted open and a scroll of paper and a data chit emerged from it. She took them and then placed them on the desk. This paper, she began, tapping at the paper twice, grants Woodshaft full salvage rights to the vessels that survived the battle on the Caiston side, which includes the battlecruiser. Uriel's eyes went wide at the declaration and reached for the paper, reading it quickly. Why don't you claim it? He finally asked after a minute of silence. The vessel would be a fine addition were it not for how heavily damaged it is. It would take us considerable time to repair it, scour for sabotage attempts made by Draymore loyalists, and bring it back into full service. Time is a luxury we can't ill afford right now. Instead, we'll let you keep it and the other remaining vessels as prized salvage in exchange for the requested supplies. She paused for a moment, then continued. That includes, of course, the lives of those trapped in those vessels. What makes you think I care for the lives of the blue-blooded scum that tried to seize my station in the first place? Uriel asked, eyes narrowed. Do with them as you wish. I care not for the lives of those traitors, but what about the commoners, those forced to serve against their will? Some have gladly joined our side, but the rest? Are you going to abandon them to their fate for the decisions made by true traitors? Clara asked, slightly leaning forth, her purple eyes piercing Uriel's gray ones. She's treating lives as currency. That is, I don't know how to feel about that, Wyatt thought, only slightly turning his head at Clara. On one hand, it left a bad taste in his mouth that the otherwise amicable princess was so casually treating thousands of lives like that. But on the other hand, he recognized it as a merciful act. The ships and the crews would be destroyed regardless, so now she was using them in her favor and potentially saving those lives. Inside, he felt another notch of respect grow for the princess. As part of the main Astor bloodline, the lives of every commoner and lesser noble were hers to do as she pleased. And yet she chooses a path of mercy that benefits her, but mercy nevertheless. Deciding to trust what little he'd seen of Clara so far, he relaxed and continued to pay close attention to the exchange. Clever, princess. My implants and my education were all I got from my worthless father. I've always seen myself as a commoner more than asshat noble. Leaving those men and women to die. He hummed deeply and tapped at his desk a dozen times before continuing. The battlecruiser alone covers the cost of what you desire, even with what you already scavenged from it. Naturally, Clara replied, not missing a beat. But the lives of so many people? Very well, princess. You have yourself a deal. The freighters and the destroyers are yours. Will they be crewed by your people? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Hopefully that won't be the case. We are stretched thin as it is, Clara replied, now turning to the data chit. Will you inform the mercenaries and that Yikanti technician of my offer? Already done, Uriel replied, smirking. Jincho already accepted. So have the mercenaries. Should I tell them where to meet you? After we are done with our business here, Uriel. For now, let us move to our second topic of discussion, said the blonde woman. Ah, Uriel let out, eyes narrowing. So that's why you offer me the survivors. You wish to take personnel from Woodshaft, but since you don't want to resort to conscription, I assume you have another offer on the table? Clara nodded. Within this chit is an authorization and royal warrant that'll give Woodshaft complete and total autonomy under the banner of House Astor itself. We won't be your patrons, but Woodshaft shall enjoy our protection, credibility, and legality needed to operate freely, without having to pay fees outside a binding contract of loyalty, she replied, stoic and firm, while Uriel and Wyatt mirrored the same shocked expression. It also confers the overseer of Woodshaft the right of succession, be it a bloodline or by mentorship. I'm certain you can appreciate the security of not dealing with potential usurpers taking away your throne at any given moment. She tapped the chit again. Additionally, it also offers every soul currently living and operating in Woodshaft a royal pardon for minor crimes committed and an invitation to join our cause and end the threat of Duke Draymore. Clara paused for a moment. In exchange, we need an alternative jump point for us to use leading into Finnegan territory. Unless, of course, you can assure me that there won't be Caiston or Draymore loyalists waiting for us on the other side of the regular route already? Uriel looked at the chit with incredulous eyes, then up at Clara, then down at the chit again. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he leaned back on his chair and let out a long, hard exhale. It seems I am checkmated. That offer is too good to pass up, he smirked, leaning forth and staring into Clara's eyes. I'm surprised you didn't try to offer me a noble title, princess. Otherwise, I would have rejected you on the spot. Not only a pretty face, but a brilliant mind behind those cold eyes. Then he raised a finger. However, I have one condition you must agree with before I accept. Checkmated, but not powerless yet. If we are to start this relationship on the right foot, then let's rub our shoulders a little more, shall we? It depends on what you have in mind, Uriel, Clara retorted, unflinching and unwavering. Wyatt was at a loss for words, but thankful that he was given the chance to see Clara in action. Is this the sort of thing a princess deals with? Let me shoot at pirates any day before I get to handle this sort of stuff. You have a way with words, son. Maybe you should consider joining the diplomatic corps instead, or needlessly risking your life, he thought, remembering the words of his father back on Volantis. A screen lowered itself on Uriel's left, coming to rest a few inches above the desk, so that his 3 guests could have a clear view of it. Then the screen came to life, showing a rough tactical display of Woodshaft, the moon it was orbiting, the nearby planet, and the full extent of its sensor range, which was considerable. You see, Princess, the Castons were up to something before you arrived. I wasn't aware those strange stealth ships were even in the system. Too many ships come and go for us to register every warp signature we get. However, the battlecruiser is another beast entirely. When it arrived, it didn't head to the rest of the fleet right away. It moved in another direction, suddenly stopped, and turned back mere hours before you lot arrived. As he spoke, the display showed the movement patterns of the battlecruiser. Then another dot appeared next to where the prince's fleet waited. As the dot began to move at ludicrous speed, he continued. Does it look familiar? Wyatt stared at the moving dot, made a quick note of its point of origin, the vector it was heading, and spoke up out of instinct. That's the black ship that survived the battle, isn't it? Give the lapdog a prize. Yes, that's precisely it. Now watch closely, Uriel said in a playful tone. The dot on the display kept moving, and soon reached the same vector the battlecruiser was heading towards, quickly matched it, and moved forth until it finally came to a halt, only for it to vanish. Roughly 20 minutes ago, the trail died. How were you able to track it in the first place? All of our sensors bounce back unless we are close enough for the cameras to detect the plume of the engines, Wyatt asked, surprised and eager to know if there was a way to counter those ships. You're right. Whatever those blasted ships are made out of makes them nearly impossible to scan, lock on, or keep track of without direct visual confirmation. This ship, though, got unlucky. 1 or 2 lucky hits got it good. The trail we detected is leaked radiation. My sensor array operators nearly discarded it, but the speed of the trail gave it away. The display zoomed in to reveal a small station bored into an asteroid. The station itself was barely visible due to the distance and the limitations of the telescope, but it was there. I have no records of that station ever existing, so it is either a new one or a closely kept secret. Probably a military station or a repair docking station, Uriel added. Take over the station, place it under my command, and you'll have your safe access. Well, as safe as an unstable jump point can be, but no ship has been lost in over 10 years. I see, Clara replied, while her eyes were focused on the screen for 5 eternally long seconds. Then, she turned to Uriel once more. If the black ship is there, and we take it, we shall keep it, along with any other potential vessel stationed there and any valuable equipment and information. Uriel shrugged. I only care about the station itself. Woodshaft can always use more space and landing docks. Saves me the trouble and money to create one from scratch. You can take whatever you want from it. In that case, we have a deal. You'll get your station, Uriel. Clara stood up and put on her helmet again. Until then, picking up the chit, she placed it within her armor. I'll keep this. Pleasure doing honest business with you, Princess, Uriel replied, taking out a second cigarette. I would hurry if I were you. Who knows what the Castons may do if you dilly-dally? The 3 left the room by the time Uriel was halfway done with his cigarette. Only after he was alone once more did he dare reach for the piece of paper resting before him and give it a second read. Now, with a cooler head and less frantic heartbeat, he noticed something that was missing from it, a royal signature. He chuckled to himself. Clever, Princess! Wyatt expected Clara to head back to the shuttle and organize an attack on the station. Instead, she asked him to guide her to the market stalls. He did so, of course, but after the meeting with Uriel was over, the 2 women had not spoken to him since. It had only been 10 minutes, but their silence was starting to worry him. Did I screw up by speaking out of turn? I hope I didn't bungle Clara's plan or anything like that. The one time I had to keep my mouth shut and I had to open it, Wyatt thought, wanting to kick himself for being so stupid. Behind the trio, their escort of Royal Marines followed closely and everyone gave them a wide berth. The only indication that Clara wasn't as mad as he thought she might be was the way her head turned from side to side, checking the stalls with mild interest. She'd stopped a few times, but didn't approach to any. That is, until she came to a sudden halt and slowly made her way to a stall selling tools, replacement parts, display screens, and, oddest of all things, several models of ships, tanks, and action figurines. He followed the princess closely along with Cynthia until she stopped in front of the stall. The owner, a sleazy-looking older man, leaned forth at the prospect of clients. "Why, welcome, welcome! See anything catching your eye there? I assure you these be high-quality stuff. You ain't gonna find better prices and pieces in all of Woodshaft." "I highly doubt that," Cynthia replied through a private channel. "Wyatt?" "You are correct, Cynthia," Wyatt replied, and felt relieved when he didn't detect any hostility in her voice. "Most of what I'm seeing is junk. There are a few good things here and there, but I think Clara isn't looking for equipment," he pointed out, and sure enough, Clara's focus was on the models. Before he could say anything, he watched as she lifted her right arm and pointed a finger at a model of an old Kenkyo Mk2 fighter, the ancient predecessor of the modern-day Raptor fighters. "I want that one," Clara announced. "Oh, this one?" the shopkeeper asked, taking the model from the shelf. "You have a keen eye, lady. This here model was found on an ancient cargo ship, part of a collection that belonged to Luminor Tintar, the first lone wolf himself. This be a rare model and a part of history. I mainly keep it for show, but if you wants it, I think I can let it go for 4,000 credits. "I'll take eep," Clara replied without hesitation, but was cut off by Wyatt taking a step forth and slamming a hand on the counter, startling her. "Do you think you can take us for fools?" Wyatt asked, with a serious voice. "If you don't want it, you can move along. This is a dear piece close to my heart," the shopkeeper replied with a smug grin. "Like hell it is. That thing can't cost more than 300 credits, 400 tops, and you're trying to scam us?" Wyatt pressed on. "I have a business to run, and you noble lot can afford it. Besides, I ain't lying. Look here," he said, and turned the model upside down to show a small carving with the letters LT under one of the model's wings. "I speaks the truth, don't I? It belonged to Luminor Tintar. That alone is worth the price I ask for." Wyatt inspected the carving for several moments, and he had to admit that those weren't made recently. The tear and wear of the model matched the chipped edges to the crude carving. "So am I to take your word for it? LT could mean anything or have belonged to anyone else but the first lone wolf. If it belonged to him, you wouldn't be selling it for so little. I offer 1,000 credits for it. 3,000, 1,200, 2,000 and a half, 1,300, 2,000, 1,500, and that's my final offer," Wyatt leaned forth. "Unless you think you can get lucky and have someone buy it for that much ever again." The shopkeeper smiled widely. "Deal. For a noble, sir, you know how to haggle. I can respect that. Here you go," he said, handing Wyatt the fighter model. In turn, Wyatt took out his credit chit and presented it to the shopkeeper, who also brought up his. The two touched, and a second later, the transaction was over. "If you need anything else, you know where to find my stall," the shopkeeper said, unable to hide the joy of a good profit. Wyatt stepped back, and with him the two women. Once they were several meters away from the stall, he turned to Clara and presented her with the model. "Here, it's yours," he said through a private channel. "Wyatt, 4,000 credits are nothing to me. I could have easily paid for it," Clara replied, using the channel instead of talking directly through his implant. He shrugged. "Maybe. But everyone here is a ravenous clixel and will lie, cheat, and betray one another for a chance to earn a single credit more in any deal." He paused for a moment. "Besides, think of it as my way of saying sorry for meddling during your dealings with Uriel. You think you overstepped?" It was Cynthia who spoke up, confused. "Do not know the roles of a diplomatic entourage are to play? There are roles for that?" Wyatt asked, baffled. Then the soft giggling of the princess cut through the channel. "Oh, Wyatt, I was surprised you spoke when you did, but I am thankful that you did so. Truth be told, I had no idea what he was showing us initially. You saved me from a rather embarrassing moment of having to ask Uriel what it was." Thank you, Wyatt, she replied and reached for the model, clutching it delicately in between her hands. I've been looking everywhere for this model. They are so rare. Once you safely return, I shall pay you back for it. Think nothing of it, Clara. Since you gave me those sweets, giving you something in return is the polite thing to do, he replied. In that case, I shall not insist. Thank you once more, Wyatt, Clara said. Cynthia, I have decided on our course of action. We'll return to the shuttle, and from there you will proceed. My princess, Cynthia replied, turning to face the Royal Marines. Wyatt didn't hear what she told them, but they all simultaneously saluted and turned around. As they followed their escort, something Clara said finally clicked in. Wait, did she say once I safely return? This part contains depictions of blood, death, and violence. Please consider now if you would like to change the video. We will now continue. Are you nervous, Wyatt? Cynthia asked. Yes, Wyatt replied from his seat. I've never been part of a boarding action before. Just follow my orders and stay close to me, Cynthia remarked. If we had boarding pods, your presence wouldn't be required. But you're the best pilot available to us. I trust that your skills will be sufficient to get us there safely. It's my first time doing a hot drop, but I will do my best. It won't be pleasant, though. A sudden turn and a burst of deceleration can kill people even with dampeners, Wyatt replied. Our implants and augmentations will ensure our survival. Were it not for the Kinator implant you received, I'm sure Clara wouldn't have tasked you with this important role. Do not worry. I received strict orders to protect you as if you were my princess herself during this mission. Remind me to thank Clara for that once we return, he replied, not wanting to think about the other likely possibility. Speaking of our princess, I'm surprised you didn't object to her ordering you to lead the assault. You're her bodyguard, after all. My princess commands, and I obey without question. I am her bodyguard, her advisor, her friend, and her closest confidant, but I will never object to an order I know she wouldn't make without merit. 10 Royal Marines will be more than enough to ensure her safety against any potential criminal scum that may dare try to harm her. She smirked slightly. Of that, we can both agree. Royal Marines, I never thought I'd see another one in my life, Wyatt commented. You knew they were Royal Marines? Cynthia asked, raising an eyebrow. Not at all. I thought they were regular Marines until Uriel Holks brought it up. I saw one during my training days in the academy. He fought unarmed and without armor against 20 fully equipped Marine recruits. That was the first time I saw what exposed bone fractures looked like in real life. The fight was over in less than half a minute, Wyatt said, shuddering at the memory. Part of him felt guilty that the recruits, being all nobles, were all crying and asking for help after the fact. But another part of him found it refreshing to see nobles getting their asses handed to them so thoroughly. You were fortunate. Royal Marines rarely leave House Astor territory, and when they do, it is to deal with dangerous threats. To have one visit an academy outpost to display their tactics, strength, and training is a rare occurrence, Cynthia remarked, not at all surprised to hear his tale. I guess, he replied, and silence returned for several moments. Cynthia, is Clara always like that? She has to be, Cynthia replied, her gaze shifting to her lap. My princess wears many masks, and she finds it hard to be comfortable around those that she does not trust. I am astonished that she has found you to be an individual with whom she can be herself, and not feel constrained by her duties and the problems this coup attempt has caused. She doesn't trust people that easily, but I believe your rustic charm and your straightforwardness are something she appreciates. As a matter of fact, I too like those aspects of your personality. How do you know I'm not just trying to gain Clara's favor through a convincing act of friendliness? He asked seriously. Because, Wyatt Staples, you'd be dead by now if that was the case. You're not like many other commoners are. You're neither opportunistic nor a resentful beast wishing the demise of his betters or an usurper wishing to take their place. You are sincere, honest, and dutiful. You'd be surprised how few people can fit that description. Her expression softened and turned to face him, offering a sincere, beautiful smile that made him blush. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart, for doing what you did when we were at the market stalls. With that final act, I know I can trust you as an ally, and, if you'll have me, as a friend. Wyatt blinked, confused, and his blush vanished. Don't understand. I just intervened because that guy was trying to scam her. And yet you stood up for her to defend the honor of my princess. It is not the same as saving her life, but what you did was a noble act, silly as it may sound. She paused, and her expression returned to her usual stoicism. We all wear our masks, after all. Some do it better than others. But Wyatt noticed that an invisible barrier had been shattered. He no longer saw that cold, near-emotionless, but admittedly beautiful face of Cynthia Winfield. Now he saw emotion in her features, and a small dose of respect directed at him in those blue sapphires she called her eyes. At that moment, a part of him felt guilty that while he was honest with them, he wasn't entirely so. He also hid behind a carefully crafted mask that he rarely took off. Left without further explanation and still wondering why helping Clara get a simple model would mean so much to both women, Wyatt focused his attention on the task at hand. Several minutes went by until he straightened up. Activating the intercom, he spoke. Everyone, prepare for a hard turn. Hot drop in T-minus 10 minutes. Are we close? Cynthia asked before putting on her helmet. Wyatt strapped in and put on his helmet too. Killing the engines in 3, 2, 1. At that moment, the lights dimmed and only basic navigational sensors, a display monitor, and life support remained active. We'll be breaching their sensor range in 20 seconds. After that, well, let's hope they don't activate their scanners or we'll be blown out before we know what hit us. A second later, the ship groaned, and everyone on board jerked to the side violently as the shuttle made a hard 180-degree turn and stopped just as violently. The following minutes were tense, and Wyatt never took his attention from the tactical display, watching how they were slowly approaching the station. A minute before impact, he activated an external camera to get a better view of the quickly approaching station. All in all, it didn't look to be that special. A common, hollowed asteroid barely big enough to house an outpost station meant for quick repairs, refueling, or a transitory harbor. But the 3 ships docked to it were another story altogether. He noticed that one ship was a corvette, a standard model but heavily cannibalized. The black ship that escaped was there, and he could faintly see the damage it had sustained. The 3rd ship was an oddity, though. It shared the same surface the other black ships had, but the design was different. Instead of being an arrowhead, it was more akin to a spear tip, with 2 wings extending near its rear. A chill ran down his spine at the thought of having to face another type of stealth ship. Furthermore, he noticed that the monster was around 1,800 meters in length, making it a full-blown destroyer in size alone. Hot drop in 10 seconds, Wyatt announced, feeling every muscle in his body clenching up in preparation. He gave Cynthia one last glance, and she returned it, nodding once at him. Prepare for hot drop, he announced, and the engines came back to life in full force and well above safety parameters. The entire ship protested against the sudden change with a growl of metal threatening to bend and break. Wyatt and Cynthia sank into their seats, the kinetic dampeners doing all they could to withstand the enormous strain of G-forces shifting violently. Wyatt felt lightheaded, consciousness threatening to leave him, and his whole body ached with pain from the ordeal. He was sure he would have fainted right from the start were it not for the kinetor implant. Still, he managed to retain his consciousness until the shuttle impacted precisely where he had aimed their landing to be. A storage bay. The groan of metal echoed all around them, and the shuttle crashed against several containers, destroying them but also softening their landing and further decelerating them. The engines died 5 seconds after their landfall, and the shuttle came to a crashing halt when it collided against a wall. Not a second later, Wyatt heard the faint sound of the shuttle's doors exploding outwards, and a deluge of gunshots following next. Come, Wyatt, stay close to me and move out. We have a station to take, Cynthia called out, removing his straps and helping him to his shaky feet. He followed Cynthia outside the cockpit, only to be greeted by a gnarly scene. The storage bay wasn't empty of human personnel, and their abrupt entry left many broken bodies and red stains all across the path the shuttle had taken. Furthermore, more bodies now lay on the ground thanks to the Royal Marines' quick initial assault. The blaring of alarms began to sound no long after, and he followed Cynthia without uttering a word. Cruel, but Clara gave her orders. No prisoners, no survivors, he reminded himself, knowing it was a necessary, if sad, conclusion. Even if the personnel and any potential crew members were innocent, they were in a station belonging to the Caiston and were on the Duke's side. The duo left the storage bay soon and quickly moved through the illuminated grayish hallways of the station. Twice, they were intercepted by panicked, confused Caiston guards who were quickly taken down by precise shots coming from Cynthia's pistol and his rifle. They stopped at a crossroads, and suddenly Wyatt's helmet's HUD was updated by a detailed map of the station. A second later, the alarms stopped blaring. It hasn't been more than 2 minutes since we arrived and they already hacked the station? No wonder Royal Marines are considered to be the best among the best, he thought with genuine praise, and thankful that he was on their side. Paying more attention to the display as he followed Cynthia's lead, he noticed that the Royal Marines had divided themselves into teams of 2 or 3 and were quickly scouring the entire station with brutal efficiency and speed. Cynthia suddenly stopped and turned to him. "Wyatt, take out the 2 guards on the left. I'll take care of the rest. They've formed up at the end of the corridor," she said, drawing her sword from her back. Wyatt examined his display and found that she spoke the truth. A group of 12 guards had managed to barricade the path right in front of them 300 meters away. A quick examination revealed that they were blocking the fastest way to the station's command center and a direct path leading to the elevators heading to the docking area. Rather than hear it, Wyatt turned to Cynthia when he felt a surge of energy cracking to life, and the edges of her sword sparkled with an intense emerald glow. She crouched for a moment and then broke into a sprint aided by the lower gravity. Wyatt followed her, rifle at the ready, and aiming at the objective she had given him, but he couldn't help but be in awe of her. "She's running faster than an angry clicksowl, and is she—" His thoughts were interrupted when her shields flickered, absorbing the attacks coming from the entrenched guards. She then began to zigzag, evading most of their fire, until she jumped on a wall and ran alongside its surface for several meters before jumping to the other side, continuing her run. Wyatt took a knee and brought his rifle up, scoping the panicking guards desperately trying to take down the blue-haired woman. He lined up with one of his targets and took a shot, killing her instantly. He lined up on his second target and pulled the trigger, dropping him a moment before Cynthia reached their line. Through the scope, he watched her twirl and spin in midair, her blade swinging along with her movements, creating a whirlpool of red and emerald green. 3 guards were decapitated before she landed, and with 2 cleaving swipes, 5 more guards fell dead as she stood up, cut down as if they were wearing nothing more than tissue paper for armor. 2 of the remaining guards lunged at her with combat knives, but Cynthia took them down within the span of an eye blink. The final guard broke down and cried out, running away. Cynthia aimed her pistol, and with a single shot, the path was cleared. The entire exchange had lasted no more than 10 seconds, if that, and 12 bodies now littered the ground. Wyatt stood up and ran as fast as he could to catch up to Cynthia, who had deactivated her sword and put it on her back once more. Note to self, do not make Cynthia angry. Ever, he said to himself as he tried to not step on the growing pools of blood, and felt pity for any fool unlucky enough to face her in combat. "Change of plans, Wyatt. We'll head to the destroyer. Captain Milcades is heading to the command center as we speak. We are the closest to the ship, and it is powering up its reactor. We cannot allow it to escape or destroy this station," she commanded, and broke into a run with Wyatt barely able to keep up with her. The lieutenant followed the bodyguard once more, encountering little resistance that was dealt with swiftly. A few minutes later, took up an elevator leading to the docking area and straight up near the destroyer. With the station's systems hacked, the clasps were in place and prevented the ship from using the armament at its disposal, but a ship that size had a few hundred personnel at the very least. Something that proved to be correct when they were forced to take cover as around 300 guards, armed crew members, and a few Marines clustered around improvised barricades in front of the boarding umbilical cord that connected the dock with the ship. The surprise assault and the swiftness of the Royal Marines prevented them from preparing explosives, so this was likely their last line of defense in an attempt to allow the ship enough time to power up and escape, or self-destruct in the worst-case scenario. "What are we going to do? We can't fight against all of them," Wyatt replied, while laser and kinetic rounds impacted the reinforced wall he was cowering behind. "We wait," Cynthia said, unsheathing her sword once more. "That's fine and all, but what exactly are waiting for? It's not like they are going to run out of ammunition soon. What is that?" Wyatt argued in his mind, but shut up when he noticed a dozen dots quickly ascending all around the area where the defenders stood their ground. Again he felt Cynthia ignite her sword and everything around her distorted, giving her a glitching effect. Then she charged without a second doubt. "Wait, Cynthia!" he cried out, not believing what the blue-haired had done. "We are not to take prisoners," Cynthia replied coldly. Marines suddenly appeared all around the defenders, jumping over the railings as the plume of jetpacks died behind them. The next 30 seconds passed in a blur as screams, curses, pleas for mercy, gurgling cries of pain, and gunfire echoed across the docking bay. When Wyatt stepped out from the safety of his hiding spot, the defenders were all dead, and the Royal Marines, along with Cynthia, were standing unharmed. The pilot watched as Cynthia gave the Royal Marines orders through private channels, and soon they all charged into the ship while she turned to face him, sheathing her sword in a quick motion. "Come, Wyatt, hurry!" "My hands aren't clean, but being a pilot is a lot less gruesome. How much carnage has she seen for this to be normal to her?" he asked himself, feeling suddenly queasy at the sight of so many dead bodies that had been, for all intent and purposes, butchered without mercy. "I obey," he uttered, following her once more. While the Royal Marines did their work, the duo made their way to the command bridge. When they arrived, unopposed for once, they found roughly 50 crew members already on their knees and with their arms raised. All except for the man wearing a crisp uniform and bearing proudly the Caiston emblem on his chest. The man was tall and relatively handsome, with brown, short hair, gray eyes, and a stern expression on his face. "Stop," he commanded. "What is left of my crew surrenders to you." "We are not to take prisoners," Cynthia replied in a cold tone. "Let them be your prizes instead, if you can best me in single combat," the man drawing a sword hanging from his hip. "I, Samuel Caiston, challenge your champion to a duel," he proclaimed proudly. "For the honor of my house and yours, will you accept my just challenge?" he asked, staring directly at the pilot. Wyatt frowned and brought his rifle up. Before Samuel or Cynthia could say anything about it, he fired a clean shot that pierced Samuel's chest. The noble screamed in pain, falling to the ground, shocked at the suddenness of the attack. But the rules of chivalry, honor dictates that you can't. The standing of your house," Samuel protested, coughing up blood before Wyatt approached, and then shot him again, this time piercing his skull, killing him in the act. "I'm not a noble, Caiston, and we hardly have time to entertain your delusions," he said, turning to Cynthia. "Sorry for shutting him up." Cynthia didn't reply right away. Instead, she stared at the fallen Caiston, then at him before answering. "I suppose your lack of manners and disregard for traditions can be excused this one time. He had no hope of victory regardless." Wyatt turned to the now very much terrified crew members and sighed. "What about them?" "Our orders were clear, Wyatt," Clara replied, uncompromising. I don't think I can kill them in cold blood, Cynthia. The Caiston was different. They are unarmed and are practically shitting themselves. Besides, what if they know something about this ship that we may not figure out? What if they sabotaged components, tampered with electronics? Do you know how this ship operates?" Cynthia glanced at the surrendered crew members for several seconds. Then she holstered her pistol. "You bring up a good point. Very well, I shall take them as prisoners until my princess says otherwise. If they don't cooperate or prove to be a detriment, you shall be held responsible. Are you willing to take that responsibility, Lieutenant?" Wyatt glanced at the frightened crew members for a few seconds, then turned back to Cynthia. "I am. Let that be so," she replied. "I'm going to regret this decision, aren't I?" Wyatt asked himself, and turned to the prisoners one last time. They were still afraid, but relieved that they were not being killed on the spot. Chapter 13. Wyatt stood in front of the 57 personnel he had vouched for, all of them sitting in a small circle away from any panels and controls. 6 Royal Marines silently worked in conjunction with Cynthia across the bridge's terminal as they tried to do something with the ship, but an hour later they had not moved from their positions. He wasn't a particularly impatient man. He was a pilot, and he had been trained to be both patient and act rapidly depending on the situation, but the weight was killing him. He turned to the red-haired lieutenant commander, the highest-ranked officer among them, and spoke. "Are all of you nobles?" The lieutenant commander was surprised by the sudden question, but nodded. "Lord Samuel didn't trust commoner operators with the command of his ship." "Makes sense," Wyatt replied, glancing at Cynthia. She didn't stop working to admonish him, so he continued. "What is this ship?" "We don't know," the man replied. "This ship, the Samuel's Glory, was delivered to this station 6 months ago along with 3 additional ships, similar to the frigate stationed on the other dock." "That thing is a frigate?" Wyatt asked, surprised. "I thought that given their size, they would be heavy gunships." "You fought them?" the lieutenant commander asked, confused and surprised. "You're not a Royal Marine?" "I'm a pilot," Wyatt replied dismissively. "And yes, I fought against those ships when we arrived in the system. Why didn't you?" The man tensed and shared quick glances with his comrades before replying. "Then, you really aren't a noble? You're just a commoner?" Wyatt frowned behind his visor, ashamed that a mere commoner saved your lives, blue bloods. "No," he replied sincerely. "What is your name?" "Wyatt," the pilot answered. "Yours?" "Lieutenant Commander Galt Tyrone," Galt answered, dipping his head. "I thank you for saving the lives of my comrades and I." "And you'll live so long as you don't do anything stupid," Wyatt remarked. "Now answer my question. Why didn't this ship participate during the battle?" "We were resupplying when your fleet arrived. We didn't have time to finish," Galt said, pausing for a moment to look at Cynthia and shudder. "Lord Samuel planned on striking at your weakest ships before you arrived. We were scheduled to leave in 2 hours." "A lucky strike, then. Having you perform hit-and-run attacks would have been bothersome to deal with," Wyatt breathed out, grateful that they had taken down the ship before it could cause any trouble. After a pregnant silence that lasted for a minute, he asked, "You lot don't look terribly bothered that your commanding officer is dead." "Lord Samuel was a good captain, dutiful, loyal, and honored the rules of combat and etiquette. But he was also arrogant and punished anyone who didn't obey his strict orders. He won't be deeply missed." "Look who's talking," Wyatt thought with mild disdain, but then relaxed. Cynthia had interrogated them, mainly focusing on how the ship operated, and they confessed to each of her questions with minute detail. It was possible that they were lying, but so far their claims that they did have enough time to sabotage anything, place explosives, or purge their systems rang true. But alas, they only knew the surface level of how the ship's systems worked. Only Samuel Caiston had a deeper understanding of the ship, making his seemingly honor-bound request for a duel nothing more than a ruse. He knew he had no chance against a Royal Marine. He was planning to die from the start and take his secrets to the grave. He never cared about their lives. "I think I can believe them when they say that they won't miss him," Wyatt reasoned, looking back at Cynthia for a few seconds. "At least she wasn't mad about me killing the damn Caiston." And that worried him immensely. "Wyatt, may I ask, why did you vouch for us?" Galt asked, and all eyes shifted to the pilot. "I don't like killing innocents," he replied, eyeing them carefully. "You were unarmed, surrendered, and your commanding officer pretty much put your lives on the line. Besides that, my reasons for keeping you alive were valid. You were fortunate that this ship is unlike anything we've seen before, and taking anything for granted would be foolish. Regardless, I thank you on behalf of all of us that you saved our lives, if only for the time being. Maybe I shall see my daughter again," he said, and almost every other captured noble shared his same hopeful expression. "Why did you betray the prince?" Wyatt asked after a few seconds of silence. "Your nobles. You could have said something against the Caistons. Many noble houses have declared neutrality in this conflict. Why not you?" Galt sighed deeply. "It is not as simple as that. Being a noble is not as straightforward as many commoners may believe. You seem smart enough to realize this, Wyatt. Otherwise, I doubt you'd be here right now." He extended an arm to the rest of his fellows. "Most of us here are 4th or even 5th offsprings, belong to branch bloodline houses, or have little influence within our houses. We are expendable. More than that, all of our houses are just minor and lesser, subservient to House Caiston or to one of their primary banner houses. As such, we don't have the luxury to disobey a call to arms." Wyatt paused and looked at them firmly, searching for any indication of deceit, but found none. He wasn't ignorant to the struggles and roles nobles and their houses played, but he was ignorant to whatever internal feuds, hereditary systems, and whatever ties bound them to serve their betters in turn. He chuckled ruefully. And this bastard thinks that a commoner has any choice whatsoever compared to his? If this succession dispute devolves into a civil war, all bets and laws will be off. And who do you think will die in droves just so that you nobles can retain your power? Perhaps I shouldn't have interjected, he thought with disdain, already regretting his choice. His ire was momentary, however, and as a second gave way to another, he regretted thinking that. His fear was true, of course. Outside the military branches, most commoners had even less power to oppose their noble rulers. But nobles were, at the end of the day, people, no matter how much he wished them not to be. They had families waiting for them. They were fathers, mothers, siblings, children. Killing innocents in cold blood was not something he enjoyed. Our situations aren't dissimilar, but you can still choose. What choice does a commoner have but to obey? If we don't, we get lashed, sent to the gutter, beaten up, exhorted for what little we have, or simply killed. Wyatt glared at them, his voice still calm as a controlled rage filled his chest, barely managing to contain it and keep a neutral tone. Don't come to me crying about how unfair your situation is, because as bad as you have it, many more have it worse, Galt Tirome. All of them under your status. Maybe so, Wyatt, but as you are under the command of nobles, we are under the command of those greater than ourselves, Galt retorted, eyes narrowing. I am no fool. The Castons are strong enough to have refused the Draymore call to arms, but they happily joined their masters. How long has this coup been brewing? I know not, but do not accuse us of betrayal. We are loyal to the principality first, our duties and houses second, and ourselves third. Wyatt felt his anger dissolve after hearing Galt's words, and how close they mirrored his own line of thinking. Instead, he scoffed. I got involved in this conflict by chance. I am fighting for the prince. My loyalty lies within the principality. You chose to obey traitors. That's the difference. And now everyone else on this station is likely dead. If you want to live, I suggest you tell me anything and everything you might be concealing from us. Dropping to a knee to see Galt and the other prisoners at eye level, he continued. Unless your honor and loyalty towards a house that dragged you into this position is more important than your lives and those waiting for you back home. Your mental games won't work on any of us, commoner scum, a woman said abruptly. You may be wearing a lieutenant insignia, but you know nothing of true honor and duty. Even if we knew anything else, we wouldn't tell you, she finalized with a glare that showed nothing but contempt. You're nothing more than an ignorant, uneducated wretch who knows nothing more than to wait to be fed by your overbloated master. I know I am better than a filthy traitor, Wyatt said, raising his rifle and aiming it at the noblewoman. The prisoners flinched, and Galt moved in front of him, protecting the woman. Please, Wyatt, we truly do not know anything more. I swear upon my honor and that of House Timor that I speak the truth. The only one that knew anything more intricate than the basic functions of the ship and the operation of its systems was Lord Samuel Caston, Galt pleaded. Wyatt stared into the eyes of the red-haired man for several seconds and sighed. Lowering his weapon, he stepped forth and shoved him out of the way. The rest of the nobles froze, and Galt stared at him with impotence. Around the pilot, unnoticed by him, the Royal Marines and Cynthia had slowed down, and their attention was split between their work and seeing what the pilot and the prisoners would do next. Wyatt grabbed the woman by the scruff of her uniform, and before she could protest against it, he punched her with all his strength, knocking out a few teeth, busting her lower lip, and causing a glob of fresh blood to spill across her uniform and some of her companions. He let go of her a moment later, and she fell to the floor unconscious but alive. Anyone else have something to say? He asked coldly. The prisoners remained silent for several moments, until a weak but resolute voice broke the uncomfortable silence. The encryption key is within Lord Samuel's possessions in his chambers. The code to enter without triggering the explosive trap is safeguarded here, Galt replied, reaching into his uniform to pull a data chit out. Presenting it to Wyatt, the noble looked at him with a grateful expression. You saved us yet again. Let this be my show of gratitude, and allow me to carry the burden and shame of betrayal to my lord's last wishes." Wyatt blinked in confusion. He stared into Galt's eyes yet again, and found a broken will behind them, but also genuine gratitude. Wordlessly, he took the chit and slowly made his way to Cynthia. When he stood next to her, he noticed her fingers working on a panel while wires protruding from her armor connected with the console she was fiddling with. "It seems your assumption was correct, Wyatt," Cynthia said through a private channel. Wyatt looked at the data chit before replying. "Fortunately for me, yeah. What was that even about? I knocked out that annoying harpy and Galt thanked me for it. I only wanted the satisfaction of shutting her up myself without killing her," he chuckled. "It's the first time I punched a noble, too. I won't get in trouble because she's a traitor, right?" Cynthia paused for a moment before replying. "It can be overlooked. You are rather unorthodox, yet sensible at the same time. Paradoxical," she said, much to Wyatt's confusion. "Nevertheless, if what Galt said is true, then we will be able to break through the encryption easily now." "Wait, that's what you've been trying to do? You've been trying to hack into this ship's systems?" Wyatt asked, astonished. The Royal Marines had broken through the station's cyber defenses within moments of their arrival, yet more than an hour had passed since the capture of the vessel, and they were incapable of taking full command of it yet. "That confirms it, doesn't it?" His question was rhetorical as he clenched his teeth tightly. "If you're referring to the origins of these black ships, then yes, this confirms it. This ship, along with the damaged one and its sister ships, the cruiser and the one that pursued the royal yacht, were not made within the Principality. Duke Cornelius Draymore of Camrim acquired them from outside the Astorian Principality," Cynthia replied, frowning. Her fingers stopped working and the wires detached themselves from the panel, returning to the confines of her armor. "Come with me, Wyatt. We were able to get basic information about the ship, including a layout map. We shall go to the captain's quarters and extract the encryption key." "I obey," Wyatt replied, nodding, and presenting the chit to Cynthia, who took it and stored it safely within a compartment of her armor. When they were outside the bridge and making their way to their new destination, he found his voice again. "Are you going to kill them? Unless it was all a ploy on your part to make them give you information you suspected they withheld, then no, they are your prisoners, Wyatt," Cynthia replied. "My prisoners? Hardly. They are at your mercy, not mine," he said back. "Have you forgotten, Wyatt?" Cynthia said with a touch of amusement in her voice. "I said that I would protect you as if you were my princess herself. That includes listening and considering your requests, such as taking them as prisoners. And their actions are my responsibility," Wyatt said, feeling a headache forming. "That's just fantastic. They're Cynthia's prisoners, but I am the one to decide their fate until Clara says otherwise. This could not possibly get any more bothersome. Their lives are of no consequence to me. The traitors that put the life of my princess and that of the prince in danger deserve no consideration. Traitors, all of them. However, circumstances are to be taken into account. Their cooperation after your intervention shall grant them leniency if my princess deems it so," Cynthia replied. "Perhaps she will show them leniency." "Perhaps not," said Wyatt. Cynthia turned her head slightly to Wyatt. "You do not seem surprised by that." Wyatt bit his lower lip for a moment as he formulated a leveled answer. "Clara is unlike any noble I've met before, but she's royalty. She needs to do what needs to be done during these troubling times. I do not believe she could ever be cruel, but that doesn't mean she'll be kind or forgiving either." "Such is the burden of royalty," Cynthia agreed. "What would you do with them if you were in her position?" Wyatt shrugged. "Send them to prison and put them under trial." His eyes narrowed. Galt had a point. Most of them were dragged due to laws, codes of honor, and bonds of servitude that tied their houses to House Caiston. They had little choice in the matter. Who among them are true traitors and who are only following orders? He replied with as much stoicism as he could manage. "Would you treat them differently if they were commoners, Wyatt?" Cynthia asked in a softer tone. He shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe? Just because I'm a commoner doesn't mean I see every other commoner as faultless. I'm not blind nor ignorant." His eyes narrowed. "I've seen what commoners can do, even those with wealth and power. They're not my people." "Then who is? Whose side are you on?" she pressed. My loyalty is to the principality, to the prince, to those that I can respect, be they nobles or commoners, it doesn't matter. I care for my parents and brothers, for those I knew growing up in Volantis, but everyone else right now is either an enemy or an ally. And I will do what I must, just like you have to, just like Clara has to, Wyatt replied, feeling a weight on his shoulders being lifted. Cynthia didn't reply as they walked down the pristine hallways that contrasted against the near pitch-black exterior of the ship. Everything inside was clean and well illuminated, with whites, grays, dull greens, yellows, and blues scattered all over the place to mark stations, caches, or directions. As Wyatt continued to admire the ship in silence, from the architectural standpoint, it was obvious that whoever constructed it was beyond the capabilities of the Principality. The textures looked different. The angles were refined but strong. Principality ships were one of two: blocky, ugly, dull, and functional, or highly aesthetic and impractical for anything else but being leisure crafts. Ships like the Exalted Glory or the Royal Yacht were the exception to that rule, and they were rare. This ship is both beautiful and well-made. I wonder who made it and how Duke Draymore got his hands on them. I don't even want to imagine how much they cost, Wyatt thought moments before arriving at their destination. Stop! Cynthia commanded, stopping right in front of a sealed door. I'm detecting a series of explosive traps, she said, and took the chit out. She presented to the identification panel next to the door, and it beeped. A moment later, the door opened. Stay here, Wyatt. I'll retrieve the encryption key, she said, and entered the room. Wyatt obeyed and waited. He expected to hear things shattering or being ruffled about, but all he heard were the steps she was taking and things being moved aside. Finally, he heard a loud click, followed by something heavy opening. A few moments later, Cynthia walked out of the room with a small black box in her right hand. Is that the encryption key? He asked, never before having seen one in person. It is. From what I'm reading, it is no wonder why we couldn't break through the ship's encryption algorithm. The sequence keeps shifting, rearranging itself in random patterns every time it is tampered with. It makes it not only near impossible to predict, but also time-consuming, forcing us to start from the beginning, trying to search for the correct algorithmic pathway, she said with mild frustration. Assuming that I understand what you're talking about, does that mean it is difficult? He asked. Cyber warfare and security were not his forte. Cynthia nodded. Incredibly so. The encryption sequence is long, and with every failure it rearranges itself to a new sequence. It is vexing, to say the least. A dozen dedicated hacking AIs working together non-stop would be able to break such encryption within a week, I think. She raised the box slightly. With this, that won't be a problem anymore. What about the other ship? He asked, as the two resumed their walk back to the bridge. I already ordered the other Royal Marines to search for a similar chit on the officers' bodies. They found one and are on their way, she answered. Uriel Hoax will be happy to have his station then. Do you think Clara will be pleased with your victory? He asked. Our victory, Cynthia corrected. I believe she will. Despite your breach in her original orders, I am sure she will forgive your transgression in favor of gaining such a marvelous ship. Should I be afraid that I don't know if she's being serious or not? He asked himself before replying. That aside, do you know how to pilot a ship? Do the Royal Marines? Cynthia hummed softly. We can if need be. As good as their training is, their focus is to be elite shock troops, infiltrators, and line breakers. Space warfare and piloting are skills that are best served by other dedicated servicemen. Why do you ask? Because the shuttle got wrecked by the hot drop and this station doesn't have a hangar. It was never meant to be found, I think. No shuttles, no fighters, no lifeboats. You're going to have to fly those ships out of here if we plan to go back, or take a shuttle if there are any available on these ships, he explained. It was an intense entry, Cynthia agreed. Once I have full access to the ship's systems, I'll know for certain everything about it. About that, I was wondering something. Isn't it strange that this ship doesn't seem to have an AI? He asked. There was one. We managed to isolate and destroy it. Principality Standard Navigational and Communications AI, Cynthia replied nonchalantly. Whoever made this ship didn't bother to install an equally advanced AI to operate basic functions. I doubt we could have contained it as easily otherwise. Thanks for the terrifying thought, he replied with a sigh. Who do you think built these ships? I think either the Imperium or the Qin-Shu Commonality are responsible. They are far more advanced and relatively close to the Principality. Cynthia nodded. I believe the same. Our answers, however, shall be answered soon. The rest of their trip back went in silence, and when they arrived back at the bridge, they found the Royal Marines no longer working at their station and were now maintaining an eerie watch over their prisoners. Wyatt followed Cynthia until she made it to the same console she had been working on before. She placed the box in a compartment beneath the console, and wires extended from her bracers once again, connecting to it. A full minute passed until, suddenly, the lights dimmed to the point they nearly died out, but a few seconds later, they went back to normal. Damn it all, Cynthia cursed weakly through their private channel. Wyatt approached before replying. What's wrong? I have full access to the ship's systems and records, but everything previous to its arrival to Jin Tracks was completely purged. We don't know where it came from or where it was built. This ship is also different in purpose. According to the information the other team recovered from the smaller black ship, this is a true warship. And it shows, she said, impressed. A true warship? Isn't this a different model of stealth ship? He asked himself before speaking. What about the cruiser class that took part in the battle? No records exist. It is safe to assume every one of these black ships only contains information about itself, and we have to correlate data based on that. It may not give us all the answers, but it will be a start. This destroyer class will be useful to our cause. The frigate class will be dismantled. It is too damaged to be useful to us, and we can't repair it. Whatever secrets the technicians and mechanics can discover from plundering its carcass will be extremely useful, Cynthia replied. Establishing connection with Woodshaft. Established. Wyatt watched in silence as Cynthia killed their private channel to open a new one. He raised an eyebrow when she froze, looked to one side, then the other, then froze again. Half a minute later, she glanced at him for a second or two, then returned her attention to the console. He waited patiently, ready to assist the blue-haired woman in anything for what felt like a short eternity, until her voice broke through the silence, startling him. Wyatt, I require your help, Cynthia began, opening their private channel again. Place your naked hand on this panel. I obey, Wyatt replied, taking off his right gauntlet with a hiss. He placed his hand on the smooth, cool panel. A moment later, he felt something hot against his palm, almost to the point of burning him, but not quite there. It wasn't pleasant, but he managed to withstand it. Several moments later, the heat died out. Now take off your helmet and give this ship a new name. Samuel's glory is no more, she said with a hint of disgust in her voice. Why don't you give it a name yourself? He asked, confused, but sharing her disgust for that awful name. I'm not particularly creative, she replied. What is she playing at? He asked himself, but decided to obey her command regardless. He took off his helmet and hooked it to the maglock on his back. Cynthia pointed to the small microphone that sprouted from above the panel he was touching. What could be a good name for a ship like this? I don't want to name it something pretentious like the honor above all or the unyielding loyalty. I never got the appeal for such names, he thought as he mulled over what a good name could be. He always preferred short, simple names, especially the offensive and dangerous ones. That was one of the reasons he loved Raptor fighters so much. The name reflected what they were and their function. Deadly, simple, effective. Deadly, simple, effective. Deadly, simple, effective, he repeated in his mind, and a moment later he grinned. Who says a name can't have some irony to it? He leaned forth and licked his lips. Navio, he said decidedly. Turning to Cynthia, he couldn't see her expression, but he could feel her unamused, judging eyes on him. With a clank that was felt rather than heard, the clasps were undone. The ship was free to move whenever they wished. Putting on his helmet and gauntlet, he watched as Cynthia disconnected from the console and moved to the captain's chair. Really, Wyatt? Wyatt shrugged, glad that he could hide his wide smile. Chapter 14. Clara sipped from her drink and did her best not to wince at the sour taste of it. After Cynthia, Wyatt, and the Royal Marines departed, she moved to a private booth that Uriel Hoax reserved to wait for her strike team's return. Said man was sitting across her. generously drinking a bottle of beer. The princess had gotten the message from Cynthia minutes ago that the mission had gone smoothly despite Wyatt's intervention. She had yet to inform Uriel about it, but she was sure he already knew about the connection that had been established to Woodshaft's channels. Around them stood the remaining 10 Royal Marines, silently and dutifully watching over her safety. "I'm surprised no one has attempted to kill me," Clara said, putting the sorry excuse of tea she had been drinking. Mass-produced, cheap, poorly prepared, and bland products were definitely not her favorite treats, and she regretted not bringing some of her sweets with her. "No one would be so stupid to try unless pressed," Uriel replied before taking another large drink from his beer, finishing it and setting a 6th empty glass bottle on the table. Reaching for another, he popped it open and took a swig before continuing. "Or, if they were so incredibly out of their goddamn minds as to think that to be a good idea. Relax, princess. My home is yours." Clara politely set aside her half-finished tea and smiled at the long, black-haired man. "Ah, I was wondering when you were going to mention it. It is impolite to keep a lady waiting, you know." Uriel chuckled deeply. "And it is equally impolite to keep secrets from your hosts, little princess. Or should I say mistress?" Clara giggled. "Please, our agreement is hardly one of servitude. We both gain what we need, don't we?" "Sure do," Uriel replied, drinking some more beer. "Now then, princess, are you going to sign the paper and give me the decree, or are you only stringing me along? Them boys can take me and my forces out before we even blink. I deal in fairness and equal opportunities, Uriel. I seek not your demise, though replacing you would be an easy feat, as I mentioned before. It is true that I hold the advantage in this proposal. Is it not enough proof that I wish for a peaceful resolution?" Clara asked sincerely. "Got me there, princess. So I only get what I want when you get what you want and your lapdogs are returned to you?" "Indeed," Clara replied. "Though please try not to insult my friends again. One is precious to me and the other is someone I've found a delightful time getting to know," she said, eyeing the model of the ancient fighter sitting next to her peacefully. "Sorry, princess. Old habits and all that. Though I gotta say, the two of them, scary friends you keep around," he said with a chuckle. Now that got her attention. She agreed with his observation regarding Cynthia. She was, after all, her bodyguard, her best and closest friend, and a killing machine if need be. But Wyatt? "Oh, what makes you think that, my dear Uriel? Please, the red-armored one, the Winfield. Do I really have to say more than the obvious?" he replied with a dry chuckle. She alone was enough for me to clench my pucker so tightly I could have gone for an EVA walk and be fine. Uriel paused and drank some more. When he was done, he hummed deeply. "The other one? Well, he knows his shit, that's for damn sure." Clara leaned forth slightly. "Elaborate? What do you see in him?" "Can't put my finger on it. But when you're as savvy around my line of business, you get to know the bad ones from the good ones, the dangerous ones, and the easily dealt with, those you can trust and those that you need to avoid. In my line of business, knowing that is far more important than being good with a gun or barking orders. And he scares me," Uriel confessed. "There's a cold indifference around him that I couldn't shake off. I couldn't read him. Can see why you'd keep that one for yourself, princess." "I'm sure that your mind is playing tricks on you, Uriel. My companion is friendly and to the point. I wouldn't say that he is harmless, but he is someone I've come to rely on and trust in a short span of time," Clara replied, confused as to why Uriel would see that in Wyatt. Princess, let me ask you something. Have you ever peered into the eyes of a killer? And I mean not a soldier who has done their duty, but a cold-blooded, ruthless killer?" Uriel asked, setting his bottle aside. "I can't say that I possess such experience, Uriel. I've dealt with cheats, backstabbers, liars, politicians, and corrupt people who wouldn't bat an eye at the prospect of the demise of other people as long as they gain something out of it. But a true killer? Never," Clara replied, intrigued to know more about Uriel's viewpoint. "I have, and one thing I've learned from those types is that you need to be careful around them. They ain't murderers or bloodthirsty lunatics, you can tell just by looking at 'em. And that guy you brought? I think he's a damn dangerous tool you got there, princess. Make sure to use him right or dispose of him quickly, 'cause they are the sort of people you do not want to fuck over." "Preposterous," Clara said with an indignified huff. It is true that we met not too long ago, but what I have seen of him so far, his dedication, his skills, his talent, and his personality all indicate that he is trustworthy. He is no killer. He is a true knight of old. Then heed my advice and keep his leash. I mean keep him close. Perhaps it is as you say, Princess, but take it from someone who has dealt with the careful line between respectable crime and reprehensible criminality. His eyes narrowed. He is dangerous. How much? I can't say, but he is dangerous. Memories of witnessing Wyatt's performance during the competition and his exploits during the battle came to mind. She wasn't naive enough to believe Wyatt was harmless. Far from it. He was a deadly pilot, with skill and a mind to match. Clara gave Uriel a small, friendly smile before replying. In that case, I shall take your advice for what it is and keep it under consideration. Uriel shrugged. What you do with it ain't of my business. I just thought I should give you some friendly advice. Back to business it is. The station is mine now. Do not worry. I have enough tuggers to help move that thing here. It'll take weeks, but we can fend off any Caiston forces they send our way. The Third Fleet's movements have been doing odd movements according to the information we get. Such as? Clara asked, already knowing the Third Fleet had sided with her uncle, but it was a good opportunity to hear the rumors of the common people. Broken patrols, ships demanding civilian vessels to give them supplies, blockades in several systems, and loads of runaway Navy men, Uriel replied with casual ease. People are whispering that the Third Fleet is fighting each other between traitors and loyalists, but I ain't no fool. The Third Fleet and that pain-in-the-ass Cornelius Tigan must have sided with Duke Draymore and all of his lapdogs. An interesting viewpoint and not one far-fetched, Clara replied. Do you believe the Third Fleet to be traitors? The dead man's fleet? Oh, to be sure. But I wouldn't worry too much about it. Most of the people in it are incompetent, cowards, or so far removed from the politics of their houses that any fight in them will be gone with 1 or 2 defeats. The commoners will be no better. I foresee many deserters and turncoats. Maybe we'll see new gangs and pirate groups spawn from those. Small fish in a big ocean, nothing we can't handle. He took his bottle and drank from it again. The Third Fleet is going to be busy dealing with that, possible loyalists to the prince in their midst, and quelling unrest all over their designated area. They ain't going to have time to focus their eyes on Woodshaft anytime soon. The Rightful Path and the Caiston ships here on Gin Tracks were probably their best bet at taking us to their side, Uriel said, crossing his arms. Now, thanks to you, Princess, they won't be able to bend our arms us anymore. Unless, this whole thing explodes and we end up having another civil war. My brother, the prince, is doing everything within his power to prevent such an outcome. Trust me, Uriel, that is something no one wishes to see happen, she said with utmost sincerity. Inside, her heart ached at the prospect of such a terrible thing happening, and anger mixed itself with anguish directed at her treasonous uncle. Uriel hummed deeply. I figured out that you're heading to Finnegan territory to consolidate, and from there stage your counter-assault against Duke Draymore. That's all well and good, and I'll be sure to show my appreciation after our deal is struck, Princess. I'll keep an eye out for any Caiston movements as further proof of our budding, mutually convenient partnership. Such efforts shall be appreciated, my dear Uriel, she replied. The black-haired man nodded, finishing his 7th bottle. If I may ask, Princess, do you know anything at all regarding those black ships? I ain't never seen anything like that before in my entire career, and I've seen a lot. They sure quake the confidence people may have in the prince. They are a threat, indeed, but not invincible. I know not how Duke Draymore managed to acquire such ships, but it matters not. He shall be defeated in due time, she replied softly. Suddenly, Uriel stood up before the frantic chaos of people running about, and the faint sound of alarms echoed in the distance. The Royal Marines readied their weapons but maintained their composure. Is something the matter? Clara asked calmly while her heart skipped a beat. Sensors detected a large warp signature entering the system, Uriel replied, his gray eyes flickering with faint blue light. How large? She asked, trying to connect with the Royal Fleet, but no connection came through. She then tried to contact Cynthia but failed as well. Whatever it was, it had deployed communicator jammers already. Powerful ones. Damn it! Bastards are using jammers. Our long-range communicators are dead and our sensors are scrambled. Can't do squat against scanners, though. Closing his eyes for a moment to issue orders, Uriel scratched his chin repeatedly. 2 minutes later, he opened his eyes and he went pale. Clara took notice of his change and stood up. Uriel, what's the matter? Have your forces detected the traitor ships? They're not traitors, Princess, Uriel said with a hiss. They're not even human. Scanners detected a raiding party of 5 ships, 2 cruiser-class and 3 destroyer-class ships, he explained, clenching his teeth and narrowing his eyes. This is a fucking Drazen raiding party. Drazen? Exclaimed the princess, flabbergasted. Such a large raiding party, all the way here? Your guess is as good as mine. No Drazen ship has entered Jintrax in the last 100 years. What are those carrion feeders doing here? Uriel asked, enraged. Do you think the battle caught their attention? She asked softly, giving an air of calmness and composure. Internally, she was worried and confused. Maybe if we were close to their usual targets. But here, in Jintrax? Not a chance. I bet my station that the damned Castons bought them or tipped them off somehow. Must have been planning on this for a while now. A straggler ship or a desperate fool I could understand, but such a heavy raiding party? They ain't here because of coincidence, damn it! Would House Caston do something so reckless as to invite the Drazen to their doorstep? Clara questioned. Such an action goes beyond this conflict, and we can't assume they are involved in this just yet. We will need irrefutable proof. If we can survive the assault first, Uriel barked back. Scanners are showing they are heading here to Woodshaft. If we can't contact the prince, it'll take them more than 2 hours to reach us. By that time, the Drazen will be pummeling us in full force. Our ships can make harassing strikes and keep their boarding pods away for some time. But once they are in range, we'll be in trouble. My Royal Marines will be able to make short work of those monsters, Clara said with conviction. But internally she winced. The Royal Marines would outmatch any Drazen raider easily, but with numbers on their side, they could overpower a lonesome Royal Marine, and the station was vast. There would be no way for 10 Royal Marines, skilled as they are, to make a stand everywhere at once. Then, Princess, let's move you to a secure location and watch as Woodshaft defends itself. We ain't defenseless, and I'll be damned if I let plants that talk any easy meals, Uriel declared. Clara nodded and followed Uriel while her Royal Marines made sure to keep her safe. Brother, please, make haste. Cynthia Wyatt, stay safe, she thought, before putting on her helmet and clutching her figurine firmly. Chapter 15. This ship is amazing, Wyatt muttered while scrolling through his display screen. The 12 Royal Marines present were busy manning a station or keeping an eye on the prisoners. The remaining 8 Royal Marines were manning the frigate-class black ship and were following them slowly. The damage the vessel received wasn't enough to risk a sudden malfunction or, worse, suffer a core overload, but it meant that they were powerless in a fight. I don't know much about ships, but I must agree, Cynthia said from the captain's chair. Wires came out of her armor, connecting her to the ship's command center and giving her full access to the ship. In your opinion, Wyatt, what makes it amazing? All I can see is the firepower and the speed it can reach. It's not just that, though it is far above any destroyer class in the Royal Navy. Even most cruisers and battle cruisers would be hard-pressed to match it, Wyatt exclaimed with genuine eagerness. It has 50 PD turrets, a small hangar bay that can fit an entire wing of Raptor fighters, 8 plasma cannons, 4 railguns, 4 heavy laser turrets, 2 torpedo launchers, 8 missile pods, and a spinal-mounted pulse beam cannon. This thing is a monster, he said, chuckling to himself. On the defensive, unlike the other black ships, this one doesn't sacrifice survivability. Reinforced titanium armor with a nano-enhanced carbon polymer for superstructural resistance. The shields are on par with a battlecruiser. Better if I were to take a guess, and it has double-layer shielding. How is that even possible? He chuckled to himself, too enamored with the details of the ship. The engines, when put at full speed, would outrun the royal yacht easily. And how does it power it all? With a tri-reactor plasma core. What about its stealth capabilities? All I'm seeing is the exterior hull is another layer of armor nicknamed Boogeyman armor, she said, confused. Do you know what Boogeyman means? I believe it has some relation to an evil spirit, Wyatt replied. There are folk tales back on Volantis speaking about supernatural creatures. I recall Boogeyman being in some of those stories, particularly one about a spirit of ice and mischief helping other kind-hearted spirits battle the Boogeyman. In that tale, this spirit used the shadows to move unnoticed. Perhaps the nickname is fitting to the purpose of these stealth ships. If so, then I can see why the manufacturers would keep the real name of the armor as a secret, along with any information about how it was made, Cynthia replied. That, however, does not explain how the stealth system works. I don't fully understand it either, but it seems like the Boogeyman exterior plating is not really armor. It runs small electromagnetic distortion fields across the entire hull, pushing away radar and sensor signals. No wonder locking on didn't work, and why the only real way to see them was when they were so close that their stealth system stopped being effective, Wyatt hummed. Even the engines are designed to match the background radiation at a distance, hiding the plume under a certain margin of thrust. Whoever designed them is a certified genius, he said, truly admiring whoever the designer was. For landing and boarding actions, there are 2 Mantis tanks, 16 hot drop pods, 20 orbital drop pods, 12 shuttles, and several dozen life pods for emergency evacuations. The ship is also designed to make boarding actions confusing and tardy, he said, eyes narrowing. I wonder why they chose to face us outside instead of trying to stop us inside. Honor dictates that a boarding action can only be engaged in space, Wyatt, Cynthia replied with mild disgust. It wouldn't have mattered at any rate. If anything, they only made our job a minute faster, if that. Honor. Honor. Why are nobles so obsessed with something so damn useless? Honor won't help them when they have a gun pressed against their thick-headed skulls, Wyatt thought with disdain as he glanced at the bloodstain left behind by Samuel Caston's corpse. After leaving the station, the Royal Marines carried every corpse inside the ship to the airlock and ejected them in full disgrace as so much trash. That included Samuel Caston. Regardless, he continued, that's not all. Cybersecurity seems to be top of the line, too. I don't understand it, but even I can see it is far and above most of what we have here in the Principality. Ah, so it does have comm scramblers, he hummed for a moment. The ship sacrifices some luxury in return, though. No segregated mess halls for once, and the quarters are smaller and more compact even for the officers. The storage bay is also smaller than other destroyer-class ships, but the ammunition bays are expanded. No surprise there, he pressed on. Life support systems are fully operational. There's a small hydroponic garden on Wing B, Section C, an advanced infirmary, a lounge hall, barracks, armory, weapon lockers, a lot of them, and secret lockers across the hallways in case of emergencies. An engineering bay equipped with a factory and ore processing wing? He said, surprised. Ah, that explains the mining drones, Cynthia replied. This ship is capable of self-repairing itself and its basic components. Only battleships have such capabilities in the Principality, she added, unable to hide her surprise. Aside from that, the rest is fairly standard. Training facilities, a gymnasium, a secure vault, a war room, and a brig, Wyatt finished, whistling, impressed. This truly is a warship. And you named it Noir Navio, Wyatt, Cynthia addressed, barely refraining from sighing in frustration. Enlighten me, Wyatt. Why of all things did you name it Black Ship? I'm not particularly creative, he replied, managing to hide a snicker at the end. One wasn't enough, was it? She muttered. What was that? Wyatt asked, pushing his luck. Nothing. Do not concern yourself with it, Cynthia replied. It is a travesty that a ship like this was in the hands of traitors. Now it can serve a just purpose. Of that, I'm certain. This ship is a powerhouse in its own right, capable of trading blows with any ship of the line. But the speed, the maneuverability, and the firepower make it a dangerous force to be reckoned with. Perfect to execute decapitating and devastating alpha strikes on clueless foes. I am glad we don't have to face this monster in battle. Wyatt thought, relieved and happy that the prince now had such a capable ship under his command. Several minutes went by in silence until the Royal Marine manning the sensors spoke up. Lady Cynthia, I have detected a large warp signature entering the system, he said, his voice distorted through a static filter that made his voice sound monotone yet aggressive. Can you detect the signatures? She asked. Negative. Sensors are being blocked. Confirmed. Jamming has been detected. We are unable to identify signatures. Cynthia glanced at the worried, confused prisoners. "Galt Tirome!" she called out, and one of the Royal Marines guarding the prisoners piked the man up to his feet. "Explain." I don't know who they are," Galt replied. "We expected no further reinforcements. Guarding the key's whereabouts was the last secret entrusted to me by Lord Samuel. I truly do not know anything else." "Lady Cynthia," the Royal Marine called to her, "permission to activate scanners?" "No, I'll order the other ship to do it. I won't risk giving our position up," she said, and her eyes briefly flashed. Wyatt focused on his display screen, now changed to an empty tactical display marking only the now empty station, Woodshaft, and the two ships flying toward it, with the frigate-class black ship ahead of them by a significant margin. 2 minutes passed slowly, but instead of receiving a verbal confirmation from Cynthia, his display now marked 5 dots quickly accelerating toward Woodshaft. 2 cruiser-class and 3 destroyer-class ships packed in a tight formation. Judging by their speed, they would reach Woodshaft in an hour. The lieutenant narrowed his eyes. The fleet wasn't Principality standard since he didn't detect any escorts. It was possible that these ships were jamming them to mask the arrival of more ships, possibly black ships, but he doubted it. "If they're not traitors, then what are they?" he asked, turning to the nervous red-haired man. "I don't know. They could be pirates," Galt countered hurriedly. "No need to guess anymore," Cynthia spoke up, hissing angrily. "The ships have been identified. It's a Drazen raiding party." The prisoners gasped in horror, the realization of such a force dawning on them. The Royal Marines remained impassive, but Wyatt froze up, not in fear. The pilot felt his blood boil inside his veins, his heart beating hard and fast in his chest, and his left hand clenched into a fist. "Drazen? Here?" he muttered coldly. Cynthia and Galt turned their attention to the pilot only to find him shaking slightly. "Cynthia, how far are we from Woodshaft?" "An hour and a half at our current speed. I can cut that time in half without sacrificing our stealth," she replied seriously. "Can we intercept their fleet?" Wyatt asked. "In theory, yes, but I doubt we could inflict serious casualties. The ship lacks an AI and we are doing everything manually. Perhaps we could cripple one of their destroyers," she replied brusquely. "It matters not. I shall not allow a single one of those wretched creatures to touch my princess." "Wait!" Wyatt half shouted, standing up. "These are Drazen we are dealing with. I am more than familiar with them," he hissed angrily, taking off his helmet. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply in an effort to calm his racing heart. "They will get close to the station and start hurling boarding pods and hammering away at the defenses. Their objective isn't to destroy, but to capture as many prisoners as possible. Think, Cynthia, if we rush over to Woodshaft to reinforce Clara, that will take away one powerful ship out of the fight and give them more space to move around." Cynthia gritted her teeth but couldn't argue against his logic. 10 Royal Marines won't be enough to protect my princess against thousands of those beasts. We have to aid her, Wyatt. And he will. We'll save her and as many people in Woodshaft. They're not traitors, remember? Wyatt reminded her. "What do you propose we do?" "Order the frigate to rush ahead and assist in the ground defense. 8 additional Royal Marines will be a great boon for everyone on board. Meanwhile, we should move to intercept the fleet and try to peel off at least one of their ships. One less ship on their side means fewer ground forces and less firepower to destroy Woodshaft's defenses." He frowned heavily, gritted his teeth, and pointed a finger at himself. "And while you fight, I'll take a fighter and set ahead with a tactical mine to booby-trap as many of their shuttles and drop pods as possible in a single blow." "You're insane," Cynthia countered. "You can't go out there on your own. I'll send 4 Royal Marines to join you in a squadron." "Didn't you say that the Royal Marines aren't trained to be pilots? I'll not risk their immeasurable value on something like that. A single fighter is of no threat, or so many believe. And with my size, they won't be able to detect me easily. A single mine won't do much, but it will be a nasty surprise for those murderous bastards," he said angrily. "And then what? What do you plan on doing after that, Wyatt?" Cynthia asked, voice rising. "I'll do my best and take down as many of their pods and shuttles as I can. If they launch fighters, I'll run away," he replied. "I'm not suicidal, but we have to stop them, or at least weaken them until the prince can engage them." Then stop talking nonsense, Wyatt. This isn't a simulation. They like to face them and witness what they do to their prisoners. They eat other sapients, don't they? Galt asked, giving voice to the voice of his fellow prisoners. Don't be so stupid as to believe that fake propaganda, Galt, Wyatt shot back. The Drazan don't eat people the way we understand. They don't have mouths to begin with. Imagine this. There's a plant-like monster that looks to be a collection of vines, leaves, and gross protruding limbs coming at you. They stink, too, like rotten meat, and their surface is reddish or brown, adding to how disgusting they look. It looks vaguely humanoid, standing on 4 legs with 8 vines acting like arms and 4 smaller arms sticking out from their bellies. The pilot paused for a moment to take a step forth toward Cynthia. Each limb is tipped with dagger-like claws capable of tearing you open with ease. These things also have a head. Or rather, it looks like a head with a dozen eyes and no mouth. It has a series of multicolored bioluminescent leaves that it uses to talk between each other. And this thing can be up to 3 meters tall. He took another step forward. His eyes were wide and full of controlled, measured hatred. And worst of all, you can look into its eyes and understand that it knows you're sapient. A sophont just like it is, and that last glimmer of hope that you think you have of appealing to its humanity is gone. Another step. The Drazan don't have humanity. They don't understand it. They don't care for it. To them, you are either food or a tool to get more food. Do you want to know what they do to their feed, the prisoners they capture? Another step. Galt took a step back, frightened by the pilot's cold, focused words. Cynthia remained immovable, and the Royal Marines listened closely, ready to interject. They kill the old, the sick, and the disabled. They're not even cruel about it. They aren't sadistic beasts. They are much worse, because the way they kill their feed is by draining their fluids out. Blood, piss, water, bile, everything. Another step. They then mix it with dirt and other materials for the next step. After that, they chop you up without care. Meat and organs are turned into mush. Another step. Your bones are turned to dust, and they mix it all together before they reveal their real head, hidden behind their reinforced chest. Another step. Their true face has no eyes. It's just a bulbous thing similar to a mushroom and a tiny mouth. Only after that, they begin to eat their feed, slurping it with detestable gusto. One final step put him in front of Cynthia, his face reflecting on her helmet's visor. That's what is coming to Woodshaft. They take prisoners alive and dead alike, but they prefer living ones because, to them, we are cattle, nothing more. He chuckled darkly. Oh, sure, they can be negotiated with. They're not stupid, but they don't respect anyone that isn't them, and they only care about their survival. But what do you think they do to the young and the fit? Slaves? They don't need them, but feed makes more feed. With a final snarl, he pulled back and he sighed deeply. I'll be damned if I don't do everything in my power to stop the fucking Drazan. Eyeing Galt, he noticed the noble nearly emptied his stomach. Some of the prisoners were not as strong. He looked at the noble for long moments, then pointed at him. Were you truly ignorant of the Drazan, Galt? Yes, Galt replied, managing to stop himself from gagging. I knew that Drazan were dangerous, but nothing like what you described. Even so, I wouldn't have participated in any scheme regarding those beasts. Less so now, thanks to you. Shaking his head, he pressed his uniform, fixed his badge, and saluted. On behalf of the House Tirome, I, Glat Tirome, request that I and my crew assist you in this dire situation, Lady Cynthia. Cynthia finally moved after Wyatt's retelling and turned to Galt. Do you think we are foolish enough to trust you, traitor? I went against the last command of Lord Samuel. I have tarnished the dignity and name of my house for such an action, bringing it shame. But I can live with that shame if you allow us to aid you, Lady Cynthia. Please, there are countless people in Woodshaft, Galt insisted. Before Cynthia could speak, Wyatt beat her to the punch. Do you expect me to believe that you want to save petty criminals and smugglers, most of whom are commoners and disgraced nobles at best? Galt's eyes turned resolute and his voice filled with conviction. That may be so, but they are still human, Wyatt. The Drazan are enemies to us all. Our disputes, loyalties, and bondages can be set aside in favor of a common goal, even if just for a few hours. Please, let us help you. he said, turning to Cynthia. "Do with me as you wish afterward, Lady Cynthia. The Royal Marines are deadly and remarkable, but we have experience dealing with this ship. It doesn't have an AI to run it. Let us focus on doing our jobs while you focus on controlling the ship. If any of us attempt to do anything that may be perceived as sabotage, tampering, or treason, you can overpower us with ease. We are of no threat to you." Cynthia didn't reply. Instead, she turned to Wyatt and stared at him firmly from behind her helmet. The pilot understood and pointed at the prisoners. "Anyone willing to stain your honor and dignity by doing your best to save the lives of filthy commoners and the very people you tried to subjugate before we arrived? Get up now!" To his surprise, over half of them stood up without hesitation. A few seconds later, and second-guessing, a dozen more joined them. Only 12 of them, including the unconscious woman, remained still. He turned to Cynthia, staring at her with a serious flow in his eyes. "Are you certain of this, Wyatt?" she asked, her voice icy and serious. "I'm already responsible for their actions, aren't I? There's a possibility I'll die in this battle anyway. I have nothing to lose, and if that gives us an advantage, I'll take it. Will you allow this?" Wyatt asked, lowering his arm. Cynthia closed her eyes behind her helmet and smiled softly. Then she spoke. "As long as you know it is your responsibility, then I shall allow this. Galt Tirome, your standing companions are henceforth conscripted temporarily to serve the Principality and His Majesty, the Prince. To your stations." "Ma'am," Galt Tirome said, saluting enthusiastically before running to his station. The other crew members also joined him, taking a seat in their respective stations without interrupting the Royal Marines already manning a console. "Then I shall go too," Wyatt said, hands trembling. "Do you have experience in naval command?" "Do you?" Cynthia countered. "Probably less than what you have," he replied before putting on his helmet. Opening a private channel, he continued. "After I leave, we won't be able to communicate. Where's the frigate?" "Burning at full speed toward Woodshaft. We were close enough for our short-range connection to partially work," Cynthia replied. "Are you sure you want to do this, Wyatt?" "Fuck no," he answered sincerely and chuckled. "But I don't see any other alternative. All we can really do is weaken the Drazen and give Woodshaft the best fighting chance possible. If I die, could you inform my family that I died making them proud?" "I don't need to, because you will come back alive. We need a man of your stature and talent, Wyatt," Cynthia replied. "And when you come back, you will have to tell me how is it that you got to know the Drazen so personally." "If I come back, I will. It's not a pleasant memory. But I shall obey," Wyatt replied. "What do you know about Drazen ships?" "Very little. Alien interactions were not a central part of my education and training," Cynthia admitted. "Any advice will be most welcome. Target their biggest ship if at all possible. Aim for their hangars. Drazen ships place their bridges near the center of their ships and their engines are well protected. Their shields are poor, so use missiles and railguns to wither them, then punch them. They are also slow to change their direction, but they mount retro-propulsors on the front for quick deceleration." "You are quite knowledgeable about the Drazen, Wyatt," Cynthia said, engraving the information given into her mind. "More than I would like. I hate those damn plants," he said. Then he turned to leave. "Good luck, Cynthia." "Stay safe, Wyatt," Cynthia replied. Wyatt then broke into a run, heading to the hangar bay as quickly as he could. Thanks to his helmet, the map of the was fully loaded. Equipped with a tactical mine, the missiles were stocked, and the flares and ammo were full. Turning it on, the hangar bay's door opened smoothly to reveal the blackness of space. The clasps were unlocked, and he hit the thrusters. His tactical display showed the stationary position of Woodshaft and the predicted movements of the Drazen. If there was one thing he was glad to know about the Drazen, that was the fact that they rarely changed their tactics. "Computer, calculate the possible fleet's movements." "Calculating," the fighter's AI replied. 2 seconds later, the path remained the same with only one possible alteration. Wyatt thought and paused for a moment to look at his trembling hands. His heart was beating hard. He could hear white noise and his stomach was doing somersaults. "What am I doing? This could get me killed for real. But these are Drazen raiders. Even if it kills me, I'll make sure to take down as many of them as I can. They show no mercy and they don't deserve any," he argued in his mind, filled with hatred, but quickly managed to reel his feelings back. "Focus, Wyatt. Steady mind, steady hand." Activating the outside cameras, he focused on the quickly shrinking, menacing vessel, and a shiver ran up his spine. "I'm truly glad that thing is on our side now," he muttered, then focused on braking as fast as possible to a possible interjection point. It wasn't a good plan. It wasn't a desperate plan. It wasn't even a stupid plan. It was just unimaginative. But what else can I do? Stink up the bridge? At least out here I can do some good. With any luck, we'll buy the prince enough time to enter the destroy or chase off the Drazan. I bet Uriel Hoax is going to send out his small fleet to do harassing actions once the Drazan are close enough, he thought deeply, then hummed in frustration. But why are they here? Jintrax hasn't seen an incursion in decades. Are the Kastans behind it, or is this just a coincidence? It's still too soon for pirates and Drazan to take advantage of the situation. What the hell is going on here? He muttered to himself, questions without answers and speculations running through his mind freely. Suddenly the alarms went off and the AI spoke. "Alert! Detecting enemy fighters within sensor range." Wyatt made a close-up of his tactical display and cursed when he saw 30 dots appear dangerously close to his position. Their trajectory was also clear. They were hunting him. How in the world did they— Shit! Stupid! He cursed himself. In his stupor, he'd forgotten the speed he was traveling at. Fast. Too fast. Fast enough that the Drazan would easily detect him. But why did they send so many fighters? Oh no. No. They think I'm leading more fighters. They're here to clear the way. Clutching his controllers, he gritted his teeth when the AI alerted him a second later that missiles were locked and headed his way. "That's how you want to play, eh?" he shouted at the screen, the external view shifting to the barely visible fighters heading his way. The shroud of fear and dread vanished from within him, replaced only by righteous fury and a controlled, calculated, focused rage. Launching one missile to intercept, he pushed the fighter to the max and slowly turned to meet his enemies. The missile exploded, causing a series of smaller explosions to follow suit. As he approached the screen of Drazan fighters, Wyatt saw that all of them unleashed a barrage of missiles, and so he unleashed his flares until they were empty. "Computer, active the tactical mine. No automatic trigger, only manual detonation," he ordered, and a ping later his order was carried. Predictably, the missile's targeting systems were confused and scrambled. Some exploded outright before they reached him, while others veered away, forever lost until their timers ran out. Closer and closer they got at tremendous speeds until he was about to enter the effective range of their conventional weapons. His chest hurt, and the pressure of such intense G-forces threatened to crush him. Wyatt smiled widely, undeterred, and with the press of a button, the mine was detached and tailing behind him. Then he took a nosedive so intense that nearly knocked him unconscious. It was almost as bad as the hot drop maneuver, but it served its purpose. With another press of a button, the mine detonated. Wyatt didn't stop to count and instead focused on what to do next. His shields received impacts and were quickly depleting, so he began to barrel roll and weaving erratically to evade enemy fire. His senses were in a haze, but he was still able to focus on 3 targets. Locking on them, he released his missiles instead of launching them, allowing them to float in space until the Drazan fighters flew past them. Then, the missiles activated and gave chase to the bulkier, slower, less maneuverable fighters. 10 seconds later, 3 more fighters were gone, their shields ruptured by the force of the explosion and still far from recharging. Wyatt smiled even as a trail of warm liquid touched his lips and cheeks. Licking it away, he hit the reverse thrusters without turning off his engine and at the same time swung to the side. He could hear his fighter's hull protesting against the highly dangerous maneuver. Wyatt sunk against his seat, the dampeners put to their maximum strain, but he still managed to retain enough consciousness in him to squeeze the trigger. Then he was behind a Drazan fighter, destroying it after 2 seconds of sustained fire. Then he destroyed another, and a fourth one in quick succession in the span of a few seconds. He stopped rolling and stabilized his fighter when he noticed that not a single dot remained on his tactical display. His ears were ringing, his vision was blurry, he tasted metal, and he felt as if his head was about to kill him. He had let his instinct, intuition, training, and fury take hold of him, and he just went with it. Now, he was paying the consequences of his actions. "I'm pretty sure I only survived thanks to the implants. I got He chuckled weakly, smirking. Pretty sure I broke something. He coughed, staining his chin with blood. Took them down, though. I should go back to the ship. I can't do more now, he said, and looked at his tactical display. He quickly found a possible destination of the Noir Navio since it was already outside his sensor and visual range, and with the scramblers and jammers of the Drazon, he couldn't contact Cynthia. Bereft of options, Wyatt clenched his teeth and kicked the engines to maximum, ready to return to the ship. It took him nearly 20 minutes to reach visual range with the Noir Navio, as he had to ensure more Drazon fighters wouldn't detect him. He had more than half the ammo left for his coil guns, but without a mine, missiles, or flares, there was nothing much he could do. His desperate and sudden maneuvers had put a real strain on the fighter, and the AI kept reminding him of several minor damages and that he should return to base immediately, not to mention the wounds he had sustained. When he was 10,000 kilometers away from the ship, his short-range communicator cracked to life. "Wyatt, is that you?" Cynthia asked, unsure. "Yeah. It's me," he replied, trying to maintain his composure, but his chest hurt. The world around him was spinning and he felt lightheaded. "Did you encounter Drazon fighters?" she asked seriously. "A few, yeah, nothing I couldn't handle, but my plan was ruined. I had to use my missiles and the tactical mind to drive them off," he said, wincing. Technically, he wasn't lying, but there was no need to worry Cynthia with his pointless problems. "I understand. Come, enter, and join me on the bridge," she ordered. Wyatt saw the hangar opening as he approached, slowing down as he did so. Landing without support proved to be difficult, but he managed to land and station his fighter safely. He opened his cockpit and stepped out, only to fall on the 5th stair, landing on his back. He laid there for a moment, dazzled, before struggling to get to his feet again. He coughed violently, his lips and chin staining with fresh blood. "Definitely broke something!" With a wheeze and a snarl of pain, he stood upright. He turned to see the fighter, and his eyes widened when he saw the real damage it had taken. While the majority of the damage was bound to be internal, the wings were slightly bent and out of alignment. There were hull ruptures all across its surface, and the impact of high-velocity shots marred the otherwise pristine paint of the Raptor fighter, painted with the Caiston colors. Letting out another snarl of pain, he turned around and began to walk, making his way back to the bridge. "Cynthia?" he asked warily, opening a private channel as the hangar doors closed. "I am here, Wyatt," she replied in her usual serious tone. "How far are we from the Drazon ships?" he asked. "We are still moving blindly to a predicted vector. We should have visual confirmation in the next 10 minutes, she replied. "Are you injured? You sound winded." "The fight was intense. Had to do a hard pull." He winced again without muttering his discomfort. "Damn glad Commander Redford got me those implants now. Pretty sure I wouldn't have been able to beat those fighters otherwise so easily," he ended with a cocky chuckle. "I would have died without the Kinnear and Dolaxis implants after I pulled that crazy movement," he thought, wincing again. "As long as you are certain that you are fight-worthy, then I shall not press the matter," Cynthia replied. Then, after a pregnant pause, she asked, "Wyatt, I have been discussing possible strategies with the Royal Marines, and I am unsure. I am not trained for command outside leading small strike forces. You are the expert when it comes to space warfare compared to us. I will need your input." She paused again, her voice relaxing. "Truth be told, I am relieved you returned to us soon safely." "Yeah, I'm just bruised like cowkie meat ready to be grilled," he thought with dark humor. "I'm a pilot, Cynthia. Before this, I wasn't even trained to be a real fighter pilot, but I was good enough to earn my place in patrol duties. But I will," he clenched his teeth, suppressing a cough and feeling his blood stain and wash through his teeth. "I will do everything in my power to aid you." "I am relieved to hear that," she sighed. "To be honest, I am terrified. I'm not like my sister, Juliana. The responsibilities of command are beyond my capabilities. And command is something I was never trained for. And after serving Commander Redford, I have concluded that command is not something I'd aspire to. Nobles lead and commoners obey. That is the imperative rule of the Principality," he replied, each step an effort as his head pounded and everything around him kept spinning. "Regardless, I will welcome your aid and input, Wyatt," Cynthia replied. Wyatt was about to reply when a sudden realization entered his mind. "Cynthia, have you asked Galt for advice? He's the lieutenant commander of the ship and Samuel's direct assistant. Surely he must know. I'd rather not trust a traitor and possibly give him any sort of command over the Noir Navio, she declared seriously. Would you trust him? No. I can't say I would, under other circumstances. But Galt seems to have common sense. And he's already putting his neck on the line assisting us against the Drazan, Wyatt countered. You can't possibly suggest that I should trust his tactical advice, she rebuked. All right, let's have a test. Tell me, what is your main plan to attack the Drazan ships? He asked. According to your previous advice, move in close to the largest vessel and engage it with a barrage of missiles and torpedoes to take down its shields. Then attack using the plasma cannons, the railguns, and the laser turrets. Finish it off with the pulse beam cannon, Cynthia answered. It is the one strategy that we have agreed upon so far. I know you're not familiar with space combat, but sweet mercy, woman, what? All right. I did say that you should target the largest ship, but not in a direct confrontation, he thought, dismayed. His side protested, and he let out an involuntary groan of pain. I suspect that means you do not approve? Cynthia asked, taking the groan as his answer. Your plan has many flaws. Mainly speaking, you're making the mistake many make. You think that ships are going to slug it out on equal terms, he explained. Every ship has a purpose and a role to play in and out of battles. This isn't a battle cruiser. This is a stealth destroyer, Cynthia. You've got to exploit its advantages in your favor. He paused for a moment, leaning against a wall as his vision dimmed for a second. Space combat is tri-dimensional. Take advantage of that fact. But the protocols of space combat do not matter against the Drazan, he snapped back, punching the wall. You have to play dirty against a superior foe or any enemy whatsoever. As long as you can remain hidden from their sensors, they won't be able to fight back immediately. Who knows how many more fighters they have? The ship has many PD turrets, but it won't be able to do much against hundreds of those bastards. He paused to gather his strength and continue on his way to the bridge. Then, what do you propose? Cynthia asked, her voice stoic and firm. Tell Galt about your plan as a hypothetical. If he agrees with you, then you can't trust him. He'll only care about kissing your, staying in your good graces. If he argues about decorum or the rules of engagement, then he's just incompetent. But if he tells you something similar to what I told you, then you can trust him when he says he knows more about what this ship is capable of doing, Wyatt explained. Just ask him. We have nothing to lose and little time to spare. Cynthia let out a deep hum before replying. You're serious about this, she stated in bewilderment. You are full of surprises, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples. Very well. I have put my trust in you before. So has Clara. I shall do so again and take this risk. Wyatt didn't reply, but continued to walk as fast as he could. After several moments of walking through the empty, silent hallways, he heard Cynthia's voice come to life. I asked Galt Tyram, and he replied that such a strategy would put us at great risk. He then proceeded to describe that we should make full use of the Noir Navio's capabilities to strike in surprise and cripple or destroy one of their ships in an alpha strike. She chuckled deeply. Are you certain that you are not capable of command, Wyatt? Wyatt laughed. That's what I would do if I was in a fighter. Are you seeing a destroyer as a fighter? Cynthia asked, surprised. Not quite. I just don't like fighting fair. That gets you killed, Wyatt replied, unable to filter his words properly, but not really caring about it at the moment. And by any deities out there, the Drazan don't deserve any fairness whatsoever. Why not advantage of everything this ship was designed to do and is capable of performing? I understand, Cynthia replied wisely. Do you? He questioned before noticing that he was close to the bridge. He stopped, pressed his suit, took a deep breath, and began walking as if nothing was wrong. Half a minute later, he opened the doors to the bridge and walked in a hurry. Galt and those who had joined him were at their stations, strapped and ready for battle. The remaining prisoners were also strapped to empty seats, bounded. The Royal Marines were still hard at work, unflinching and unmoving. And Cynthia was standing next to the captain's seat? Cynthia, he asked, confused, but the blue-haired woman didn't reply through the private channel. When he was a mere 5 meters apart, Cynthia suddenly kneeled in front of him, and before he could ask what she was doing, she spoke up. I, Cynthia Winfield, proud daughter of Leona Winfield and Benjamin Winfield, relinquish command of this vessel, the APNV Noir Navio, under the new command of Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, under the rules of the chain of command, she declared loudly so that everyone present could hear her voice. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, if you will? Wyatt stopped dead in his tracks, stunned. His mind was reeling from what had just happened, and his injuries were not helping. Finally, after several seconds, he gasped, his lungs reminding him that he needed to breathe. No, I refuse. No, Cynthia. No, I'm just a commoner. I can't command. It is not my place nor my duty. Cynthia took off her helmet, eyeing the trembling pilot with a firm, stony stare. You have no real option on the matter, Wyatt. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Besides that, you are the only Royal Navy personnel on active duty aboard the ship. She smirked. You outrank any of us. The Royal Marines are not part of the Navy. They serve House Astor directly, me included. I serve my princess. And the rest? They are prisoners and traitors, powerless. Wyatt had to take a step back, failing faint. She was right. He knew that she was right, and he knew that was a damn poor excuse to suddenly thrust him into a commanding position. Leading a squadron of fighters was one thing, but to be the acting commander of an entire vessel was another thing entirely. Why are you doing this? I'm a filthy commoner. I am unworthy. I can't— You can do this, Wyatt, Cynthia replied, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. She placed a hand on his shoulder and offered him a sincere smile. I am lacking in this specific field. Right now, with the life of my princess in jeopardy, I care not that you're a commoner. By necessity and by law, you are the only one capable of commanding this ship into battle. Protecting my princess and thousands of innocents is all that matters now. Then, why move to intercept the Drazen at all? You could have ignored that suggestion and moved to Woodshaft from the start, Wyatt protested, unable to look away from the blue eyes of the red-armored woman. I listened because I trust you to do what is needed to be done, Wyatt. You opened my eyes that I would have caused the loss or heavy damage to this ship with my poor strategic mind with little to show for it. Come now and take command of the Noir Navio. Her eyes narrowed. Or let the Drazen kill more people due to your negligence. That caused Wyatt to stop panicking, and his eyes widened in hatred. He snarled, ignoring the pain now coursing all across his body. He scanned the room and found all eyes turned to him. Even the Royal Marines were staring at the altercation, ready to move at Cynthia's command. If that's the case, he began, placing a hand on Cynthia's shoulder, matching her hold, then let's kill some Drazen. If it means saving people, Clara, and dead Drazen bodies, then I'll commit sacrilege. Fuck the consequences, he said, fuming, and feeling the pain start to vanish as adrenaline flooded his veins. But I don't have the necessary implants to connect with the ship. That won't be an issue, Galt Terome said, approaching with caution. This ship has a VR interface similar to the training chambers. The command of the captain's chair is not limited to nobility like any other ship in the Principality, Wyatt Staples, he said, resolute and offering a salute. Ready to assist you in this endeavor, Lieutenant? Then, let's begin, Wyatt said, smiling underneath his helmet. Cynthia let go and he did the same, moving to the captain's chair. He admired it for a moment, conflicting emotions and arguments clashing within him. He shook his head defiantly and slowly sat down. He watched as Cynthia put on her helmet and moved to the station he had mained not too long ago, sitting next to Galt Terome. She quickly connected with the terminal and his senses exploded. It was light being flashbanged, but without losing his sight. He heard wires connecting with his helmet and his visor darkened, only to be replaced by a visual representation of being in a cockpit. But instead of a fighter, he was commanding the entire ship itself. Its sensors were his sensors, the exterior cameras were his eyes, and he could practically feel the pleasant heat of the engines, the power of the reactor, and the uncanny maneuverability a ship of that size had. This is otherworldly. Everything is so immense, he thought as he tried to make sense of the overwhelming sensations and information being presented before him. Wyatt, can you hear me? Cynthia asked, concerned. Yes, I hear you. I have no words, he replied. Since you lack the Antara and Ledium implants, I shall process the information for you and send graph representations to your helmet. Do not worry. This is simple for me. All you have to do is give us commands and we shall obey. Cynthia reassured. I suppose I won't have time to get used to this, he muttered, eyes narrowing. I'm seeing the Drazen fleet at the edge of the sensors. I can't control the cameras. Let's see. Focus on exterior camera U9 section 18. Magnify, he ordered tentatively, and a second later his order came to life as his vision shifted abruptly to zoom at a sector of space that showed 5 deceptively beautiful ships leaving behind bluish plumes that propelled them forth. The cruiser-class ships were shaped like large almonds, with smooth ridges and not a visible deck on their exterior. They were thicker than any Principality ship and were heavily armored, trusting it more than shields. In length alone, they were over 3 kilometers, nearly half of it in width and only 300 meters in height. The 3 destroyer-class ships were around 2 kilometers long, and they looked like the curved claws of a predator, sharing the same deceptively friendly exterior that the cruisers had. Anyone dumb enough to judge the aesthetics of a ship to match the potential character of its builders had come to find a nasty, terrible end at the stalks of the Drazen. Distance until we are within railgun effective range? He asked. 2 million kilometers and closing, Galt replied. Estimated time to reach effective distance. 2 minutes and 40 seconds, sir. How many missiles do we have? He asked, still trying to read through all the information on his view screen. Instead of a direct answer, he got a highlighted response, showcasing that the ship had 400 Hawk missiles to spare for each pod, and the pods were already loaded with a full salvo of 5 missiles each. Running through the information quickly, he saw that they had 100 rending torpedoes, 2 already loaded and ready to fire. The PD and heavy laser turrets were ready to fire too. All weapons ready. Prepare the plasma cannons and the spinal mount, he ordered, an idea forming in his mind. Following his command, the plasma cannons were heating up steadily along with the pulse beam cannon. Sir, we are well outside the effective range of those weapons, and the heat buildup may reveal our positions sooner than intended, Galt warned. Who said I was planning to enter inside their effective range? Wyatt retorted, smirking beneath his helmet. Time until they are inside of our missile's maximum range? 20 seconds, Cynthia replied. All right, Wyatt, keep calm, focus. Drazen ships are slow to turn, but they can take a punch. All you need to do is peel one away. Wait, what if... Could that even work? Am I willing to risk doing something like that in this situation? He thought, ideas and plans running through his head 1,000 miles a second. We have entered maximum missile range, sir. 2 minutes until we enter railgun effective range, Galt announced. Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. If it ends with more Drazen dead, then I'll be happy, he thought, heart beating loudly in his chest. Can the nearest destroyer be locked? Barely, but yes. The Norinavio's superior cyber warfare suits are countering the scramblers effectively the closer we get to them, Cynthia announced. Wyatt didn't hesitate. Lock it down and fire all missiles at it. Give it a full barrage. Reload immediately and fire a second volley. Then take us in as soon as it turns to face us, he ordered. In his expanded field of view, he saw a deluge of 40 missiles flying in the same direction. 10 seconds later, another volley fired. The wait was both eternal and short as he watched the target destroyer veer to the side, having detected the missiles at an agonizing 10 seconds before they struck their target. The PD turrets came to life and began firing at the incoming barrage, managing to destroy half of them before the rest impacted against its shields. The second volley fared better, as only a dozen missiles were taken down before the rest struck the destroyer. The shields flickered, but didn't die. They have no doubt detected us. That destroyer is moving in an intercept course, Cynthia warned. Wyatt smirked. Railguns? He asked. A minute out of effective range, sir, Galt replied. Turn the ship to a 45 angle downward and accelerate to 60% capacity. Present the topside railguns to the enemy and fire at coordinates X733, Y267, Z990 in 10 seconds, he ordered with a confidence that he didn't feel within him. Full barrage of missiles are to follow 3 seconds later. Wyatt waited to see if the first part of his gambit was going to work. Luckily for him, his orders were followed. The railguns fired at open space, and the missiles followed suit, flying directly at the destroyer. Before the missiles even covered half their distance, he gave a new order. "Accelerate to 80% speed and do a hard turn at a 30-degree angle to port now." The strain of the high G maneuver was felt a second later, but the smile on his face was evident. With such awkward movements, it gave the impression that he was trying to run away, an irresistible prey that the Drazen would hardly give up on. And he was right. The Drazen destroyer matched his movements just in time for 2 railgun impacts to impact its shields. The first impact killed the weakened shields, and the second went straight through the ship, puncturing it. Moments later, the barrage of missiles impacted the confused, wounded vessel, causing several explosions across its structure. Now wounded, the ship tried to disengage. Sadly for it, though, the Nornavio had closed the distance thanks to its sudden change, putting in effective range of the railguns. The Drazen only then realized that it had fallen for a trap, not a weak, fruitless retaliation. It fired a heavy barrage of missiles at them, but it didn't matter. Not anymore. "Fire!" Wyatt ordered, pouring as much hatred as he could into a single word. The railguns fired, and in less than the blink of an eye, the 4 shots impacted the Drazen destroyed. Not a single shot punctured the core, but the engines died and the ship began to drift freely, either dead or crippled. He watched as the PD turrets emerged from their secluded locations to fire at the coming missiles, shooting down all but 10, which impacted against the shields, draining the first shield by 5%. He allowed himself a deep, boisterous laugh, savoring the demise of so many Drazen. But it was not time to gloat. He had lives to save and more Drazen to kill, as long as the second part of his gamble worked. "Keep acceleration. Head straight at the nearest cruiser. Prepare to fire the pulse beam cannon," he ordered, smiling widely. "Wyatt?" Cynthia questioned, confused. "I thought you said you weren't trying to fight them head-on." "I am not," he replied, focusing on his objective and smiling more when he detected fighters swarming out their hangars. Noting the alert that the pulse beam was almost ready to fire, he counted down the seconds until the charge was full. He could almost feel it. The power stored across the entire vessel, ready to be unleashed. "Target the center of the cruiser," he said, his attention focused on his target. With the confirmation of the target locked and aligned, he shouted, "Fire!" His eyes were wide and his heart skipped a beat when he felt the ship shudder before releasing a thick stream of pure blue energy of hyper-accelerated, superheated particles at a significant fraction of the speed of light. It was a deadly weapon with incredible accuracy and range that could kill any unprotected ship in one hit and do massive damage to any improperly defended or weak dedicated warships, if it hit them. Firing at anything smaller than a fixed station or a cruiser was folly, as smaller targets could easily avoid it in time unless they were in kill range, which would only put a ship equipped with a pulse beam cannon at unnecessary risk, making the weapon all but useless. And at longer ranges, any ship could also evade it with enough time give to take notice of the coming attack. What Galt, Cynthia, and everyone else saw was the Drazen cruiser activate its retro propulsors, decelerating abruptly and shifting to an upward vector, completely evading the attack. What Wyatt saw was his victory. Yes, the cruiser dodged the attack, but that was never his target. His target was the other cruiser moving at a mere 50,000 kilometers apart from its sister ship. A mere second of difference for the beam of blue death that impacted the cruiser in full. And, as luck would have it, the beam struck its side as its hangars were open and disgorging its fighters. It punctured straight through the shields, as if they were paper, impacted the hull, and exploded inward. 2 seconds later, the ship exploded, and Jintrax was once again illuminated by the brief life of a second star that consumed the fighters that surrounded it. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Wyatt laughed loudly and maniacally. "Take that, you monsters! Go die in a fire!" he exclaimed before noticing that the other 2 destroyers and the remaining cruisers, along with the deployed fighters, were now moving to intercept the Nornavio. Shaking off from his momentary glee, he gave his new orders. "Peel away! Keep them at range! Disengage! Let them chase! Let them chase us and tire!" That was all Wyatt said before darkness overtook him. "Wyatt!" Cynthia cried out in worry when she saw him collapse. "You heard him. Evasive maneuvers. Don't let them catch us. Move as far away from Woodshaft as possible," she ordered before unbuckling herself from her seat. As she moved, the strain of the G-forces they were under hit her in full, without the dampeners to aid her. But she managed to withstand it as she moved to Wyatt. When she was a few meters away from him, she felt the pressure decreasing. "They won't be able to catch us as long as we maintain 50% speed," said one of the Royal Marines. Cynthia gave her silent thanks to the Marine and moved Wyatt, disconnecting his helmet from the chair's interface. She took off his helmet, and despite her training and everything she'd done, she couldn't suppress a gasp at what she saw. Wyatt was unconscious and was barely breathing, but his eyes were partly open and they were red shut, bloody. Tears of blood ran down his face and cheeks. His mouth was open, drooling a mix of saliva and blood. His teeth were entirely red. His lips were busted. His chin and neck were drenched in fresh and dried blood, and fresh blood ran out from his nostrils. Cynthia gritted her teeth and cursed internally. If she moved him recklessly from the chair and the dampeners, he'd die. She couldn't take him to the infirmary, and her knowledge of first aid was reduced to her own and those sharing her genetic and cybernetic alterations. Thinking quickly, she pulled out a syringe from within her chest. 1/5 of a dosage should be enough, she muttered, before pressing the syringe against Wyatt's neck and pressing it gently, pouring the black solution into his body. "Come on, Wyatt, don't die. Don't die." Chapter 16. Clara Astor, second princess of the Astorian Principality, watched the screens showing a live feed of what the scanners of Woodshaft were picking up, as a very unfamiliar feeling coursed through her body. Fear. She knew very well what the Drazen were capable of. More than that, she'd had the immense displeasure of dealing with one of their diplomats years prior, and that was an experience she'd rather not reenact any time soon. But Drazen raiders were, even by the low standards of the detestable aliens, scum through and through. The only reason they were not classified as pirates was because they never attacked the Drazen collective, as no Drazen faction or group was ever violent against their own species. "They prey on others since cannibalism doesn't work with them," she muttered to herself, her disgust showing. "A bloody shame that. Those damn plants would have gone extinct otherwise long ago." Uriel Hoax replied to her comment as he stood next to her while under the presence of 4 Royal Marines. "Gotta say, I wasn't expecting you to spread your watchdogs like that, Princess. Not that I don't appreciate it, but 6 Royal Marines won't do much against thousands of Drazen pouring into my home in search of meat to grind and tear. You ain't like other nobles or like I expected royals to act like. Apologies." "I welcome it, Uriel. Not that I can fault you for having such a preconceived notion given that you were a noble yourself. Nobles tend to be self-serving, arrogant, despotic, and prideful to a fault. Royalty can be worse, our history proves it. But some know their role and what their positions imply and demand of them," she replied, eyes narrowing bitterly. "Too few of them exist, sadly." "Far too few indeed, Princess," Uriel agreed. On the main tactical display screen, Woodshaft's fleet was already deployed and was safely circling the huge station within the protective bubble the defensive satellites and stations provided. It also showed the civilian ships, freighters and haulers mainly, burning away from the station whilst those already stuck here know it's too late to run away. Some armed freighters and gunships had joined the defensive fleet, adamant to at least provide some measure of support. "Has the population taken refuge?" Clara asked, impassive, yet internally concerned. "We don't have bunkers or safe houses other than this one," Uriel answered, eyeing around the well-defended, secluded room. "Everyone that can't fight worth a damn is hiding in their homes with barred doors. The rest are preparing to fight," he said, and the screen to the left showed the market area had transformed into a defensible position, with some defensive turrets and various palisades with people readying their weapons for the coming fight. "Woodshaft won't go down silently, I see. You were not boasting," Clara praised. "Will it be enough?" "Against the Drazen? Fat chance. We'll take down many of those monsters, but most of those people fighting for their lives aren't soldiers. Do you know what the martyr protocol is?" Uriel asked, lips pursed. Clara nodded. "I'm afraid that will be a constant during this battle, especially where my men are not present. Better to die on your terms than being taken alive by those things. I wonder how many will actually pull the trigger on themselves, though. If they like you, you'll be cattle. If they don't, you'll be food." Guess that's all the good I can say about the damn Drazen. They don't like wasting time or food. To be kept captive as mere cattle, forced to breed and to know your offspring will know no other life, always being aware that you'll see them die or have them watch you being devoured by your masters? I could imagine few fates worse than that, my dear Uriel. Then let's make sure they don't get their stalks on you, Princess. They aren't stupid animals. When they figure out who you are, they'll ask for a hefty ransom numbering tens of thousands of lives, he growled, eyes narrowing. Your life is too precious to be lost. A fair trade, most would say. Most, Clara admitted. But she, personally, was not among those. Sadly, her duties as a princess demanded that she look for any alternative to stay alive and serve the principality, even if that meant sacrificing the lives of her subjects. She turned to watch Uriel's reaction when another screen switched from seeing a storage area sealing itself to a tactical display showing an approaching ship, a ship requesting permission to dock. Uriel's eyes went wide and she turned to Clara. I believe you may want to answer this one, Your Highness, he said before a familiar voice cracked inside her helmet. Your Majesty, Princess Clara, this is Captain Milcades reporting. I, alongside 7 of my men, have arrived following the orders of Lady Cynthia. What are your orders? He asked with a serious, firm, stoic tone that was so characteristic of the Royal Marines. Clara sighed internally, relieved to have 8 more Royal Marines on her side in command. Captain Milcades, you and yours shall receive your orders soon. Dock quickly, we shall need your strength. Understood, Your Majesty. With that, the connection ended. 8 additional Royal Marines are going to be a damn boon, that's for damn sure. Any plans, Princess? I'll deploy them in key areas around the fortified areas. I'm certain the market area is going to be the one more heavily assailed, Clara replied firmly. Keen eye there, Princess. Glad to see you got more bite than during talks, Uriel replied, smirking. Is that not the deadliest battlefield of all? Clara asked with mild humor. Cynthia must be behind them and following closely. We will need every available body to be able to push back against the Drazen. We sure will, Uriel agreed. Ah, there they are. Look at that ship. Must be the one we detected since it is bleeding a mild amount of radiation, he said as a screen changed to show a barely visible black ship approaching the station in a deceleration course. So those are the newest toys Duke Draymore got his hands on. Can't say I'm not envious. Should be docked in the next 5 minutes. Any changes in the Drazen movements? Clara asked, now put more at ease. Nothing we can detect so far. I'm certain they already launched their boarding pods and perhaps some shuttles. Even for our scanners, they'd be hard to detect, Uriel answered. Usual Drazen raiding tactic. Soften up the target before the ships arrive and clear away the resistance. They won't risk their precious cargo space unless absolutely necessary, he chuckled. Have I told you I hate the Drazen? Who doesn't? Even at their most cordial, they don't care to show their disdain towards anyone, not them, Clara agreed. It is a wonder why they haven't been eradicated. They may be monsters, but they keep to themselves most of the time. They barely avoid being a menace worth the resources. Lucky shit stains, Uriel spat angrily. The principality is cursed for having to deal with them constantly. Not as bad as the Akanti hierarchy. Poor birds have it rougher than us, Uriel commented. It is a shame that relations with the hierarchy are so poor. Otherwise, the principality and the hierarchy could do significant damage to the collective and the Arabian Commonwealth. The foolishness of my ancestors and the elitism of most nobles have cost us much more than most realize, Clara lamented. Perhaps, Uriel replied, shrugging. A couple of minutes passed in cold, tense silence until a screen showed the black ship docked with the station. Shame we can't use that ship in battle. It doesn't look like it packs that much of a punch on its own, but I bet it could take down fighters and other small craft. Clara nodded. When they attacked us in a pack, they were able to disable 2 of our ships before we could retaliate. Their cruiser class caused the most damage. Those ships were there as a screen, she confessed, seeing nothing wrong with telling him that much. That would explain the explosion we detected. 13 hells. I saw it from an observatory deck when the light lag caught up with us. Amazing fireworks. What took it down? Sensors didn't detect anything until several smaller explosions presumably crippled it, Uriel asked curiously. Clara glanced at Uriel under her helmet and weighed her options before replying. It was a joint effort for our fighters. They managed to predict its vector and ambushed it using tactical mines. The ship scuttled itself to avoid capture, she replied diplomatically. I sure hope that commander got some credit for that kill. Bloody beautiful it was, Uriel said, chuckling. Ah, connecting you with your watchdogs? Appreciated, Clara replied. A second later she heard the voice of Captain Milcades. Your Majesty, we are inside the station. Orders? He asked. I'll send you the locations you are to reinforce and guard. Your orders are to eliminate any hostiles through any means necessary with extreme prejudice, she ordered, and sent the captain the points they were to be deployed in. Captain, when can I expect Cynthia to arrive? Unknown, Your Majesty. Lady Cynthia sent us ahead to reinforce your position. Her intent is to catch the Drazan fleet by surprise and draw one of their ships away from Woodshaft to give us a better fighting chance, Milcades replied, already rushing toward his position. Thank you, Captain, said the princess as her heart pounded in her chest. There's no way Cynthia thought of that strategy herself. She's too rigid and unfit to command an entire vessel. She's not a glory seeker, and her priority has always been my protection. What caused her to decide that was the best option? She thought, imagining a dozen likely possibilities. Captain, tell me, do you know if she was persuaded to choose that decision? I do, Your Majesty. It was Lieutenant Wyatt Staples who convinced Lady Cynthia to engage the Drazan with the Noir Navio instead of joining us. A sound tactic, if I am allowed to say, Your Majesty, the captain replied. Under any other circumstances, she would have smiled at that and at the name Wyatt had picked for the ship. Instead, she sighed in relief. They do not plan to engage them head-on, do they? Unknown, Your Majesty. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples left the Noir Navio on a fighter before all contact was lost. Their whereabouts are unknown, Milcades replied. What? Clara exclaimed, shocked beyond belief. Wyatt left on his own? On a fighter? What is he? Why would Cynthia allow him to do such a stupid thing? Unknown, Your Majesty. All I received was that he left alone to plant an ambush on any possible Drazan invaders. A desperate measure, no doubt, the captain replied, as always, impassive. Cynthia, what were you thinking? What possessed you to allow him to leave? Clara screamed in her mind, unable to understand why her friend would let Wyatt do such a thing. What the bloody hell? Uriel said, before enhancing the tactical display screen to a point still over half the distance between the Drazan and Woodshaft. Princess, you may want to watch this. Clara turned her attention to the screen and saw a single green dot moving fast through the screen as 30 red dots quickly approached the green dot. Wyatt! She half shouted, taking 2 steps forth, realizing she was seeing the death of the man who had saved her, Cynthia, Redford, and the rest of the tribulation aboard the Royal Favor. Wait, you know him? Is that your other bodyguard? He's a fighter pilot? Uriel asked, surprised at hearing so much emotion from the until then calm, collected, and cold princess. I sure hope he notices them in time. 1 fighter against 30? That's a death sentence. Yes. I know him. He's a man I owed my life to, Clara replied, dreadfully watching the green dot not diverting from its trail for seconds that stretched to eons. Then suddenly the green dot turned abruptly to face the red dots, charging madly at them. The dots clumped together more, ready to annihilate the offending enemy. No, Wyatt, what are you doing? Run away! She cried out, a hand involuntarily moving to the pouch in which her fighter model sat safely. That boy has a death wish, Uriel exclaimed. A raptor is meant to do quick strikes, disable ships, or plant ambushes. Dogfighting is the last thing it's meant to do. What is his major malfunction? His words died in his throat when all of a sudden the green dot seemed to almost come to an abrupt halt. Clara instantly identified it as a downward hard pull. At the speed Wyatt was moving, the G-forces and the strain on him, even with the dampeners, had to be agonizing at best. A second later, 23 red dots vanished from the screen. Before anyone could exclaim anything or even gasp, the green dot began to make quick, abrupt movements. 3 more dots vanished seconds later, then the remaining ones died one by one in quick succession until only the green dot remained. It stood almost idly in space for almost half a minute before it began to move towards open space. Clara's eyes were wide. Her mouth was hanging open, unable to comprehend what she had just witnessed. The speed, the maneuvers, and the implied G-forces all mixed in her mind, calculations running in the span of milliseconds. Even without her familiarity with fighters, she knew that no one short of a Royal Marine in terms of augmentations, gene therapy, and implants would come unscathed from that short engagement. In fact, she wasn't sure if a Royal Marine would come out uninjured from it. What the... He just became an ace 2 times over. Uriel found his voice, impressed. He turned to the princess with a smirk on his lips. Princess, wherever you found him, never let him go. That man just took out 30 Drazan fighters by himself in the span of 10 seconds. What house is he from? Kalidor, Mittal, Fator, Renshine? Uriel asked, listing some of the most influential houses he knew about. He's not... Clara started, but stopped herself from saying anything else. Despite her racing heart, she managed to regain some of her composure. It matters not, Uriel. He has performed admirably. Beyond my expectations, far, far beyond. Keep your secrets then, princess, Uriel replied, crossing his arms as the screen zoomed out to its previous demonstration. Chatter is already flooding the comms. He's going to have many fans when he gets back, even though he's a noble. Looks like he's one with an actual head over his shoulders. Clara clenched her teeth and merely gave him a nod. Minutes passed, her eyes glued to the green dot, moving until a much larger dot appeared, finally detected by the scanners as it moved toward the Drazan fleet in an intercept course. That must be the other ship, Uriel commented. Must be a nasty piece of work if it plans to stand up to the Drazan. He frowned as a snarl escaped his throat. Boarding pods detected. The PD turrets are already firing at them. They won't take down many, but even one less counts. The screens around the main tactical display screen showed various points across Woodshaft. Clara watched as holes were breached and sealing foam formed against any entrance points. From one pod near the lounge area she had been sitting at before their arrival was detected, she saw a Drazan come out moving at blinding speed. The petals around its head flashed through several colors that looked beautiful before more of their kind exploded out. The Drazan were wearing combat armor that sealed most of their body. Their heads were enclosed in a see-through dome, while their arms and stalks moved freely. They charged quickly, spreading out as more and more pods made contact, unloading their cargo. On another screen, a group of 20 Drazan came face-to-face with a barricade manned by 7 guards. They opened fire upon the aliens and managed to take one down before they returned fire with laser weapons built into their suits. The brave men and women in that defensive position lasted for 20 seconds, killing 2 more Drazan before being overwhelmed and killed. Unlike Principality propaganda that painted Drazan raiders as little better than bloodthirsty animals unable to pass on a mean, the Drazan ignored the bodies, knowing they could collect them later. The reason they preferred laser weapons was simple. They were usually lighter, easy to wield, and they seared any wounds caused to their feed, preventing them from losing as much food as possible. Across the station, the situation repeated, with only a handful of places not heavily fortified withstanding the assault of the ravenous aliens. The first Drazan group of around 30 came face-to-face with the first Royal Marine guarding the entrance to the market area and leading over 100 people in the defense. The Royal Marine opened fire with deadly precision, and 5 Drazan died before they could scurry to cover. A firefight broke out, and more Drazan moved fast to reinforce their brethren. As more Drazan arrived, now easily counting over 3,000 across Woodshaft and quickly invading the least defended sections, the fights became more prevalent, and soon all fortified areas were seeing action. A position was overwhelmed, and the Royal Marine guarding it bolted and ran to the next position down the line, leaving the few survivors to die. To some, that would seem cruel or cowardly. To the Royal Marines, it was logical. Why die futilely when they could retreat to a more advantageous position? Their thought process was coldly pragmatic, after all. On and on it went. Some positions held for a wave or two before being overrun or abandoned in favor of a tactical retreat. But slowly but surely, the Drazan, now numbering close to 5,000, were gaining terrain and were now facing the 4 most heavily defended positions: the main anchorage and docking station, the market area, the main living and residential area, and the hydroponic and aquaponic gardens. Behind those areas stood the main generators, the reactors, the command center, the armory, and the vast storage areas and warehouses. Uriel and Clara watched as 5 Royal Marines defending the residential area charged at no less than 70 Drazan, engaging them in close combat while the guards and the hastily built militia retreated past a choke point. The Royal Marines powered their swords and began to cleave carnage amongst the Drazan. The aliens flailed their arms and stalks with rapid movements, each one of their limbs acting as whips. But the Royal Marines danced, weaved, and dodged around their quick movements, cutting them in twain with brutal, deadly efficiency. The massacre lasted mere seconds, but when it was over, the Drazan were dead, and the Royal Marines retreated, with only one of them showing a significant wound on his now limp left arm. A nasty gash revealed a Drazan managed to pierce his shoulder, tearing through his armor after his shields were depleted. And yet, he moved as if the wound wasn't there. One Royal Marine guarding the entrance to the hydroponic garden wasn't so lucky. Alone, he stood against 100 Drazan that had managed to corner him. He charged at the aliens and, showing the fullest of his abilities, cleaved through the enemy with deadly precision and single-minded slaughter. But he was alone and was eventually overpowered, and a stalk pierced his helmet from front to back, killing him in the act. Clara clenched her teeth when the Drazan, enraged at having lost 32 of their numbers to a single human, proceeded to mutilate his corpse to the point that even they would have a hard time making use of it. "Seems like those carrion feeders are not beyond anger," said Uriel, sweat coming down his forehead. The strain of commanding the defense of his station directly weighed on him. "Casualties?" Clara asked. "Over 1,000 already. Your boys are putting the hurt on them, but I don't think it'll be enough to hold the rest of those bastards when they arrive after beating the fleet and the satellites to scrap. I sure hope the prince manages to get to them before they overwhelm all sections," Uriel said and let out a strained huff. "Same goes for your Winfield friend. If she manages to distract at least one of their destroyers, it'll be a lot of help," he finished with a chuckle. Clara silently agreed. The situation was manageable despite the grim reality that was encroaching upon them. In the security of the sealed command room they were currently at, it was highly unlikely that the Drazan would manage to get to them before being repelled, or getting as many prisoners as possible for their horrid purposes. How long has this siege lasted? Clara asked herself after realizing she had lost herself in the carnage and the defense of Woodshaft. Captain Milcades hadn't contacted her again, which was a good sign that he had everything under control. For now. Her eyes drifted to the tactical display screen and saw that the Drazan fleet was almost upon them. In 20 minutes, they would be within the maximum range of the defense satellites, and the hectic space battle would follow. She also noted that the Noir Navio was also close to the Drazan fleet, still undetected. Abruptly, the green dot representing the Noir Navio accelerated, more than duplicating its speed. But something was off. She could see it. The ship was not only accelerating, but now the scanners were also detecting a steady heat buildup. Cynthia hadn't shared with her all the specifics of the ship since she had to focus on breaking through the encryption, but she knew enough about it to know it was powerful. But why would Cynthia, straightforward as she is, blatantly reduce her stealth capabilities? Unable to answer that question, she watched the screen to see what she would do next. The scanners worked with FTL transmissions and receivers, cutting as much as possible the lag between what she was seeing and what was happening out there. "Let's see what your Guardian can do, Princess," Uriel said, as the display zoomed in on the Noir Navio and the Drazan fleet. One single large green dot against 3 similarly sized dots and 2 larger ones, all together forming a pentagon formation. Suddenly, a deluge of small explosions erupted across the nearest of the smaller red dots. A few seconds later, more explosions happened, and the dot began to move in an intercept course against the Noir Navio. Then the ship accelerated more and veered, changing direction in a maneuver that few ships could match at that speed, and less so do it so quickly. The wait was eternal as she watched the Drazan destroyer approach the Noir Navio steadily and with deadly intent. A minute later, however, something seemed to stagger the destroyer as the Noir Navio accelerated again and made a hard turn to port. Her eyes widened when she noticed the trap play out. The Drazan destroyed kept moving, but now was directionless, spinning in space as the scanners detected its heat signature rapidly decreasing. Uriel Holks let out a huge sigh of relief. "She managed to take it out," he said, hardly believing what he was seeing. "That's one less ship to worry about and one less problem for the prince to handle. You have a terrific guardian, Princess. Now that that's done, she should turn to run away and remain hidden." "I don't think that's Cynthia at the helm," Clara muttered to herself, realizing that the tactic was oddly familiar to what a fighter pilot would do in a dogfight. Before any of them could make another mention, they watched as the Noir Navio didn't peel away to remain hidden. Instead, it slowly corrected its course to face the rest of the Drazan fleet, charging almost directly at the nearest cruiser while both cruisers unloaded dozens upon dozens of fighters in a swarming tactic. Each beat of her heart pounded against her ears as she watched the green dot approaching with almost reckless abandon at the enemy. Then suddenly, the nearest red dot visibly decelerated. 5 seconds later, the second red dot vanished, taking every other tiny red dot that surrounded it. "I want a view of that location immediately, maximum zoom," Uriel cried out as another screen changed from the defense of the market area to a view of empty space. The camera zoomed in to maximum, and for the first time since their arrival, the Drazan ships were visible as grainy, barely distinguishable forms coursing through space. "They're still at 10 million kilometers out. They'll be here in 10 to 15 minutes at their current speed. The light lag should be around 31 seconds to reach us here, but the zoom should see what happened about," Clara began, but was cut off when a faint but deadly stream of blue energy impacted the second Drazan cruiser. 2 seconds later, it exploded. Uriel Holks was open-mouthed, watching the destruction of a Drazan cruiser, unable to form a single word for the longest time. That surely pissed them off. "Wyatt," Clara muttered softly, smiling and pressing a hand against her figurine as the feed died. Focusing once more on the tactical display, she saw that the Noir Navio was already peeling away. The heat signatures were slowly dying down, and it had decelerated by a significant margin for some reason. The ship changed paths and moved on a course that put it away from Woodshaft. The Drazan would not have it, and quickly moved into an intercept vector, hoping to catch the Noir Navio before it could escape. One ship had been crippled, another was destroyed, and now the rest of the fleet was moving away from their main objective, buying precious time for the defenders to last and for the prince to arrive in time. The Drazan fighters moved in quickly to swarm the Noir Navio, giving chase. Clara expected Wyatt to do something against the fighters now, but the ship kept running away, never accelerating past its current speed. The Drazan ships wouldn't be able to catch them at that speed, but if the fighters managed to cripple the ship or slow it enough, they'd be at their non-existent mercy. And yet, nothing significant happened. A red dot vanished every now and again after being hit by a missile, but nothing more than that until the fighters caught up to the Noir Navio and its PD turrets became effective. She was certain that Wyatt wouldn't commit to a mere diversory tactic, no matter how much every gained second meant. "Something's wrong," she muttered, dreading that the crew Wyatt had spared had committed treason, or that something worse had happened. Chapter 17. "Are they still chasing us?" Cynthia asked, as most of her attention was focused on Wyatt. Half an hour had passed since the pilot lost consciousness, and the Drazan were stubbornly chasing them. Either Wyatt managed to anger them greatly and now sought to kill them, or they were so confident that their assaulting forces would capture the station that they decided to eliminate the unforeseen threat the Noir Navio represented. "Yes, their fighters are closing in en masse. They're starting to overwhelm the PD turrets that can target them," Galt answered. "Missile pods 1 through 6 are ready to fire. We just need to lock targets, ma'am." "Not yet. The closer they get, the better our chances to take them down. How many fighters are following us?" Cynthia replied, as she internally cursed that Wyatt's armor was standard and thus lacked the means for her to monitor his vitals directly. The bleeding had stopped, and she could see the nanites spreading across his body thanks to the grayish tinge around his neck, eyes, and lips. He was still alive, breathing, and she could feel his pulse. Weak, but it was there. "Lady Cynthia, the jamming and scrambling signals of the Drazan have been losing their effectiveness slowly after the destruction of their first cruiser." We cannot establish contact with Woodshaft or the Prince, but our sensor field has been significantly expanded. It would seem Woodshaft is under siege. Orders, Lady Cynthia? A Royal Marine asked, impassive and serious. Common Drazen raiding tactic. Even if we head over to the station, we won't be able to do much. The rest of the Drazen fleet is focused on destroying us after Wyatt's actions. Every moment we keep the bulk of their remaining forces away from Woodshaft and focused on us is far more helpful than the little aid we could provide on the ground, she replied, mirroring Wyatt's reasoning and seeing that he had spoken true. We shall continue and avoid making any harsh course corrections. Galt, how many fighters are you detecting? We are detecting over 400 fighters. I didn't know those monsters were capable of fielding so many fighters into a ship that's not a dedicated carrier, he replied swiftly. Now I am far more grateful that the lieutenant managed to destroy one of those cruisers. Drazen raiding ships are a mix between a warship and a cargo hauler. Also, they can fit more of their precious feed inside their ships. Most patrol fleets would stand no chance against a fleet like the one we're facing. It truly speaks to the power of this ship. Tell me, Galt, was Samuel Caiston a talented captain? He was, Lady Cynthia. Only his cousin, Lord Andrew Caiston, is said to surpass him in intellect and skills, Galt replied. I believe he had many medals and commendations under his name. Which ones, I know not. Cynthia absorbed his words and mused them for a moment. She wasn't a shrewd politician like Clara, nor was she comparable to her sister's commanding talent and expertise. But she was no moron either. Lengthy meetings, hearing, and aiding her friend had taught her a thing or two. What do you think he would have done in our place? Run away and retreat as his orders demanded, Galt replied, then grimaced. And even without them, I believe he would have retreated or remained hidden regardless. He was an ambitious man and wished to further his standing within House Caiston and in the eyes of Duke Draymore, no doubt. Cynthia frowned slightly. The way Galt spoke of the late Samuel Caiston indicated a measure of respect, but no fondness nor familiarity. Were you not his underling before obtaining this ship? Heavens, no. I operated as a lieutenant commander on the 3rd Fleet, 1st Patrol. Specifically, the APNV Grace of Divination, a battle cruiser. Galt paused for a moment, fingers moving across his terminal. Score 3 hits, he announced with a nervous sigh. I met Lord Samuel 6 months ago and was placed under his command before the ship was delivered to him. Cynthia felt a wave of dread wash over her as a question ran through her mind. How many ships like the Noir Navio, or worse, ships more powerful than it are at Duke Draymore's disposition? Thanks to Wyatt's ambush, they didn't find out the true capabilities of the cruiser, but judging by the battle, it was easy to conclude that the stealth cruiser was inferior to the Noir Navio. Do you believe he would have performed well in combat? Comparing his by-the-book attitude and honoring the rules of engagement to what I've witnessed so far, he would have commanded this vessel in actual combat gallantly but ineffectively. I have never seen a man command a ship with such ferocity and trickery. The lieutenant exploited his advantages well, and he didn't make use of all his weaponry. I wonder why he didn't. Regardless, I believe Lord Samuel would have been hard-pressed to even disable the destroyer during the same circumstances, Galt explained truthfully. Then he gazed upon the unconscious man. Lady Cynthia, if I may be so bold, will he survive? I plan to make him survive. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, proved himself reliable before, then he proved his worth and talent as a pilot. Now I doubt my princess, nor the prince for that matter, will allow his life to go to waste, Cynthia replied, relieved that Wyatt's pulse felt stronger than before. Galt's words gave her a moment's pause, though. He's correct in his assumption about Wyatt's approach to combat. What was he planning on doing next? Was powering all weapons, blatantly giving away his position through heat built up part of his strategy? It worked against the crippled destroyer, and the way he assaulted the Drazen confounds me so. He went in for the kill, no glory whatsoever, and he laughed so boisterously when the cruiser was destroyed. Uncouth, yet relatable given the enemy we're facing. No commanding officer should showcase such glee so openly. For that matter, most admirals and other high-ranking Navy personnel would never be so bold as to strike at the Drazen so brazenly unless they were to command a heavy assault patrol. Her thoughts came to an end when she heard the red-haired man release a restrained sigh. "Then I shall pray for his well-being. Lady Cynthia, the fighters are nearly within effective range lock. Missile pods are loaded and we are ready to perform quick-fire reloading if need be," Galt announced. "Do not burn yourself unless necessary. Reload at regular speed. When ready, lock onto the nearest fighters. 3 missiles for each fighter and open fire freely. After that, repeat the volley. Take down as many of those murderous plants as possible," she ordered. "Firing," Galt announced. A minute of tense silence followed before he spoke again. 6 volleys fired and proved to be largely ineffective. Drazen fighters countered with missiles of their own and flares. Only 11 fighters were destroyed. "Shall we fire again? They seem to be unable to lock onto us." "Keep firing as long as they are within lock range. Either they shall run out of flares and intercept missiles of their own, or will inflict so many casualties that they will give up the chase," Cynthia ordered. Another long, tense minute went by until a voice spoke up. "Lady Cynthia," a Royal Marine announced, "ships have been detected at the edge of our sensors. It appears to be His Majesty's fleet set on a course to Woodshaft. The Drazen fleet has broken chase and appears to be disengaging entirely." "Confirmed, Lady Cynthia. Drazan fighters are disengaging and peeling away," Galt informed, relieved. Cynthia allowed herself a sigh of relief, but she wasn't one to fall into complacency. "Slowly turn away from the Drazan and set a course to Woodshaft. If the plants wish to run, then let them. We have achieved victory for now, but it won't be a complete one until the Drazan leave the system or they are hunted down." "What else can go wrong?" the prince asked himself as he stared at the black monitors before him. "We barely escaped the clutches of my uncle. We managed to elude capture and escape to fringe territories by keeping a low profile and gathering loyalist forces in the process," he hummed deeply. "Only for those black ships to appear, we suffered an ambush that reduced our already weakened fleet, and now Drazan raiders. If Clara is captured, we can negotiate. If she dies, this conflict will only escalate out of my control." "Cynthia will not allow harm to come to her, my prince," Juliana replied as she and Redford stood at each side of the blonde man, bearing the burden of the entire principality on his shoulders. "Nor shall my royal marines. If House Caiston is involved in this assault, I implore you, my liege, to cast them out and exterminate their bloodline. For no other punishment shall suffice. Conjoining with that filth, words fail me to describe the ire I am experiencing and their vile treason. It is beyond what I can fathom," Redford said, glaring at empty space. "Let us not jump to conclusions so hastily, Redford. You were the one that taught me to think with a cool head and seek out the truth before coming to a rash decision, did you not?" the prince said, his voice cold and focused. "Rest easy, for I shall not stay my hand if proof arises that House Caiston summoned these raiders regardless of their intent." He clenched his hands into shaky fists and narrowed his eyes. "If they are guilty, they shall answer not only for putting the life of my sister in jeopardy, but the blood of thousands shall be on their necks. As much as I detest these honorless traitors, I hold on to the slim chance that they are innocent. Willingly setting anyone, human or not, to suffer the fate that the Drazen hold is an act of treason against your species and sapience as a whole. No mercy must be awarded to such criminals," Juliana stated coldly, voice shaking with barely contained anger. "Redford, do you have any guess as to the size of the raider fleet? To be able to disrupt our communications and sensors to this extent, and taking into account the size, power, and population of Woodshaft, I believe that we may face anything ranging from 4 to 7 ships. The warp signature we detected was large, so those ships arrived closely together. It is more than likely that there is at least 1 cruiser class at their disposal. Probably 2, Redford replied. My prince, I request permission to send boarding parties to Woodshaft before the Drazen begin their assault in full. By now, they surely have sent their vanguard troops to soften up the defenses and disable automated defenses, Juliana asked seriously. Until we have a clear visual confirmation of the station, I shall not allow you to leave. Captain Milcades and the rest of the Royal Marines shall buy us some time, the prince replied without looking at his 2 most trusted commanders. My greatest priority is to ensure the survival of the fleet and myself. Everything else is secondary, even my sister's survival." Clenching his teeth in impotence, he took a deep breath before continuing. "Redford, are your fighters ready for departure?" "Yes, my liege. Our losses were regrettable, and we have a shortage of pilots. Across our fleet, I can only field a full talon," Redford replied obediently. "If I may, my prince, I wish to lead this talon in person. I, too, am a fighter pilot. Without access to our long-range communicators, my capabilities as a commander shall be limited. It shall be a pitched battle against their fighters first, but if we coordinate correctly, we can overcome their numerical superiority." "I forbid it," the prince said in no uncertain terms. "I need you at my side, Redford. Besides, your children and your wife would not forgive me if I allowed you to die such a needless death." "As you command, my liege," Redford retorted. "Do you wish me to deploy my fighters?" "Have them on standby. They shall be deployed at the same time as the boarding pods and shuttles. Their objectives shall be harassing and supportive actions. Leave the main fleet alone and let the joint forces of Woodshaft and my fleet scatter the Drazen and force them to retreat. With any luck, they shall be content with a meager capture of their precious feed and decide that facing more of our forces is not worth the risk," the prince said firmly. "Juliana, if Cynthia were to perish in the defense of Clara, I assure you, she will be granted the highest of honors once my uncle is dealt with." "She's a Winfield, my prince. She shall do her duty. Serving the just and rightful House Astor is our greatest honor. Always have been, always will be," Juliana replied, giving the prince a soft smile. "Loyalty is its own reward." "Indeed," said the aged commander. "Fret not, my prince. Your uncle failed to capture you twice, failed to capture or eliminate Clara, and has failed to eliminate you through underhanded means if this Drazen assault is of Caiston make. We may not know what happened to Princes Giovanni and Alexander, but as long as you are free and able to fight for your rightful throne, we shall strive onwards, my liege. Your confidence and trust in me reassure me, Redford. You served my father proudly, and now you serve me with that same unquestionable diligence." "He would be pleased," the prince said, giving the gray-haired man a faint appreciative smile. Several minutes passed in relative silence as the weight weighed upon them. Suddenly the prince stiffened. "Speak, Admiral," he said, receiving a direct message from Admiral Damien. Opening a link with Redford and Juliana, the three heard the Admiral's words intently. "My liege, my comm officers have confirmed that the intensity of the Drazen jammers and scramblers has reduced by a considerable margin. It is not enough to enable long-range communications, but our sensor sweep area has been increased substantially. We are detecting Woodshaft within sensor range, and I can confirm that it is under siege, and a small defensive fleet has been deployed and is protecting Woodshaft. However, most curiously, there are no signs of enemy ships near the station," Admiral Damien reported. "Where are they, then?" "Those monsters wouldn't let up a prized hunting ground without any good reason," Redford said, frowning deeply. "I can't be sure, Commander Redford, but sensors are detecting a barely perceptible signature at the edge of our current capabilities. 3 ships. No, wait, there's a 4th heat signature moving away from the rest of the ships. Its vector indicates that is moving away from Woodshaft with no clear destination in mind." The Admiral paused for a moment, then in a more serious tone continued. "My liege, if I am correct, the leading vessel is a black ship. I can't detect the mass of the object, only a faint heat signature. The other 3 ships are Drazen-made." "A black ship running away from their allies?" the prince asked out loud before anyone could jump to conclusions. "Why would the Drazen obey prey? Is it possible that this black ship is fighting them?" Redford crossed his arms. "A most probable scenario, my liege. If the aliens diverted their attention from their main goal to deal with a single ship, then that gives us time to bring aid. Juliana, you have my permission to go. Send in your Marines and boarders. Lead the assault and take 10 of our remaining Royal Marines as your escort and elite assault unit. The remaining 10 Royal Marines shall be more than enough to protect me. Support Woodshaft, save as many as you can, and rescue our sisters. Burn those abominations to ash," the prince ordered. "My prince!" Juliana saluted, turned, and quickly made her way out of the war room. "Redford, send out your fighters to the black ship. It must be the one that escaped the battle. Order your fighters to disable or cripple it if they refuse to surrender." The prince paused. On second thought, Redford, lead them, but avoid fighting yourself. I need someone I can trust completely to act as my eyes, ears, and voice involving the chance to capture such a vessel. I hear and I obey, my prince. It shall be done, Redford replied, saluting and then moving to leave. I shall return to you, my liege. As Redford left, the prince turned around again, his attention on the black screens. A second later, a rough depiction of the Exalted Virtue's tactical display appeared on it. He focused on it for what felt like forever as he watched his ragtag fleet approaching Woodshaft at a steady pace. He received a near-simultaneous report that both Juliana and Redford had left the Exalted Virtue to fulfill his orders. A chime alerted him that someone was outside the door and wished to enter. Connecting to the surveillance system, he saw that Lukacs Ishtal was standing outside the room, while 5 Royal Marines wearing their regular combat armor guarded each side of the hallway. 2 of them moved to flank Lukacs. With a thought, he opened the door. My prince, I bring news regarding our problem regarding the traitors among our numbers, Lukacs said firmly. The prince turned to face the dignified, slim, tall, blond man and studied his expression for a split second. He was as focused as always, but his eyes, despite cybernetic, revealed he had something serious to tell him in person. Leave us, he commanded, and the 2 Royal Marines left without fail. Speak, Lukacs. My prince, the QEC has been found, Lukacs revealed without hesitation. I could not entrust the network with such information. I had to come and inform you personally of this development. The prince nodded, his expression impassive and forever dignified. Internally, he was both disappointed and angered at the same time. Hoping against hope, he held to the chance that such a thing wasn't possible. But now that he heard confirmation that there were traitors among his closest loyal subjects, he didn't know which emotion was stronger. Show it to me, he commanded. My liege, Lukacs replied, saluting. The wood was hard but familiar. The bark had many splinters, and the edges could cut anyone that didn't know how to handle the small piece of wood currently in his hand. It had a healthy brown exterior and a reddish, opaque core. It was simple, yet beautiful to behold. A contrast to the danger the piece of wood projected even after being chopped down. But to Wyatt, the feeling of the wood was familiar and brought with it a strange sense of comfort. Nodding to himself, he sat back on his chair and picked up a knife before beginning the long, dull process of giving it shape. Carving wood by hand was time-consuming, but it helped him relax after a long day of study and work. Living on the outskirts of the city had its benefits, such as the beautiful view of the forest in the distance contrasting the city behind him and the orbital launch station just beyond the horizon in the other direction. The sun was setting, giving a beautiful blue, orange, red, and violet sunset that contrasted against the slowly darkening sky and the emerging stars visible through the light pollution of the city. He could already hear the ferchatas singing their nightly song. Heh, annoying little buggers, he whispered to himself, as the knife moved with practiced ease across the piece of wood he was holding, each strike sending a thin sheet of discarded bark or wood onto the floor. The distant chirp of a clicksaw caught his attention, reminding him that mating season was starting for the annoying, deadly birds. Inside his home, he could hear his father tinkering away inside his garage with Wham helping him. They loved fixing and repairing commonplace appliances. A much cheaper alternative over buying a new one, and many commoners and some poor low-tier nobles went to him to save a few credits. Despite being an electrical engineer and earning a good salary, his father's love for tinkering and fixing things never failed to make him smile. He once tried his hand at it and found out he was no good whatsoever. He had an eye for detail, but he couldn't fix anything worth a damn even with his father guiding him. Instead, he turned to work at a local wood processing factory. The pay was fair most of the time, and he could take discarded pieces for himself without any issue. Plus, it granted him a standard record of compliance, obedience, and work hours necessary to apply for entry to the academy, alongside a good score in his studies. The academy. His eyes drifted to the stars above, wishing to be there someday. Are you seriously going to do it, Wyatt? The voice of his first younger brother, Weskel, brought his attention back down, and he turned to see his brother, almost a copy of himself, except that his eyes were like their mother's, yellow instead of brown. He was wearing leather armor with a rifle hanging from his shoulder. A dozen long, bright green feathers decorated his belt proudly. Wyatt whistled. "A dozen of them? You got lucky," Wyatt replied as his hand kept carving away. "More like the cheeky things got too hungry. It was a good day, yeah. Scope and drop. Clicksall chicks are an easier target than their parents," Weskel said, proud of himself. "Are you going to answer my question?" "Didn't hear you arrive," Wyatt deflected. "I saw you daydreaming from down the lane, Wyatt, so you really gonna do it, huh?" Weskel insisted. Wyatt shrugged. "I don't see why I shouldn't. I'm not particularly good at anything, and we both know I have a knack for piloting." "Yeah, but why risk your life and leave us, bro? You're an even better shot than I am. You could easily become a Clicksall hunter like me and become a ranger. You'd be set for life." Another cry from a Clicksall off in the distance interrupted him. With a chuckle, he continued. "Not like we're ever going to get rid of those pests. Better for me. More Clicksall, better pay." "That's your calling, Wes. Mine is up there," Wyatt replied, pointing to the sky with his knife. "I want to see what's out there. Serve the Principality and protect it and its people." "I know," Weskel replied, unflinching his rifle and sitting next to his brother as he returned to carving. "Dad doesn't want you to go. Wham thinks you're so cool. And Mom? You know she cries at night when she thinks we can't hear her, right?" "Yeah, I know," Wyatt replied, his expression dropping slightly. "Those that leave rarely survive long-term, and even fewer return. But if I complete my service with honors and distinction, I'll get lifelong standing, steady income, and a comfortable life. When I'm back, if they're still alive, I'll be able to take care of Mom and Dad for the rest of their lives. It's not much, but it is the best I can do." "Or you could end like Mr. Warlow, ranting all day about blue bloods." The two shared a hearty chuckle. When it ended, a few seconds of silence passed between them, with only the knife scraping against wood joining the Furchada's serenade. "You could, stay and not risk your life like that," Wescal insisted. "Please, Wyatt, you could join the diplomatic corps or something. We're commoners. We can't aspire to much. We're not at the bottom rung. Our standing is enough to grant us a nice living." "I know, but I need to go up there," Wyatt replied, smiling softly. "Mom asked you to try and convince me?" "Dad," Weskel replied, sighing. "I'm going to miss you, Wyatt. All of us will," he added. Wyatt stopped his wood carving and set his tools aside. Then he rubbed Weskel's head. He was only 12, but he was already more mature than he was. "You'll be a proper hunter once you turn 16. I bet you'll become a ranger in less than 5 years, Wes." "I hate it when you do that," Weskel replied, but didn't stop his older brother. "Why, you're not, doing it just because you want revenge?" Wyatt stopped rubbing his little brother's head, but looked at him reassuringly. "I'll happily kill any Drazen I come across. Same goes for pirates, but I won't plan to go out there to do that, Wes. I genuinely want to see the universe and serve the Principality. Revenge is the last thing on my list," Wyatt replied, then returned to his carving. "I'm going to miss you all, too. I'll write as often as I can. You know how expensive messages can be." Weskel nodded, offering his big brother a sincere, toothy grin. "Just promise you won't get yourself killed, all right?" Pain. World-shattering pain coursed through his body, yanking him away from a bittersweet memory, the day before he went to enlist in the academy. His eyes shot open, but his vision was blurry and tinged with red and black. He tried to scream, but he couldn't do it. His chest hurt, his ribs hurt, his head hurt. Everything hurt in a way he had never experienced before. At best, he could gurgle and cough bloody spittle as he heard his bones crack. His instincts overtook him, and he tried to flee from the pain, but he couldn't move. He was tightly strapped to something. Something was preventing him from moving. He could hear noises, but couldn't see who or what was making them. He cried openly, refusing to blink as the pain was too much, too intense. The pain suddenly stopped, and he went limp as his body trembled, while the death throes of the pain he had just endured lingered for long moments. His breathing was agitated, and it burned him. He was suddenly thirsty, very thirsty, and his vision returned to normal slowly. The white noise and the buzzing he was hearing also faded away, giving way to coherent noises he could identify and understand. "Patient is stabilizing. Risk of cardiac arrest, 22% and decreasing. Internal bleeding, halted. Risk of cerebral hemorrhage, 11% and decreasing. Risk of death, low. Status, Full recovery in 3 days. The monotone but oddly pleasant voice of a medical AI reached his ears. The urge and strength he felt when he desired to run away was gone, replaced by an incredible exhaustion. But he could move his eyes, and it wasn't long for him to decipher that he was inside a Medicare pod. Moments later, a figure wearing red armor and with blue hair stood next to him, and blue eyes looked down on him with a relieved expression. "See Cynthia?" he asked, barely making out her face through the blur that slowly went away from his eyes. Then, everything came back to him. Woodshaft, Clara's meeting, the assault on the Caiston station, the arrival of the Drazen, the battle. What happened? The Drazen— "Remain calm, Wyatt," Cynthia said softly. "After you passed out, we eluded the Drazen until they turned to flee. They are still moving away from the system. The prince moved to reinforce Woodshaft and save both Clara and the station. Thanks to you, those filthy creatures are now running away like the cowards they are. They left their people to die. Now they will be trapped between the defenders and the reinforcements." Good. That's good," Wyatt muttered, relieved and satisfied with the outcome. "Rest, Wyatt. You've earned this respite," Cynthia remarked, offering him a sincere smile. Wyatt allowed darkness to claim him a second later. Chapter 18. "We're approaching the objective. Weapons ready, but do not fire unless I order it," Redford commanded, and a second later, he was alerted by dozens of quick confirmations. His Talon was, in his opinion, a sorry sight. Incomplete squadrons broke apart the standard grouping of wedges, which, in turn, broke up the wings, and finally gave him a fractured Talon that barely qualified as one with 240 fighters available, and only a few squadrons left behind as reserves just in case they were needed. As a commander, he was used to managing and conducting several dozens of Talons at once in battle. Being reduced to a single splintered Talon was a low point in his career. Or it would be were it not for the circumstances that led him to his current position. "Damn you, Cornelius! Whatever possessed you to commit such betrayal?" he asked himself, wishing he could know that answer. Memories came to him of serving faithfully the previous prince, his friend and liege. Of Cornelius stood next to the prince the day he was crowned, of how out of all the siblings, Cornelius was the one who accepted his demotion with grace and the stewardship of Camrim, forever relinquishing the Astor name and taking the mantle of Draymore with gusto and the deepest honor. "What changed, Cornelius, for you to set your duties and honor aside?" Redford thought bitterly. Setting those thoughts aside, he focused on the task at hand once his sensors detected the plume of the black ship. Oddly enough, it made no attempts to attack or steer away from its current path. "All fighters, form up in a square formation and advance as one," he ordered. Moments later, he watched in his tactical display that all fighters had created a vertical square with only a few hundred meters separating each fighter from the other. It was an effective defensive screen that announced to anyone close by that they were there and that they were ready to attack. If the black ship suddenly fired on them, the formation could easily split apart and move in as a swarm of deadly insects. "Computer, ping them," Redford commanded. "Ping sent. Awaiting a response," the AI replied. Several seconds passed until it spoke up again. "Connection request received. Accept?" "Accept," Redford replied, straightening his back as he prepared to deal with the captain of the dreadful black ship. "Redford, is that you?" Of all the possibilities running through his mind, hearing the voice of Cynthia was not among them. Cynthia, is that you?" he asked, cursing mentally that he allowed his surprise to show, no matter how warranted it was. "It is you, Redford," Cynthia said, relief clear in her otherwise measured, stoic voice. "I'm seeing your formation. Stand down. The Nornavio is friendly." Redford blinked in confusion. "The— what?" He shook his head, dispelling his momentary puzzlement. "You captured that ship? How? When did you— Wait, if you're here, then that means Princess Clara is with you," he asked, hoping to be correct. "Unfortunately, Clara is not with me, Redford. My princess is in Woodshaft," Cynthia replied. "That explains the change in course," Redford commented, frowning. "Why are you aboard that vessel?" he asked more firmly. "I shall explain the details in person, Redford. Board the ship. You can order your fighters to return to the fleet. They won't be needed anymore now that the cowards are in full retreat. They will be needed more to protect the prince, Cynthia proposed. Nonsense. If they return, this ship is likely to be their target again. All fighters, break formation. Proceed to form an escort shell around the Noir Navio. I can confirm that the vessel is friendly. I repeat, the ship is friendly. A string of affirmative answers coming from the wing commanders followed, and he moved closer to the black ship. Cynthia, I presume the reason you are on that ship is related to an order given by Clara? You assume correctly, Redford. It is by her order and the deal struck between her and Uriel Hoax that I am here alongside a dozen Royal Marines, several captured prisoners, and Lieutenant Wyatt, Cynthia replied. I will not inquire further until we are standing in the same room, Cynthia. I have visual confirmation of the Noir Navio, Redford said, pausing for a moment as his video feed showed the ship in all its deadly glory. Sweet heavens, that's a stealth ship? He asked with incredulity. It has to be as well armed as the Exalted Virtue. More so, if my readings are correct. You're not powering down weapons? Not until those things are gone. I do not wish to take any risks, Cynthia replied. I'll send you the details of the Noir Navio, she affirmed. A few seconds later, Redford received the data and went over them several times in half a minute, making sure not a single detail would miss his attention. Who made this ship? He asked, unable to form any other words. Further information has been purged. We're flying without an AI. The Royal Marines and I are acting as a bridge between the systems, but it is starting to drain us. We have to make it back to Woodshaft soon, Cynthia replied. Understood. I shall arrive soon. One last question, Cynthia. Redford paused. Noir Navio, I was unaware that you had such a sense of humor. That, Redford, is something I cannot answer directly, for it was the command of my princess, Cynthia replied. I shall leave the hangar open for your arrival. The connection ended a second later, and Redford was left both worried and relieved. If Princess Clara was in Woodshaft, then she was at risk just like the prince feared. But at the same time, knowing that the black ship was under the command of Cynthia and that a costly fight had been avoided, eased his racing heart. It took him a few minutes to reach the Noir Navio proper alongside his fighters, who in turn moved to create a sphere around the vessel. He quickly made out the hangar bay open and the protective energy shield keeping any unwanted out. The shield dropped as he entered, only to reactivate a few moments later alongside the hangar bay closing, and the protective kinetic shield dissipated. By the time his fighter was stationed, the hangar was repressurized. Exiting his Raptor fighter wearing an armored suit befitting for a man of his position, Redford looked around the solitary bay and activated the map Cynthia had sent alongside the information regarding the ship's details. Before exiting the bay, however, he noticed a heavily damaged fighter and stopped for a moment, taking note of all the damage it had gone through. It was as if someone put the fighter inside a giant blender for a few moments, then chewed on it, and finally spat it out, he thought, wondering what could have caused such damage. I'll be surprised if that fighter isn't decommissioned, he murmured before continuing on his way. He didn't run. There would be no point in doing so. Woodshaft was still far away, and there was no urgent matter at the present moment that required his attention. Still, his usual calm walking speed was now hurried, his desire to know what happened burning in his chest. It took him several minutes of travel and silent appreciation for the beauty of the ship's architecture, but at long last he made it to the bridge where the Royal Marines stood proudly alongside some crew members wearing Caiston-colored uniforms. The sight of the red-armored young woman eased his heart while she sat on the captain's chair. A ping resonated in his helmet as he accepted the connection. Cynthia. Redford, Cynthia replied before standing up, wires returning to her armor. Turning to face the older man, she approached him and gave him a short-lived hug. It is good to see you again, old man. The sentiment is mutual, Cynthia. Juliana will be relieved that you are alive, unharmed, and that you obeyed your princess's orders, Redford praised, ending the hug. Her surprise will be vast once she discovers that you are not in Woodshaft protecting Clara, I believe. She shall understand given the circumstances, though. Cynthia nodded. Come, follow me. I wish to talk face to face, she said, inviting the commander to follow her. Redford accepted the invitation and followed her out the bridge and down a hallway until they reached the mess hall. Sitting on a table, the two took off their helmets and set them aside. "It is good to see that you are indeed unharmed," Redford once again said, relieved. "Likewise, Redford," Cynthia replied. "What do you wish to know first?" "Begin from the start, Cynthia. Why are you here? What happened to the crew? I saw no one until I reached the bridge. Why is a Drazan raiding fleet running away?" he asked, his gaze stern and focused. Cynthia closed her eyes for a moment, took a deep, calming breath, and told the gray-haired man everything after they arrived at Woodshaft, their reunion with Uriel Hoax, the deal struck, the assault on the Caiston secret station, and the capture of the vessel. Redford took in every detail and word of the blue-haired woman, raising his hand only after she described Samuel's ploy and death. "Wyatt executed him without a shred of remorse?" Cynthia nodded. "He showed no pity, no mercy, no decorum. He treated the Caiston rat as a mere vermin that needed to be dealt with." The commander crossed his arms and frowned. "Samuel issued a duel, so capturing him was out of the question. Can't say I wouldn't do the same if I was in his place. A traitor he was, but he was loyal to his house. It is a shame that such measures were needed," he commented. "Under any other circumstances, Wyatt would be dishonorably discharged and quite possibly executed for his cold-blooded murder of a high-ranking noble. None other than you, my sister, my princess, and the prince himself shall know the truth. The Royal Marines and the prisoners shall be censored and dealt with if necessary. Let his death be recorded at my hands," Cynthia replied. Redford studied Cynthia's expression for several long seconds before nodding once. "Very well, I shall aid you in this endeavor. If the truth is known, Wyatt would still face recrimination from the more traditional nobles among us. Tell me, Cynthia, why would you risk yourself for Wyatt's sake?" "What risk is there to take? The duel was issued. I executed Samuel Caiston. The body and that of his crew were disposed of. None shall question a Winfield," she replied matter-of-factly. "I understand," Redford nodded once. "What about the prisoners? Why were they spared despite Clara's command?" "Wyatt interfered on their behalf, taking responsibility for their actions." She paused for a moment. "He could have easily killed any of them, but didn't. I'm not sure if it was due to a sense of honor or some moral quandary. Regardless, he suspected that they may know of possible sabotage actions or lingering information concealed from us. His suspicion proved to be correct, and we gained access through the system's encryption after a short altercation. Again, he showed restraint and mercy." She smirked slightly. "Paradoxical." Redford resisted the urge to pinch the bridge of his nose in frustration. "The more I know about Wyatt Staples, the more confounded I am," he said with a sigh. "Speaking of him, where is the lieutenant?" Cynthia closed her eyes and exhaled slowly before opening them again. Her icy stare softened. "Wyatt is in the infirmary. To be more precise, he's in a Medicare pod." Redford was taken aback by her answer. "I don't understand. When did he engage in combat to warrant—" "No, Cynthia, when I arrived I saw a mangled fighter. Did Wyatt fly out on his own to confront the Drazan?" he asked seriously, but his tone conveyed the monumental absurdity of what he saw as nothing short of a suicidal idea. "Redford, Wyatt is the reason the Drazan fleet was dealt such a terrible blow," Cynthia confessed. "What do you mean by that?" Redford retorted as he leaned forth. "A single fighter can't take down a prepared warship. His performance during the ZTK 990 simulation was one thing, but this is another entirely. How was that possible?" "It isn't," she replied, "because he didn't do it with a fighter. He convinced me that we should use the Nornavio and inflict as much damage to the Drazan as possible to give the defenders a better fighting chance and grant the prince some more time. He left in a fighter to set a trap against any boarding pods and shuttles the Drazan could deploy. I do not understand why he did it. It is hard to interpret his intentions. I believe that he simply wished to inflict as many casualties as possible, no matter how little his contribution was. I can't say I wouldn't do the same. In any boarding action, every able soldier counts, so inflicting as many casualties before they are deployed is a sound tactic, no matter how utterly suicidal the idea of a single fighter preparing an ambush is. Given the state of his fighter, I imagine the trap was unsuccessful." Cynthia gritted her teeth angrily. "Yes and no. Redford, I accessed the records of the fighter after placing Wyatt in the pod. He tricked me. she said bitterly. He didn't hide that he encountered Drazan fighters, ruining his plan. But I was led to believe that he fought off 3 or 4 and that the injuries he sustained were minor at best. I didn't inquire further. The older man hummed deeply. Given his skill, I can see him fighting off a squadron of Drazan fighters by himself. The damage I noticed on the fighter speaks of a pitched battle, he replied. Redford, put on your helmet, let me show you the record itself, Cynthia proposed. Taking her word for it and intrigued about Wyatt's performance, he put on his helmet. A moment later, he received a video feed. The gray-haired man was left speechless when he saw, from the fighter's perspective, how Wyatt Staples dealt with 30 Drazan fighters at the same time, tricking them, using his tactical mind and everything at his disposal to eliminate the enemy as quickly and mercilessly as possible. Impossible. 30 fighters? On his own? Redford muttered, shocked. I knew he had talent, but such reckless abandon, such drive. He obliterated my record in a real fight 3 times over. Taking off his helmet, he set it aside and looked at Cynthia directly in the eye. How did he trick you? He made me believe his injuries were inconsequential. He put on a convincing act that he was lightly wounded at best. Then, I gave him command over the Noir Navio, she said, and watched as Redford's face turned paler than it already was. It was a sound decision, Redford. He made me realize that I was unsuited for direct command and that my strategy was brutish and ineffective. Bereft of options, I granted him temporary command of the ship and engaged in combat against the Drazan. Did you manage to get a reading of the enemy numbers? Redford asked, his voice as cold as a grave stone. 3 destroyer-class and 2 cruiser-class ships. I have safeguarded the footage and the records. They won't be tampered with. The prince and my princess shall be the first to see them. But Redford, trust me when I say this. Wyatt not only managed to disable a destroyer, he also destroyed one of the cruisers. I have the coordinates of the destroyer, too, and the possible vector it took after it was disabled, she said, frowning. After that, Wyatt passed out and I discovered the truth of his injuries. I injected him with 1/5 of a dose of nanogel. I saw no other option to save his life. It worked, barely. He nearly died. That's how... He's a commoner without experience in regards to command, Redford muttered, unable to process what he had been told. The prince... He ordered that I should keep Wyatt close and perhaps develop commanding skills suitable to groom him into a capable aide. Maybe even turn him into an exceptional lieutenant commander given his talent. This changes everything I had planned for him. Redford sighed in exasperation. Cynthia, did I hear right? Nanogel, you injected him with nanogel and he survived? It was 1/5 of a dose, she repeated. Any more than that without the proper implants would have killed him on the spot. In regards to his handling of the ship, he treated the Noir Navio as if he was piloting a fighter, Redford, Cynthia clarified. It was impressive to say the least, and yet I saw a glimpse of him I didn't see before. There was no shame in it either. I do not know if it was due to his injuries or if he doesn't care about letting people see that side of him. She paused for a moment, waiting to see if Redford had anything to say, but the older man seemed to be too engrossed in her recounting to interrupt. After beating the Drazan ships, Wyatt laughed. He reveled in their destruction, Redford. He used trickery and planned around their movements to destroy them effectively. He is, without a doubt, unaware of the rules of engagement regarding ship-to-ship actions, but I'm certain he wouldn't care and would have actively gone against them. He was precise, savage, yet cautious and deceptive. Redford leaned back on his seat, bringing a hand to cover his eyes and rest his forehead for several long, silent minutes of contemplation. This cannot be divulged, Cynthia. A commoner taking command of a vessel has only happened in dire, extreme circumstances of necessity or mutinies. To learn that a commoner inflicted such devastating damage to an enemy force without a proper crew on a captured, advanced ship. The upheaval it would cause among our ranks would be catastrophic. Taking off his hand, he regained his posture. It is fortunate, then, that Wyatt Staples is a man that puts little value in personal glory. Redford, Wyatt has revealed to both my princess and me that glory, honor, and dignity are worthless to him. If my princess or the prince commands him, he will not say a word, nor do I believe he'd seek any compensation for his valiant actions. Her lips curled into a soft, gentle smile. I believe that my princess is correct. Wyatt Staples possesses the soul of a true knight. For our sake, I hope she is right in that assumption. From what I've seen of him, I am inclined to agree with Clara's opinion. He sighed. Perhaps, to him, loyalty truly is its own reward. Cynthia said nothing as she stood up and put on her helmet. Come, let us return to the bridge, Redford. The older man nodded and soon joined her. Report, Juliana, the prince said as he analyzed the carnage that covered the market area of Woodshaft. Dozens upon dozens of bodies belonging to humans and Drazan were scattered all over the place, with human survivors already working on removing the bodies. Around him, 10 Royal Marines created a protective circle while 2 companies of soldiers and a few squadrons of Marines followed closely. Right behind him, Frederick Anderson, William Hempstroke, and Hannah Talaro followed, armored, armed, and prepared to jump into action at a moment's notice. We've suffered light casualties, my prince. The defenders put up a decent fight and made those bulbous plants pay a high price for every life they took. My troops and Captain Milcades are cornering the last pockets of resistance. We'll get rid of the Drazan in a few hours at the least, maybe a day or 2 at most, Juliana replied, pausing only for a moment before continuing. I have located Princess Clara and she's safe. Uriel Hoax provided all the security and safety he could spare to defend her. The prince exhaled heavily in relief now that he was certain his sister was safe. Where's Cynthia? He asked, worried about his dear friend. I shall answer that myself, brother dearest, Clara said, her voice invading the otherwise private link between the blue-haired commander and himself. Impatient as always, Clara. I see that not even the threat of the Drazan can take that away from you, the prince joked. Shush you, Clara retorted. If you must know, brother dearest, Cynthia is not with me. I sent her on a mission before this whole mess started. You'll be happy to know that 2 black ships have been captured in short order. Allow me to congratulate you, Clara. The secrets of such vessels shall be a great boon for our cause, the prince replied. Nevertheless, sending Cynthia on a mission was foolish, reckless, and stupid on your part. She's your bodyguard. She's meant to protect you, Clara. I am aware, brother dearest. It was a calculated risk. I did not leave myself defenseless, if you must know. 10 Royal Marines were more than enough to keep me safe until the Drazan showed up. No one can predict such calamities, Clara replied, her poise and tone unfaltering. In that case, I shall refrain myself from giving my sister a piece of my mind for neglecting her duties. I can't punish her if she was following the orders of her princess, now can I? Juliana said, chuckling at the end. Then that means Redford met her already. A likely scenario, the prince agreed. Silently, he was glad that was the case. One less thing to worry about was most welcomed. How many Royal Marines perished in battle? 4, brother dearest, Clara replied sadly. Their aid was incalculable. Their sacrifice shall be honored and remembered. Another 7 were severely injured, but they'll recover. They died performing their duties admirably. Nothing more can be expected from them, Juliana added before letting out a short snarl. I'll personally make sure that not a single Drazan is left alive within this station, if you'll permit me, my prince. Permission granted, Juliana. Good hunt. Seeing the signal of her sister and his assistant AI creating the quickest path to the command chamber, he proceeded to make his way there. The prince! It's the prince! He has saved us! Royalty? Here? But by the gods, it is the prince! The prince turned those monsters away. For the principality, long live the prince! Grateful shouts began to resonate wherever the prince ventured to, from regular guards to militia and simple commoners holding crude weapons, desperate to defend their lives, called him, honoring him for delivering victory and salvation to them. It tugged at his heart that he had done nothing of the sort. He had planned to save as many as possible and incite the Drazan to leave, not to defeat them in battle. Something else had caused the raiding fleet to flee, and now he was certain Cynthia was the reason. He raised a hand, saluting the poor souls who had endured the Drazan boarding assault and survived the onslaught. Many fell to their knees in reverence, others cried, grateful to have been saved by the Prince of all people. You should rejoice, my prince. They honor you as they should, said Frederick. This is your victory, is it? I did little, and yet they chant as if I had done all, the prince replied, watching as more and more destitute commoners Petty criminals, merchants, smugglers, and more came out of their hiding places to catch a glimpse of him. And yet, I cannot deny them. They are the people of the principality, misguided as they are. I am their prince. This conflict has brought me here. Tell me, Frederick, would I have ever seen this place otherwise? Unlikely, my liege, Frederick replied, his voice weaker and submissive. The prince hummed deeply, choosing to ignore the chanting commoners as he advanced. Soon enough, though, their cries became whispers, and then they were gone as he approached the location of his sister. Upon approach, a series of locks and a reinforced gate opened up to reveal a hidden chamber heavily fortified by automatic turrets and defensible positions. We walked inside the chamber, where a hidden panic room opened, revealing the command center of Woodshaft, and where 4 Royal Marines dutifully flanked Princess Clara Astor, protecting her from all danger. He watched Clara turn to him, and she broke into a sprint. Forgetting all decorum, the prince rushed forth, leaving his escort behind, matching his sister's response and embracing each other tightly. The hug lasted for several seconds until the prince broke it, recovering his dignified posture. Sending Cynthia away was reckless, Clara. Necessary, but reckless. I'm overjoyed to see you unharmed, he said, smiling behind his helmet. The Drazan, as always, are unwanted, unexpected guests, brother dearest. I knew you wouldn't abandon the innocent people of Woodshaft to die at their tendrils when you could have done something about it, Clara replied, also smiling behind her helmet. They were my secondary concern, Clara. You and Cynthia were my priority. I am, however, relieved that the situation turned in our favor, the prince declared, and then turned to Uriel Hoax, who had maintained himself at a very respectable, safe distance from the 2 royals. You must be Uriel Hoax. I thank you for protecting my sister, Princess Clara Astor, to the best of your resources and abilities. My pleasure, Your Majesty. I couldn't go and leave her out and about now, could I? Betraying a business partner doesn't harbor good relations, now does it? Uriel asked rhetorically, chuckling to himself. Now I got to see 2 royals and the prince himself. Guess I'm luckier than most. Thank you, Your Majesty, for coming to help us. Those damn plants were starting to breathe down our necks until your troops arrived and their fleet hightailed it. Due to our current circumstances, I cannot offer you any meaningful reward. Rest assured, once Duke Draymore is dealt with, you shall be handsomely rewarded for your actions, the prince said. Candidly, Your Majesty, I believe that you coming to assist us, a den of smugglers, commoners, and disgraced nobles, balances out whatever reward you may have in mind. The deal struck between your sister, Princess Clara, and me is more than enough to ensure the prosperity of Woodshaft, my home, for decades to come. Granted, if you win, he chuckled again. I will throw my lot with you regardless, my prince. I am at your service. If that's your decision, my dear Uriel, then shall we finalize our deal? We shall remain here for some time to make sure every Drazan is dead and to load the promised goods and ships, Clara said, stepping forth. But of course, Princess. Allow me a moment of respite, however. The defense of my station left me drained, and I would very much enjoy a glass of whiskey and a cigar. Victory always makes things better, Uriel said, bowing his head slightly before making his way to a hidden cabinet. Left with relative privacy, Clara turned to her brother and opened a private channel with him. Come, brother dearest, I have something to show you. The scanners were able to pick up the fight between the Noir Navio and the Drazan fleet, and more than that. The Noir what? He muttered, flabbergasted. You recorded the battle? The prince asked, unamused. With a motion of his hand, his escort stepped back, giving them space. You expected me not to? Oh, brother dearest, it was a thrilling, captivating experience. It may be limited to scanner data, but the sentiment is unparalleled, dreadful and suspenseful, but truly brilliant. Wyatt has exceeded my expectations tenfold. To think he could command an unknown type of destroyer vessel in such a manner, she exclaimed giddily. Wyatt? The prince repeated his name in a murmur. I thought Cynthia was the one commanding the black ship. Trust me, brother dearest, I love Cynthia and trust her with my life, but she knows nothing about naval command. No, I am certain it was Wyatt who sat at the captain's chair during that frenetic engagement. Regardless of my opinion, we will know what transpired once they arrive. She then clasped her hands. I hope the ship's systems were able to record the battle. I would love to add that to my collection. To have a first real account of such a marvelous ship in full display in combat? It may not be a fighter, but Wyatt made it dance like one. I am transfixed by his abilities, and I am going to reprimand him harshly for his idiotic, reckless behavior." The princess took in a deep breath to calm herself, crossing her arms in exasperation. "In the meantime, brother dearest, do you plan to pursue the Drazen?" she asked with a serious tone. "We won't be able to catch them before they jump out. Suits me well. That was my original plan, to force them out of the fight. Drazan raiders are opportunistic cowards," the prince said with disdain. "Let us leave those thoughts aside. I am eager to see your recordings, Clara. It may answer some quandaries of mine." Chapter 19. Wyatt opened his eyes slowly as the darkness that had welcomed him so gently became nebulous and distant, slowly replaced by stinging light. He closed his eyes at the assault but opened them again after a few seconds of struggle, now welcoming the white light shining above him. His vision was blurry, but it rapidly improved until he could clearly see where he was, still strapped to the bed inside the Medicare pod. The only real difference was that now he could move his head freely. He opened his mouth and suddenly felt rather thirsty. He tried to talk, but his throat ached and lingering pain rocked throughout his body. "My neck is killing me. Why does it itch and feel like my skin is peeling off at the same time?" Wyatt thought as words failed him. "How long have I been asleep? Did we win? Those damn monsters better be dead." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a Royal Marine standing near the entrance of the infirmary and was looking at him. Even with his helmet on, he could feel his icy gaze set on him. The sensation was uncomfortable, and it sent a shiver up his spine. "I'm so lucky that I won't get to fight a Royal Marine. Then again, I would be dead before I knew it happened," he thought, momentarily remembering the butchery just a handful of Royal Marines, and Cynthia caused within moments. A few minutes passed that felt like an eternity to the bedridden pilot until the Royal Marine moved out of the way, allowing the doors to open and the now familiar sight of Princess Clara and Cynthia entered his field of view. "Okay, Wyatt, play it cool, play it coy. I only took command of the Nornavio for a few minutes in a desperate situation, and a high-ranking noble gave me that permission. Granted, Cynthia isn't part of the Royal Navy, but her word carries weight, I hope." "Oh, who am I kidding? I'm so dead," Wyatt thought nervously as he managed a weak, strained smile when the two beautiful women stopped next to his pod. "My pre-ac—" Wyatt tried to speak normally, only to end up coughing repeatedly. After a few moments, he calmed down enough and lowered his volume, making his voice sound raspy and dry. "Excuse me, Princess." "No need to apologize, Wyatt," Clara replied, her expression soft and caring, purple eyes set upon the bound man. "I imagine you're thirsty?" "Very much so," he confessed, ashamed. "The Medicare pod is keeping your body properly supplied with nutrients and water, Wyatt. What you're experiencing is one of the secondary effects of the nanogel I injected you with," Cynthia explained, breaking her stoic expression to smirk softly at him. "You would be dead otherwise." "Nanogel?" Wyatt muttered, and his face paled. He knew how expensive nanogel was, not to mention it was reserved only for high-ranking nobles. That was enough to nearly knock him out again. Commoner, you wasted on me?" he rasped with difficulty. "I believe that your victory over the Drazen is more than enough reason for you to earn at least that much, Wyatt," Clara said, eyes narrowing. Her smile dropped and her expression shifted from friendly to the cold, serious face she had used when dealing with Uriel. So much for playing it safe. "I feel like her eyes are going to choke me," Wyatt thought, unable to look away from the vibrant purple eyes of the blonde princess. "Drazan?" he managed to squeak out, unable to gather the courage to say anything else. Clara sighed, and her expression relaxed somewhat. "Gone. They jumped out of the system 6 hours ago. The last pocket of those monsters was exterminated an hour ago. They died at the hands of Juliana." Now that brought a smile to his face. For all it was worth, to know that the Drazen had run away like cowards and the borders had been exterminated made all the pain and transgressions worth it. "Would have liked to kill the rest," he muttered, satisfied. "They were too far away, and while we had the strength to do it, we would have taken casualties. We simply lacked the numbers and the firepower to confront them in open battle, Clara answered. Drazen raiders are parasites. They only attack targets they are sure they can assault with little trouble. Were it not for the Noirnavio and your crucial efforts, Wyatt, I'm afraid the outcome would have gone according to their usual raids. Wyatt grimaced internally, knowing full well what that entailed. Nevertheless, he was pleased to notice the disgust and venom that laced the words of the princess he'd started to respect. I only did what I thought would be the best way to deal with them, he replied. Do not fret, Wyatt, Clara continued. You shall not be punished in any regard. My brother has seen the records as I have. Only a few of us will know the truth of what happened and the circumstances that led to it. I trust that you will not be disheartened to know that your achievements commanding the Noirnavio will be occluded. Wyatt shook his head slowly. Not at all. Loyalty is its own reward, he said, pronouncing the ancient motto of House Astor and that of the principality itself. Cynthia shall receive the credit for your accomplishments, Clara stated, her expression hardening as she placed a hand on the glass of the pod. The pilot turned his gaze to Cynthia and observed her expression for several moments. She was impassive, but her eyes flickered with respect and gratitude as she stared at his immobile body. It was only then that he noticed that he was no longer wearing his armor. In fact, he was only wearing a pair of medical shorts to cover his privates. He blushed and looked away. He was no stranger to nudity or showing his body. Communal showers had that effect, but to be basically naked and helpless was another thing entirely. Not at all. Clara, Wyatt replied, correcting himself at the last moment, but still unable to look back at the two women. Excellent, said the princess, barely managing to suppress a giggle due to Wyatt's bashfulness. She couldn't help herself. I must admit, my dear Wyatt, that you are far less muscular than I thought you'd be, toned yet lean. Except for your chest and upper arms, she giggled. Nicely developed biceps, triceps, and pectorals, she said in a teasing tone. Goodness gracious, Clara, Cynthia breathed out, embarrassed at her friend's antics. Can't a princess appreciate the attractiveness of a well-developed body? Clara retorted, never losing her playfulness. Is this what it feels to be behind a butcher's stall? Wyatt wondered, as he felt particularly exposed, like a slab of meat being grated by potential customers. I'm glad to see that no lasting injuries will persist, Clara said, her tone returned to normal. Now then, Wyatt, would you explain to me what were you thinking for you to decide to go on your own in a fighter? Wyatt's embarrassment died swiftly after hearing what she'd just said. His heart raced. He looked at Cynthia, only to find a similar expression and a glare that promised him retribution would come. Great. So lying or downplaying it are no longer valid options. All that's left is to tell the truth. Things can't get worse, can they? Wyatt thought and gulped nervously. Cornered and quite literally unable to get away from them, he confessed why he had decided to go out in the first place and why he lied to Cynthia. When he was done, he heard Clara sigh in frustration. Of all the irresponsible, thick-headed, idiotic decisions I have heard in my life, you are close to the monumental list of records I possess, Wyatt Staples. I understand your reasoning and motives, but what you did was not only downright moronic but highly suicidal, Clara declared with a frown. Not only that, Lieutenant, but then you had the gall to lie to me. You put your life needlessly at risk, and then you covered up the extent of your wounds. Had I known the extent of your injuries, I would have never given you command of the Noirnavio. You almost died, Wyatt. Your heart stopped moments before you were put in the Medicare pod. You being alive right now is nothing short of miraculous. Do you have a death wish? Cynthia reprimanded coldly. Clara pointed at him with disapproval. 6 broken ribs, left lung punctured, cerebral hemorrhage, internal hemorrhage, over 3 dozen linear and hairline fractures across your body, a concussion, and countless microfractures. Your Dulaxis implant was also heavily damaged and will need replacement, she listed angrily. Why did you put your life at risk so brazenly, Wyatt? I saw the way you fought and then commanded the ship first through the scanners on Woodshaft and then directly through recordings. Do you care not about your life? Wyatt was momentarily stunned. Despite the harshness in their voice, he could detect a hint of hurt and worry for him. Nobles, one belonging to a prominent house and the other true royalty, both of them blue bloods as blue bloods could be, showed concern for him. The list of his injuries was not surprising. He remembered the pain, and were it not for the adrenaline and the stimulants his armor gave him, he would have passed out much, much earlier than when his injuries overcame his stubbornness. "I'm a commoner," he rasped. His voice was quiet, submissive, and direct. He had stated a fact as true as if he'd just said that fire was hot or that ice was cold. "You shouldn't. My life has no value," he said, gritting his teeth. Anger, pain, and sorrow flowed freely within him. He wanted to stop, but he wasn't in his right mind at the moment. "Nobles use our lives as disposable things. If my life can save many more, I have no regrets." The expressions of the two women softened after hearing his explanation. Clara looked away for a moment. Cynthia asked, taking a step forward. "Don't you wish to see your parents and siblings again, Wyatt?" "I do," he replied sincerely. "But my life is worthless compared to yours," he rasped again, smiling at her devoid of anger, resentment, or jealousy. "I'm a commoner. I can't do great things. I don't seek to. All I can aspire is to have a decent, simple life and live it in peace. I'm a commoner. I aspire to nothing more than what I can reach." He turned to Clara, giving her that same smile. "I live to serve. That's my only worth. Loyalty is its own reward. But to who and to what? I don't care anymore if I spoke out of line. Damn, it feels good to just let it all out. They are good blue bloods. No, they're good nobles. I'm pretty sure I just insulted them somehow. Perhaps Dad was right, but I have no regrets except for making Mom cry so needlessly. I killed many Drazen and I saved many lives. What more can a filthy commoner hope to accomplish? If I'm to be executed for speaking my mind, I'll gladly accept it," Wyatt thought, relieved and fearless. "Then, why did you become a pilot if you wanted a simple life, Wyatt?" Clara asked softly. He blinked. "My answer remains the same. The stars call to me. I like space. I love piloting. I wanted to serve the Principality, Clara. It is my duty," he replied with utmost sincerity. "Then you spoke truthfully," Clara said. "Wyatt, I can't give you the reward that you so rightfully deserve. Not now, at least, but know that I, Clara Astor, see you as a trusted friend. Please, for the sake of your family, if for no one else, don't throw your life away and stop seeing yourself as a mere tool that a noble can abuse and disregard whenever they want. What about the countless others toiling away under the boots of nobles who sell them out to save their skins? Who uses them as so much ammunition or resources and nothing more than that? Would you say the same things to them that you are saying to me?" Wyatt wanted to make that snide remark. He knew he was being treated preferably due to him saving her life not once, but potentially twice now. She felt indebted to him, but he also knew that she wasn't like most nobles. She cared about the lives of those under her. A fool he was not, because at the end of the day, as long as she survived, every other death didn't matter. It wasn't fair. It wasn't just. But he knew why her life mattered more, and he held no ill will toward the purple-eyed princess looking at him. She didn't deserve his scalding tongue. "I'd die for you willingly, my princess," Wyatt replied, stunning both women. "Your life is worth more than mine. You must live and stop Duke Draymore. The Principality isn't perfect, but it is my home, and I will fight for as long as I can to defend it. My family, you, and the prince." He offered her a caring smile. "How can the life of a mere commoner compare to the life of a princess?" "Stop pushing yourself down this instant," Clara remarked, smacking the glass with an open hand. Why do you insist on seeing yourself like that?" Next to her, Cynthia gave her friend a sad look before turning to Wyatt once more. "I know my place," Wyatt replied before focusing on Cynthia. "Just like Cynthia knows hers." Then he returned his attention to the princess. "The difference lies in the roles we play. Each of us lives within our prisons, gilded or ironed. It matters little." Clara wanted to object further, but having her own words used against her in such a manner managed to disarm her. "It shouldn't be so," she mumbled after a few seconds of silence. But it is the truth, Wyatt replied softly. Clara, may I ask something? The princess nodded. What will happen to Galt and the prisoners? Their fates have been sealed and are within my hands after you delivered them unto me. Rest assured they won't be killed. Their service was noted and appreciated. For most of them, at least, Clara answered, using her diplomatic tone. Wyatt, Cynthia told me what you said about the Drazan. Her eyes softened when she saw him freeze for a moment. Taking her chance, she studied his body closely. Aside from a few scars and short hair across his arms and legs, there were no marks of lashes, deep cuts, or any evidence across his body that spoke of him being mistreated or punished by overtly cruel local nobles. She wasn't too surprised by that after seeing his performance at the mess hall. His body was pristine in most regards, except for the most striking scar that ran across his left side. It was like a gash that healed poorly and left pinkier tissue over his ribs. It wasn't even that big, perhaps 10 centimeters across, if that, but it was an old wound. Nothing truly remarkable. Wyatt closed his eyes for a moment. Then he opened them and turned to Cynthia. I promised you that I would tell you about my experience with the Drazan. He turned to Clara while a fire raged in his chest. Do you wish to know why I know what they do? Please, Clara said firmly. He snarled. Obey. Camram, capital world of House Draymore.
Duke Cornelius Draymore, the self-proclaimed regent of the Astorian Principality, walked upright wearing his officer's uniform and a long green cape flowing behind him as he advanced through the luxurious hallways of his mansion. Servants bowed before him in respect to their liege. His shoulder-length blonde hair shone against the rays of the sun, his short beard was elegant and properly trimmed, and his green, intense eyes fit perfectly against his stoic, unmoving expression. He was tall, a hulking man standing at an imposing height of 6'12" with broad shoulders, exceptional physique, and aristocratic elegance. The mature man was the epitome of what a noble should look like, and he radiated power, wisdom, might, and charisma. Behind him a group of guards walked diligently, ready to protect their liege at a moment's notice. Duke Draymore's walk ended minutes later in front of a sealed room with guards posted at each side. They saluted and stepped aside, giving him full access to the closed doors. Stay here, he ordered, his voice deep yet cordial. A quick salute from all his guards was all the confirmation he needed before opening the doors. Stepping inside, he was greeted by the familiar view of a lavishly decorated room. Paintings of marvelous scenes hung on the walls. A vast, comfortable bed rested on the other side of the ample bedroom that could easily be used to house a large family of commoners. The carpet was made out of the finest materials, the same as the priceless desk, closet, clothes, curtains, shoes, and every other square inch of the room. Duke Draymore closed his eyes and breathed in deeply as he closed the door behind him and moved to the balcony where a figure sat on a chair. The closer he got, the figure became distinguishable, and soon the figure of his son, looking so much like himself when he was at that age, came into view. His son was reading a book under the protective shade of a parasol, while treats and tea rested on the table nearby. His son didn't react to his presence, not even when he sat down. The Duke watched as his son continued to read, ignoring him. After 2-page flips, he cleared his throat. Gabriel, Duke Draymore began. Have you changed your mind? Fuck you, Gabriel said, closing his book and setting it aside. He turned to face his father, eyes flickering with disgust and hatred. Is that enough of an answer, traitor? Cornelius hummed deeply, crossing his arms but showing no hostility toward his son's words. Gabriel, please, I'm no traitor. Gabriel scoffed. Says the man who nearly killed his nephew, the prince, captured most of his other nephews and nieces, and keeps them locked who knows where. Says the Honorable Cornelius Draymore, who instigated a coup and placed himself as regent. Says the man I once admired and was proud to call my father. He spat at his father's face, each word full of vitriol and hatred. And not content with that, you trapped me here. The Duke didn't dodge his son's spittle. He merely pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and cleaned it. "You are not a prisoner, Gabriel." "Oh, really? You cut me off from the network. I don't have any servants. I'm guarded at every moment. I can't leave past the territory of your mansion, and no one is allowed to talk to me," he scoffed. "It is so reassuring to know I'm not your prisoner, traitor." The Duke stared at his son for long moments, then replied, "Where would you go if you could leave?" "I would search for the prince or any of my cousins that managed to escape your clutches and join them against your coup, traitor." Gabriel spat, his green eyes showing nothing but contempt for the man in front of him. "The fact that Veronica decided to follow you like a blindly loyal dog disgusts me." "She knows what loyalty is, Gabriel," the Duke replied. "Unlike you, my son, Veronica is committed and supports her father wholeheartedly." Gabriel scoffed. "Devotion isn't the same as loyalty, father," he said, impregnating the last word with all the spite he could muster. "You know as well as I do that she'd do anything to gain your favor. She sees you as infallible whilst I know better. I see you for what you truly are." "To be young and delusional," the Duke replied with a chuckle. "Tell me, Gabriel, what am I? A vile, treacherous man who spat on all the vows he made? A man without honor and who knows not the very concept of loyalty? I see a traitor who wishes to usurp a throne that doesn't belong to him," Gabriel replied, glaring at his father. "You are a power-hungry maniac who will lead the principality into bloodshed just to slake your thirst for power. Were Mother to live to see this, she'd slap some sense into you. For I fear you've lost it all, traitor scum." "You are so much like my dear Jasmine, Gabrielle," the Duke said before reaching inside his uniform to pull out a handgun. He placed it on the table and leaned back on his seat. "If you truly believe I'm a traitor—" Duke Cornelius Draymore didn't get to finish his sentence and was interrupted by a loud bang. Then another, and 17 shots more until the magazine was empty. Impassive and collected, he stared into the burning eyes of his son, Gabriel, and found only resentment, shame, anger, and contempt for him in his green eyes. The gun kept clinking, now empty of ammunition. Angrily, Gabriel tossed the weapon at his father. The handgun bounced off to the ground while the shimmer of a shield enveloped the Duke. The older man reached down to grab the handgun and stored it away. "That's the difference between you and me, traitor. I am loyal to the prince. I am loyal to the principality. You stopped being my father the moment you plotted against the prince, my cousin, your nephew. That's why you never told me anything about your demented plan until you executed it. Did you tell Veronica? Did she know?" Gabriel scoffed. Duke Draymore, despite the attempt at his life, smiled. "Your resolve is as strong as ever, my son. Your false loyalty is commendable but foolish, Gabriel. Veronica didn't know, just like you, and yet she stands at my side. But do not be mistaken, my son. I do this not because I crave the throne or power. I do this because it must be done, and no one else has the strength to do so." Gabriel sat down and grabbed his book. "It just so happens that the other traitors that follow you will have much to gain and earn your favor if you win in the end. You, above all else, of course, shall benefit the most." Opening his book where he left it off, he leaned back on his chair. "If you have nothing more to say, leave. I can stomach breathing your insufferable stench for so long, traitor. Do not assume that I will cave and bend the knee before you, father. I care not if you threaten me with exile or if you reject me, stripping me of the Draymore name." He smirked. "But you won't. I'm too dangerous for you to just send me away. You will have to kill me or keep me locked up forever." The Duke stood up. "I will come back when my duties permit me, Gabriel. Don't be foolish, my son. See reason. Your cousin is unsuited to be the prince. It would make me immensely happy for you to join me. Veronica misses you dearly." "You're a terrible liar," Gabriel said, and then put his attention back to his book, ignoring his father once more. The Duke sighed heavily and left his son be. Before he left the room, he sent one last glance at him and felt a hand squeezing his heart for a moment. Shaking his head, he took a deep breath and strengthened his resolve. He exited his son's room and closed the door behind him. To his surprise, Marquis Hadrian Tigan, the head of House Tigan, and older brother of Admiral Cornelius Tigan. "Marquis Hadrian, I was not informed of your coming," the Duke said as he began to walk down the hallway with Hadrian next to him. Like most Tigans, Hadrian's hair was black and his skin was olive-colored. His eyes, gray and cybernetic, still showcased the wisdom of the older man. Being a head shorter than the Duke, Hadrian glanced up before replying. "I came here on my own volition, using the ship you so generously provided me with, your lordship." "It is my sincere hope that it is serving you well, Hadrian, but I doubt you've come to my home just to say hello. What has happened that you couldn't rely upon through our network?" the Duke asked, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "The Vulture's pride has come back presenting severe damage to its outer hull, breached during the altercation. It was forced to retreat," Hadrian said. "The Vulture's pride? That's the ship that set after the royal favor in pursuit," the Duke stated. "How was it damaged to the point it retreated?" Hadrian sighed heavily and frowned deeply. "Apparently, and pardon my following statement, but it is the truth, a garbage hauler threw its cargo at it and ignited the container as a makeshift bomb," he explained with disdain. "I have already punished the inept fools responsible for such a blunder." The Duke had to take a moment to absorb the information. After processing it, he couldn't hold back a hearty chuckle. A garbage hauler? I would like to meet the pilot who managed to do such an absurd thing a possibility. "That's not all, I'm afraid. I exchanged several messages with the Castons and they informed me that their turncoat confirmed the presence of both Princess Clara and the prince himself, alongside a ragtag fleet of ships loyal to House Astor," Hadrian said, not bothering to mask his contempt. "It would seem that they failed to even delay the prince significantly, let alone attempt to capture the prince and Princess Clara, or eliminate them outright." The Duke stopped, and his expression hardened. "Are Redford, Damien, and Juliana among their numbers?" Hadrian nodded curtly. Then he resumed his walk. "Proceed." "Nothing else has been reported, your lordship. I received the last update yesterday before my arrival. We will not know more for another week. Maybe more if Tamir and Caiston tries to cover up his failures like usual." He sighed in exasperation. "I do not understand why you tolerate his incompetence, your lordship. His son, Andrew, would make a much better head, and I know him personally. Unlike his father, he is vastly superior in every regard. Tamarin may leave much to be desired, but House Caiston has always stood next to House Draymore. I value loyalty," the Duke replied. "I thank you for the information, Hadrian. Now I know where my nephew is headed. He will need time to gather forces, even with the full support of Marchioness Amelia Finnegan. Which brings to mind, have you quelled the uprisings on your territory?" "Most of them, your lordship. Do you wish me to strike at House Finnegan?" Hadrian asked, eager to prove his worth. "First we shall consolidate and attempt to lure neutral houses to our cause. I do not wish for this conflict to devolve into a civil war. I may be regent, but my title holds no power as long as the prince remains free. Or alive. Either way we shall be victorious. I need you to continue your strikes against House Valto and House Winfield. Keep them guessing and on edge. Do not allow them to consolidate their forces and come to the aid of the prince. The 1st, 4th, and 7th fleets are taking refuge among the houses loyal to House Astor, but they are scattered and disorganized." Hadrian nodded. "It shall be done, your lordship. However, may I ask, should we divert forces to systems at risk of Drazan incursions?" The Duke closed his eyes. "Only those who are loyal to our cause shall receive protection. The rest can fend off for themselves. The loss of life will be regrettable, but the tragedies shall incur discontent and resentment among House Astor supporters. Those losses shall grant us further favor. It will demonstrate that we are better organized and can mobilize faster in response to any threat. My decapitating strike failed. Now we play the long game." Hadrian bowed his head. "As you command, your lordship."
Chapter 20. Previously on the Black Ship, Wyatt closed his eyes for a moment. Then he opened them and turned to Cynthia. "I promised you that I would tell you about my experience with the Drazan." He turned to Clara while a fire raged in his chest. "Do you wish to know why I know what they do?" "Please," Clara said firmly. He snarled. "Obey." Come now, children, form a line and obey my instructions. Wyatt heard his instructor order as he stopped pushing against his friend and classmate, Wisto. The brown-haired kid took this chance to shove him, putting a little more force into his shoulder, causing him to fall out of line and nearly tumble. Behind him, several more of his friends and other classmates laughed, chuckled, and giggled at his near blunder. Wyatt, for his part, was smiling mischievously. "You cheated!" he exclaimed, his voice soft to avoid getting the attention of Miss Carla. He certainly didn't want to miss out on recess again, or worse, being forbidden from going to Valak, the habitable moon in the neighboring system. He'd been so damn excited for the scheduled field trip, had done all his homework, got some of the best grades in class, and his parents signed the permits that allowed him to go. Wisto smirked. "You snooze, you lose, Wyatt," he taunted. Wyatt huffed in indignation but accepted the result of their little game. "Fine, you won. Happy?" "Very," Wisto remarked. "Now I get to eat your Lakoa ration, too." "Why do you like Lakoas so much anyway? They're tasty but feel so gross to chew on." The voice of Waldya coming directly from behind them got their attention. The two young boys turned to see the young girl with short black hair, giving them both a disgusted expression. "You kidding, right, Waldya?" Wyatt replied. "Lakoas are so good. You can chew on them a lot and always crack." "Yeah, and the gooey juice is sour but yummy," Wisto added, both kids ganging against their classmate and friend. "But they're bugs!" another voice protested, and the three kids turned to the front, where the black-haired wantum was glancing back at them, his expression crestfallen and sickly. "Why do you like bugs so much? They're so creepy." Wyatt moved closer to his friend and draped an arm around his neck. "Then why don't you give me yours, eh? I lost mine, and I don't want to miss out on a tasty, crunchy, gooey lachoa," he said with a wide smirk, only managing to not laugh by the skin of his teeth when he saw Wantum's face turn slightly green at his description of the bug. "You can have it! Just don't say anything else about those things, okay, Wyatt?" Wantum relented, and Wyatt released him, smiling victoriously as he did so. "Too bad Waff didn't score high enough. I'm sure this is going to be a lot of fun," Waldya said suddenly, hoping to divert the conversation away from the bugs. "Yeah, my big brother told me that Valak has a lower gravity, and we can jump higher," Wisto exclaimed, already imagining how much fun he was going to have. "I bet playing tag or racing will be pretty funny." "Keep your moon to yourself, Wisto. I want to know what it's like to be in space," Wyatt said, looking at the sky with longing and wonder. "Space is dangerous, Wyatt," Wantum said. "Two of my uncles and Aunt Wumu died in an accident." "I'll never understand what you see in space. It's just empty," Wisto added. "I don't know either, Wyatt. My mom works in the space dock and she says she likes it." "Space sounds pretty boring to me," Waldya said, then smiled widely. "But visiting another planet? Just imagine how many other animals and plants there are." "Space isn't boring. I mean, we're drifting in space right now. Space is everything. Exploring space is why we are here," Wyatt exclaimed enthusiastically before clasping his mouth shut when Miss Carla shot him a knowing glance from the front of the line. "Sorry," he apologized, while his friends shared a quiet laugh. "You're just dumbheads," he proclaimed, sticking out his tongue at his friends. Wyatt and his friends continued to walk, following the line made by his other classmates and other classrooms from his school. Thanks to the work of his parents, they could afford his education nicely, and he repaid in kind by scoring high notes and earning the right to study for another year, ensuring that he wouldn't become a destitute commoner. As he walked, he looked around the spaceport. It was a large collection of buildings and dozens upon dozens of landing zones for shuttles, fighters, gunships, and other small vessels waiting to go to the orbital space dock. The distant noise of engines coming to life caught his attention, and he looked in time to see a shuttle ascend to the heavens. He looked at it with longing desire. Ever since he could remember, he looked up to the stars, wishing to be there among the blackness of space. He was still just a kid. The thought of entering a guild or earning the grades and records needed to enlist in the Royal Navy and study at the academy was in his mind. But for now, he would enjoy his first trip to space and a safe time studying on another planet, or moon, as it was the case. The shuttle was long gone, and he returned his attention to solid ground. He focused on his friend, a smile spread over his lips. He'd known them ever since he started his education, and the five of them spend most of their time at school together. Waff was missing, and he felt bad that his friend was going to miss out on going to space. Space. The thought alone always brought a smile to his face and made him feel all giddy and eager to grow up and become a pilot. "Was pilot of battleships," he muttered frantically, cheeks blushing with excitement as he imagined himself piloting one of those. "Go again, Wyatt," Waldya said quietly, tapping his shoulder. "Daydreaming about things that can't happen." "Just 'cause I'm not a noble ain't gonna stop me, Waldya," Wyatt remarked with a cheeky grin. "I'll become a pilot, and I'll take all of you on rides and stuff." The young girl rolled her eyes but said nothing else. They continued to walk for a few minutes in an orderly fashion until she noticed something. Patting Wyatt's shoulder to get his attention, she pointed across the field at another line of young children dressed in uniforms similar to their own but with different colors. They're from Northside," Waldya groaned, still pointing at the kids from that school. Wyatt laughed. "You really don't like Northside, do you?" "Nope," Waldya replied, glaring at the students. "Are you still mad they beat our team?" Wistow asked, unamused. "They cheated. I know they cheated. I practiced for 3 whole months," Waldya said, crossing her arms. Why wouldn't they practice too? Maybe they practiced harder than you?" Wantum offered, trying to calm her down. It didn't work. If anything, he only fanned the flames and redirected her fury to him. "At least I practiced." "You were last place in the run, Wantum. You should spend more time working and less time reading, lazy butt," Waldya hissed at her friend. A quiet discussion broke between the two, and Waldya moved forth while Wyatt and Wistow let her through, just so she could chew out Wantum freely. "Why must he always try to reason with her when she's moody?" "She's more stubborn than you, Wyatt," Wistow whispered, afraid that the rowdy girl would hear him. "I'm not stubborn. I'm dedicated," Wyatt replied, matching his friend's volume. Then the two shared a laugh, and his attention shifted to the Northside students. Other than the colors of their school's district, their uniforms were identical. It was cheaply made, red with blue instead of the green with yellow uniform he was wearing. All schools competed against each other in various events, be it in exams or competitions, and many had rivals. His school, Forest Line, was Northside's rival and vice versa, though he didn't understand why. The competitions were fun, and he was part of his grade's competing team. Nothing of notice happened until Miss Carla blew her whistle and the line came to a dead halt. Every child instantly obeyed the command. The reason for their sudden stop was apparent when a figure dressed in high-quality clothing and bearing the symbol of House Gimor, the rulers of Volantis, came into view. Miss Carla bowed before the figure, a tall, handsome, and impassive short-haired man no older than 25 with gray, cybernetic eyes. When the greeting was over, she raised her hand and made a command. "Good morning, your lordship," Wyatt said in unison along with the rest of his friends and classmates. "Thank you for visiting us," he said, and noticed the man smiled slightly, pleased by the welcome. The young boy smiled, happy that his efforts had pleased a noble. "I see that there are more children this year," Wyatt heard the nobleman speak as he walked down the line of children while Miss Carla walked at his side but kept her distance from the nobleman. "Oh yes, your lordship. Our students have truly excelled for the past 2 years. Many show promise and intelligence that should ensure a capable and educated, highly productive working force once their studies are concluded," Miss Carla said, smiling, trying hard to not brag about the progress of her students. "Huh," the man snorted, eyeing each kid with contempt. "That, or commoners simply cannot resist the urge to reproduce," he stated, unimpressed. He didn't know why, but Wyatt felt like the noble wanted to say something else. Something hurtful, but barely managed to hold back his tongue. That was all right. He was a noble. His parents and his teachers always told him to obey and respect nobles because they were superior to mere commoners. Only the noisy Mr. Warlow seemed to have a different opinion. "I assure you, your lordship, that my students are, in fact, efficient and intelligent. For commoners, that is," she added shortly after. "I suppose. Nothing much can be expected from commoners, but as a member of House Gimor, I have been chosen to oversee this trip and give credit to their competitive skills. House Gimor extends its protection over our territory, and as such, it is part of our duties to ensure this frivolous exercise is carried out," he sighed tiredly. Some traditions are rather boorish and obtuse, don't you think so? Of course, your lordship. However, they are traditions for a reason, yes? Miss Carla replied in a non-committal manner. Wyatt frowned. He hated hearing smart-sounding words. He didn't know what they meant. But something told him those words were not nice ones. How many children are in total? The noble asked, and his voice became harder to hear as he walked down the line. On the freighter, Forest Line was assigned to 571 students, with 18. Members should, Miss Carla replied, and then they were gone, and Wyatt couldn't hear them anymore. I don't like nobles, Wantum said in a whispered tone, gaining the attention of his friends. My dad made a mistake at work, and a noble lashed him 5 times. Nobles are mean. It's your dad's fault for making a mistake, Tem, Wisto replied, but his tone was of understanding. Many nobles are mean, but not all of them are. Miss Carla is nice, ain't she? Yeah, Wyatt agreed. She's not hit a student since last year. Wezzo was a piece of poop. His friends gasped at the use of the profanity. I'm happy he got kicked out. Literally kicked out, too. He remembered it clearly. After Miss Carla caught Wezzo, a student a grade above him, beating younger students and saying that he was a noble, Miss Carla used her beating stick to, well, beat Wezzo until he curled into a ball, crying. Miss Carla then forced him to stand up and marched him out of Forest Line, ending it all with a kick that sent him flying across the entrance. He couldn't stop laughing that day, and was glad that Wezzo was gone for good, and he knew that his friends were happy too. Just keep your mouth shut, okay? Mama always tells me to keep those open... onions. Thoughts to yourself, Waldya whispered. The 4 friends nodded eagerly, sealing their lips. A few minutes later, Wyatt saw Miss Carla jogging back on her own until she reached the front of the line. She blew the whistle twice, and the line continued to walk. It didn't take long for them to reach their destination, a large old shuttle big enough to carry, at most, 50 passengers. Wyatt quickly noticed that there were several other shuttles lined up and ready for departure as soon as they were boarded. The gentle but constant thrumming of the engines, the smell of metal and rust, and the knowledge that he was about to hop into an aircraft for the first time in his life filled him with a sudden sense of unease and trepidation. He noticed that his friends and many other of his classmates shared his sentiment. A sharp whistle blow from Miss Carla reduced his fear and looked at her as she brought a megaphone up to her mouth. Remember, children, you will board the shuttles in an orderly manner and take your seat. You then will be strapped to your seats before the shuttle takes off and flies toward the space dock. There's no need to be afraid. He liked Miss Carla. She was a good vice principal and a great teacher, but her words did little to make his fear go away. As the line advanced, along with the closing noise of small feet hitting the metal floor of the shuttle, his fear grew, and his heart began to race in his chest. He was about to board the shuttle when he froze, staring at the maw of the craft. Before Miss Carla or the kid behind him said anything to him, he clenched his hands into fists, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and took a step forth. Then another, and finally a third. When he opened them again, he was inside the shuttle, and as if a switch had been flipped, all of his fear and anxiety turned into excitement and joyful eagerness. He smiled widely and moved quickly to sit next to Wisto while Waldya and Wantum sat on the following seats. Pfft! Waldya bit on her lower lip to avoid laughing out loud. You were shivering like a Clixel chick. I was not, Wyatt replied, embarrassed. I was excited, that's all. It's okay, Wyatt. I was scared too, Wantum, ever the peacemaker, said. Wisto only smiled and elbowed his friend on the ribs playfully. Shortly after, the shuttle was full and several men wearing staff utility uniforms came in to secure them to their seats. Within moments, they were done and left without ever exchanging a single word. The murmurs and quiet conversation between the children died out when the shuttle's gate began to close as metallic groaning made all of them wince. The gate locked itself with a hiss of pressurized air and the lights turned red. A collective gasp echoed inside the shuttle's bay when the engines roared to life and they were suddenly pushed down onto their seats. The discomfort remained, and Wyatt could hear the wind outside rocking against the shuttle's hull as it moved through the air at incredible speeds. There were no windows or display screens to see the outside, which was a shame. He always wanted to see the land from high above with his own eyes. Slowly but surely, the discomfort lessened, until the point it no longer felt as if something was trying to squish him. The ride continued for several minutes, in which he only shared glances between his friends and a few of his other classmates. But he knew the ride was coming to an end when a feeling of weightlessness began to overtake him. A few gasped, others squealed in surprise, and a few laughed. He only smiled. He was in space. He was in space. Then he noticed it. He couldn't hear the air outside the shuttle or its engines. He could still feel them rumbling from his seat and by how the metal throbbed gently, but nothing more than that. "I'm in space," he muttered to himself, so excited that he wanted to jump, shout, run, and cry all at the same time. "Freaky," Waldya said, shuddering. "Feels like I could float without my restraints." "You would," Wantum agreed. "Gravity works weird here, but yeah, you would float." Wisto smiled, and his entire body trembled with excitement. "I can't wait to get to Valak! This is gonna be great! I thought my big bro was pulling my leg! This is awesome!" The muttering noises spread across the shuttle's bay until the feeling of weightlessness increased for a few moments before disappearing completely. The roaring of the engines returned, and a moment later the groan of metal pressing against metal was also heard. Wyatt felt an eternity pass as the faint noises of more shuttles arriving and the clamoring of boots reached him. Finally, the gate hissed and groaned. The red light turned white, and the gate began to lower itself to reveal that they had arrived at the space dock. Similarly, when they departed, several men wearing uniforms rushed in and began to unbuckle their seats. When they were done, they left, and moments later a noble wearing a Navy uniform came into view. "Right side, stand up and march out in an orderly fashion," the man ordered, utterly disinterested in the kids. But the kids obeyed and slowly made their way out of the shuttle. Before the last in line could walk out, the noble spoke again. "Left side, stand up and follow." Wyatt and his friends stood from tier seats in unison alongside his other classmates and obeyed the orders from the noble. When he made it out of the shuttle, he marveled at the sight before him. The landing bay was huge and completely encased by metal. Numerous shuttles lined up next to each other, all of them unloading their cargo. He couldn't immediately see where they had arrived from until he noticed the shimmering glow of a kinetic field at the far, far end of the bay. The familiar whistle made itself known a few moments later, and he turned to see Miss Carla lined up with the rest of the school's staff and teachers selected to guide and watch over them during the trip. "Forest line, follow me, don't step out of line," Miss Carla commanded, and the students obeyed diligently. Being in the first group, Wyatt marveled at the sight of the walls and architecture he'd only seen in books and videos. To anyone familiar with the station or principality's standard design, it was nothing to gawk at. But for a kid who dreamt of being among the stars, everything sparkled with wonder. "I thought it was going to be cold," Waldya said. "Space is cold, right?" "Maybe outside," Wantum replied, unsure. "Smarty Pants don't know?" Wyatt poked, but Wantum just shook his head and Wisto chuckled. After long minutes of a mostly silent walk, they arrived at a large room where many adults were waiting for them alongside a huge amount of containers and folded clothes. Miss Carla stopped, and the other staff members guided the rest of the first group while the rest of the line waited outside. "Now, children, you'll behave and let these kind people put on your suits. You'll need them before we leave for Valak. Remember how we practiced?" "Yes, Miss Carla," the children said in unison. With a nod from the woman, the men and women began to unfold the clothes that were, as Miss Carla said, suits. Gray, ugly things. Fortunately, they didn't need to take off their uniforms as Wyatt and his friends were instructed on how to put them on. The suit wasn't bulky and it wasn't heavy either, but it certainly wasn't new as some wear and tear could be seen on its surface. But it'll do. Finally, when he was done putting on his suit and the front sealed itself, a helmet that was almost entirely a simple screen was placed over his head, and with a hiss, it was sealed. A minute later, the entire group was fully suited, and the children moved their extremities around, testing and experimenting with the strange suit. "Group 1, follow me," said one of the staff members, while Miss Carla remained back to organize the other groups. Still, Wyatt and his friends obeyed and were surprised that the suits didn't make walking difficult, aside from getting used to the added bulk of the suits. It didn't take long for them to arrive at another vast room, but this time, it had something the others didn't: Windows. It had windows. All cohesion and organization broke as kids started to break formation and run toward the large windows, pressing their hands and visors against the glass as they let out oohs and ahs of amazement. Wyatt watched as his friends joined the rest of his classmates, but he didn't run. His feet were glued as he watched from a few meters behind them at the beautiful sight of the round gem that was Volantis, his homeworld. He could see those azure oceans, the vast, ample continents visible from his vantage point, the clouds, and the thin sheet of blue and violet light surrounding the planet. Behind it, he could see the blackness of space and faint dots spread across the void. He couldn't help it. He smiled from ear to ear and lifted his arms above his head in triumph. "I'm in space!" One thing that the videos and books always fail to mention about space travel is the wait time in which little can be done. For kids, that counted as double. The crew members of the transport freighter Wyatt had boarded days prior could at least count on their duties to keep them busy. But having to carry and care for over 500 children in a confined space, no matter how big the allure of Jas, their designated freighter, was, it represented a monumental task. Miss Carla and the rest of the staff, of course, planned around it by having the kids attend regular lessons aboard the ship and prepare for the games and competitions that they would hold against the other schools. But after the lessons were over and practice was done, there was nothing to do. There were no toys to play with, no video screens or shows to distract the children, and worst of all, the ship was not equipped with a playground or any other sort of equipment. The crew members were also distant and cold and instructed to not interact with them. And no matter how disciplined a child may be, a child is still a child, and the greatest motivator for a child everywhere is boredom. "We shouldn't be here," Wantum argued as he crawled through the ducts he and his friend found. Without anything better to do and having had enough of waiting in their bunks doing nothing, curiosity got the best of them and managed to sneak out to do some inoffensive exploring. "You can go back if you want," Wisto countered. "We've been traveling for 5 days, and I'm so bored. I thought traveling in space was fast." "Only FTL jumps are fast," Wantum answered, following Wisto's lead. Behind him, Wyatt and Waldya followed suit, crawling slowly to avoid making any loud sounds. "Where do you think this tunnel leads to?" Waldya asked. "What if it is dangerous?" "Somewhere with something to do," Wyatt answered with a groan. "We can't even watch space." "You want to watch the void? What's the difference from staring at the ceilings of our bunks?" Wisto retorted with a groan. "Besides, if we could pull the panel off, it means there's nothing to fear, right?" "If you say so," Waldya said, sighing deeply. "I don't know how Mom can work without getting bored. There's nothing to do here, and that's the only reason I'm following you, buttheads." Wyatt chuckled. "And who was the one that found the pain and showed it to us?" A punch to his left thigh was his answer. "Ouch!" "Dumbhead," Waldya growled. "Hey, quiet down back there. I think I see the end of the tunnel," Wisto said before speeding up a little more. When he reached the end of the vent, he came face to face with a similar grilled panel. He pushed against it, and to his surprise, it only took him a few pushes for it to fall to the ground with a weak clang. Crawling after his friends, Wyatt came out to find a large storage bay with several secured containers, boxes, and equipment scattered around the place. He helped Waldya out before the 4 of them began to walk around, eyeing each piece they came across. Suddenly, they heard other footsteps in the distance and came to a halt. As a group, they moved behind a large container, making as little sound as possible, waiting to see who or what was there with them. Huddling together and only daring to peek from the side, they heard a hushed voice. "I swear I heard something coming from here," said a young, high-pitched voice before a group of 6 children appeared. "Maybe we should leave," said another. The 4 friends exchanged glances, relieved to see more of their classmates before Wisto walked out from their hiding spot waving an arm. "Hey," he began, "I see that we're not the only ones who found the vents, huh?" He announced before Wantum, Waldya, and Wyatt stepped out, joining him. The 6 other kids were startled initially but relaxed when they saw them. "Yeah, we were bored of being bored," said the leader of the group. "Hey, I know you. You're Wisto Jun from the first group, right?" "The one and only," Wisto exclaimed, earning a sigh from Waldya and a chuckle from Wantum and Wyatt. "What group are you from?" Seventh group. "Oh, name's Owen," he said, offering a hand to Wistow. The two shook hands and the two groups mingled. "Say, when did you get here?" "Not too long ago," Wyatt answered. "We were hoping to find somewhere to play and, stretch a bit." Owen and the rest of his group nodded, sharing his sentiment. "We've been here for... how long again, Willow?" "Almost an hour, I think," the girl replied. "For some time, and we haven't seen any adults. I think this part of the ship is locked down or something," Owen guessed. Then his eyes widened and sparkled the way only a child with a brilliant idea can achieve. "Hey, why don't we all play tag or hide and seek? This place is big enough for us to have some fun." Now that was an idea everyone could get behind. "What if we play prey and hunter first?" offered one child from Owen's group. Oh, I want to play catch the clicksall," Willow said enthusiastically. "We'd need more to play that. What if we start with tag and then hide and seek? Maybe more of us will show up," Wantum proposed. Thus the argument began, but it was a short-lived one. An agreement was reached, and tag would be the name of the game, with Wyatt volunteering to be the starting it. He loved tag, and unlike his friends, he enjoyed being it. After giving his classmates a 5-second head start, he broke into a run. He didn't go right after Wantum, the slowest of them all. Instead, he focused on another target. Doing his best to scatter his classmates around, he smiled when he saw Wistow trying to hide behind a container. "Tag!" he shouted, only loud enough for Wistow to hear him. He let a few seconds pass before running behind the container and hiding next to a worried Wistow. "That was fast," he noted in a hushed volume. "Kinda like we are." Wyatt was about to execute his plan, but his friend's words intrigued him. "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, right, you went to the toilet," Wistow recalled. "Miss Carla was talking with his lordship and said something about being out of formation with the other ships," he shrugged. "I don't know how that can happen in space, though. Miss Carla then complained that we were half a day ahead." He paused for a moment. "I think his lordship ordered the ship to go faster because he wanted to get to the Valak first or something." "Cool. Then that means we'll get to see Valak first and run around like you wanted, Wistow," Wyatt exclaimed with a smile and patted his friend's shoulder. "Oh, and tag, you're it," he said before breaking off into a run, leaving behind a puzzled Wistow. With a cry of outrage, Wistow stood up and ran after his friend. "Come back here, trickster!" Wyatt only laughed and ran faster before Wistow gave up and went after another target. The following hour was spent eagerly between the 10 original children and then by 13 more who eventually found their way to that same area. They played several games, from prey to hunter, to catch the clicksall, and even partially recreated burning hedges without a ball. But with so many children confined into a singular space offering so many possibilities for them despite the lack of toys, balls, or flags, a consensus was reached that hide-and-seek would be extra fun and difficult, with the idea of it serving as practice for the coming competitions against other schools. As the kids scattered to hide, Wyatt moved with purpose to a single possible location. He had mapped the area during their games and quickly discerned the best hiding spots available. He was the tracker of his grade's competing team, and he was darn good at it. Capture the flag, track the Lakoa, find the secret stones, and target practice were his favorite competitions, and he always excelled in his role. Defeats stung, but he didn't mind them much. He valued having fun more than winning or losing, as long as he could do it along with his friends. And if he could gain some extra points for his grading records in the process, all the better. It also didn't hurt that he got free extra rations whenever his team got high scores. He smiled when he spotted his chosen hiding place. It was 3 rows of containers that seemed tightly packed together, but they offered enough space for someone small to crawl in between them. Squeezing through the tight passage, he heard the distant call that the seeker was on his way to find the hiding kids. The rules were simple. The seeker had to find those hiding, and when he found one, then the unlucky kid would also become a seeker. If every kid was found, then the original seeker wins. But if the seekers give up or can't find everyone in 10 minutes, then the remaining kids hiding win. It was simple but fun in large numbers. It was all about being sneaky and playing tricks. Everything was valid in the game for both sides. "Found you," a voice said Neeby, but not directed at him. "Aw, poop," a dejected voice replied before scampering feet moved away to continue their search. Wyatt smiled as time went by and he checked his timer display. 5 minutes had already passed. Now all he needed to do was... A sudden shock broke his line of thoughts, and he heard several cries of surprise echoing around the bay. What was that? He muttered to himself as he felt the entire ship trembling and shaking before another great shock made the ship groan in protest. Metal crying much like a wounded beast. An alarm wailed and chaos ensued. "Wistow!" he cried out, now regretting his hiding spot as he struggled to move out of his selected dark, cramped hideout. "Wantum! Waldia! I'm here, guys!" He shouted for his friend's help, but the sirens were too loud, and the panicking cries of almost 24 children complicated things tremendously. A third shock followed, this one much, much closer than the others, enough that it rattled everything in the bay. Wyatt felt his head hit the hard surface of the container behind him, and darkness overtook him. When he woke from his slumber, the first thing he noticed was that his head hurt, but he didn't feel anything wet, so he wasn't bleeding. That was good. The second thing he noticed was that the alarm was gone, and so were the cries of his friends and classmates. "Wistow?" he called out, his mind still in a haze but quickly regaining his senses. "Guys, what happened? Are we in trouble with Miss Carla?" he asked, afraid of what Miss Carla would say to them, and regretting having broken the rules just because he was bored of doing nothing. He started to crawl out of his hiding spot when a sudden cry of terror froze his blood, and he stopped where he was, unable to move. Another cry of terror followed, then a cry of pain, then... silence. His legs trembled in fear, not knowing what was happening, but whatever caused those screams was not a good thing. "Wantum," he whispered, trying in vain to reach out to any of his friends. "Waldia?" He didn't move from his spot. He was too frightened to dare. His cowardice was rewarded a few seconds later when he heard gunshots and the hissing sound of laser weapons discharging. More screams followed, angry noises and heavy metal boots. Then he heard the squirming, wiggling sound of something heavy moving fast. Many somethings. Another cry of pain and a shout of defiance before the doors of the bay were open and people rushed inside, firing wildly. He could now hear the voices clearly as they moved closer and closer to his hiding spot. "Stop them! I command you to stop them! I'm out of ammo! Where did they come from? They found us! Close the doors! It's too late! The last voice suddenly stopped and the slump of a body hitting the deck was heard. "No, no, please, no! I have a family!" a man begged, and then he too was silenced. A mighty cry of fury came from someone, and the wiggling noises responded in kind. The screaming voice died out a moment later. One by one fell until only one person remained. Wait, I surrender!" the voice, nasal and desperate, exclaimed. From his hiding spot, he couldn't see all that well, but he recognized the clothes of a noble. He also was able to see 4 of the wriggling figures that made those awful, creepy noises. They were tall, dressed in strange suits, and were definitely not human. The things were standing on 4 legs, oddly bent and angled legs that supported their long, lanky bodies. Instead of arms, they had several vines sticking where their shoulders and shoulder blades should be if they were human. The more Wyatt looked at the non-human things, the uglier they became. 4 spindly arms stuck out from their bellies, and a bulbous head with, admittedly, pretty and colorful petals that made them look so strange. They were like plants, and Wyatt saw that they had beady black eyes, many of them, and no mouth. He wondered how they talked without a mouth when he remembered watching a video during a class about the creatures he was seeing right now. They were Drazan, evil aliens that ate people. Now he was even more scared, and he wet his suit, trying to remain as still as possible. He saw the noble slap his left wrist and bowed before the Drazan. "Please, hear me out. I surrender. I am more valuable to you alive than as cattle," the noble said, and Wyatt recognized him at last. He was messy, with sweat pouring down his face and tears threatening to fall down his cheeks. The Drazan stopped and their petal waved in harmonious colors for a few seconds. Then, the tallest one present stepped forth and pointed a vines tipped with a dagger-like claw at the noble. "Amusing joke! Feed speaks!" A monotone voice of a translator AI came from its suit. Yes, I speak! I offer you a bargain," the noble said on the verge of tears, legs shaking in panic. "Bargain offer? Feed is feed. Your meat good. We no deal with cattle, animal, the Drazen replied. Then you won't lose anything if you hear me out, will you? He insisted. You want more food? I can give you more. The Drazan's petals seemed to agitate. Feed lies tricks, old ineffective for cattle. You feed. I do not lie, he pressed on. I'm sure you detected the other freighters coming, yes? He said, and the Drazen went silent for several moments. Only their petals changed colors continuously. If you agree to let me live and give me a shuttle, unharmed, I will ensure that those ships will be within your clutches and won't put up a fight, he said, breath rasping. You already took the space dock over Valak and this ship, but that's nowhere near enough feed for you, right? He asked with a desperate smile spreading across his face. Wyatt could only hear in disbelief what the noble was saying. He was willing to give the Drazen so many children in exchange for his life? He was noble, a Gimor at that, and his life was of course greater than a commoner's. But nobles lead and commoners obey. Weren't nobles supposed to protect the lives of the commoners who served them? Intrigued, captivated, offer tempting, the Drazan replied after several seconds of silent deliberation. The noble placed his arms on his chest. I could still breed, but why bother with a mere haul of 77 kilos of meat when you can have tons more? Question intrigue. Vessels filled with sprout seedlings? The plant alien asked. Almost entirely of nothing but children. Yes, tender, tasty meat for you to enjoy. Delicious feed. Think about how many you can then turn into cattle. All of that for a single life, and you'll get them without expecting a fight from them, the Gimor said without a shred of compassion nor consideration. Excited, eager. Feed offers good terms, suspicion treachery. Why trust the words of feed? The Drazan asked, before reaching with its extended vine at the frightened Gimor, drawing a line across his cheek, making it bleed. A thin dribble of blood ran down his neck. I swear on the honor of House Gimor that I, Serhan Gimor, will not betray our compact, he replied hurriedly. The lives of lesser nobles and mere commoners are worthless compared to mine. As long as I live, you will have much to gain. If I die or I decide to trigger an implant within me, my family will know of my fate and they'll seek retribution. They'll come here because they know I'm here. You will have to run away, and that means leaving behind much of your precious feed. That was enough for the Drazan to retract its vine. Serhan smirked. But as long as I live, you'll have an entire week to do as you please here. More than enough time to do whatever you want and leave with a full haul of feed. And all it'll cost you is sparing a single life. Mine. Pondering doubt. Betrayal easy, the Drazan countered. Yes, Serhan replied, but I value my life. Take my offer and feast, or take me and leave with meager gains. Their lives are worthless. Mine is not. They will be thankful for the chance to sacrifice themselves for my safety. It is a high honor for them to die in exchange for my exalted self. He paused, staring at the 12 eyes of the Drazan he had been conversing with. After a short eternity that lasted a single breath, he spoke again. Do we have a deal? Deal agreement reached. Lure the feed, feast awaits. You leave after, the Drazan said and retracted its vine in full. After a few seconds, 2 Drazan picked Serhan Gimor up, forcing him to walk on his own and pushed him forth without harming him. Wyatt remained there, stunned after making sense of everything he had just heard. He could hardly process any of it, but he understood enough of the deal Serhan had made with the plant monsters. He gasped for air once his lungs started to burn, reminding him that he had to breathe. Slowly, he crawled out of his hiding spot, fear and worry overriding his senses as hope faded from his heart. This is a warning before you continue listening to this part. Chapter 20, Part 2 carries an 18+ rating featuring vivid scenes of the Drazan eating, which the author describes in masterful detail. To listen to this part, please check the link in the description. For now, we will carry on with Chapter 20, Part 3. Target down! Found the nursery! A voice called out. Wyatt, trembling and frightened beyond measure, looked up at the 5 Marines entering the room, searching for more enemies to kill. The one at the front of the group saw him and stopped. Holy shit! We got a living kid here. Delta 2, take him out of here yesterday, the man ordered. Understood, Delta 2 answered, holstering her weapon and rushing to the trembling, frightened Wyatt. She picked him up and held him close to her. Wyatt wrapped his arms around the armor-clad woman for dear life as she broke out into a run. White noise filled his ears and time slowed to a crawl around him. Nothing made sense as everything was nothing more than a blurry haze. He didn't know when or how it happened, but when he regained a sense of things, he was sitting in a medical bay with a nurse tending to his wounds. He looked around with tired, drained eyes and saw several more wounded children and a few adults. Most of them were crying, others stared at nothing with wide, lifeless eyes. Surrounded by other humans, he was safe. He had survived. He was alive by pure, unfair luck. His friends were dead. He saw Wantum and many of his teachers and classmates die right in front of him. He witnessed the methodical, casual brutality of the Drazan firsthand. But he was alive. He would see his parents and siblings again. He would listen to Mr. Warlow's rants. He would taste the stew of the old lady, Mrs. Uval, once more. "You're a brave young man," the nurse said, finishing patching his hands. "You're safe now, kid." A whine escaped his throat. At long last, Wyatt cried out in anguish. APNV Nor Navio, Medical Bay. Clara and Cynthia could only stare at Wyatt with a mixture of pity, sorrow, and shame. Throughout his entire retelling, the pilot never once cried. Not a single tear was shed. The pain was palpable with every word he spoke. The anger and the sadness was intoxicating. The atmosphere around him was thick, choking. But they stood put, listening to every word, never interrupting him until at long last he finished with a lengthy, soul-wrenching sigh. "That's why I know the Drazan," he said coldly. I can't begin to imagine," Clara began, but didn't know how to react to such a story. She wasn't ignorant of the atrocities carried out by the Drazan, but she'd never heard such a personal, gut-stabbing story before. Wyatt shrugged. "It doesn't matter." "Of course it matters," Cynthia hissed. She was used to slaughter from a young age, but even her limits were tested after hearing Wyatt's retelling of events. His memory was clear and vivid, a blessing and a curse. "It wasn't your fault." Wyatt turned to Cynthia and stared at her with cold eyes. "I know it wasn't my fault. I was just a scared kid. What could I have done to save my friends? I wouldn't be here otherwise," he said, frowning. Honestly, despite those words, it wasn't your fault. The doctors and the therapists used it all. The fucking time. I grew sick and tired of hearing them, as I grew sick and tired of being seen with pity." The two women averted their gaze slightly. Wyatt sighed. "I did not mean to offend you," he corrected quickly. "That's not the pity I was talking about." "Then what is?" Cynthia pressed gently. "Of my school. I was one of the only 172 that survived. One of the 1,026 in total," Wyatt said, clenching his hands. "I told them about Sirhan Gimor's deal, and no one believed me. They thought I hit my head too hard, and I imagined it." He let out a mirthless chuckle. "Pitied me for being delusional and spreading lies about Sirhan Gimor?" Clara and Cynthia exchanged a glance, already suspecting what Sirhan had done and how the events had been morphed in his favor. Clara placed a hand against the pod and asked, "What did the official report say?" "That Sirhan Gimor masterfully eluded the Drazan forces and retreated to call for reinforcements and valiantly rescue his loyal subjects." Wyatt gritted his teeth for a moment, then relaxed. "He was credited with the victory over the raiders. He won many accolades for that. That damnable whoreson met with the families of the fallen without a shred of shame, swearing on his honor that he avenged them." Clara felt a rope tug at her heart, but she had to know. "Do you know, perchance, if that victory increased his position within his house?" Wyatt nodded. "It won him the governance of Numato, a colony world, a few jumps from Volantis," he answered bitterly. "He reigns there to this day. He used the tragedy to further his standing and position at the price of thousands of innocent lives, to save his own stinking rotten one," Cynthia said, disgusted. Such machinations were, after all, a common tool in the arsenal of the more ambitious and ruthless nobles across the principality. "Wyatt, if I may know, how are you so functional, what you went through and experienced. Such a thing has the potential to traumatize veteran Marines, let alone a mere child. Wyatt shrugged. I don't know myself, he replied. For the next 2 years, every shadow scared me. I spent almost every night in my mother's embrace at night. He closed his eyes. The nightmares came almost every night. I woke up screaming, crying, pissing, he said bitterly. Because of my lies, I was forced to another school and I never made another friend, because everyone avoided lying Wyatt. I never heard from Waff again either. Every tree, every branch, every plant made me shiver in fear. I barely kept my scores up. I barely talked. And when I did, I talked to the therapists, he chuckled. They never helped. Clara and Cynthia listened closely, watching the pilot describe his life with such a cold, uninterested detachment that it sent a shiver up their spines. When I was 10, I went out to play and I approached a tree and I touched it, then I hugged it, and I knew that it wasn't a Drazen. He paused and opened his eyes. I don't know when or how it happened, but one day I was no longer afraid of anything. My dream was still the same and the stars called to me, but I never wanted revenge, but I was angry. So angry. Angry at the Drazen, angry at those that called me a liar, angry at the nobles. I never had a nightmare after that day, and I rarely dreamt again. I studied as much as I could. I read and practiced, trained and worked. My life was meaningless, but I could live a good one in service to the principality that saved me. I made a promise to go to the stars, but not in search of blood, unless it came to me. If I can save lives for the exchange of a worthless commoner, then I'll die happy. Clara looked down at the pilot, the man she judged as a true knight, and felt nothing but sorrow now that she witnessed how broken he truly was. His mask was strong and forged in the fires of adversity and unimaginable pain and suffering. But now she could see the obvious cracks, like crashing waves against rocks. Sadness crashed against her heart. But I won't die a stupid death. Honor is worthless, and if I ever meet Serhan Gimor again, I'll kill him. I'll kill him even if it kills me. My friends and Miss Carla and my classmates and everyone else deserved to live. They deserved better. Better than a cowardly noble that traded their lives away. Wyatt cried out, and finally tears appeared in his eyes. Cynthia frowned, concerned. Wyatt? Wyatt glared at empty space and gritted his teeth tightly. His eyes reddened with pure rage. Wyatt, calm yourself, Clara said, leaning forth against the glass while the pilot started to struggle against his restraints. Alert! The patient's heart rate and blood pressure are increasing to dangerous levels. Applying sedative, announced the Medicare AI. Wyatt didn't hear any of them. They didn't deserve to be eaten by the Drazen. Do you hear me, Serhan Gimor? I'll fucking kill you, you whoreson. You'd better hide from me, or I'll drag you to the Drazen myself. Wyatt! Cynthia and Clara cried out at the same time when they saw blood dribbling out of his nose and his veins bulging against his skin. His eyes were disoriented, lost in a haze. The raging man fought against his constraints for a few seconds, but the fight left his body quickly. His ragged breathing weakened, and his eyes returned to normal. Wyatt returned to his senses and turned to the two women looking down at him with worried expressions as tears fell down his cheeks. When was the last time I cried? He thought to himself as consciousness began to leave his body. I'm just a commoner. He sighed, and a second later, darkness embraced him once more. Chapter 21. Commander Redford Kalin had to apply his full measure of restraint to simply not groan or roll his eyes as George Lintar ranted passionately. Glancing to his right, Juliana Winfield was, as always, less tactful. Even Frederick Anderson and William Hempstroke, who usually sided with the old man, showed signs that they were reaching the limits of their patience. The prince was not present, though he did not know why. He wouldn't ask, however. If he needed to know, the prince would tell him in time. If not, then it was not of his concern. That the Drazen destroyer was captured. The surviving Drazen were dealt with and the ship's captain was captured. It's being interrogated as we speak, the old man said with an almost polite expression that turned into one of veiled mockery. "It is a shame that the masterful display of your sister, Lady Cynthia, will go unrecognized, Juliana." "Our duty was fulfilled, nothing more," Juliana replied as a frown adorned her features. "Now, old man, have you grown tired of hearing your own voice, or will you continue torturing our ears with it?" Lukacs Ishtal cleared his throat, masking a chuckle, while William and Hannah did not succeed. He only smiled at the more than deserved jab. George may be loyal, but he was set on his ways, and it was no secret that he enjoyed the political games that, in his opinion, plagued the nobility like a corrosive disease. George frowned. "As a matter of fact, there is one more point that needs to be discussed," he said, turning to Redford with a glare. "Commander Redford, may we know why that traitor has not been executed?" The smile left his lips and his stern, serious persona returned. "For the same reason he is in a Medicare pod, healing from his injuries, Commander George," he spat venomously. "Wyatt Staples is not a traitor." George slammed a fist on the table in response. "The device was found in his quarters. It is clear that he's been a traitor all along." To everyone's surprise, William Hempstroke was the first to counter his argument. "If you believe in that obvious ploy at misdirection and falsehood, then I pity your division and I put in doubt your position as commander, George. Do not let your petty and contrived thoughts regarding commoners fog your vision. Wyatt Staples may be a lowly commoner, but he has already shown that he is talented, capable, and loyal," the red-haired man smirked. "Or do you need to see his performance against 30 Drazen fighters again?" Vivian let out a laugh. "The woodshaft ace, they call him, and they have not seen the footage from the fighter's perspective. If we had another 100 pilots like him, I'm sure they would find a way to take down a battleship on their own." "That pilot of yours is crazy, Redford," she ended with praise. George sneered at them both. "He's still commoner trash, no matter his deeds. Can't you see that he has gained too much favor with the Prince and Princess Clara? The nerve! The sheer absurdity of that notion is enough to make my stomach turn with disgust. When has a lowly, worthless, flea-ridden commoner been close to royalty before?" Frederick nodded. "I must concur with your statement, George. Wyatt Staples, as a commoner, has no political, economic, or social strong points. That Princess Clara is showing so much favoritism is worrying. The prince himself approves of him, even. It is clear that Wyatt Staples is only seeking to extract privileges from their majesties. He must be stopped from enacting whatever vile, underhanded plans he has in mind." "That is going far enough," Redford retorted. "How dare you question our liege's decision? Wyatt Staples has shown himself as loyal and, unlike you, has no interest at all in any sort of power move. He lacks education and the knowledge to even begin to understand the ties and laws, written and in spirit, that bind nobility together." "Why?" he rasped. "Why are you so insistent in bringing him down when we need men and women like him more than ever? Have you considered the consequences of what would happen if this conflict devolves into a civil war? The fact that Drazen raiders have penetrated this deeply without notice suggests that gaps in our borders have become visible. This conflict must be solved quickly, and Duke Draymore must be stopped. Once we arrive at Matcha, we will be able to consolidate our strength and move forth. I'm certain Duke Draymore is doing the same," Juliana reasoned. "He's been 3 steps ahead of us so far, and we're racing to catch up." George and Frederick remained silent, but glared at Redford and Juliana in particular. Lukacs sighed. "The prince insisted that I share the information about the QEC with his commanders, and this is what you do? Bicker and argue as always, acting like we are not waging a war between conflicting royal houses," he admonished. "Let me be perfectly clear regarding this issue. Wyatt Staples is not the traitor we are looking for. However, he has already outshone his betters. As such, measures must be taken against him." Redford stood up, glaring at Lukacs. "Do not tell me you're planning to court-martial him regardless. What is his crime? Being competent, display exceptional valor and loyalty? Or is it merely the crime of being a commoner?" Juliana leaned forth, her intense blue eyes glaring glaciers at her fellow commanders. "Are you truly so cowardly that you quake in fear at the mere idea of a single man surpassing your deeds?" Hannah Talaro cleared her throat. "As much as I dislike such a notion, Juliana, I have to side with Lukacs. Lady Cynthia is receiving the praise she rightfully deserves for her masterful command of the Nornavio, she said, the name rolling out of her mouth with mild humor. But Lieutenant Wyatt's near-suicidal action has few supporters. Most of them come from the wedge he worked with during the battle, and a few other stragglers across the fighter divisions. Even my troops show some mild respect for his reckless behavior. But the rest see him as a potential threat, she said, glancing at Vivian Taravis, gaining a nod from her. Even among the commoner crew members, he's seen with derision and jealousy. Frederick crossed his arms. Redford has a point. As much as I agree that Wyatt Staples has to be dealt with, there has to be a valid motive. Times are trying, but he is still a member of the Royal Navy, and thus we can't simply toss him away. Not to mention he is a lieutenant. Any ideas? I will not allow this mockery to continue unchallenged, Redford said, still standing proudly. I cast a vote of doubt upon Lukacs Ishtal's proposal. Those in favor? To his dismay, only Juliana joined his hand. Outvoted, he sighed in frustration. Very well. What say you, Lukacs? I cast a vote of exclusion upon Redford Kalon. Those in favor? To Redford's surprise, no one raised a hand aside from Lukacs. Noted. Then we shall proceed as normal. Wyatt Staples shall be detained aboard the Nornavio under charges of suspected lèse-majesté and conspiracy against the life and well-being of Princess Clara and Lady Cynthia, not to mention a suspected case of murder perpetrated against a Bacchus Reed. That dimwit's death was of his own doing, Redford protested. A noble still died under the leadership of a commoner, George said. It is a crime that cannot be overlooked, not to mention a dire breach in the conduct and traditions of the Royal Navy as a whole. I second the motion. So do I, William Hemstroke added. Redford watched in silence as one by one the rest of his fellow commanders agreed on the charges set against his pilot. It wasn't nearly enough evidence to convict him of anything, but it was enough for them to excuse sidelining Wyatt, at least for a time. Glaring at them all, he turned to Juliana, the only one who rejected the motion alongside himself. It seems we are outvoted. The prince shall hear about this. He already knows, Lukacs said, his cybernetic eyes flickering light for a moment. He has agreed with the charges presented, but wishes that Wyatt Staples be treated fairly and with due diligence. In that case, there is nothing more for us to discuss, Redford said, turning to leave as Juliana also stood up. Vivian raised an eyebrow. We have yet to decide who shall command the new ship, she pointed out. The prince shall decide that himself, Juliana replied, sharing Redford's visible disgust. You may continue plotting against brave, innocent lives now, cowards, said the blue-haired woman, and the two commanders left the room side by side. They walked for several minutes in silence, ignoring their escorts walking behind them and the crew members they stumbled across their way. But they were not silent, not outwardly at least. It seems the prince's plan was a success, said Juliana through a secured, encrypted channel between the two. Now it is only a matter of time for the traitor to bite the bait. As much as I dislike using Wyatt and putting his life on the line, it has to be done. However, I can't understand the reason behind planting the QEC in his quarters. The traitor had to know that attempt would end in utter failure, Redford replied. Perhaps it was a desperate measure. Lukacs and Vivian's efforts were breathing down their necks. Personally, I believe this to be nothing more than a distraction and a futile attempt to gain some time. Most likely, that wasn't the only QEC at their disposal. But if it was, then that means the traitors are hiding and preparing, she replied, and paused for a moment. Will this truly work, Redford? I don't know, something doesn't feel right. We're missing a piece of the puzzle, and I do not like how it looks, he replied. Perhaps it is related to the reason why the prince didn't attend the meeting? She asked with mild concern. I'm certain the prince will inform us if we need to know, Juliana. Patience is a virtue we all must practice and master, the older man replied. In that case, I should be thankful that there are idiots like George who test such virtues with their incomprehensible pretentiousness, she replied, and they shared a short laugh. The two said nothing more as they neared the prince's quarters. The Royal Marines allowed them entry upon their arrival, and soon they were in the same room alongside the prince, Princess Clara, and Cynthia. The two commanders immediately noticed that the two younger women were visibly distraught, while the prince was pensive. Before any of them could inquire about what had managed to disturb the princess and her bodyguard, the prince spoke up. "Redford, Juliana, do you detest the Drazen?" he asked, his tone serious and straight. "I do, my prince," Juliana was the first to reply. "Marines, ROSF units, and army soldiers are usually the first responders to Drazan incursions. This incident is, sadly, not an uncommon occurrence. I've had the immense displeasure of battling Drazan raiders many times. I have not interacted with one directly outside my cockpit, but I hold no love for those detestable aliens," Redford replied. The prince hummed softly. "I am no stranger to the Drazan and their way of thinking. Dealing with them is not an easy task, less so when the raiders operate outside the collective's boundaries. Outlaws, renegades, criminals, savage murderers," he chuckled darkly, "at least on paper. My prince, forgive me for saying this, but what does it matter? Drazan raiding assaults are an annoyance and a true tragedy to those who suffer them. There is no doubt about that. Regardless of anything, Duke Draymor's coup and betrayal outweigh the threat of those unholy creatures," said the older blue-haired woman in a submissive tone. The prince stared into her eyes for several seconds, then turned to his sister. She slowly blinked in response, and then he turned to Cynthia. "Show them." Cynthia bowed her head, and the screen display next to her came to life a second after her armor connected to it. The black screen was replaced by the picture of Wyatt Staples inside his Medicare pod. Then the video began to play, and the two commanders were introduced to Wyatt's tale about his experience with the Drazan. By the time it was over, they saw his raging outburst and the subsequent sedation. "By all that is good and holy," Juliana said, mirroring her sister's downward expression, "it is a miracle that he's functioning at all." Redford nodded, crossing his arms. "That amount of mental trauma should have broken his mind. He has remarkable strength." "I believe it is not so simple," Clara said, glancing at the now still image of a sleeping Wyatt. "We saw his mask break. He secluded himself within himself since he was but a mere child. I think he truly doesn't have any friends, at all. We don't know how his time at the academy truly was, but what little we know so far shows it wasn't a pleasant time either. He has a noble soul, and I believe he is an honorable man in his peculiar way," Cynthia added. "And yet when he took command of the Noir Navio, he showed remarkable competence and measured bloodlust, focused, aimed, precise. Given such traits and his innate talent and capabilities, there is no telling what he could achieve. He is not only talented, he has immense potential that could be exploited in the right circumstances," Redford reasoned. "He killed Samuel Caiston without hesitation, ignoring all sense of decorum and the rules of combat. I doubt he even knows what they are. He took command of the Noir Navio, even if your logic was flawless, Cynthia. If any of the others discover the truth, they will demand Wyatt's head for overreaching or breaking the line that separates nobility and commoners." Juliana groaned. "Nobles lead, commoners follow. Nobility rules, civilians obey. Sadly, the words of the great Julius Astor have been warped and forgotten over the centuries." "George would have a heart attack if he heard you," the prince joked. "As it stands, Wyatt Staples has become an unwilling player in our current problem. Now that I know about his past, I am conflicted about using him as a pawn in this plan of ours." "It would break whatever bond we've formed so far with him," Cynthia reasoned, and watched as her princess's left hand twitched slightly. They had met the pilot not too long ago, but already he had proven himself as more than a mere anomaly. Everything she'd told him rang true. She now trusted him, for she'd seen that he was loyal without the vice of power clouding his vision. More importantly, her princess and best friend Clara had come to appreciate him even more. At first, it was curiosity and a selfish indulgence to satiate her hobby, but then she grew interested in him personally, and now she saw in Wyatt not a pawn or a useful tool, but a friend, a treasure that Clara valued immensely. So to imagine that Wyatt would turn away from them if he discovered he had been betrayed and used by the people he had perhaps started to trust left a bad taste in her mouth. She was sure he'd leave them at the first chance he got. She was equally certain that even with the betrayal, he wouldn't go running to Duke Draymor's side. Instead, he'd commit desertion. and they would lose a man with incredible potential forever. Then, why don't we do something he'd do? Clara asked all of a sudden, and all eyes turned to her. Something crazy and unorthodox, outside the box. Why not? She paused for a moment and then snapped her fingers. Why don't we treat this as if it was a dogfight? The following silence was palpable, and the princess blushed in slight embarrassment. The prince stood up and walked over to his desk where a chessboard rested with its pieces untouched. He stared at it for several moments in silent contemplation before turning to his sister. Explain. An eager smile spread across her face. We are a wedge, she began, and the traitor is the enemy wedge. Our mission is not to destroy them, but to force them to make a mistake without any of us taking damage. We need to weave and turn in ways that they don't expect us to act. We must make use of our greater mobility to outmatch them completely. Currently, they are hidden among an asteroid field, but we know they are there. How do we draw them out? With a convincing decoy. Redford nodded. Wyatt is the decoy in this situation, but I fail to understand your strategy, Clara. It is quite simple, Redford. We cheat, Clara said, as if stating the obvious. A decoy is usually a drone or something similar, correct? Redford nodded. What is our enemy expecting from us? To lure them out so we may attack. But they will hardly do anything about it if they expect this to be a trap. We are a wedge, she repeated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is a fair fight. Let's make it unfair. Let's go to battle with our wedge by having a hidden sixth member. Juliana barked out a laugh while Redford's mouth opened slightly. Cynthia was stunned but smiling, and the prince turned to his chessboard before gently flicking a pawn over. My dear sister, are you proposing we inform Wyatt about our plan, that we turn the decoy into a pilot? Would that not put at risk our chances of capturing the traitor red-handed? If I may, Cynthia interjected, and the prince gave her a nod. I've seen Wyatt in action personally, my prince. I believe he can not only be trusted with this information, but actively help us. He knows well how to hide his emotions and conceal his intentions. It would require something extreme as what made him revive his past and everything that happened before for him to break again. That is a risky but brilliant idea, Redford commented. Our enemy is expecting us to make a move regarding Wyatt's position. Would they expect the prince to rely on a mere commoner instead of simply using him as a tool? I believe not. Risky. But this is a development our little traitor won't expect, Juliana said with a wide, viscous smile. I like it. My prince, she said, turning to face the blond man. If this succeeds, may I attempt to lure Wyatt Staples into pledging allegiance to House Winfield? Denied, the prince replied with a smirk. Juliana merely shrugged, also smirking. Redford, go to Wyatt and inform him of our plan. We shall need his aid. It shall be done, my liege, Redford said, saluting and bowing courtly before the young blond man. I wish to accompany you, Redford, Clara said, joining his side. After opening up to us and what you are going to tell him, seeing a pair of friendly faces might be beneficial for his emotional stability. Redford raised an eyebrow curiously. A sound tactical move, princess? Shush, you! When Wyatt woke up from a dreamless sleep, he was in a far better condition, but with the constant silent vigilance of a Royal Marine as his only company, he was bereft of any means to pass the time. Left alone with his thoughts, his mind wandered. The pain was completely gone, which was a welcomed change. The AI also informed him that the damage to his Dulaxis implant had been contained and, much to his relief, replaced during his slumber, and did not require him to endure the pain of adapting to it once more. He would be cleared to leave in a few hours, which was a good thing. He had grown tired of being stuck for at least 3 whole days, even if most of that time he spent sleeping. However, what occupied his mind the most was what he told the 2 women, and his subsequent breakdown. He hadn't been in his right mind, and he had allowed emotions to explode in full before other people. What do they think of me now, I wonder? Do they think I'm dangerous? Do they think I'm just alive because I got lucky? Do they despise me for threatening the life of a noble? Wyatt thought grimly. He hardly knew them, but in just a couple of weeks he'd gone through numerous situations with them that allowed him to get to know them better than anyone else for as long as he could remember. Cynthia was steadfast, loyal, a stickler for rules and protocol, and outwardly cold. When he met her, he saw her as a wall of ice and titanium that would not bend. But now he knew there was a warmer, caring person behind that wall. Her loyalty toward Clara was absolute and unquestionable, and she was not afraid to speak her mind when it was necessary. That was without taking into account her deadly abilities in combat. On the other hand, Clara was far more approachable and gentle. She was curiously shy in some aspects, but forward in others, easily excitable and brimming with curiosity and genuine kindness. A rarity among nobles, let alone royalty. But beneath that, she was shown to be capable of ruthlessness and a savvy mind that honestly scared him. It was as if her personality switched if her negotiation with Uriel Hoax was a common occurrence. But instead of making demands, which she had full authority to do, she preferred to take a mutually beneficial approach. That alone, and her refusal to leave Woodshaft for the sake of the people living there, had cemented his respect for her. So what do they think of me now? Perhaps I should consider desertion, after all. He thought to himself a minute before the doors to the medical bay opened, and through those gates walked 3 figures. Clara, Cynthia, and— "Commander Redford," he said out loud, glad that his throat no longer rasped nor ached. "I see that you are in much better health, Lieutenant," Redford said as they approached his pod. "How are you feeling, Woodshaft's ace?" "I'm feeling— Wait, Woodshaft's ace?" he asked, taken aback. He turned to the 2 women present and saw that Cynthia gave him a "what did you expect?" look while Clara giggled softly. "Your reckless stunt against the Drazen fighters has been taken to heart among the people of Woodshaft. They know your name, Wyatt. The actions of the Noir Navio truly outshine your deeds, but as an opening move to the battle against the Drazen, it was quite a spectacle. You've earned the title of ace more than twice over, Wyatt Staples. Congratulations are in order," Redford said, but his face did not convey his words. "Ace, I'm an ace?" he asked out loud, only to then realize that he, indeed, had earned the right to bear such a title. He blushed slightly, suddenly remembering his near-nudeness. Inspecting Redford's expression further, his bashfulness gave way to worry. "I see, Commander. Then, does that mean I shall be executed?" It was a good thing that he knew more about Wyatt after Cynthia's revelation and the recording of his past and breakdown, otherwise he'd be shocked at the frightening leap of logic on display. Glancing to his left, he saw that both Clara and Cynthia were also not surprised. Nevertheless, he had to ask, "Why do you believe achieving such a thing would warrant your death, Wyatt Staples?" Wyatt chuckled softly. After pouring his heart out, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders, and he felt more at ease with himself. It didn't make things easier, but the burden was not as cumbersome anymore. Outshining the accomplishments only reserved for nobles deserves punishment. I was already treading on rotten timber when I won the competition. Now I've surely gained the ire of many nobles, have I not? He asked, hiding his bitterness. I don't mind dying. At least now I know that they don't look at me differently, and I helped save thousands of lives while burning thousands more Drazan. Let that be enough. A commoner cannot ask for a more dignified end. There is some backlash, yes, but the enemy in this case is hated by all. I'm afraid that while your situation and the circumstances are bothersome to deal with, there is another pressing matter that, sadly, involves you personally, Redford clarified. It has been decided that you will be detained and put under court-martial to review your offenses and possible collusion with traitors, he said, and raised a hand when Wyatt's mouth went agape. Let me finish. Wyatt barely contained the burst of rage burning in his chest after hearing that accusation. Me, a traitor! Not even in my worst days has that idiotic idea crossed my mind. Desertion is one thing, but treason— He raged internally for a few seconds, then looked at the two women who, in turn, gave him reassuring looks that choked the fire out. The QEC was found in your quarters, Lieutenant. Do not fret, for we do not question your loyalty. The traitor sought to get rid of a potential enemy at the same time as sowing disunion and chaos between our ranks. This, however, presents us with a unique opportunity to find the head of the Viper and cut it down. And you, Wyatt Staples, may be able to aid your prince further, Redford explained calmly. Wyatt's eyes widened for a moment, and he nodded. No, I forbid it. Clara interjected all of a sudden, her expression firm and serious. "You will not just obey, Wyatt. This puts your life at risk, and I'm afraid you won't be able to mat a fighter, or command the Noir Navio to fight this enemy." Wyatt paled at her confession. He knew that Cynthia was bound to tell Clara about him taking command of the Noir Navio. That was also a given regarding the prince. But now that Redford knew, he was sure. Why doesn't he look surprised or outraged that a mere commoner dared to sully such a vessel with its hands? As if reading his mind, the older man spoke. "I already know. So does Commander Juliana, and of course my prince. It was thanks to your actions and Cynthia's quick thinking of a loophole that ensured our crushing victory over the Drazen raiders. Know that His Majesty the Prince is immensely proud and grateful for saving not only countless lives and ships, but also for saving the life of his beloved sister for a second time, Lieutenant." "As I am," Redford said, and then did the unthinkable. He bowed his head respectfully for a short moment. "Warning, patient's heart rate is increasing to dangerous levels," the AI chimed in. While Redford blinked in confusion and Wyatt was trying to not hyperventilate, Clara approached the pod until she placed a hand on the crystal. "He is not a noble showing respect to you, Wyatt. He is a man thanking you, nothing more." "Just a man," he repeated, slowly getting his breathing under control. "I know that. He's just a man, but he's still a noble, my direct superior. For him to thank a lowly commoner with such a gesture and not mere empty words, it is unthinkable, and yet I have received it. I don't know how to feel about this," he thought, but he still managed to keep himself from passing out or being sedated again. He glanced at the princess and her bodyguard and felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, just enough to let him get a grip on his emotions once more. A nod signaled that he was under control. "As I was saying," Clara continued, "this is a battlefield in which we are more familiar than you are. We ask you to place your life in our hands, but I will not allow you to blindly obey such a command. I want you to decide for yourself, not as a commoner, but as Wyatt Staples. Understood?" Wyatt nodded slowly. Then he watched Clara step back until she stood next to Cynthia. Redford stepped up and sighed deeply. "Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, you will be detained and placed under arrest. Tomorrow, you shall be court-martialed. Be not afraid. The prince will not allow harm to come to you. We require that you act as you normally would upon the charges you will be accused of, with a minor distinction." He raised a finger. "We need you to be insulting and abrasive, just enough to make the traitor in our midst believe that you could be swayed to their side as retaliation." Wyatt stopped himself, only briefly glancing at Clara. "What do I do now? I can't refuse a request made by the prince himself, but at the same time, I can't refuse Clara's request. Come to think of it, why are they telling me in the first place? I'm a commoner. Even if the traitor approaches me, what am I to do? There's no need to tell me any of this unless they think I'm valuable. But what can the life of a single commoner achieve in this situation? Ugh, think, Wyatt. How would you handle this if this were a dogfight with nothing to—" His train of thought came to a crashing halt as a small but wicked smile spread across his lips. "Am I to act as a living decoy to lure our enemies out so that you can strike them from when they least expect it?" Clara smiled, proud of herself, while Cynthia shook her head slowly. Redford limited himself to give a single approving nod. Wyatt closed his eyes for a moment, his mind already weighing the pros and cons of such a plan, and concluded that a traitor, a noble, would not expect that the prince would ever rely on a commoner to execute his plan. But that won't be enough to lure the mastermind out. What could ensure the trap to spring? He asked himself as dozens of options and scenarios ran across his mind until a risky idea manifested itself. "Commander Redford," he said after a minute of silence, "I will aid the prince at the fullest of my abilities." His grin intensified. "Loyalty is its own reward." "Loyalty is its own reward," Redford replied, the hint of a proud smile appearing on his lips. Then he closed his eyes. "The prince shall be happy to learn of your willing cooperation, Lieutenant." "Wyatt," Cynthia said firmly, "what are you planning to do?" She asked firmly, ready to stop him from pulling another stunt like he did before during the fight against the Drazen. He turned to the blue-haired woman. "Since I'll be acting as a decoy, how about instead I become a tactical mine?" Chapter 22. True to Commander Redford's words, not 10 minutes after he was out of the Medicare pod, he had been arrested and escorted to his cell in the Exalted Virtues brig. His captors, a group of regular Marines and security personnel, made it a show by forcing him to walk through the longest and most crowded way leading to his cell. Every set of eyes he saw staring at him showed either morbid curiosity or confusion in the case of the very few who knew who he was. He only stumbled across Nultar Okara, one of the members of Epsilon Squadron and a fallen noble. The look of disbelief and then confusion at least reassured him that his temporary teammate disapproved of what he was seeing. He had stood up for him once previously against Salazar Reed's stupid accusations. That made him smile slightly. Other than that, his capture had gone without further drama. That had happened a few hours ago, given his best guess. He had no way to tell the time. There were no guards around, and he had an entire wing all for himself. His only company was the 2 cameras dangling from the ceiling outside his cell, watching his every movement. Sweat trailed down his brow as he counted his 30th sit-up. Everything that had happened in a short amount of time had denied him the time to work out, and he did not want to lose his physical condition. Not that I have anything better to do, he thought to himself. His Ontoro implant was useless inside his cell, effectively keeping him isolated. Truth be told, despite agreeing to help the prince in capturing the traitor in their midst, he was feeling nervous. Being unable to use his strengths in battle left him utterly powerless. Not that it mattered, since the battlefield he was walking into was foreign to him. He was used to making quick quips and submitting quickly before his betters. This was an entirely different beast altogether. Luckily for him, he was not going to be alone in said battle. He stood up with a huff, glad that his other 2 implants were working properly. He had already finished 3 entire sets, of which one would have left him ragged before getting the Dulaxis and Kinetor implants. But now, he was only winded, leaving him with a burning satisfaction across his muscles. He walked to the water dispenser and paused when he noticed something odd. Taking a few steps back and then moving forward confirmed it. The cameras were no longer following him. Frowning, he moved to the back of his cell slowly, his eyes fixed on the metal bars. It took several seconds until he heard several pairs of feet approaching his way. His hands turned to fists, ready for anything. Moments prior, a Royal Marine came into view carrying a small, regular basket. Wyatt instantly relaxed when a second Royal Marine carrying 2 small, rectangle-shaped boxes appeared, and finally, a third appeared before opening his cell. The second Royal Marine stepped in first, casually unfolding a small table and a chair. Then he stepped out, and a new set of feet clanged against the floor, only for 3 additional Royal Marines to appear in formation. The air between them flickered, and a stealth field died, revealing the prince himself. "My prince!" Wyatt almost choked at the sight of the prince before dropping to a respectful knee. The second he'd seen a Royal Marine all fight left his body. He knew perfectly well that if he was there to kill him, there would be nothing he could do about it. He wasn't sure if having the prince before him was a better or worse outcome. "Stand," the prince said firmly but gently. Wyatt obeyed, and only then he noticed the prince was carrying a checkered box of sorts. He watched in silence as the prince, with a placid smile on his face, opened the box and slowly retrieved pieces from within it, setting them aside in 2 groups, white pieces and black pieces. "Is that a chessboard?" the pilot asked himself. "Do you know this game, Wyatt?" the prince asked as he casually began to place the pieces on the board. Unwilling to approach his majesty, he replied with as courtly as he could manage. "I do, my liege. May I clothe myself? I do not wish to be an eyesore, my prince." "You may," the prince answered. "I'm pleased that you know of chess. Do you know how to play?" Wyatt moved to his discarded shirt and uniform vest, putting them on hastily. "I do, my prince, although I'm afraid I'm not a good player." The prince raised an eyebrow, setting the final piece on the board. Then he turned to Wyatt. "Is that so?" Wyatt gulped. "Back at the academy, every cadet is required to play and know several games that will help discover and develop our aptitudes. Chess among them. I only played a few dozen times. I've never once won a match," he confessed. To his bewilderment, the prince smiled. "Then, mayhaps, I shall taste victory for the first time in a long time." he said with humor before making a gesture with his hand, inviting him to sit on his metal bed and across the table to face him. I love playing chess. However, I am no prodigy nor a particularly good player either. You have got to be kidding, Wyatt blurted out before he could stop himself. He clasped a hand over his mouth and he paled slightly when the prince chuckled heartily. In his defense, he had pretty much insulted the prince, called him a liar, and addressed him without proper conduct, all at the same time. But his declaration had been so outlandish that his lips moved on their own. "I'm afraid I do not, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples. Come, join me," the prince replied without resentment in his voice. "Despite my many advantages, especially over someone of your standing, chess is not a forte of mine. It is a cruel irony to love something so much but lack the aptitude to be proficient in it." Wyatt removed his hand and sheepishly sat across the prince, his heart racing quickly in his chest. Before him rested the chessboard with the black set presented to him. "I much prefer the white ones, but I am not about to tell the prince that, now am I?" he said to himself nervously. "My stay won't be long. Do not worry. None shall know of my visit except for those closest to me," he said before reaching for a pawn and moving it forward, opening the game. Wyatt nodded, not knowing how to reply to his words. He looked at the board and made his move. "My prince, if I may ask?" "I'm here because I wish to congratulate you on your victory personally, Wyatt Staples," the prince answered, knowing what the pilot wanted to ask him. He moved another pawn. "Your actions during your encounter against the Drazan fighters were reckless. Your decision to go out and plant a mine with the goal of destroying what? 3, maybe 4 boarding pods at most was stupid but brave. What were you planning to do after had you not encountered the Drazan response?" Wyatt felt his heart slowly calm down, even under the watchful eyes of the Royal Marines. "I would have destroyed any boarding pod and shuttle I came across until my ammo was depleted. Then I would have returned to the Noir Navio," he replied, moving another piece. "I wasn't thinking clearly. My mind was fogged with hatred and it nearly cost me my life. And yet you responded to their fighters in a manner that not many would even consider," the prince replied. "Reckless, emotional, exceptional. You were rather fortunate to have survived that," another piece moved. "Without my implants, I doubt I would have survived the maneuvers I applied. That reminds me, I must thank Commander Redford for ensuring I received those implants when I see him next," he thought, as he moved another piece. "Try not to get yourself killed, please." The prince let out a single chuckle. "I'm a very avaricious man. I would not like to lose you so easily, Wyatt Staples," he said, moving another piece. "As an Aster, my resources are nearly limitless within the Principality. But as the prince, that is multiplied exponentially. Wealth, power, political influence, and so much more. Yet my avarice is directed at the most precious, rarest treasures of all: talent, competence, and loyalty, which in turn makes you valuable in my eyes, Lieutenant." Wyatt gulped nervously after receiving such direct praise from the prince. It wasn't the first time he'd done it, but that didn't make it easier to handle. Checking the board for a few seconds, he moved another piece. "I am honored to receive your praise, my prince. A lowly commoner such as I do not deserve it. You've saved countless lives after taking command of the Noir Navio. You saved the life of my beloved sister for a second time, nearly losing yours in the process. And now you are yet again putting your life on the line in a matter that concerns you very little," the prince replied, then moved another piece. "Words cannot express my gratitude, Wyatt Staples. If not for my uncle's coup attempt, I would reward you accordingly," he chuckled. "Then again, I would not know you otherwise. You'd still be a compost hauler, your immense potential and talent wasted with me being none the wiser. I do not deserve your gratitude, my prince. Lives were saved and Drazan were burned. Loyalty is its own reward," Wyatt replied sincerely before making his move. "Truly," the prince said. "Wyatt, do you plan on taking Serhan Gimor's life?" he asked, then moved his piece. "Plan is a strong word, my prince," the pilot answered without hesitation. "But yes, if he ever comes across my path, I will drag him to the Drazan and watch as they kill and turn them into their precious feed. If I can't make him suffer the same fate my friends, teachers, and thousands more went through, then I'll kill him, and all of them shall be avenged either way." He moved another piece. The prince hummed deeply. I can hardly say that your anger is unjustified. He moved a piece. Are you a calm and reasonable man, Wyatt Staples? Or is the true Wyatt a bloodthirsty, death-seeking fool? Ah, so that's what he wants to know, Wyatt thought seriously before making his move. Sirhan Gimor sold the lives of over 6,000 commoners, most of them children, and nobles coming from lesser houses to save his own. Their lives were his responsibility. He paused for the prince to make his move. The implant he spoke about, does it even exist, my prince? If it does, I'm not aware of it, the prince replied. Wyatt moved and shook his head. It doesn't matter. It was a stupid question. But you needed to know, the prince moved. Regardless of anything, and as much as I hate myself for what I'm about to say, I would have done the same thing he did, but with different goals, the pilot said, voice rasping with barely contained anger. His cowardice is the sole reason anyone survived the Drazen assault and likely saved tens of thousands more, he added, and moved. I would have tricked the Drazen with the sole intent of beating them and saving as many innocent lives as I could manage. The prince nodded slowly. As you stand today, I do not doubt that you would do that. In his case, all I can say is that such is the burden of nobility. He escaped, throwing away his dignity and honor, and yet he performed his duty. Am I correct to assume he contacted the nearest Royal Navy forces after his escape? He asked, and doubted only for a moment before making his move. Wyatt nodded. He did. A Navy patrol arrived just in time to save the survivors. He narrowed his eyes. It was only later that I learned that the reason the Drazen didn't kill me like they did Wantum, and my friends and classmates, was because I passed their strange cattle selecting process. He spat with dry poison. Then he made his move. Lucky me. The prince noted his sarcasm but did not comment on it. He moved his piece. That I've come to understand and comprehend. It was a gamble on his part, and it worked. Had he stood and fought, he would have died, and every life saved would have been lost, Wyatt continued. The reason I hate Sirhan Gimor is because he had no shame in how he used and painted the whale situation to his advantage. He didn't make a cowardly deal with the monstrous Drazen. He used his guile and savvy intellect to trick them. He chuckled darkly. He didn't flee, leaving thousands to die. He made a tactical retreat to call for reinforcements. He used their deaths and the tragedy in his favor to make himself the hero of the hour, and he was rewarded and thanked for it by grieving families that swallowed his lies like morning dew. He honored their sacrifice with a few seconds of silence before basking in the glory of his great achievement. Some say that triumph washes away all shame. I agree with that philosophy. He took a deep breath and then made his move. Check. The prince blocked Wyatt's piece. For the next couple of minutes, the blond and the black-haired man continued to play in silence until the prince found his voice first. Do you seek revenge? The satisfaction of doing what you believe will bring you peace, Wyatt. The pilot shook his head and took another of the prince's pawns. Revenge was tempting once, but what would it give me? A painful death? A quick end if I'm lucky? He scoffed. I want justice, but I won't seek it. Sirhan Gimor's actions condemned many lives but ended up saving countless others. My father once told me that the greatest revenge a man can deal to a hated enemy is to live a long, prosperous, happy life. Sage advice, the prince agreed. And yet, if Sirhan Gimor crosses paths with you, he shall meet either a gruesome end or a quick death? The prince asked, making his move. He will, Wyatt sighed deeply. I shall leave that to fate itself, he moved. However, if you order me to, my prince, I shall give up on the promise I made to end Sirhan Gimor's pathetic, lying life. The prince was pensive for several moments. As a reward for playing a crucial role in saving my sister's life a second time, Lieutenant Wyatt, I shall overlook your threat against a noble and allow fate to decide what will become of him. Then made his move. I pray that such an encounter never occurs. You have become too valuable to me, and more so, to my sister and Cynthia. Wyatt bowed his head deeply in gratitude. If I am to be of service, let it be so, my prince, he muttered softly, then made his move. Quite so, the prince replied and smiled. With a final move, he announced, Checkmate? A pleased sigh escaped his lips. "Thank you for not losing on purpose, Wyatt." "I would never dare to insult you in such a manner, my prince," Wyatt replied, and his stomach chose that precise moment to rumble. Excuse me, my liege. It seems this is the perfect moment to give you my sister's gift, a small token of her appreciation and payment for gallantry," the prince said with mild humor present in his voice. The royal marine, who had been standing perfectly still holding the basket, approached and placed it next to Wyatt. He removed the silk-like cloth covering the contents of the basket only to reveal a dozen or so pieces of sweets. Wyatt's mouth instantly watered, remembering the succulent sweetness of the treats the princess had so generously shared with him during their first private conversation. The prince raised an eyebrow for a moment at the sight of the treats, but did nothing else. "I'm afraid I must go, Wyatt. But before I depart, heed my warning. During the trial, you will be faced with many accusations. This you know. Do not allow your rage to manifest itself recklessly if they use the Drazen assault against you." The pilot felt a surge of fury burn within him at the idea that he'd so much lift a finger to help the Drazen in any way. But that fury was dwarfed by the respect and admiration he suddenly felt toward the blond man who was his liege. Everything about him, from his handsome features to his height and commanding aura, fit him perfectly, but his character shone through, elevating him as someone deserving of the authority and power he commanded. Now more than ever, he was willing to do anything in order to aid the prince in exposing the traitor once and for all. He saluted the prince respectfully as he packed away his precious chessboard. A royal marine folded and picked up the table and chair. The stealth field hid the prince, and without anything left to say, they left, leaving the lieutenant alone once more. Wyatt hummed, and his stomach rumbled. Grabbing a small cake, he licked his lips, ready to eat the sweet confection. He took a bite and smiled. "I'm ready," he muttered to himself as he proceeded to devour his sweets quickly. The cameras only came back to life after he hid the basket under his metallic bed. Wyatt glanced around the ample room as he sat on a desk by his lonesome right in front of the podium, where Lukacs Ishtal stood firmly. There were several officers in the room, sitting on the rows behind him, murmuring quietly between themselves. Most of them he didn't recognize, but there were a few familiar faces among the crowd. Galt Tirome, for one, had his hands cuffed with a royal marine standing next to him. Salazar Reed was also present. The marine was not bothering to hide the satisfaction he felt upon seeing the lowly commoner getting what he deserved. He also recognized the members of Epsilon Squadron further on the back, but their expressions were impassive and contemplative. Most in the audience were nobles, of course, with only a few warrant officers present to give testimonies when needed. "I'm sure there are more commoners waiting outside. No need to sully the eyes of so many blue bloods with the presence of lowly commoners," Wyatt reasoned, making sure to send an annoyed glare at Lukacs Ishtal. At his sides sat the other commanders present in the fleet alongside Admiral Damian Valto, filling the last gap that required 9 high-ranking officers to conduct the court-martial process. Behind and above the 9 officers that were his judges, a balcony of sorts could be seen. There, the prince and his sister, Princess Clara, sat next to each other in silence while Cynthia stood, as always, next to her friend and charge. Lukacs raised a hand and the room went silent. "Per naval laws and traditions, I hereby pronounce the start of this trial against the commoner Wyatt Staples. Branch, Royal Navy, current rank lieutenant, specialization pilot. Given that the records of his service prior to his arrival on List 17, 4156 Standard Astorian Principality Calendar, and June 8, 26702 Standard Terran Calendar are lost within the depths of the mutinous Third Fleet's records, we demand that you confirm this information." "I confirm it," Wyatt replied. "Do you, Wyatt Staples, swear upon the laws of the Principality and the name of the Prince himself currently present to witness this trial, to speak only the truth?" Lukacs asked. "I swear to speak nothing but the truth," he said, and managed not to bow his head toward the prince. That action got the crowd to murmur for a few seconds until George Lintar smacked a gavel twice, demanding silence in the room. "Let it be recorded that the accused has given his oath. May justice be dealt swiftly. Let us commence." Lukacs cleared his throat. Wyatt Staples, before your arrival, your role in the Third Fleet was that of a compost hauler in the lingering systems. Is this correct? It is. Is it true that you just happened to be located in the same system that the Royal Favor arrived at from the pursuit of an until then unknown enemy vessel? Furthermore, you have been credited for saving not only the Royal Favor but the lives of its occupants and that of Princess Clara herself? Lukacs pressed on. It is true, Wyatt replied dryly. The Third Fleet sided with Duke Cornelius Draymore of Camrim in his coup attempt. What made you decide to ignore the commands of your superiors and rescue the Royal Favor? Was it selfishness, the chance to obtain a substantial reward, or the need to ingratiate yourself to royalty? Asked George, his tone marred with disdain and contempt directed at the pilot. I was not aware that the coup even existed until Commander Redford told me about it, Wyatt began. I was coming back from a regular haul when the royal yacht appeared. I had no orders besides what I was given for that week of work. Nothing more. He set his gaze on George before continuing. What other reason could I, a commoner, have to assist in the rescue of a member of the royal family other than that I am part of the Royal Navy? Would you not do your duty simply because it is expected of you to do so? We ask the questions here, commoner, George spat back. Let him speak, George. It is his right to defend himself, and your questions were hardly easy to answer without wrapping a noose around his own neck, Frederick Anderson said next to the old man. Then he focused on the pilot. That being said, do you truly expect us to believe that you never planned on gaining something from your actions, even when it put you at risk? I expect for you to not believe me at all, Wyatt replied in a cold, emotionless tone that gained several murmurs and a few gasps behind him. I simply did as duty demanded without seeking a reward. And yet our liege rewarded you, a mere commoner with a rank that none of your ilk is fit to hold, replied Hannah Talaro. But that is beside the point. Altruism and duty aside, according to Commander Redford Calonne's report, you saved the Royal Favor by, and I quote, tossing a garbage container at the enemy ship only to shoot at it, making it explode on their faces? Wyatt shrugged. I had a standard PD cannon in the compost container at my disposal. I had to get creative with it. It worked, didn't it? You may question his motives, but not the results, Redford said. This charge was bogus at best. Satisfied, George? The old man huffed. Very well. We merely needed clarification of that incident. The next charge is much more grave, he began. Wyatt Staples, you stand accused of lèse-majesté. We have proof that you, dirty commoner, tried to shake hands with Her Majesty, Princess Clara. Not only that, you have not paid proper respect toward their majesties on numerous occasions. One such is evident upon the start of this trial. Wyatt narrowed his eyes. I am being put on trial for something I didn't do. I don't even know what lèse-majesté is. A blatant lie, of course, but one that served his purpose. Was I supposed to do anything? So not only are you an insolent fool, but also an ignorant one as well? Lukacs remarked, shaking his head. Ignorance is no excuse for a crime committed, Lieutenant. Which also carries cleanly to another charge, William Hemstroke said, leaving aside the tragic murder of Abacus Reed. Numerous crew members have reported hearing you badmouth nobility and, by extension, the royal family. Such one incident happened in the mess hall, where you nearly came to blows with 3 nobles, and you even barked at them like an animal. Is this correct? It isn't, Wyatt replied dryly and smiled internally. He could see that his lack of submissiveness and his tone that skirted on being disrespectful was starting to irk some of the commanders present. Admiral Damien remained mostly impassive, yet amused if his lifted eyebrow was any indication. I was approached by— We don't want to hear your excuses, commoner, George interjected. Then again, what can be expected from a man such as yourself? Since the altercation was a minor one, you shall receive a penalization on your record for that incident. The accounts of lèse-majesté, however, are worrying. Bring in the first witness. Wyatt gave the old commander a glare as a parade of witnesses came through for the next 10 minutes. Most of them were commoner crew members, mechanics, assistants, wards, low-class engineers, general staff, cleaning crew, and security personnel. One by one, they gave a short recount of having heard him say something negative about the nobles, bad-mouthing their leadership, and, worst of all, implying that now that he gained the attention of the prince, he could claim a great bounty for himself. Internally, he was laughing. The poor men and women called on stage were not very convincing. Some of the nobles were far too dramatic for their own good. But there was one that he genuinely thought put a convincing performance. With a shaky voice, he claimed that he had heard him curse at Princess Clara, and heavily implying, but not outright saying it, that she was a fool he could manipulate. "You better watch your back, or whoever told you to say that should," Wyatt thought as the noble witness, thankfully the last, was escorted out of the room. He glanced at the balcony for no more than a second, and saw that the three spectators were not amused by the display. Cynthia looks about ready to slap someone into unconsciousness for insulting Clara. "Does anyone require any more proof that this man should not hold his position and should be removed from service?" George pressed on. "Lackluster, misleading, unsubstantial," Juliana listed. "Those claims are as brittle as a poorly made ceramic pot and about as reliable as a farmer holding an assault rifle without guidance. I've heard many complaints and insinuations, but nothing that could be truly labeled as lazy majesté. Were any of them verified as truthful?" The implication was palpable, but Vivian interjected. "They shall be reviewed and put under investigation. However, as William pointed out, the death of Abacus Reed is far more pertinent." "Redford?" The older man nodded. "According to the footage from various fighters and the registered comms record, Abacus Reed acted on his own accord and caused his death and that of two other unfortunate pilots. Let it be recorded that his hot-headedness and glory-seeking tendencies were the reason I denied him the command of Epsilon Squadron. His death was of his own doing." "I demand a duel!" Salazar Reed abruptly interrupted. "That commoner must die for causing the death of my brother." Sensing his chance to be petty without repercussion, Wyatt took it. "Your brother was a foolish pilot who allowed ambition to cloud his mind. I ordered him to desist, and my orders were ignored." Wyatt paused and turned to Salazar for a brief second. "Or is accountability a foreign word to you?" "You miserable scumbag!" Salazar countered and launched himself at Wyatt, only to be stopped by three Marines. "Let go of me! I'm Salazar Reed. The honor of my house will not be stained by the words of a filthy commoner." "Silence!" Lukacs demanded, making use of his gavel. "Wyatt, Staples, do not test our patience nor our understanding." Wyatt turned to Lukacs, eyes narrowing. "Am I not allowed to defend myself now? What possible reason could I have to murder Abacus Reed? I did not know him before that day, and I did what I could to save his life. Why am I guilty of his own stupid actions?" "Figures. A commoner would not know decorum, even if it bit him," William sighed. "But I see your logic. There was no probable cause for you to deliberately cause Abacus Reed's demise. The evidence is substantial that his death is not on your hands, Lieutenant." "I shall not stand for this," Salazar barked out once more. "The stain on the honor of my house must be cleansed. I challenge you, commoner filth, to a formal duel." "You have no authority to make such a demand," Frederick countered. "Juliana, as his commander, you have full authority to deal with him. What say you?" "Take him away. I shall deal with him later, and consider your demand rejected," Juliana answered, looking down at the almost fuming Salazar as if he were a particularly ugly bug. "I doubt Lieutenant Wyatt knows what a formal duel is." "I do, in fact, know what it entails," Wyatt answered. "Lady Cynthia was challenged by Samuel Cayston to one. It ended quickly with his death." It was true, even if he didn't go into specifics. "I assume that means a formal duel is a duel to the death?" he asked as Salazar Reed was dragged out of the room, only avoiding making a bigger scene under the fiery gaze of the blue-haired commander. Shortly after, Galt Tyrone was called on stage as a witness to what had happened on the bridge of the Noir Navio, but all he said was a mirror to Wyatt's words. The duel was issued, there was a brief exchange, and then Samuel Cayston died. All that he added was a flowery description of Samuel's courage and the quick, painless death he received at the hands of Cynthia. Seemingly satisfied with his testimony, he was escorted to his seat while the commanders silently talked among each other. After a minute of deliberation, a voice was heard once more. "A fine tradition, and one that exalts the honor between houses and a way to settle disputes," George said approvingly. "A traitor he was, but Samuel Cayston died as a noble should, on his feet, with his honor intact and shining glory upon his house." How delusional can these blue bloods be? He actually believes the nonsense that comes out of his mouth, Wyatt thought with mild pity directed at the abrasive old man. "Something that you don't know anything about, commoner," Lukacs carried on. During the battle against the Caiston forces, Commander Redford's decision to trust your judgment brought down the damnable stealth cruiser that caused so much havoc amidst our fleet. Do you deny this? I do not. Seeing as I was the only one with any amount of experience dealing with those black ships, I thought it pertinent to inform Commander Redford about the possibility of an ambush. He agreed with the strategy and it destroyed the cruiser, he replied firmly. And by doing so, you dared give orders to your superior, your commanding officer, no less, George spat out. I object. Redford stepped up. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples followed the chain of command to the best of his abilities and dutifully informed me of the threat. Given the circumstances, I decided his plan was the best course of action available to us. George ignored the gray-haired man and pointed a finger at Wyatt. You broke the rules of engagement and wandered off on your own after insulting your commanding officer's authority. Wyatt frowned. What rules of engagement? I've been a lieutenant for no more than 2 weeks. I was a warrant officer, and all I did was follow the orders given to me. I've only seen action during patrol rotations and in simulations. I still don't know how to carry out my new duties effectively. How am I to know what rules I shouldn't break if I don't know the rules? He finished, raising his voice slightly and finally giving his judges the satisfaction of seeing him lose his composure. The battle was over, and yet the wedge you were part of did not return to their ships. You gave unsolicited tactical advice to your commanding officer, broke of communications, sidestepped the authority of your wedge commander, and then nearly initiated another incident upon your return with the now absent Salazar Reed. Do you deny your crimes? Vivian listed. I deny them, Wyatt replied sternly, and now he had to endure a second parade of witnesses that, thankfully, wasn't nearly as dull nor as lengthy as the first one. Gregor Undaj, Nultar Olkara, Leopold Dakar, and the other pilots from the wedge he'd been part of spoke in his favor, correlating Redford's report and silencing the now frustrated George Lintar. When the last of the witnesses returned to his seat, Frederick took the initiative. A sidestep from the rules is the worst crime I can detect from his actions. Otherwise, given the circumstances, they fall within reason, and, let us not forget, that ultimately it was Commander Redford's decision that scored the kill upon our enemy. I believe that overwrites any minor fault given his seniority. The other commanders and Admiral Damien nodded in accordance, and for the first time since the trial began, the Admiral spoke up. Now that such minor, irrelevant issues are dealt with, I shall open the most egregious charge set against you, Lieutenant Staples, Damien said, his stern, stoic expression completely devoid of emotion. You stand accused of treason, conspiracy, and collusion with both the Draymore traitors and the Drazen raiders. A QEC device was found in your quarters. At his behest, the screens set to the left and right of the room came to life, showcasing a half-a-meter-tall rectangular metallic box with only a small modulator and a series of white and blue buttons beneath it. It did not look all that impressive nor eye-catching given what it could do. Then again, being unassuming was the point of such devices in the first place, in his opinion at least. Furthermore, the assault upon Woodshaft happened once Her Majesty Princess Clara was nearly defenseless in the station and her bodyguard, Lady Cynthia, away from her. The evidence points out that you set up the trap on both ends to ensure the demise of our beloved princess, and furthermore Is this all I can expect from you? Wyatt interrupted abruptly as he stood up, his fists shaking. The room went silent as all eyes set on him. I risked my life fighting the traitors, risked my life again fighting the Drazen. You say you found that? He pointed at a screen. In my quarters when I wasn't here. What sort of idiot would leave something like that out in the open? You dare! George began, but was interrupted by the pilot. I dare! He shouted, openly glaring at them. Loyalty is its own reward? I've been nothing but loyal, and this is what I receive in return. To be pointed at, mocked, ridiculed, and accused of crimes I did not commit? Is this all a mere commoner can expect from our noble leaders? He said, his voice thick with venom. If that is to be the case, then so be it. If you want me dead so bad, then kill me, but I will not admit to any of these crimes. I don't regret any of my actions except for one. This is it. If this doesn't work, I'm not sure what will," he thought as the entire room was icy silent, watching him slowly raise a finger at the balcony and pointed at Clara. "Had I known this was the reward for my loyalty, I would not have saved you that day, princess," he hissed with poison, and saw how Clara flinched back at his statement. "I regret saving your life." With that said, he sat down and the room exploded with shouts demanding his head, dishonorable discharge, lashes, and other forms of punishment for what he had said. The commanders and Admiral Damien looked at the chaos, trying to control it with their gavels, but nothing they did worked. Everyone froze and immediately shut up when the prince stood up. Seconds stretched into eons until at last he spoke. "Take him away. I shall decide his fate at a later date." That was his command, and he turned to leave. The prince's order was obeyed instantly, and 2 Marines came to escort him out, tightly gripping his forearms and pushing him forward. Wyatt remained silent as the hectic chaos he caused became a distant noise, then a whisper, and finally, it died completely, leaving only the sound of their footsteps to reach his ears. For minutes they walked uninterrupted, and Wyatt noticed 2 things. First, a few minutes after they left, he hadn't seen anyone else come across the corridors the Marines were guiding him through. And 2, the Marines were definitely not taking him to the brig. "Where are you?" A punch to the gut shut him up, making him cough violently. "Silence, dog," the Marine that punched him ordered. Wyatt obeyed, and a few minutes later they arrived at a storage bay that was, again, mysteriously devoid of personnel. To his surprise, the Marines removed a hidden panel on the floor and tossed him inside. They jumped in and closed the panel from within the tight passage, and after a few more minutes they arrived at a fairly ample room that smelled like oil. It was poorly lit, but there was a table, a few scattered boxes, some chairs, and a few weapon racks. "They don't have ammunition, so don't even think about it," a Marine warned. "Sit down and wait. No sudden movements." Wyatt obeyed and closed his eyes, his expression as stoic as he could manage. Inwardly, he was smiling. He was inside the enemy ranks. Now all he needed to do was see if the head of the viper would come out of the sand, as Clara had put it. Chapter 23. The wait felt eternal. The 2 Marines never took off their helmets, but they fidgeted every now and again, cracked a joint, or took a moment to rest, but they never once took their eyes off him. During his time in the academy, he interacted very little with anyone that didn't belong to his course. After he graduated and went to assist the mandatory patrol rotations, his already limited interaction with the engineering corps, the Marines, the auxilia, and every other branch aside from the mechanics, maintenance staff, and general crew went up in smoke. He knew, of course, that no commoner could become a Marine, that a prestigious role reserved for nobles only. The training, equipment, implants, and conditioning each Marine required needed to be a solid investment. Comparing them to the unwavering discipline of the Royal Marines seems unfair. Maybe I've been misled by setting my expectations too high. Any of them could still beat me to a pulp if they wanted to, let alone 2. So they're not weak nor defenseless. To know that there are traitor Marines among our ranks is greatly concerning. Who could command such power and authority to not only mobilize Marines, but keep this secret room, probably several more, in the exalted virtue concealed for who knows how long? Wyatt thought deeply as he remained as calm and unmoving as possible. He was too tense to allow himself a moment of laxity, but at the same time, he did his best to give off the appearance that he was a mere simpleton. Meanwhile, internally, he was trying to deduce who could be the possible traitor and how high that traitor sat. Think, Wyatt. Who could have enough pull to warrant the use of a QEC in such a manner? The traitor practically gave out their best tool for nearly nothing. So either they have another QEC hidden somewhere, which would be disastrous, or they have other means to convey information to the Duke's side, he thought deeply, glancing between his guards several times. Or perhaps Cynthia and Juliana were right, and this is nothing more than a tactic to hide. Sacrificing a commoner with a petty trial, forcing the eyes of the hunters to look elsewhere long enough to remain in the shadows, waiting for another chance to strike. Anyone ranked lieutenant or lower was immediately ruled out in his mind, including, of course, every non-commissioned Navy rank. A lieutenant commodore could have some power, but only within a limited group, if that. Wyatt didn't know if there were any Commodores in the fleet, but while their reach could be greater, he doubted they had any significant influence outside a single ship. And no Commodore could command a vessel larger than a destroyer-class vessel. A lieutenant commander would have more influence. Abacus Reed was a lieutenant commander, but he wasn't popular or influential, so his rank was for show only. Would other lieutenant commanders be similar? Does it even matter? If I recall correctly, they have more influence than a lieutenant commodore, but less so than a commodore. He sighed heavily, making the two Marines guarding him tighten their grip on their weapons for a moment. I should have paid more attention to the commanding structure back at the academy. No use in crying over a crushed Lakoa now, I suppose. Left without much else to do, Wyatt swallowed his annoyance and continued to ponder away, futile effort as it was. Perhaps a captain is responsible. They can command up to heavy cruisers and battle cruisers, and a noble would either need to have done pretty amazing deeds or belong to a powerful house to achieve that rank. But could a captain have the means to orchestrate something like this? Wyatt thought, and internally groaned when he realized something to add to his already mounting frustration. They're nobles. How could I forget that? A military or navy rank may give me some direction, but that means little compared to what house the traitor belongs. Political impact, influence, wealth, power. Clara and Redford mentioned that the puppets were many, but the puppet master could be anyone. But who? The one standing at the top, the head of the Viper, has to be someone powerful from a prominent house and likely holds a significant rank within the fleet, and must be aboard the Exalted Virtue, he reasoned, his head threatening him with a headache. That left only a few possible culprits, but all he could do was speculate. He wasn't a detective or an investigator. Most of his conclusions came from observation and logical outcomes. But in the world and the convoluted web that was nobility, he had no leverage. Hence why he was a living tactical mine, ready to explode in the face of the traitor. But who was the traitor? He didn't know the other commanders all that much except for what he was told of them. They all came from significant and powerful houses, and thus could easily have the means and connections to orchestrate a possible mutiny or act as the eyes of Duke Draymore aboard the Prince's fleet. Redford Kalen was obviously not the traitor. The trust he received from Clara and the Winfield sisters had been more than evident. Juliana, being a Winfield, was also discarded, which also worried him since the two Marines belonged to her division, and here they were, traitors working under their noses. How many more were like them? How many other commoners and low-ranking nobles were actual traitors? The more I think about it, the worse it gets, he thought with grim resolution. Redford insisted that Lukacs Ishtal, George Lintar, and Vivian Taravis were loyal, and he'd trust his commander's judgment, but he still had his doubts about George Lintar. If there ever was a noble that represented all the idiocy and vain glory, chest-puffing, feather-preening attitude that nobility was infamous for, it had to be him. Could a man as deeply rooted in the machinations of nobility and the disdain for commoners truly be loyal to anyone but himself? He doubted it. Admiral Damian Valto was a mystery to him. He'd seen him twice, and that didn't give him many indications of anything. But according to Juliana, he was the reason the prince and their forces managed to escape. He was a rigid man, the sort that does things by the book, and never deviated from his orders, but one who was loyal and could be trusted. That leaves Frederick Anderson, Hannah Talleyrand, and William Hempstroke as the possible puppet master. But were any of them truly responsible? Or was there an unseen actor behind all of it? Hannah Talleyrand commanded the smallest division since there were roughly 200 troops under her charge, and filled the gap to give a provisional command to the auxilia forces. William Hempstroke was another noble that he particularly had a displeasure towards, but nothing more than that. He was a ground and assault commander, and his reach was limited. Finally, Frederick Anderson was also a fundamentalist, just like William and George, though he seemed capable of restraining himself for the sake of performing his duty. This is futile, Wyatt concluded. No matter how many times I circle the subject, I can't suspect anyone without personal bias. Not to mention, I don't know any of them enough to draw any conclusions. Nobles are petty, self-serving, egotistical, manipulative assholes as a general rule, but I can't point any fingers blindly. Clara was right. In this battlefield, I'm blind. I can't rely on any expectations now that I'm inside the kill zone. All I can do is... His line of thought was interrupted when he heard several footsteps approaching. He focused on the arriving shadows as they slowly took form, revealing 3 people wearing armor, but without insignias or identification badges, so he couldn't tell what branch they belonged to. But the one in the middle was different from the rest. The way he walked and carried himself told he thought highly of himself, a true and proper blue blood. The noble sat across the table and leaned forth, resting his head on his entwined fingers. "That was quite the declaration you made during your mockery of a trial, Wyatt Staples." Wyatt frowned internally as the voice lacked intonation and sounded garbled. Is he using a voice scrambler? He's not taking any chances, and I doubt he's the mastermind, the pilot thought for a second, then tilted his head slightly. "And you are?" "My name is of no importance at the current moment, Wyatt Staples. What is important is what you can do," he began. "What you did requires bravery and guts. You have both, despite being a commoner. To stand up against royalty to make such a declaration? Impressive. Most impressive. We honestly thought you were just a mindless lapdog to the Astorian rats." Wyatt chuckled. "At least it seems we agree on that. Blue blood." He spat back. "Royals are just fancier nobles. Whatever you want from me, you can go to hell. I'm done serving the selfish, ungrateful nobles who don't appreciate risking my life for their petty squabbles." The other 4 men present made a move, but stopped when their leader uttered a single command. "Stop!" he said, and waited for several silent moments. "You are not like other commoners, Wyatt Staples. We've seen that you can throw away the collar around your neck and perhaps you can serve a worthy purpose. A purpose that goes beyond just serving an ancient, stagnant house that doesn't acknowledge your efforts outside empty words and a meaningless promotion." He sounds just like Mr. Warlow during his rants, Wyatt thought dryly before replying. "I really thought that saving a member of House Astor would give me something, anything at all. I'm just a commoner. I should have known that his royal bastard would have made me serve him instead." "Such a deed should have been rewarded with a completed military service record and a hefty sum in credits," the man agreed. "Commoner or not, you deserved at the very least that. The means to live a life without financial struggles at the very least. It is truly shameful that instead of rewarding their loyal subjects, they tighten the yoke. Loyalty is its own reward, as if. If that was the case, there wouldn't be pirates, smugglers, or rebel groups," Wyatt stated flatly as a smirk adorned his lips and he threw his hands up. "They sure like to abuse that line but hate to put it in practice themselves." The man nodded. "Precisely, Wyatt Staples. It seems that you're far more intelligent and perceptive than most commoners. A talented pilot, too. I can understand why that bitch wanted to keep you as a pet. Quite ungrateful, eh? You save her life, and as thanks you get a collar and a leash. Your skills are truly wasted in the service of House Astor." Wyatt felt a fire form in his stomach the moment he insulted Clara so brazenly. The quips and diplomatic approach that Uriel Hoax had used were brimming with respect in comparison to the treacherous scumbag sitting in front of him. But he had a role to play, and he couldn't allow his true feelings to surface. Instead, his smirk turned into a smile. "Precisely! That holier-than-thou wretch never thanked me, not sincerely at least. To her I was just doing my duty. Thus, she owed me nothing. So you've seen the corruption within House Astor, and you know the plight commoners and nobles of lesser standing must endure," the man said approvingly. With a mere tilt of his head, the Marines moved in and released the handcuffs from his wrists. "A show of trust between friends, Wyatt Staples?" "Thanks. They were starting to hurt," he replied, rubbing his wrists for a few seconds. "Now, why should I trust you? For all I know, you're just trying to use me." "Ah," he replied, leaning back and raising a finger. "The difference is that I won't hide that fact. You've called too much attention upon yourself, Wyatt Staples. You have no house, no standing, no power, no nothing. You're a commoner, but men like you are rare. Were it not for our efforts, you'd be dead right now in your cell. The prince will not take lightly that you insulted not only that haughty banshee he calls a sister, but his pride too. So you're welcome. Is that not proof enough that we wish to help you?" "Good point," Wyatt replied, crossing his arms. "In that case, thank you. But now that I'm marked for death, what can I do? I don't suppose you'll keep me hidden here forever." "Preparations are being made. Don't fret. We may be few, but there are more of us every day. True loyal sons and daughters of the principality ready to strike down the arrogant Asters. The royal regent, Duke Draymore, rewards loyalty, and you, my friend, could be highly rewarded in his service." Wyatt frowned and scoffed. "Another royal?" "I understand why that would seem like a contradiction," the man replied with a bemused chuckle. "But unlike the prince and his ilk, Duke Draymore is a true royal. As regent, he can rule the principality while he prepares a suitable heir to be a true prince, unlike the inept who inherited the throne without gaining it. Do you see? His Lord Regent only seeks the best for our beloved principality, while the current prince only seeks to perpetuate the stagnancy that his house feasts upon. They are nothing but arrogant tyrants, and they must be removed." Pirate attacks have been rampant across several sectors. Drazan raiders have managed to make incursions all the way here, to Jintrax. There are mounting protests and rebel groups spreading like wildfire due to the economic instability. And this prince, he said with disdain, cavorts alongside smugglers and criminals, little better than pirates, just to gain some forces. Disgraceful and without honor. I wasn't aware that the problem was so dire or widespread. And I wonder how much of it is even true, Wyatt thought, looking mildly shocked. "I mean, I carried the wretch to Woodshaft, but I wasn't aware of those negotiations. Couldn't they, just force them to comply? Why threaten them when you carry with you Royal Marines?" he asked with a scoff. Wyatt gasped. Royal Marines? I thought those were regular Marines." The man nodded. "I know you're innocent, Wyatt Staples. You couldn't have known their perverse machinations and cutthroat diplomatic tactics. That's how House Astor rules, with veiled displays of power, for they know none would dare stand up against them. And if they do, they unleash their dogs of war and the blue-haired demons." Another burst of fire erupted in his guts upon hearing the brazen insult directed at Cynthia and House Winfield in general. "Oh, if you think I'm innocent, then why did you plant that thing in my quarters?" he asked, frowning. "To be perfectly honest, I was against that idea," he replied, while Wyatt lost his frown and blinked in surprise. "We are honest, Wyatt Staples. Yes, we wanted to throw them off. Ever since the battle against the Caiston forces, the dogs loyal to the prince have been breathing down our necks rather vigorously. You were an ideal scapegoat at the moment, this we will not deny. Your outburst during that joke of a trial was, to say the least, impressive. We apologize profusely for ever thinking you could be another fool who bent the knee before the ungrateful Asters." "I mean, I did bend the knee," he replied. "I like my head attached to my body, though it won't be for long after what I said. But screw them. Risking my life for their benefit is not why I signed up. I just wanted a cushy position and a good pay at the end of it, not whatever bullshit they're dealing with." That was a half-truth, but as long as his mysterious interviewer bought it, then he didn't care. "A man that knows what he wants is a man that can achieve great things, Wyatt Staples. Your ambitions may be low since you are a commoner, but they are fitting. However, you could achieve so much more if you were to join us," the man said, "as if I have a choice." "Either I join you or you'll kill me," Wyatt thought, but mentally smirked. "How? I'm going to lose my head or spend the rest of my life in prison if I'm lucky after what I said. At any rate, I'm sure that blonde prick knows I'm not in my cell." "Do not worry about it, we've covered that. Even that disgraceful prince can be fooled for a certain amount of time," the man replied. "Will you join us?" "I don't know you. What could I gain if I join you?" asked the pilot with interest. The man relaxed his posture, and while he couldn't see it, Wyatt could almost feel the grin spreading across his lips. "Prestige, honor, true camaraderie, and a promised bounty for your services 3 times bigger than the current retirement plan the Navy offers to commoners in perpetuity. Not only that, but if you fall in battle, those same rewards will be passed on to your family members and descendants." "My son will inherit my riches, even if I were to die?" Wyatt asked, all bright-eyed and optimistic. "Indeed. Your son will be provided, Wyatt Staples," the man replied, "and you, my friend, will be eligible to start your noble lineage. The Asters were fools for squandering such a talented man." Wyatt smiled widely, but inside he would have been on the ground if he could laugh. "They don't know anything about me. That means my records have either been deleted, their contact is not within the Third Fleet traders, or that really was their only QEC, and they acted in pure desperation. This is too good to be true. How am I to trust you if you don't reveal your face? He asked tentatively. It is a security precaution. If you're captured, our whole group would be put at risk, Wyatt Staples. I'm certain that a man as intelligent as you can understand discretion. The man replied. Fair enough, he replied with a shrug. You must be someone highly valued by Duke Draymore to be given such a difficult mission. I mean, you're right under the prince's oblivious nose, and here we are. Wyatt barked a laugh and clapped his hands together 3 times. Me, if only, the man replied, chuckling. Our Lord Regent would never associate with me. No, I am a mere conduit for our leader aboard this vessel. He witnessed your trial with great admiration and concluded that you could become an asset to our just and true cause. Join us, Wyatt Staples, and fight for the future of the Principality, not the cruel, unworthy asters that bleed us dry with their incompetence and prohibitions. It's hard to refuse such an offer. All right. You convinced me. I'll join you. What am I to do? Wyatt replied solemnly. Most excellent, the man said, and from a sealed pouch he extracted a cube no more than 5 centimeters wide. This is a Mortax cube. It is nearly undetectable by most security measures, and it can be easily concealed in one's person. Upon activation, it'll emit a strong but short-lived electromagnetic pulse that will fry any non-heavily protected electronic devices within a 10-meter radius. Okay, so what am I supposed to do with it? Throw it at an aster dog and hope for the best? Wyatt asked, raising an eyebrow at the strange object he'd never seen nor heard from before. This won't kill me, right? Of course not. Elsewise, we would have attempted an attack against the damnable asters before. We do not lack loyal members with enough conviction to give their lives for the betterment of the Principality, after all, the man replied. All right. That still doesn't explain what am I to achieve, Wyatt insisted, scratching his head a few times in confusion. You shall be escorted back to the conference room where your trial was being held. As we speak, the prince is being convinced and lured into a trap so that he may cast his judgment upon you. You, Wyatt Staples, will be in a unique position. You'll be within reach of the prince without the direct protection of his rabid dogs to protect him. Once he's close to you, you will activate the Mortax cube by activating a disguised, short-ranged detonator, the man said, and presented him with a small badge representing the Royal Navy. Common and inconspicuous. If it's an electromagnetic weapon and isn't enough to kill me, what will it do to the prince? Wyatt asked more seriously. The pulse will take down his shields, leaving him vulnerable. In that moment, his life will end, and you, Wyatt Staples, will forever be remembered as a hero of the Principality were you to die. But in the ensuing commotion, we will do our best to save you as we proceed to eliminate the Aster wench as well. He explained calmly and leaned forth. Be our hero, Wyatt Staples. Make your son proud. Make Duke Draymore proud. Make us proud. Wyatt smiled, taking the cube and the badge in trembling hands. He stored the cube in his right pocket and put on the badge right above his handkerchief. In that case, for my son, for the Principality, it shall be done, and the asters will rue the day they dared to throw me away. You will be remembered, Wyatt Staples, the man said, standing up. Before you activate the cube, we will need a signal to be ready. That signal will be House Aster Falls today. Understood? Understood, he replied by putting on his best, eager, maniacal face. The man and the other men around him chuckled at his antics, but the leader raised his hands and moved them in a calming gesture. Ease up, Wyatt Staples. You must remain as calm and stoic as possible. Avoid drawing any interest by acting weirdly. Just imagine that you are about to be judged by the prince without a plan in mind. I'll try. But me? A hero of the Principality? Such honor. Even if I die, my son will be safe. Thank you for giving me this chance to settle the score with those unworthy whoresons, he said eagerly. He was perhaps overselling his pitch, but he was a commoner, and that played in his favor to give his act a genuine air of idiot-ready-to-die syndrome. The two Marines that brought him to the secret room handcuffed him again, but without securing the lock, giving him the opening to free his hands at any moment of his choosing. They then escorted him through the same long tour without meeting anyone until they were nearing the room in which the trial was being held. A few crew members who saw him shouted insults at him, and some others spat at him, desiring the worst upon him for insulting Princess Clara to her face. As he entered the room, he saw that the commanders and the admiral were back on their spots. Clara and Cynthia were on the balcony, but the prince was standing near the center of the room with two Royal Marines flanking him. As he arrived at the desk and chair he'd used no less than 2 hours ago, but instead of sitting down, he remained up, defiant. The room was once again filled with various officers from all branches and ranks, most of them silently glaring at him or murmuring about his senseless disrespect. "You won't kneel?" the prince asked forcefully. "I won't. I don't have to," Wyatt replied firmly, unafraid. The prince closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. "Very well." With a simple hand gesture, the Royal Marines stepped back and lowered their weapons, putting them in a relaxed state. Then he stepped forth, each step echoing across the room with a deafening rumble. He stood in front of Wyatt, half a head taller than the commoner, and glared at him. "You've disgraced my family's name. You've insulted my sister's honor. You've disrespected me not once, not twice, but thrice now. I must admit I admire your resolve, Wyatt Staples." He paused for a moment. "Such a shame. I thought that you had some promise, but alas, a commoner is a commoner at the end of the day. Due to your actions and the lack of solid evidence, I was going to sentence you to a dishonorable discharge and leave you here. However, your transgressions against royalty shall not be tolerated." Wyatt scoffed. "So much for loyalty is its own reward, huh? You asters only vomit that line when you need something from others but don't give anything back in return," he shrugged. "What else is new?" "So be it," the prince said. "Did you find peace during this time?" Wyatt nodded. "I did. A repugnant snake is before me, this I see now," he said, and the entire room went icy silent, thinking he had insulted the prince to his face. "I see," the prince replied. "Wyatt Staples, as prince of the Astorian Principality, I find you guilty upon grievous charges of lèse-majesté, incompetence, collusion, sedition, and conspiracy. I sentence you to death. Do you have any last words?" "I do," Wyatt said, and with a flick of his wrists, the handcuffs fell to the ground. "House Astor falls today!" And before anyone could react, he slammed the badge with an open palm. "House Astor falls today!" A chorus emerged from several members of the audience, suddenly pulling out concealed weapons and firing wildly at the prince. Wyatt was on the ground before the shots were fired, and he looked up with a smile as the shields of the prince remained intact, easily stopping bullets and lasers. There was a moment of confusion, and then the hectic sound of a short-lived battle was heard, alongside a few screams and curses, but by the time he stood up, every assailant was held tightly by those around them. His eyes moved to the commanders, and to his surprise, Juliana Winfield was holding Frederick Anderson's head against the podium while a gun rested in front of him, his eyes blazing with hatred and confusion. "How?" the commander of the infantry division demanded. "Your shields! They should be disabled. You should be dead." The prince sighed. "So it was you, Frederick? What did my uncle promise you, to sell your honor and dignity? You've brought disgrace upon your house with your actions." "I have nothing to say to you, Astor!" Frederick cried out. "His Lord Regent will be victorious. You don't deserve to sit on that throne. You'll bring damnation upon us all." His eyes went wild and moved past the prince to focus on Wyatt. "You! I saw you activate the detonator. I was informed that you joined our cause." "I'm not a stinking traitor like you," Wyatt replied with disgust. "Your son will die for this, Wyatt Staples," Frederick threatened. "I'll be sure to mourn him," Wyatt replied with a cocky grin. "Take him away, Juliana. Interrogate him. I want a full list of every traitor aboard my fleet as soon as possible," the prince ordered, and Juliana obeyed, pushing the man away. "Take the rest away. They shall be judged accordingly." He then turned to Wyatt. "As for you, Lieutenant Staples, congratulations are in order." Wyatt smiled sincerely and looked up at Clara and Cynthia. Cynthia was smiling approvingly, while Clara gave him a dainty smile. Then he turned to the prince. Loyalty is its own reward, my prince. Chapter 24. My prince! The voice belonging to George Lintar broke through the silence that had suddenly filled the room. Eyes turned to the old commander and found him standing on trembling legs alongside the other commanders present, and Admiral Damien, all of them sharing his confusion, except for Lukacs Ishtal and Redford Kalen. I fail to understand. Frederick? A traitor? And you? He said, pointing a finger at Wyatt. You dare stand before His Majesty after everything you've said and done, arrest that vile... Denied? The usually soft and gentle voice of Princess Clara echoed around the room, carrying a weight that froze the blood of everyone present for a second. Slowly, everyone looked up to the balcony where the princess stood wearing her royal regalia, with Cynthia standing next to her. In a swift motion, Cynthia carried Clara bridal style and leaped from the balcony, landing with a heavy thud but remaining standing and undisturbed. Setting her princess down, the two women approached the prince until they were only a few steps from him. "Are you hurt, Lieutenant?" "No, my princess," Wyatt replied with a respectful bow. "The traitors were surprisingly amicable." Clara nodded, then turned to the commanders, paying only a swift glance at the rest of the gathered audience who were, understandably, stunned by what had transpired. "You were saying, George Lintar?" George visibly swallowed nervously before taking a more pleading, submissive stance. "Princess Clara, why are you defending that commoner scum? He has insulted you, to the point that he wishes you harm. Such insolence alone should be punished, in equal if not greater measure to the traitors that dared attempt against the prince's life," he finished calmly, not wishing to invoke her wrath. "Brother dearest," Clara began without turning to her sibling, her face stoic and unmoving like a glacier's surface, and equally cold. "May I tell them?" "You may," the prince replied as the two royal marines calmly returned to guard him. "Thank you," she said gently before shifting to a serious, cold one. "George Lintar, illuminate me on this matter. Why should Lieutenant Wyatt Staples be punished for carrying my command?" "Your command?" Hannah Talaro asked as she exchanged a few glances with Vivian Taravis and William Hempstroke. "I'm waiting, George Lintar," Clara said, ignoring Hannah's question. George stiffened for a second before replying. "Princess Clara, I don't understand. Why would you allow this commoner to insult you? His actions, his disregard for etiquette and the proper ways of battle? His disrespect knows no bounds." "It seems your vision is as narrow as your elitism," Clara replied coldly. "Several traitors have been exposed and will be dealt with accordingly, and yet you care more about bringing the hammer down upon an innocent man?" She questioned, eyes narrowing slightly. "Even if this trial were to be real and Lieutenant Wyatt's actions factual, I would ask my brother, the prince, to show mercy to the man that, at the very least, saved my life once, and who has shown me great capabilities," she said, her voice firm and unshakable. William Hempstroke took a step forth, clearing his throat. "My princess, were Lieutenant Wyatt Staples' actions performed under your orders?" "Indeed," Clara replied, and with dignified grace lifted a hand in Wyatt's direction. "Lieutenant Wyatt was acting upon my orders as part of a ploy to draw out the traitor within our midst. We already had our suspicions, but we needed to be sure." Wyatt smiled internally. It was a half-truth, but were it not for the fact that he knew better, he would have believed her words without a doubt. But what could a commoner like him possibly achieve? To put at risk your honor and dignity, my princess? I simply do not understand, George admitted, staring at his princess with utter confusion. "Risks must be taken in war," Clara began, "be them abroad or at home. I won this battle. That's all that matters." Turning to the crowd, she said in a slightly louder tone, "Let it be known that I, Clara Astor of House Astor, second princess of the Astorian Principality, hereby pardon Lieutenant Wyatt Staples of all presumed charges set against him, for he was acting under my direct orders." "This entire trial was a trap?" Admiral Damien asked, not in confusion, but rather surprised. It makes sense now. These charges were petty at worst and nebulous at best. Worthy of attention? But worthy of punishment? Hardly. I must admit I'm relieved to hear that the lieutenant's apparent hostility was for show. It was a plan born from desperation and a gamble, Clara clarified. We hoped that the mastermind behind the traitors in our midst, due to the efforts of Lukacs and Vivian, felt cornered. A chance manifested itself when they tried to turn our gaze from their machinations by sacrificing a pilot who had risen to relative prominence. We were correct in that assumption and acted accordingly. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples volunteered himself to be used in our trap. I instructed him to be hostile and insulting, especially toward me, to incite the traitors to action. It was a measured risk, but one that has given us answers and peace within the fleet. The room fell silent for several moments until Hannah spoke up, gaze focused on Wyatt. But how? You were taken into your cell. When did they have the time to contact you? I was not taken to my cell, Wyatt explained. I was guided to a storage bay and then pushed into a secret passage. I can show you where it is, Commander Hannah. That aside, George interjected with tension in his voice. Frederick claimed that you joined their cause and that you activated a detonator. Explain yourself this instant. Gladly, Lord, Wyatt replied, smiling internally at the chance to not only prove his innocence, but also make a high and mighty blue blood eat his words from his pocket. He pulled the small cube given to him, and Lukacs let out a contemptuous hum. A Mortax cube, Lukacs said, glaring at the small piece of equipment. I was afraid one was eventually going to appear. And the detonator? Wyatt reached for the badge on his chest and handed both items to Cynthia. She then passed them to Lukacs. After a quick inspection, he frowned. I saw you activate it too. Why didn't it work? I simply arched my hand, Commander Lukacs, Wyatt answered, and raised his right hand with his fingers slightly bent and his palm forming an arch. I never touched the badge. George, unsatisfied, glared at the pilot. You still willingly put the life of the prince in danger, commoner. And I am profusely sorry for that, Wyatt replied with a small head bow directed at the prince. I am far more interested in how you were able to convince the traitors that you were joining them, Vivian pointed out. I was also unaware that you had a son, Lieutenant. That is because I don't, Commander Vivian. I wanted to see how much these traitors knew about me. They knew nothing before I joined His Majesty's fleet. I took advantage of that fact and leaned on it to appear more sympathetic and appealing to them, he explained. I might have to avoid speaking about my actual family with strangers from now on, he reasoned. How many were there? Who are they? What did they tell you? Answer me, commoner, George demanded. 5 of them, I don't know. They wore suits and helmets with darkened visors. One of them used a voice scrambler. As for your last question, Lord, I'm afraid our liege, the prince, would like to know those details first, he said. But the prince remained stoic, impassive, forever in control and calm. What about— Enough, George, William interjected. Princess Clara has excused every action he could have committed during that time, before and after as well. Stop trying to find fault with this young man. A commoner he may be, but one that has given aid to His Majesty once more, and I, for one, will look past his undignified origin and thank him for his services. I was merely doing my duty, Commander William, Wyatt replied humbly. I doubt he means any of what he said, but gaining some favor from the prince and Clara can't hurt, right? Blue bloods and their games, he thought with mild amusement. Now, Clara's voice rang once more. Does anyone else have something to say? I do, the prince said. Despite his great service, there is something that plagues my mind. An error, a mistake, one that must be rectified at once. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, take a knee and lower your head. Justice shall be delivered by my hand. Wyatt was stunned for a second, and he looked into the eyes of the prince, but found nothing. Those violet eyes were emotionless and firm. Were the traitors right after all? Have my transgressions escalated to the point that my death is necessary? He thought for a moment, and his heart raced, but despite the outrage howling inside him, there was a sense of peace. Better to die at the hand of the prince. How many can boast of such a feat? I obey. The pilot dropped to a knee without looking at anyone, and for a moment hoped to hear the protests of Clara, Cynthia, or Redford. Anyone. But none came, not even within his mind. Everything was silent. Closing his eyes, he lowered his head and did his best to expose his neck as much as possible. Even now, I feel no fear. At least I won't give a show for petty blue bloods to enjoy. Cynthia, your sword, the prince said, and Cynthia obeyed without hesitation. Wyatt heard the steps of the blue-haired woman and the click of her sword being released from its lock. Then she stepped back and he took a deep breath in anticipation of the beheading strike. Instead, the prince began to speak. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, born of a common lineage and commoner blood, are you a loyal son of the principality? What? Why does he... Oh, must be some sort of death ritual, he reasoned. I am, my prince. Do you recognize me as your prince, your liege? I do, my prince. Given the chance, would you give your life in exchange for my own or that of any member of House Astor? Without hesitation, my prince, he replied sincerely, despite his mounting confusion. Would you obey every command given without doubt nor questioning, regardless of what is asked of you to perform? The prince asked, his voice firmer, heavier. No, I would not, he replied, and he heard many gasps echo around him. For what reason will you disobey my direct command? For the same reason I fought the Drazan, my liege. I will do my best to save the innocent, your people, my prince, again, he replied sincerely and without fear. If I die, I'll die without regrets, he thought calmly, his heart set at ease. Unless there is no other option, I will never harm an innocent. This you swear in the name of House Astor? I swear, my prince. Wyatt Staples of Volantis, the prince said as he rested the side of the sword on the pilot's left shoulder. Your actions have thus far reflected the values upon which the Astorian principality was founded, inscribed in our blood and immortalized in ink. The blood of House Astor has recognized your exemplary actions of selflessness, talent, and unwavering determination in the face of insurmountable odds. Loyalty is its own reward, he proclaimed proudly and loudly, before lifting the sword and resting it upon his right shoulder. And those loyal to the principality and House Astor shall be recognized. Your actions, honorable, your deeds, without reproach. Your loyalty, unquestionable, your character, unshakable. Your goals, dignified. Your courage, unflinching. Your spirit, honest. What more can be asked of such a man? He asked and took the sword away. Look at me. Wyatt obeyed, now overwhelmed and confused by what was happening. He thought he was going to meet his end, and instead, the prince was doing something else. He looked up at the prince and found him staring at him with the splendor and stature of a true royal. His violet eyes focused on him. Then, before he could react, the prince backhanded him. Wyatt's senses reeled from the impact, and he was momentarily dizzy and soon tasted metal inside his mouth and a warm liquid dripping down the corner of his mouth and his left nostril. He looked at the prince with confusion, but dared not touch his wounded face. Less so when he saw that some of his blood was staining the prince's hand. From this moment onward, Wyatt Staples of Volantis, let those be the last drops of blood you shed as a commoner, the prince stated. What? Wyatt screamed inside his mind, and he trembled. Let the pain cleanse your body and be a reminder of what you were, what you've become, and what you are. The prince took a step back, giving the shocked lieutenant some room. Rise now, Wyatt Staples of Volantis. A commoner has knelt, a knight rises. Rise, Wyatt Staples, knight banneret of House Astor. Wyatt's mind was blank, his mouth hanging open as his body automatically obeyed the command given by the prince, even though he didn't hear it. He stood up, the world moving in hazes of colors and phantom limbs. Me, knight, but I, commoner, he garbled out and blinked. Oh! Then he fainted. When Wyatt opened his eyes once more, he found himself in the medical bay of the Exalted Virtue with only a mild pain throbbing across his left cheek. Then he remembered what had happened and immediately felt like he was to faint again. Knight! I'm a knight! The prince made me a knight! He thought in a panic as he tried to stand up, but he found himself restrained to his bed. What? Will you stop moving? The familiar voice of Cynthia made him turn to his right, finding the red-armored woman sitting patiently on a chair nearby. See, Cynthia, where's the princess? Where's the prince? Silence, Cynthia commanded, as a sly smirk spread across her lips. Wyatt obeyed despite his racing heart. Receiving a knighthood from a royal is quite a rarity, you know. I've seen only a few so far, and most of those on the receiving end did not deserve it. But this is the first time I've seen someone faint because of it, she chuckled. The prince claimed that he hit you too hard. Cynthia, I can't be a knight. I don't want to be a noble. I'm unworthy. I'm a commoner. Please, the prince has to, he began pleading. But shut up when the blue-haired woman closed the distance between them faster than he could blink, their faces mere inches apart as she stared her icy blue eyes directly into his soul. A few seconds later, she pulled back and he stopped trembling. Sitting down again, she continued, "You were a commoner, Wyatt. No more. Now you're a knight banneret, of House Astor no less. Do you know what it means to be a knight banneret?" Wyatt shook his head. "It means, Wyatt, that a great or royal house, House Astor in this case, has recognized your efforts and achievements and has extended its protection to you. Now you carry a measure of responsibility to bring honor and prestige to your benefactor's house." Wyatt's mind swirled, and he felt the sudden urge to vomit as the rules and structure of the world as he knew it was shattered in an instant. "Ease up, Wyatt. You're a noble now. A lesser noble, but a noble in your own right." Her expression fell slightly. "Before knowing you better, I would have thought of you as a fool for not wishing to be a noble. The vast majority of commoners wish to become nobles, lesser nobles wish to gain standing, and so forth. But you are among those precious few who reject the very notion. Then why did the prince do this? I thought he was going to end me," Wyatt admitted with some remorse. Cynthia crossed her arms. "What more proof do you need that you absolutely deserve your reward? What you've achieved has earned you at least this much, Wyatt. You thought you were going to die, and yet you accepted it with grace. I am willing to risk my name's honor that the thought of being rewarded never crossed your mind until it was done. Am I wrong?" No, you're not, but," he insisted, "I'm nothing special, Cynthia. Nothing but a pilot, a mere commoner." "Stop beating yourself down," Cynthia hissed. "You may insist on that, but you are far from worthless. I've seen what true worthlessness is and looks like, Wyatt. You are not. Like it or not, you have achieved what many seek without desiring it." I will try, Cynthia," Wyatt replied, and then relaxed on his bed. "Wait, if you're here, where's Clara?" "She's in a meeting alongside the commanders, Admiral Damien and the Prince. You've been out cold for 3 hours, in case you want to know. News about your knighting has spread across the ship and the fleet. You're the talk of the fleet, Wyatt. Congratulations," she said in a slightly teasing tone. "I see," Wyatt replied quietly. "Knight banneret. I don't know how to be a noble. I barely know how to be a lieutenant. I don't want to end up like a pompous moron with an inflated ego, Cynthia." "That's very forward of you, Wyatt," Cynthia pointed out. "I've already said worse about Serhan Gimor," said the lieutenant. "If that didn't get me killed when it did, I guess now it doesn't matter if only you hear me. Careful. You might develop pretentiousness and pettiness the likes of George Lintar suffers from," she joked. "If I do, kill me," Wyatt replied with a smile and a chuckle. "It's going to take a while before I'm comfortable with the idea of being a noble now." "You will learn and adapt, Wyatt. Believe it or not, being a noble is not as difficult as long as you don't engage in the petty squabbles and disputes that oh so plague the battle between houses. That will likely be the problem of your future offspring," said the blue-haired woman. "Are you trying to ensure I remain celibate? I wouldn't like to put such a burden on my hypothetical kids," Wyatt retorted with a smile. "That aside, now that I have more responsibilities, to House Astor of all houses, do I get any privileges, like better pay, a better retirement plan, or similar?" Cynthia blinked, baffled. "Better retirement," she exhaled slowly. "Technically, yes, you get all that and more, but why did you immediately think of monetary rewards? I haven't sent anything to my family in almost 6 months. Being posted as a compost hauler pays little, and I would like to send more than normal to my parents and brothers. I don't know if they are having difficulties or anything of the sort. Oh, it would also be nice to afford to message them more often," he explained as a placid smile spread across his lips. "In that case, yes. You will see a substantial increase in your wages, Wyatt, Cynthia replied softly. But more than that, you will receive 3 additional implants and 1 more that comes as a gift from my sister once we reach Matcha in Finnegan territory. You will also have the right to bear your own heraldic shield and sigil, and, most importantly, as a knight banneret of House Astor, you no longer have to obey blindly the orders of every noble. You shall now only respond to an Astor or anyone they appoint you to obey, she smirked. For example, a Winfield. Wyatt was stunned for a moment, then slowly his smile widened. I take it that means you're no longer that conflicted about your knighthood? She asked, in a playful tone. Try as he may, he couldn't wipe out the smile off his face. Cynthia then removed his bounds after ensuring he was relaxed and wouldn't faint again. After a few minutes of idle talk, Cynthia received a message from Clara, summoning them both to her chambers. They quickly made their way there, and after Cynthia secured their entry, Wyatt bowed his head in respect. Princess, he greeted, then paused and straightened up. I'm afraid I don't know how to greet you, Clara. Don't bother with such useless things, Clara replied in her usual mellow tone as she sat at her table. With a wave of her hand, she invited her friends to accompany her. I wonder if I'll ever get used to her when she's serious. She's frightening when she's like that. I much prefer this, her amicable side, Wyatt thought as he and Cynthia sat down. His mouth watered when he noticed the exquisite sweets on the table. Please, help yourself, Wyatt. Or should I start calling you Sir Knight? Clara pondered with a teasing smirk. Don't, please. Wyatt chuckled as he reached for a cookie with the magical substance called chocolate encrusted into it. Everything went so fast, and now I'm a lesser noble, a knight banquet. Knight banneret, Cynthia corrected, all too eagerly drinking a cup of tea and eating 2 cookies in quick succession. Yes, that. Thank you, Cynthia, Wyatt replied. And you truly deserve your title and everything that comes with it, my dear Wyatt. She sipped her tea, humming softly, pleased. This day has been far, far too long and stressful. For the time being, the threat of the traitors has been dealt with. Frederick Anderson has been put in confinement and is being interrogated as we speak. Milcades is not a gentle interrogator, but he is rather efficient. Several dozens of captures and arrests have been performed, with most of them being executed. Bottom feeders and easily fooled idiots that hold no information give us nothing, she explained. Cruel, but she's right. If the traitors convinced others to join them with the same lies and spiel they used on me, then they were never loyal to begin with. There's no need to waste resources and space on them. Why risk a mutiny or another assassination attempt by holding them prisoners? Wyatt reasoned, nodding once as he ate his cookie and reached for a cake. On a brighter note, not even George was brave enough to question my brother's decision, Wyatt. Officially, you are now a knight banneret of House Astor, and I have a gift for you, she said excitedly, and set her teacup down before reaching to her left to pick up a small violet box with a small blue bow tie on it. Enjoy, Wyatt. Wyatt was about to say, I can't accept it. But then he remembered that he had, technically speaking, accepted a gift from her in the past. Twice. It's not the same as sweets, but at this point, I have no right to refuse her gesture. Thank you, Clara, he said, and accepted the small rectangular box. He looked at it with a raised eyebrow before noticing that Clara was looking at him expectantly. Clearing his throat nervously, he opened the box and found... A knitting set? He muttered, his smile spreading as he saw the various tools, needles, yarn balls, and more. You remembered? Clara clapped her hands together. Of course. I also enjoy knitting, and I have more than enough sets with me. Besides, I may finally have someone to knit with. Cynthia is terrible at it. Clara! Cynthia exclaimed, blushing. Am I wrong? Clara giggled while Cynthia awkwardly served herself another cup of tea. More so, Wyatt. I would like to inform you that my brother has granted me full authority over you. I know how that sounds, but all it means is that you will serve me directly, much like Cynthia does. Wyatt chuckled. I was sort of already doing that, so it is now official? Clara nodded. Closing the box and setting it aside, he continued. Does that mean that I'm no longer part of the Royal Navy? Good heavens, no. Redford shall remain as your commanding officer, and you're still a lieutenant. My uncle must be stopped, and the Royal Navy can't ill afford losing people like you, Wyatt. she said, and bit on a cookie. After a sip of tea, she continued. You should go and rest, Wyatt. Don't worry, you will be safe from harm. Tomorrow we shall pay a visit to Uriel Hoax and complete our transaction. Speaking of him, what about the Drazan? Wyatt asked tentatively. The captain of the disabled destroyer is a stubborn one, but it will eventually break. So far, all data shows that the Drazan came on their own, but I highly doubt that. I hope to be wrong in that regard, and that this incursion was merely a daring assault. Nothing more, Clara replied. Wyatt nodded. I understand. What about Galt Tirome and the others? Pardoned, and they shall be joining us as part of our crew. The few that refused to aid us against the Drazan were executed as traitors not only to the Principality, but to humanity, of course. Clara's eyes narrowed slightly. I despised the Drazan before. Now, after your tale and what I've seen in Woodshaft, if I never have to deal with a Drazan ever again, it'll be too soon. And if I do, I'll make sure to burn every raider I come across. I pledge my undying loyalty and fealty to you, O beautiful Princess Yu. Yes, burn them all, Wyatt cried out in his mind, unable to hide his approving expression. As he was about to drink more of the curiously relaxing tea, something clicked in his mind. Clara? Why did you say that Galt Tirome would be joining us as part of our crew? As pardoned traitors, I don't think many will welcome them in the exalted virtue. The commoner crew members from the Caiston fleet were one thing since they had little choice, but nobles? Wyatt asked, confused. Does it work differently for them? I don't think they can switch teams that easily, right? It is more simple than that, Wyatt. Clara sipped from her tea and smiled, slightly tilting her head in the process. I need a crew after all, seeing as the Noir Navio is now my ship. Chapter 25. Noir Navio, 2 hours after Wyatt's incarceration. Do you understand what I'm asking of you, Galt Tirome? Clara asked softly, but her voice was heavy, menacing. Galt nodded slowly as he and his comrades rested on their knees before the princess. My princess, even if you had not asked us to testify in favor of Lieutenant Wyatt, we would have done so regardless. He saved our lives, and more than that, he fought against the Drazan raiders with honor and in such a way that I've never seen anyone approach ship-to-ship combat before. I'm happy to hear that your gratitude is genuine, said the princess, her tone relaxing slightly. Although I'm surprised that all of you are not bothered by the fact that Lieutenant Wyatt Staples is a mere commoner. Normally that would be the case, Galt replied as his companions chose to remain silent. But if there's something I've learned throughout my career is that in battle, ranks, noble and military matter very little when there's a gun pointed at your face. I've faced pirates, rebels, and all sorts of criminals before, my princess. When I started my service, I viewed them as fools and idiots who stepped out of line with the system that defines our great principality. Whenever a pirate vessel refused to surrender, I used to think, how dare they disobey their betters? That was until one of them boarded the magnificent Luster when I was but an ensign. I nearly died that day, but a commoner saved me at the cost of her life. I didn't know her, she just died to save my life. That event changed your views? Clara asked, interested. Galt nodded. It did, Your Majesty. After that day, instead of seeing her sacrifice as merely her duty as a commoner, I wanted to honor her in some way. I began to learn more about commoners, their restrictions and their duties, and realized that we were not so different. I practically hold no power within House Tirome. I belong to a branch house, and even then, I'm so far removed from the candidacy line that I might as well not be there. Joining the military was my only opportunity to earn recognition and accolades. Cynthia, standing next to Clara, spoke up next. You mentioned that you served on a battlecruiser. The grace of divination, if I recall correctly. What led you to that position? A good record, faithful service, and bravery in battle, Lady Cynthia, Galt replied. I soared through the ranks, married, had my daughter, and I was content with my position and duties, until I and many others started to see strange deployments and restructuring across the first patrol. By the time I was handpicked by Lord Samuel and transferred to the Samuel's Glory, now the Noir Navio, it was already too late to do anything about the coming coup. House Tirome is subservient to House Caiston, and instead of sending potential heirs to serve, they sent those already in the military, Galt explained, sharing a quick glance among his kneeling comrades. Each of us has similar stories, Very few were Caiston loyalists to the core, but the commoners, they had little choice but to obey. You're a sensible, reasonable man, Galt Tirome. That much I can appreciate. I have been informed that your actions, and that of those that followed your example, were of great aid during the battle against the Drazan, Clara began. However, as traitors, my orders were clear. No prisoners are to be taken, and yet, here you are, all because of a commoner took pity on you. Galt didn't flinch under her cold gaze, but he accepted her words without shame. Wyatt Staples is the sole reason we are alive, my princess. This I know. To go against your orders, will you punish him for his insolence? I would under normal circumstances. Clara's expression softened. But his decision proved to be useful to our cause. We gained the Noir Navio, a powerful and advanced vessel. Sparing your lives not once but twice ensured your cooperation and, most importantly, it allowed said vessel to participate in the battle properly. Your treason can be overlooked thanks to his actions, but what am I to do with you? Galt Tirome bowed his head before replying. Your Majesty, I implore you, spare the rest of my crew. They have families and were only following orders given by Lord Samuel. Only I knew about the encryption key and his intent. If any of us has to die, let it be me. However, if I may ask, will Lieutenant Wyatt live? Clara and Cynthia paused for a moment before the princess replied. Why would you worry about his well-being, Lieutenant Commander? I do not know the lieutenant, but he spared our lives, and then twice after one of us disrespected him gravely. He only punched the insolent woman unconscious, and I highly doubt that he knew he had the right to execute us for such a transgression. Even if did, I don't believe he would have done so. He is a man of integrity and honor, that much I can tell. Furthermore, and I pray I do not sound kowtowing, but during the battle against the Drazan, never in my life have I been more eager to follow a man's commands. Commoner or not, Lieutenant Wyatt saved many lives and obtained a victory that would have ensured the promotion of a captain into a rear admiral's seat, Galt explained. And therein lies the key problem, Clara said, her tone cold and calculative. You, all of you, saw him take command of the Noir Navio. Even if it was through a convenient loophole, a commoner sat at the command chair of a ship and took to battle with it. Such a thing cannot be allowed. He will be sentenced to death. Galt looked up at her in disbelief, and his mouth went agape. She smiled, and her expression softened once more. Or that would be the case were it not for the fact that everyone of importance believes my bodyguard was the one in command of the Noir Navio during the battle. Galt, alongside his comrades, was visibly relieved upon hearing her words. Then, we've become a liability, he reasoned, and we must be silenced in order to save him. Had you not provided aid, much like the 13 among you that turned their backs on humanity due to their egos and misplaced loyalties, you would be dead right now, executed and disgraced, like they have been dealt with already, she stated matter-of-handly. Some of the kneeling men and women whispered amongst each other, muttering the names of the deceased and lamenting their loss, but no outrage sparked. So what am I going to do with you? Killing us would be the best solution, Your Majesty. Silencing those who can't be trusted with such information for the sake of a greater good, Galt replied, shaking slightly. For what is worth? I will aid the lieutenant during his trial however I can. The truth shall die with me. I swear it on my daughter's life. Clara smiled slightly at that. There is no need to go that far, Galt Tirome. As an act of mercy, I shall make all of you an offer. Renounce Duke Draymore's actions, renounce your oath to the houses that you serve, renounce House Caiston, and swear an oath to me and House Astor, and I shall see to it that you are pardoned from your crimes and allow you to serve my brother, the prince, once more. I have already besmirched the name and honor of my house by disobeying the last command of Lord Samuel. The standing within my house is likely dead, regardless of the outcome of this conflict, Galt said, but once again bowed his head slightly. Lieutenant Wyatt mentioned that I had the power to make a choice. He chose to fight for the principality. Now you, my princess, present us with the chance to choose without a choice, death or fealty. I never threatened your lives, Galt Tirome. Accept my offer, and when my uncle is defeated and my brother returned to his rightful seat, you shall be rewarded for your loyalty whilst the traitors shall be dealt with. Your families and loved ones shall be safe, for the enemy shall not know that you still live. Refuse it, and as a show of mercy, instead of a blade, you shall remain imprisoned and later judged fairly," said Clara calmly. "I have no interest in giving people false hope or fake choices, Galt Tirome. Do you and your companions accept my offer or not?" Galt turned to his comrades, and all of them nodded slowly one by one. Closing his eyes, he turned to the blonde woman and bowed his head deeply. "Princess Clara, we, the surviving crew of the Samuel's Glory, surrender our lives to you, and swear loyalty upon your name and that of House Astor, renouncing our previous oaths to our treacherous lords and ladies." Clara smiled. "I'm relieved that you've seen reason," she said, and turned to leave with Cynthia behind her, leaving Galt Tirome and his comrades to be escorted to the Noir Navio's brig by 5 Royal Marines. Once the 2 women were walking down an empty hallway, she continued. "That was easier than I expected. Galt Tirome is a sensible man. His comrades trust him to speak for them, too. He's a good officer, albeit bound and ensnared by protocol and etiquette." "He's a career military man, Clara. It seems Wyatt's interference was more than fortunate. He shall be useful," Cynthia added. "We shall see," Clara countered. "Cynthia, be honest with me. Do you think I'm making a mistake by giving presumed traitors a second chance?" Cynthia hummed deeply. "Galt and the rest of the crew were instrumental in our success. Without an AI, even our capabilities were stretched to the limit during the battle. Truthfully, I would have executed them without his intervention when the Noir Navio was captured. Wyatt's decision to take them as his prisoners proved to be beneficial. I say they deserve their second chance. Their actions shall be closely followed, and they will be removed if they squander your mercy, Clara." Clara hummed softly. "Thank you, Cynthia. I too believe that they have earned their pardon. What convinced me that they may be salvageable was that most of them were able to look past the barriers that separate commoners and nobility. How many could choose to obey a commoner even if it was to fight a monstrous enemy? Such a thing would drive half of the Royal Navy officers mad with indignation at the mere thought of having that option presented to them," Clara said with mild disdain. Cynthia nodded, softly chuckling as she did so. "I will enjoy seeing the faces of many during the trial. Insulting a royal to her face? A dangerous proposition." "A surefire way to get the attention of the traitors within our midst, if nothing else," Clara agreed. "But for now, there's much to do and much to prepare." "Clara," Cynthia called out, "do you think it'll be wise to elevate Wyatt into nobility? He's made numerous remarks, both in person and through actions, that he doesn't like nobility. And to make him a knight banneret? Even for you, that's dangerously reckless and a high thing to ask the prince for." Clara came to a halt and turned to face her best friend with a tender smile. "If his outlandish plan is successful and the traitors are exposed, then none shall question his ennoblement. If it fails and he dies, a posthumous elevation will be accepted. If it fails but he survives, then many will complain. Likely William, George, and Frederick will be the loudest voices, but ultimately it will go through a royal decree. Wyatt has earned at least that much." "That doesn't answer my question, Clara," Cynthia pressed on. Clara sighed softly. "I suppose it doesn't, but Wyatt has no option in this matter. He shall become a knight banneret of House Astor and shall serve directly under my authority. Brother Dearest isn't the only one who has a keen eye for talent." Cynthia crossed her arms and smirked. "Aha, admit it. You just want a personal fighter pilot for you to exploit. Will you bribe him with sweets and snacks? He seems to thoroughly enjoy those." Clara blushed profusely and raised a finger at her friend. "Shush, you!" Then turned around with an indignant huff and walked away while Cynthia chuckled in victory, following closely behind her friend and princess. Present time, Woodshaft. Clara was brought out of her stupor when Cynthia placed the 2 important and valuable pieces of paper in front of her. She had barely slept at all, but she was ready to properly conclude the deal she had forged with the master of Woodshaft, Uriel Hoax. Taking the pen and preparing her signet, she smiled contently. Wyatt watched as Clara signed the promised papers, and then, after placing a seal on them both, she handed them over to a waiting Uriel Hoax, who took them graciously. He spent a minute or two reading them and then smirked, chuckling to himself. "It is done," said Clara with a serious yet friendly tone, still diplomatic but bereft of the stoicism that he'd seen her use during their first meeting. "As agreed, the destroyers are yours and so are the freighters. Over 20,000 personnel have taken your offer and signed on. Despite the casualties we took, having the prince himself come to save them and seeing Royal Marines in action, knowing a princess was here and refused to leave them behind, really motivated many to follow you, princess," Uriel Hoke said as he took a cigar and put it in his mouth, lightening it with his prosthetic. "You also got 2 large haulers and their surviving crew if you'll have 'em. Poor bastards, they got hit the hardest by the Drazen when they arrived. They can't pay their dues to the Castons anymore, so they'll throw their lot with you, princess." "They shall be welcomed once they are approved," Clara replied with a smile. "What about my mercenaries?" "Signed on as ready to go. Plenty of my now ex-guards, a few sewer rats, ruffians, and squatters joined them after feeling pretty damn inspired. Heard the bastards managed to stand their ground and held out against 20 of those damned walking plants before one of your watchdogs came to finish the job." "Congratulations, princess. You got yourself over 500 barely worth a damn greener-than-leaves mercenaries." Uriel jested before taking a long drag out of his cigar. "They will be useful, somehow," Clara replied, not terribly enthused. "Is it just me, or does she sound disappointed by that?" Wyatt thought, glad that his helmet hid his playful smirk. "You got plenty of independent engineers, mechanics, technicians, electrical specialists, comms specialists, EVA personnel, and more to keep your ships working, just, without much discipline on their records." He jested once more, but to his credit, it wasn't as apparent this time around. "They're your people and your problem now, princess." "Will Woodshaft be able to survive without them?" the princess asked, showing mild concern. "With them leaving and the casualties we took, that leaves a pretty big hole to fill. But Woodshaft never stays empty for long. More will come. Especially now that the caste and local forces have been gutted, the Third Fleet seems to be in shambles. And with the brewing conflict, I doubt they'll be able to spare a significant force just to take us over. Many will come seeking refuge and perhaps deserters and valuable ships. We'll need 'em," Uriel clarified before taking another long drag. "All in all, it was a good transaction. The Caston station is now mine and will make a fine addition to my home." "What if another Drazen raiding party comes along?" Wyatt asked, concerned. "Unless they are as strong as the raiding party that tried to hit us, I doubt we'll see any more of those kindling fuel abominations in quite some time. Just in case, I'll see to it that we prepare a protocol for quick evacuations. I would not like to become part of their feed," Uriel growled with disgust. "Otherwise, we'll do all right. For what is worth, you have my loyalty and my thanks, princess. Long live House Astor and all that," he said, waving a hand dispassionately. "I thank you for your earnest and sincere declaration of support and cooperation, my dear Uriel," Clara replied in a similarly dismissive, nonchalant tone, which caused the long-haired man to chuckle in approval. "Now that business is done, you," Uriel said, turning his gaze at Wyatt, "must be Wyatt, the Woodshaft ace." He barked a merry laugh. "You are crazy! I saw your battle through the scanners and later through leaked footage from your fleet." He chuckled deeply. "Congratulations," said the man, extending a hand to Wyatt. Wyatt accepted it and shook hands with Uriel. "It was a stupid mistake on my part. I was lucky I survived that encounter." Uriel ended the shake and glanced at Clara and Cynthia, noticing the way they sat and smirked, narrowing his eyes. "Ah, so you're a commoner? Princess, I didn't know you mingled with such individuals," he teased, stopping himself from saying something offensive. "I never said that Wyatt was a noble when you asked, now did I?" Clara replied, her composure unchanging. Wyatt blinked, pausing for a moment, then realized what he had done. "Since I'm a noble now, I shouldn't shake hands anymore with others." "No. If I'm going to be a noble, then I'll be one on my own terms. I won't let that change me or define me." "I refuse," he thought solemnly and filled with unflinching determination. Then he nodded and gave Uriel a respectful salute. "I'm no longer a commoner, but I am by birth, Uriel." Now it was Uriel's turn to open his eyes and looked confused. "You're a commoner by birth? But that would mean that you got elevated, or did you buy a knight title?" "You can tell him, Wyatt," came the voice of Clara through his implant. "I was ennobled not too long ago. Yesterday, in fact," Wyatt revealed. "I'm a knight banneret." Uriel coughed violently, regretting his choice to inhale as Wyatt revealed the information. Well, I'll be damned. Ha! Let me guess, you belong to House Astor?" he said, glancing at the princess. Clara put a hand over the other and tilted her head slightly. "Your advice was certainly useful, my dear Uriel. I took it to heart." "Advice? What advice?" Wyatt asked himself, but a moment later pushed the thoughts aside, figuring that if it was important, Clara would tell him eventually. "You really do have dangerous, sharp fangs, my princess," Uriel complimented. "If I may know, where are you from? We get plenty of visitors from across 5 sectors, and I'd like to give the Woodshaft Ace a gift of my own as a show of goodwill, you know?" Wyatt waited for a moment, but when he didn't receive a command from Clara, he took the initiative. "Volantis. Volantis, Volantis, Gimor territory," Uriel recalled, and his eyes flickered for a few moments. "Hope you enjoy my gift? The traitor died during the assault, and not many have a taste for Lachoa." He turned to Clara. "Should I send it to the Nornavio along with the other supplies?" Clara nodded, but Wyatt perked up at the mention of the bugs. It had been far too long since he ate a Lachoa. Clara's sweets were far more delicious, but he had a soft spot for the tasty bugs. He licked his lips without realizing it. The princess stood up, and so did Uriel. "Our deal is done. The fleet shall depart from Woodshaft tomorrow. Thank you for your cooperation, Uriel Hoax. May your future ventures be fruitful," she said, and Uriel bowed his head, taking a drag from his cigar and exhaling the smoke through his nostrils. The trio left the room and were escorted back outside, where 10 Royal Marines waited for them. Now that everyone knew who she was, even more people gave her ample room and showed reverence as she made her way through the station. "Would you like to visit the station, Clara?" Wyatt asked, remembering their original plan during their first arrival. "Your offer is appreciated, Wyatt, but I think I'd like to return to our ship and continue with the preparations. Do you wish to venture and find dried meats and toasted beans?" she replied. She remembered something so trivial, Wyatt noted before replying. "No need. After the Drazen assault, I doubt I'll find any whatsoever. I have some spare time on my hands, and I don't know what to do." "In that case," Cynthia joined in, "why don't you join us? Clara is going to meet with a select few personnel chosen by Redford himself and give her approval." "Being the captain of a ship is certainly more annoying than I originally believed," Clara admitted with a deep sigh. "But if it is part of my new duties, then I shan't complain too much." "I obey," Wyatt replied, smiling softly. He followed the princess until they reached the dock that the Nornavio was stationed at, and he paused for a moment to admire the deadly but beautiful ship. There were personnel in EVA suits and small drones flying about as they loaded supplies and small containers into the ship, under the watchful eyes of Marines hand-picked by Juliana herself. "They haven't stopped loading since we left," he commented offhandedly. "Uriel was rather generous with what he could give. Take pride, Wyatt. You were instrumental in safeguarding this place," Cynthia replied. Wyatt wanted to reply, but no words formed in his throat. They boarded the elevator and he watched all around him, seeing people working throughout the many docks of Woodshaft, tending to ships, civilian, freighters, and Royal Navy vessels alike. For a brief moment, he allowed himself to feel proud of what he'd done. He had aided in the defense of Woodshaft and had killed many Drazen in the process. Perhaps, he thought as he glanced at Clara and Cynthia, and he relaxed, feeling at ease, perhaps I'm not entirely worthless after all. When they reached the top, they found Commander Redford examining several people lined up before him. Among the humans, he spotted 8 Ikantis in their suits. He focused on the Ikantis and smiled. While he held no particular fondness for the hierarchy, he was surprisingly fond of the smaller avian aliens and had come to know plenty about their culture, their lifestyle, and the hierarchy. The aliens were small, barely reaching past 4 feet in stature when fully grown. Their legs were typical of most avian species, but the Ikanti had 6 toes ending in small but sharp claws. Their legs made up a third of their total size and were dense. They were also flightless, as they evolved away from soaring in the sky, unlike most avians tended to evolve. Throughout hundreds of thousands of years, they had lost their wings, except for a pair of small, colorful vestigial wings on their backs that only served for mating purposes. How that worked, Wyatt didn't know. Instead, they were built for running, intelligence, agility, and dexterity. They explained their tails, as they needed them to balance their weight and center of gravity when running. Their tails were nearly a meter in length, not just feathers like the once Clixall had. They stood up straight, giving them a very human-like appearance, and even had 2 arms that ended in 6 dexterous fingers tipped with short claws. Despite their small size, Yakantis were as strong as a regular human, and their kicks were legendary and lightning fast. Their torsos were also similar to a human's, but their chests were almost entirely made out of a hard rib cage that protected their hearts and lungs, while their stomach were slim as a general rule. Also, surprise, surprise, no breasts, which made it incredibly difficult to tell male from female for strangers. The difference was found in the feathers that ran from the back of their heads all the way to the tip of their tails, and that were also present across their forearms, thighs, the wings on their backs, and the sides of their necks. Males had shorter feathers, usually ranging in blue, green, yellow, and orange colors. Females had longer, brighter feathers, and their coloration ranged from turquoise, aquamarine, lavender, and several shades of pink. The rest of their bodies were covered by a layer of smooth gray fur, regardless of gender. Finally, their faces. Their beaks were pointy, like that of a spear, but they were short. They had 6 eyes, 2 facing forward, 2 smaller ones located a little behind their first set, and the third set was located nearly to the sides of their heads, giving them an incredible vision range and field of view. Unsurprisingly, they lacked the immense variety of facial expressions that humans possessed, but they weren't devoid of them. Wyatt liked the Yakanti, and he had never met one that he disliked too much. He chuckled at that. Granted, every Yakanti I've met pretty much doesn't fill the mold of the hierarchy. I don't know if that's good or bad, he thought as he approached his commanding officer. You! The energetic voice coming from a translator suddenly cut through his comm system. Wyatt blinked in confusion until he saw a Yakanti barely past the meter-tall mark step out of line and point a finger at him with a shaky arm. "Excuse you? How did you enter my—" Wyatt asked, but was cut off when the Yakanti stepped angrily toward him, eyes fixated on him. He came to a halt a few steps in front of him, eyes blazing with indignation as he strained his neck upward to glare at him. "You are the bumbling ape that wrecked that fighter I saw in the hangar, aren't you? Do you have any idea how much time I'm going to spend fixing her up before she can fly again?" "No, of course you don't, you crazy fool," the Yakanti said, somehow standing imposing against the much taller human. "You better thank me for fixing her up, you bumbling worm brain." Excuse me, what?" Wyatt replied, taken aback by the awkward situation. "Who even are you? How are you speaking with me right now?" "I hacked your comms," the Yakanti explained, as if it was the natural thing to say. "Principality defenses are always crappy. Name's Jincho, the best damn technician the hierarchy ever produced and threw away because they are a bunch of featherless shitholes. Pleased to meet you." "Wait. No. Not pleased at all. How dare you wreck such a beautiful fighter?" Confused, he turned to Clara and Cynthia, who, judging by their body language, found the situation thoroughly amusing and wouldn't come to his aid. Then he looked at Redford, staring at the transpiring event dismissingly, but no more than that. Frowning, he crossed his arms. "I didn't have the luxury of making sure the paint wouldn't be scratched, you know? Going up against Drazen fighters tends to end badly for everyone involved." "That's no excuse to treat her like that, maniac," Jincho countered, angrily stomping on the ground. "A fighter should always be pristine like a work of art and remain untouched or find a worthy end in battle. What you did to that poor fighter ruffles my feathers to no end. Just you wait. I'll fix her up better than new." With that said, Jincho cut off the connection and grumbly walked back to the line alongside the other Yakantis and the several dozens of equally confused, amused humans watching the confrontation play out. Despite what had transpired, Wyatt found himself smiling. "Well, that happened. I already like him," Clara's voice cut through next. "He's rather energetic." "And grumpy," Cynthia added with humor in her voice. "We have a long day ahead of us. Come, let us proceed," Clara proclaimed, advancing toward the waiting Redford while the Royal Marines adopted a relaxed stance. Wyatt nodded and turned to face the endless blackness of space. He frowned, and he felt his heartbeat increase. No matter what happens next, I'll be ready for it. For the Principality, for the Prince, Duke Draymore will be stopped. A faint smile spread across his lips. Commander Redford was right. I made the right decision, he thought resolutely, before taking his place next to Cynthia while Clara and Redford went through the new crew members of the Noir Navio. And for the first time since he was a child, he felt truly at peace. End of Book 1. The Black Ship, Chapter 1. What were the dreams of young cadets as they entered the academy? Well, depending on what your aptitudes and abilities are, those dreams would be dedicated accordingly. For pilots, those dreams often aligned themselves with piloting top-of-the-line, brand-new Raptor fighters, often imagining flying into battle to claim honor and glory as the tides of battle turned thanks to their valiant, heroic efforts. The more ambitious dreamed of rising through the ranks so they could command grand ships, showering themselves in everything such a position entailed, and of course ultimately command battleships or entire strike groups, or one of the 10 fleets in some glorious battle in the Principality's name. Such dreams were reserved only for cadets coming from the nobility, distant but attainable one way or the other. For commoners, though, such dreams were less than fantasies. They were complete impossibilities. Getting to pilot a fighter of any design, let alone a Raptor or a bomber, was perhaps the greatest achievement they could aspire to. For more sensible commoners, though, perhaps throwing their lot to the local defense forces and pilot gunships was the more sensible option. So, it wasn't all that surprising that in the backwater the lingering systems were. Luxuries like drones were placed for more useful roles, while lowly commoners would serve as the pilots of garbage and compost haulers. Typically, such positions would be filled by merchant or house-affiliated pilots, but the Royal Navy sent pilots where they were needed, even though many knew the pilots sent to fill said roles were either being punished or were particularly lacking in skill. Wyatt Staples didn't care that much. He knew he was a better pilot than most nobles, but the further he could be from them, the better. And the job itself wasn't all too bad. All he had to do was follow orders, pick up a haul at the designated coordinates, jump to where it was needed, drop the bio-waste off, mark the delivery, and return to the station for new orders. Rinse and repeat. Simple, straightforward, and it put him away from any potential conflict. As a bonus, he never had to interact with the compost itself. There was no smell or need to get his hands dirty, and he could most of the time leave navigation to the ship's archaic AI. He had been stuck in this routine for a little over 2 years, but that was fine. He wasn't an ambitious man. He'd leave that to fools and nobles. It was then, just as he was finishing checking that he was still in the correct vector and making sure that his heap of a hauler was working properly, that an alarm shook away his drowsiness away. "Warning! Warning! War signatures detected," warned the monotone voice of the ship's AI. "Incoming warp signatures near this jump point?" Wyatt asked himself, frowning. "Computer, are there any arrivals expected from the Royal Navy or something?" "Negative," the AI replied. "That's odd. Every other hauler must enter the system through the Mumdal jump point, not this one," he reasoned, as his mind conjured the possibility of a pirate attack, but immediately discarded it. Pirates were dangerous, but hardly stupid. The Astorian Principality was a backwater compared to other human nations. The lingering systems were a backwater of that backwater. In over 10 years, not a single pirate had entered anywhere near the lingering systems, because they were so utterly worthless that not even pirates would be stupid enough to waste fuel, time, and effort for nothing in return. "Computer, get me a visual of the vessel," Wyatt ordered. The AI didn't reply with words. Instead, his screen lit up with what the external cameras could see. He smiled when he saw the beauty of space, a small indulgence he got to use every now and again. Quickly, the AI found a grainy, small but familiar outline. "Magnify," he ordered, and the AI complied. The outline took a clearer form, enough for him to identify the ship. "That's the royal yacht!" he exclaimed, confused and surprised in equal measure. Then he frowned. "Why is the royal yacht doing in this backwater?" he asked out loud before he saw a couple of explosions appear just a few kilometers away from the royal yacht. "Its PD systems are online, so someone is attacking it." "Computer, how many warp signatures were you able to detect?" 2 signatures confirmed, the AI replied. Then where's the other ship? Wyatt asked himself, but the AI interpreted it as a command. Unknown. No heat readings detected, the AI answered. Warning, missiles detected! That should be impossible. Computer, calculate the vector trail of the missiles back to their source, Wyatt ordered, and the AI complied. For several seconds, the ancient computer ran its calculations until, on his screen, another almost invisible outline against the backdrop of space appeared. In fact, the only way he could see it was due to the short-lived light trails left by the missiles reflecting on its hull. That must be a Corvette-class warship, at least. How's it able to keep up with the royal yacht? He pondered to himself as he watched more explosions illuminating the darkness of space. As the chase continued, Wyatt could see the mysterious ship's hull was nearly pitch black. He could also vaguely make the outline of an arrowhead-shaped ship, sleek, beautiful, and deadly. They were faint, but plumes of light were behind it, likely its engines. Why is it attacking the royal yacht? What the hell is that ship? He asked himself, knowing full well that a ship capable of keeping pace with the royal yacht, the fastest ship on the Principality, then the mysterious black ship in its pursuit, was more advanced than any other ship across the Royal Navy. Computer, contact home station, he ordered. Unable to comply, the AI replied. Great. Just great. So it also has scramblers or jammers, Wyatt sighed exasperately. What am I supposed to do now? It was a simple question with no easy answer. He knew there was virtually anything he could do to help the royal yacht. His hauler was a glorified cockpit with a small cargo bay equipped with basic quarters attached to large engines, the smallest warp drive it could fit, and a reactor that could power it all. The sole purpose of a hauler was to maglock large containers that didn't require the use of a freighter to carry them around. It wasn't elegant. It didn't need to be, but it was cheap in the long run. As for armaments, it only had a measly standard PD turret. That was it. He didn't even have the cheapest military-grade armor for protection. There was nothing he could do. There has to be something I can do, he protested in a murmur, his mind desperately trying to come up with a solution. In his heart, there was no love for nobles. Sure, he didn't hate all of them, and he knew not every blue blood was a selfish, arrogant, petulant idiot. But that didn't mean he wished the worst upon them either. More so than that, a royal was likely in danger. A member of House Astor, possibly multiple ones alongside the crew of the royal yacht. Despite his personal grievances, the mere thought of not doing something, anything, to aid the ruling house that founded the Principality and ruled it to this day left a foul taste in his mind. He wasn't a traitor. Think, Wyatt. Think! Wyatt half-shouted as he strapped himself to his seat, desperately trying to see a way to help the royal yacht without ensuring his destruction in the process. But all he had was a single PD turret. As explosions came closer and closer to the royal yacht, he knew there wasn't much time before the black ship overwhelmed its defenses. His only advantage was that he had been close enough to the jump point that distance wasn't that much of a factor between them, especially as their current trajectory put them closer and closer to him. Computer, track the black ship, Wyatt ordered. Unable to comply, the AI replied. Then track the royal yacht. Get us closer to it! Full power to engines! He barked, and he felt the hauler tremble as the engines roared to their full power. The piss-poor dampeners were strained to their maximum as he felt the pressure set against his entire body. But he could endure it, and hoped the rusty hunk of scrap that was his hauler could keep up. Wyatt quickly armed the PD turret, readying to fire as the distance between himself and the royal yacht. If he couldn't track or lock the black ship, then he'd use its prey to find it. Firing a few times, Wyatt was able to intercept 2 missiles, giving whatever aid he could and marking himself as an ally. Unfortunately, that also meant the black ship now saw him as an enemy. The pursuer fired 6 missiles at him, his crappy sensors barely registering them in time for the PD turret to strike them down one by one once they entered effective range. The last missile exploded dangerously close, enough to blind one of his cameras for a moment. It was evidently clear that the black ship didn't see him as a threat, and only as a mere inconvenience, a non-factor given the ship he was flying. He couldn't blame the captain of that ship for thinking that, no matter how tightly he clenched his teeth. I only bought them some time, Wyatt said with frustration. Suddenly he felt his ship shake violently. The AI spoke up before he could ask what had happened. Alert! Alert! The cargo container was struck. Venting detected. Advice: disengage for emergency repairs to avoid losing cargo. Who cares about the worthless compost right now? Wyatt argued angrily, quickly checking through an external camera that a nasty tear was visible on the right side of the large container. His rage passed quickly when he saw it. Thank goodness I got hit by debris. The container could have exploded in me with it, he said, relieved. Then he stopped and blinked twice, still staring at the gash. Compost. He was hauling compost. Organic waste. Methane, Wyatt muttered to himself. I'm hauling more than compost, he said with more energy, and a nervous smile spread across his face. With a plan in hand, he moved to execute it. It wouldn't be elegant, but it was the best thing he could do. I only have one shot at this. Either this works or we're all dead. Computer, lock target on the cargo container. Do not fire until I say so. Error. Cannot comply. Willful destruction of property is illegal. Disengage automatic defense protocols. Changing to manual, Wyatt said as he slowly moved to disengage. The black ship hadn't bothered with firing more missiles at him after the first volley, and he was about to make them regret that decision, if his plan worked. He watched the arrowhead-shaped ship, close enough that he could now see it more clearly. It was beautiful, deadly, and something he'd never seen before in his life, be it in data archives, his lessons in the academy, books, or even in movies. After some tense seconds, Wyatt groaned as a violent turn made him grit his teeth and sink into his seat. But he deactivated the container's mag lock and kept his disengaging facade. The royal yacht was focused on running away and making any distance between it and its pursuer, and equally so, the black ship kept firing missiles at the royal yacht, not bothering to deviate from its path since its prey was toothless and the pitiful hauler offered no threat. Wyatt smiled as he saw on his screen the container hurling through the emptiness of space in a direct collision course with the black ship. He didn't know if they were able to detect the container, but if they did, they made no attempts to evade it or shoot it down. Likely their sensors simply didn't detect it as a threat, or mistook it for a small asteroid that wouldn't do much damage to its shields in the case of impact. Then, Wyatt fired a volley of shots at empty space. They traveled for only 2 seconds before several of those shots intercepted the container, hitting and piercing it. Instantly, the container exploded as the arrowhead-shaped vessel flew past it. Wyatt saw with satisfaction that the shields flared violently, unable to absorb the full force of a makeshift tactical mine. Shrapnel and debris followed suit, piercing through the ship's hull and hitting the interior. Wyatt's smile widened when, a mere moment later, he saw a not insignificant hole on the ship's side, venting atmosphere. It was a much better result than he initially thought, but nowhere near enough to destroy the ship. He had also failed to hit the ship's engines or damage them in such a way that it would give the royal yacht the time it needed to escape. However, to his surprise, the black ship broke away from its original pursuit. It then turned, fleeing in an almost desperate fashion. Wyatt sank deeper into his chair as he slowly turned around to decelerate. Soon enough, the pressure began to lessen, and at the same time, he saw the black ship limp away for several minutes until the ship made an emergency point near the same point of entry. Once the black ship was gone, he noticed the royal yacht was nearby. It was basically going in circles, much like a fighter pilot would do in an active combat zone, but with no targets detected within its sensors. A few moments later, he received a communication request from it. The scrambling effect removed with the departure of the enigmatic black ship. When Wyatt accepted the transmission, he was greeted by a tall, older, stern, but still good-looking man with dark gray hair and the dull gray irises of cybernetic eyes on his screen. The man was evidently a noble with a stoic, serious expression. "This is Commander Redford Kalin, acting captain of the Royal Starship Royal Favor." "Pilot, you will identify yourself now," the man demanded. Wyatt bowed his head instinctively as a show of respect and then saluted. "Sir, I'm Wyatt Staples, Warrant Officer, 3rd Fleet, 2nd Frontier Corps." "Warrant Officer?" "A commoner," Redford declared with a deep hum as he analyzed him with those gray eyes of his. "Don't act so surprised. Yes, I'm a commoner. Do you think a noble, no matter how lowly, would ever be put to serve hauling compost? Oh, and you're welcome for saving your and your crew's lives." Damn blue blood, Wyatt thought with disdain while his expression